Konoha, year 51. 3 years after the Nine Tails incident. At the village entrance. Konoha, I have returned. A boy with short golden hair stood at the village gate, gazing at the newly renovated village with a bitter smile. Have I ultimately returned too late? He bore a striking appearance, not merely due to his resemblance to the fourth Hokage, but also because of his handsome features juxtaposed with his tattered clothing, creating a stark contrast. Had it not been for the ninja headband emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha upon his forehead, one might mistake him for a mere traveler rather than a ninja. His name was Su Ming, a time traveler, and the adopted son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He was the nominal elder brother of Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, 3 years prior, Su Ming had departed from Konoha on a mission, only to return today. At that time, Naruto had yet to be born, and it was likely he was unaware of his brother's existence. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative of Naruto, Su Ming understood the harrowing and shadow-laden childhood that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki endured. It was a burden that even adults would struggle to bear, yet weighed heavily on the young Naruto. The sacrifices made by the fourth Hokage and his wife to protect Konoha seemed to have been in vain, as their descendant faced such cruel treatment. The progeny of a hero, how utterly laughable. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming averted his gaze and stepped into the village. Having left for a crank mission 3 years ago, he had finally completed it after enduring numerous trials. Now that he had returned, he was determined to protect his frail younger brother. After registering his identity and ignoring the peculiar stares of the registering ninjas, Su Ming strode into the village. The streets were bustling with life, filled with laughter and joy. After walking for approximately half an hour, Su Ming arrived at the home of Naruto, as he remembered it. It was Naruto's home, not that of the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage and his wife would never leave their son in such a dismal place. Pushing the door open, a musty odor assailed him. Frowning, Su Ming fully opened the door. What met his eyes was reminiscent of scenes from his previous lives anime. Scattered clothes, instant noodle containers strewn about, and milk long expired yet still consumed. Even though he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand caused a sharp pang in his heart. That be why the timeline. Naruto was merely a 3-year-old child. A 3-year-old child, surviving on such meager provisions. Sarutobi, do you remember your father's wishes? Before he could suppress the fury rising within him, a figure suddenly appeared before Su Ming. A familiar dog-headed mask. An umbu. Without the third Hokage's orders, you are not permitted to approach the Demon Fox's dwelling. The voice that greeted him was icy and authoritative. Demon Fox? Gazing at the masked figure, Su Ming scoffed. Was this commanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Presumptuous. You dare to address the third Hokage by name. The umbu seethed with anger, glaring at Su Ming, the chakra around him swirling, indicating a readiness to strike at that moment. Su Ming, who had remained still, finally made his move. With a single hand, he drew his sword and swung it fiercely. The blade gleamed as it pierced through the darkness, pinning the shadowy figure against the wall. The figure struggled to break free, but Su Ming's cold voice resonated once more. I advise you to remain still. The life of a mere shadow holds little value in my eyes. After locking eyes with Su Ming for several breaths, the shadow figure ultimately bowed its head in surrender, relinquishing its struggle. Su Ming retracted his sword, expertly flicking the droplets of blood from the blade. Clean this place. When I return, I expect to see a tidy room. With that, the sword was sheathed, leaving the shadow figure in a state of stunned silence. In that fleeting moment, it had sensed the breath of death. Such formidable swordsmanship and astonishing speed. Once Su Ming had departed, the shadow figure gazed at the disordered room, hesitated for a moment, and eventually stepped inside. Beneath the setting sun, in Konoha Park. However, it's time to go home. Daddy, dinner is ready. I'm coming. Everyone's heading home. Mommy. The joyful exclamations of a little girl pierced through the twilight, ringing with a jarring clarity. The children, once gathered, scattered suddenly like birds returning to their nests, each finding their own sanctuary in an instant. Only one remained, gazing enviously at the joyful scenes unfolding before him, his heart filled with yearning. At that moment, a parent caught sight of the solitary figure in the fading light. A flicker of disdain crossed their eyes as they reproached their child. What are you doing? Weren't you told not to play with that child? Come. Hurry home. The group hurried away, as if they had encountered a terrifying monster, eager to distance themselves. Shikamaru, time to go home. Choji, you too. Two more figures approached, calling their respective children. Goodbye, Naruto. See you. The two exchanged farewells before hastily grasping their father's hands, their faces beaming with joy. Yet Naruto stood alone, watching the receding figures, his expression one of desolation. The remnants of the setting sun lingered, casting a warm glow, yet the light surrounding that small figure could not dispel the darkness within his heart. Upon arriving, Su Ming beheld this very scene as, oh, this is how it is. Moved by the sight before him, Su Ming quickened his pace. Under the golden twilight, the two stood, one large and one small, facing each other. You must be here to take your little brother or sister home. After a pause, it was the smaller one who spoke first. But everyone else has left. You won't be able to take anyone with you. But I can help you look. With that, Naruto flashed his signature grin and gave a thumbs up. I am going to become Hokage, radiating with sunshine. So bright. Anyone who beheld such a smile would surely be infected, breaking into a grin themselves. Yet Su Ming could not return the smile. Instead, he fell into silence. Hey, what's wrong with you? Noticing something unusual, Naruto expressed his curiosity. Su Ming gazed at the petite figure before him with the disheveled hair, the slightly worn attire, and the dust-covered clothing of the golden-haired boy. He resembles his father so much. Stepping forward and shaking his head to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes, Su Ming reached out and playfully pinched Naruto's ear, tugging it gently while breaking into a grin. Why, foolish little brother, I have come to take you home. Chapter 2. He is a competent brother. Are you truly my brother? On the street, a tall figure walked alongside a small one. When he turned back, he caught a fleeting glance from the child that suddenly dropped. In that brief moment, Su Ming perceived a glimmer of hope mingled with a profound fear that seemed to engulf the child. Was everything merely an illusion? Before Su Ming could respond, the voice resonated once more. They call me the fox spirit, claiming I am an orphan, and everyone in the village despises me. I suppose a child like me does not deserve to have family, does he? Naruto lifted his gaze, mustering all his strength to meet Su Ming's eyes, forcing a smile, albeit strained. Brother, you are not real. You are here to mock me, aren't you? To tease me, right? As he uttered these words, he smiled. A sunlight-like grin despite its forced nature. I am destined to be the Hokage. Such tricks cannot deceive me. This declaration bore the stubbornness characteristic of a 3-year-old. Tragically, however, all this was painfully true. Without hesitation, Su Ming seized Naruto's ear, feigning anger. Foolish child, what nonsense are you thinking? Ow, 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 let go. Releasing him, Su Ming placed his hand atop Naruto's head, ruffling his hair affectionately, returning to his previous tone. My foolish little brother. I am not foolish. I am destined to become Hokage, right? Ha. As they strolled along the streets of Konohagakure, the larger figure carried the smaller one on his back, moving slowly. The sun cast its golden rays, rendering this scene remarkably heartwarming. Yet, throughout their journey, Naruto, perched on Su Ming's back, was restless, bombarding him with questions. Brother, why did you come back only now? I was on a mission. Oh, are you a ninja? Yes. Brother, are you very strong? Yes. Will you protect me? Of course. Brother, when you were away, I was so scared, so very scared. At just 3 years old, after a flurry of questions, the young Naruto eventually drifted into a deep slumber upon Su Ming's back, sleeping soundly. Su Ming reflected on Naruto's earlier words, unable to find tranquility. 3 years old. While other children relished their carefree childhoods, his brother had endured such experiences. After seeing his brother, he still questioned whether someone was playing tricks on him. Had such things happened before? A flame of anger ignited within Su Ming's chest, refusing to be extinguished. Naruto, rest assured, I will protect you. I promise. Naruto's residence was a considerable distance from the park. As Su Ming walked slowly, he was determined not to disturb the peacefully sleeping child. Though Naruto was indeed in a deep slumber, he wished for no unforeseen incidents, none at all. Not long into their journey, numerous figures began to emerge along the path. A multitude of children blocked the path, confronting Su Ming. Release the fox spirit. How dare you carry it through the village, surely? You are an accomplice of the fox spirit. Just look at him. He hardly appears to be virtuous. The leader of the children, armed with stones of unknown origin, hurled them at Su Ming and his companion. Kill him. Slay this ally of the fox spirit. The sizable stones arced through the air, only to be caught in Su Ming's grasp. With a forceful grip, he crushed the stone. With a flick of his wrist, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist, its tip gleaming ominously against the pale faces surrounding him. He spoke not a word, merely advancing with deliberate steps. Stay back. Do not approach. The children, witnessing this, were gripped by terror, retreating hastily. One among them, losing his footing, fell to the ground, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Su Ming. In the next moment, a figure donning a dog-headed mask materialized before the fallen child. You have gone too far, it exclaimed, revealing itself as a member of the Umbu. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the matter had been resolved. This Umbu was the very one who had been commanded to tidy up the house at Naruto's residence. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the Umbu felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon observing the cold glint of the sword, he swallowed his ire and nodded in acquiescence. I shall spare your life this time. Do not let it happen again. With that, Su Ming disregarded the Umbu and turned his attention to the group of children. Redirecting his sword, with a swift motion, the blade plunged into the ground, embedding itself deeply. The Umbu's heart raced at the sight. He had endeavored to regard Su Ming with the utmost respect, yet found himself astonished by the boy's true capabilities. Gazing at the 8-year-old Su Ming, the Umbu pondered. Is he truly just a child? Su Ming declared, I possess a temper. Should anyone dare to bully my younger brother again, the next to be pierced by my sword shall be that very individual. With a flourish, he sheathed his sword, flashing a grin. Do not mistake this for jest, unless you wish to embrace death. Silence enveloped the scene, with no one daring to respond. As Su Ming prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed another figure emerging in the midst of the road. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, Do you wish to join the fray as well? The Umbu, hearing his words, turned to see the newcomer and murmured softly, Uchiha. Before Su Ming stood two figures, one tall and one small. The elder carried the younger on his back, Uchiha Itachi, and his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. In response to Su Ming's remark, Itachi shook his head. I, too, am an elder brother. I understand your sentiments. Should anyone bully my younger brother, I will not let them go unpunished. Su Ming nodded, observing the prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan up close for the first time. This 7-year-old boy who could contemplate life with the wisdom of a Hokage, tirelessly striving for both his village and family. A boy who, despite a penchant for sweets, had endured a lifetime of hardship. At this juncture, Itachi was merely 8 years old, having just awakened his Sharingan according to the original narrative. However, for Su Ming, such details held little significance. After the demise of his parents, the only matter of importance was Naruto. Anything unrelated to Naruto was of no concern to him. As Su Ming took a step forward, he unexpectedly addressed Itachi, who was accompanied by Sasuke. If you truly cherish your younger brother, endeavor to trust him, to believe in his abilities, rather than arbitrarily dictating his path. Upon hearing these words, Itachi visibly trembled. Just as he regained his composure and intended to respond, Su Ming had already turned away. Carrying Naruto on his back, Itachi fell into silence. After a brief moment, Sasuke, nestled against Itachi's back, lifted his small head. Nisan, who was that person? He is a competent elder brother, Itachi replied, casting a fond glance at Sasuke. What I meant was, is that person strong? Very strong. Itachi rarely displayed such a serious demeanor. The moment he drew his sword, I felt as though I could perish beneath its blade. How can that be? Nisan is the strongest. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with confusion. Fortunately, due to his tender age, Sasuke soon forgot the matter. Moments later, he looked up at his brother with excitement. Nisan, will you train with me for a while? Perhaps another time, Sasuke. Not again. I beg your forgiveness, Sasuke. Itachi turned, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Next time. Chapter 3. Hokage-sama, shall we spar? In the Hokage's office, shrouded in a haze of smoke, the Umbu standing before the third Hokage instinctively shifted to the side, attempting to evade the oppressive scent. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his large pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke. and spoke with a hint of complexity in his tone. He has returned? Indeed, and he has taken Uzumaki Naruto with him, even addressing you, Lord Third, by name. Devoid of any respect, reported the Umbu, relaying the information candidly. That aligns perfectly with his character. When Minato was still alive, he behaved in much the same manner. Sarutobi mused to himself. You may return. There is no need for you to continue monitoring. Given Su Ming's temperament, if you persist, he may truly resort to violence against you. The Umbu hesitated. But, sir, the importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I am aware, Sarutobi replied. But you cannot defeat him. Indeed. The Umbu, donned in a dog-headed mask, felt a shadow of despair wash over him. Not only can we not defeat him, but perhaps we wouldn't even manage to withstand a single blow. After all, he is a genius who astonished even the fourth Hokage. Withdraw, Sarutobi commanded. Yes, sir. The Umbu retreated. Rubbing his temples, Sarutobi felt a headache brewing. The mission assigned to Su Ming had been orchestrated by him after Minato's ascension. Although he had resigned and ceded power to the fourth Hokage following the last Ninja World War, his thirst for authority had never waned. The village's power had always remained in his grasp, rather than in the fourth S, whose influence was rather limited. Su Ming was one of the forces within that influence, and he possessed the greatest potential. Thus, Sarutobi had assigned Su Ming an exceptionally arduous task, officially classified as C rank, yet its difficulty was undeniably akin to an A rank. Moreover, Su Ming had been merely 5 years old at the time of executing this task. The mission took place in a small nation neighboring the Land of Fire, one fraught with countless villains. Although it lacked ninjas, it was still perilous. The objective was to safeguard the villages and towns near the Land of Fire for a duration of 5 years. Sarutobi had intended for this mission to occupy Su Ming's time, allowing him ample opportunity to effectively undermine the fourth Hokage and seize genuine control. However, he never anticipated that the young Su Ming would possess such a ruthless heart. He picked up the mission report from the table. It stated that 423 individuals in that nation had been slain. The task had been completed in 3 years, utilizing the shortest time possible. A genius, indeed. He contemplated. Moreover, a genius steeped in blood. In contrast to mere sheltered blossoms, such individuals are precisely what Konoha requires, especially given the current shortage of manpower. Gazing at the report, Sarutobi found himself at a crossroads. His tendency to show compassion had always been his flaw. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he sighed softly and gradually exited the Hokage office. This matter, upon reflection, warranted his personal attention, particularly as it concerned Minato. Meanwhile, Su Ming had returned home, carrying Naruto on his back. The house was impeccably tidy, suffused with a faint fragrance. The Umbu were dutifully efficient. Ever since Naruto had fallen into a deep slumber on Su Ming's back, he had not stirred. This 3-year-old child, even in his sleep, clutched tightly to the sleeve of Su Ming's garment, as if fearing that the moment he released his grip, Su Ming would vanish. With a sense of resignation, Su Ming had to remove his coat entirely to gently place Naruto onto the bed. The mattress was firm, comprising little more than a thin sheet atop a hard wooden frame. He surveyed the room meticulously, a table, a bed, a wardrobe, and then nothing more. There was not a single piece of decent furniture. After the Umbu's cleaning, the space felt exceptionally vacant, an echoing solitude. Su Ming pondered. Perhaps Naruto had never taken the initiative to tidy up, simply not wanting the place to appear so desolate. Beneath the table, he discovered half a carton of expired milk. Upon inspection, it had been past its expiration date for over 3 months. Yet, more than half of it had been consumed. It was evident where the remnants had gone, into Naruto's small belly. He exhaled heavily, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the door. Without hesitation, Su Ming grasped the carton of milk and stepped outside. At the entrance, the third Hokage regarded Su Ming with an expression of resigned concern. "You've returned," he said. With a cold smile, Su Ming retorted, "Keep it down. Naruto is asleep." Instantly, the third Hokage's face flushed with embarrassment. Outside, the reality of Naruto's existence was indeed troubling, yet all of this was for his protection, the third explained. As the son of Minato, you must understand the immense allure a minor Jinchuriki holds for other villages. I am unaware, Su Ming replied, lifting the half-empty carton of milk. All I know is that my 3-year-old brother is consuming expired milk daily, living in conditions that leave him hungry and underdressed. The life Naruto currently leads is the best I can arrange for him. The third insisted. If his identity were to be exposed, it would endanger his life. The best life? Su Ming scoffed. With a forceful flick of his wrist, he hurled the carton of milk away. It arced gracefully before crashing into a heap of refuse. Several stray cats, drawn by the sound, approached but turned away in disdain after sniffing the milk. Naruto is consuming that which even stray cats refuse. Is this what you deem the best life? The third remained silent. I am not interested in your justifications. I seek one answer. Where is my parents' inheritance? Their amassed wealth during their lifetimes? I know it is with you. Why not give it to Naruto? He is too young to manage it. I demand to know where it is. Faced with Su Ming's icy glare, the third Hokage remained silent for an extended moment. Finally, he sighed and replied, "It has been depleted." As he uttered those words, his gaze fell, unable to meet Su Ming's piercing eyes. You are aware, not long ago, the tensions between the Land of Lightning and us, apart from the sacrifices made by the Hyuga clan, have utilized everything left behind by Minato. After speaking, the third Hokage added, for the sake of the village. Ha ha ha. In response to such an answer, Su Ming could only respond with a chilling laugh, even derision. Even in his past life, he had been curious, with the strength of the fourth Hokage and his wife. It was inconceivable that they could not amass wealth to bequeath to their son. Yet, Naruto still endured an exceedingly impoverished childhood. It became clear that what they had left for Naruto had long been appropriated by the third Hokage. The third Hokage truly embodies hypocrisy. The atmosphere fell into a deep silence for an extended period. Ultimately, when the third Hokage attempted to say something further, he was directly interrupted by Su Ming. He gazed at the third Hokage, his eyes chillingly fierce. He declared, "Third Hokage, let us engage in battle. Let us engage in battle." Chapter 4. Perhaps next time, Itachi. Lord Third Hokage, let us engage in battle. The words emerged so abruptly yet flowed with an undeniable naturalness. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the resolute Su Ming. How many years had passed since anyone dared to so openly express hostility towards him, let alone issue a challenge? Even Danzo, who had long coveted his position, and Orochimaru, who had recently defected, lacked the courage to utter such words. Yet now, they came from the lips of a mere child. You are no match for me, Sarutobi replied. Su Ming said nothing, his right hand slowly resting upon the hilt of his sword. His movements were deliberate and unhurried. However, at that moment, Sarutobi felt an unexpected weight emanating from the 8-year-old, a pressure that was both alarming and formidable. Sarutobi sought to dissuade him. You must trust me, trust the village. I will look after Naruto. His words were abruptly shattered by a sudden rush of wind. Then, with a swift motion, the sword was drawn. Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock as the pressure surrounding him intensified, and he sensed that failure to defend himself would result in a grave consequence. Instinctively, he began to form hand seals, preparing to summon the Monkey King. Leaning back, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, striking him without flourish. As the third Hokage, renowned as a master of the shinobi arts, his combat experience was extensive. Even against a surprise attack, he could typically respond in the blink of an eye. Yet, he had miscalculated in the face of this direct assault. Drip. Blood fell to the ground. A long gash marred Sarutobi's arm, blood gushing forth. He stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend that he had been wounded. Clang. The sword was sheathed. Su Ming did not spare a glance at the third Hokage, merely turning away. I shall take care of Naruto. If there is nothing else. Lord Third, I kindly ask you to leave. Sigh, you child. Sarutobi exhaled in resignation. I have kept Watergate's house for you. You may move in tomorrow, but it must be just you. Naruto cannot come. In response to the third Hokage's words, Su Ming did not halt his steps, offering only a disdainful snort filled with mockery. Sarutobi was left with no choice but to depart. Today marked the most powerless moment he had experienced since assuming the role of Hokage. Confronted by a child, he felt more helpless than during the last Great War. He realized he had failed Naruto, not fulfilling Minato's entrusted responsibility. Yet, halfway down the path, Sarutobi glanced back at the vanishing figure of Su Ming. His mind was resolute, and no alteration of plans would ensue. Even with Su Ming's return introducing a myriad of uncertainties, the course he envisioned must persist. The Nine Tails would remain the guardian of Konoha. At this moment, Su Ming refrained from entering the house, as the hour was still early and Naruto remained in slumber. He was reminiscing about his recent battle with the third Hokage. Indeed, the third was formidable. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of matching him, even with his extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to fight for Naruto. Achieving the level of Sarutobi was not something that could be accomplished overnight, even with his unique advantages. The power he possessed was derived from a system known as the Glory of King's Template. Under Su Ming's will, a translucent template materialized in his mind. Host, Su Ming World, Naruto Unlock Template, Glory of King's World, Kitsune Yuki Unlock Percentage, 4. 2 upon reaching a template progress of 5. The first characteristic of the template character will be unlocked. Kitsune Yuki Template Characteristic, Sharpness. Upon reaching a template progress of 20, the next character template will be unlocked. Template Points, 25 Daily Tasks, Practice Swordsmanship, Reward 0. 2 Template Progress, Completed. This template system was remarkably straightforward. By completing daily tasks, he could unlock corresponding templates and simultaneously acquire their abilities. The Iajutsu he employed during his encounter with the third Hokage was derived from the Kitsune Yuki template. He was a genius swordsman, albeit a solitary one, whose sword skills were undeniably potent. When perfected, they could sever all. The Naruto world was fraught with peril. Even with the system, Su Ming had faced numerous life and death battles. Yet, he had survived and stained his sword with blood. A sword that has tasted blood is indeed a treasured blade. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Su Ming cast his gaze toward the sole corner of the room that could serve as a hiding place. Come out, Itachi. You've been waiting there for quite some time, haven't you? As his words fell, Itachi's figure slowly emerged from the corner. As expected of you, Ming-san, Itachi offered his praise without reservation. To deliver such a strike that even Lord Third was injured, it is only fitting that you are recognized as Konoha's foremost genius. Su Ming remained silent. Indeed, he had once been regarded as Konoha's greatest prodigy. However, after he embarked on missions, his name had been deliberately erased from memory, consequently allowing Itachi to assume that mantle. Yet, the two had never truly competed against one another, as Su Ming had left too early, and their paths had scarcely crossed. At this moment, as Itachi spoke, Su Ming sensed the implication in his words. That strike, this meant that Itachi had seen it clearly. Even the third Hokage had failed to grasp its essence, yet Itachi. Indeed, had he activated his Sharingan already? By the timeline, Itachi should have awakened it at this point. Is there something you wish to discuss? Su Ming inquired, his gaze steady on Itachi. On that day, why did you say those words to me? Itachi asked. If one day, the village and the clan stood in opposition, with irreconcilable conflicts, and you were the sole link between the two, what would you do? Su Ming did not respond to Itachi's question, but instead countered with one of his own. What would you do? Would you accept Konoha's orders and eliminate your own kin? Though Su Ming's words were not crystal clear, their impact on Itachi was profound. Itachi fell silent, his gaze reflecting a depth unfitting for an 8-year-old. After a long pause, Su Ming broke the silence. You need not rush to reply. A smile graced his lips. Let us engage in a spar to test our mettle. Mettle? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Su Ming affirmed with a nod. However, not at this moment. My dear little brother is about to awaken. With that, Su Ming stretched lazily. Before Itachi could fully comprehend the situation, Su Ming appeared right before him, reaching out to gently tap Itachi's forehead. Next time, Itachi. By the time Itachi regained his composure, Su Ming had already vanished. Moments later, cheerful voices echoed from the adjacent room. Brother, I'm hungry. Then let us have ramen. Miso flavor. Yay. You're the best, brother. I want a big bowl. Ha. I'll make sure you're so stuffed you can't walk. Chapter 5. A brother's duty to set an example. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, a young figure could be seen practicing swordsmanship. 1 strike. 2 strikes. Several strikes. The earnest expression on Su Ming's face belied his youth. At that moment, wielding the sword, he exuded a maturity beyond his years. Particularly, there was an undeniable sense of security that emanated from him, instilling a profound trust in those who beheld him. If one were to inquire about the source of this strength, Su Ming would resolutely attribute it to his father, the man known as the Golden Sun. This sentiment echoed the experiences of Naruto. Today's daily task set by the system was to perform 1,000 sword strikes. Grasping the long sword firmly, Su Ming continued to swing it tirelessly. Strike after strike, from the moment he rose until now, he had executed 723 strikes, a considerable burden for his young body. Yet, Su Ming did not relent. He was determined to grow stronger, whether to avenge his parents or to protect his still vulnerable younger brother. He had ample reasons to seek strength. 997, 998, 999, 1,000. With a heavy exhale, Su Ming sheathed his sword. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of 1,000 sword strikes. Reward, System Template Progress 0. 8. You have unlocked the first template feature, Sharpness. Sharpness. It was a feature derived from the character Tachibana Ryugi. Even after his transcendence, Su Ming retained vivid memories of Tachibana's image from the game, the sword that could cleave through all with unparalleled sharpness. Now, he had acquired an ability akin to that. Was this power formidable? Indeed, for he had perfected the concept of cleaving to its utmost, rendering him capable of severing anything, even illusions. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, and a leaf floated down, landing gently on Su Ming's lowered sword. Without hesitation, the leaf was bisected. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, a glint of brilliance sparkling within. Brother, are you here?" The door swung open, revealing a small head peeking in. A smile formed on Su Ming's lips. "Awake already? I wonder what happened yesterday. You slept for such a long time. You used to wake up early." Naruto beamed with pride. Su Ming approached, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair before stepping further into the room. "Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." "Breakfast?" The mention of the word startled Naruto. "You're still growing, so skipping breakfast is not an option." Su Ming chuckled, urging him to hurry. "Okay." Naruto nodded vigorously and dashed off to wash up. Su Ming shook his head in amusement. However, when his gaze shifted toward the bed, intending to tidy up, he was taken aback to find it impeccably arranged, neat and clean. Even the clothes Su Ming had changed out of yesterday were neatly folded. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming found himself momentarily stunned. "Brother, I've finished washing." Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. Upon noticing Su Ming lost in thought while gazing at the bed, the little figure became flustered in an instant, lowering his head. I didn't mean to touch your things. I just wanted to help." To his surprise, instead of punishment, Naruto heard Su Ming's laughter. Looking up, a large hand unexpectedly landed on his head. Su Ming unabashedly ruffled Naruto's hair. "I've never seen clothes folded so poorly. My foolish little brother, I shall teach you next time." "That's nonsense. My folding isn't ugly." Naruto, initially tense, suddenly blushed, expressing his discontent. Su Ming laughed heartily. Despite his brother's disdain for the folded clothes, Naruto's smile grew increasingly sincere at that moment. "Brother, he said he would teach me." Outside the dumpling shop, Naruto appeared puzzled. "Brother, aren't we going to eat ramen? Let us try some different food. Perhaps, Naruto, you will discover something even more delicious than ramen." Su Ming replied. But Naruto patted his empty pocket, his little face drooping. "I have no money." Laughing at Naruto's predicament, Su Ming felt a mix of amusement and sadness. Why did Naruto have such an enduring fondness for ramen? He pondered. Perhaps it was the only delightful food he had savored during his childhood. Other delicacies were not unappetizing, but simply unattainable. "Don't worry, brother has money," Su Ming assured as he led Naruto into the dumpling shop, ordering 2 plates of dumplings. They ate while waiting. Su Ming symbolically consumed a few dumplings, while the rest disappeared into Naruto's belly. Even after finishing the last one, Naruto still seemed unsatisfied. With a smile, Su Ming ordered 2 more plates for him. Bringing Naruto to the dumpling shop was not a mere whim. Su Ming was waiting for someone who had a fondness for sweets. Moments later, as 2 individuals clad in Uchiha attire entered, Su Ming waved his arm toward them. Itachi and Sasuke promptly made their way over. 4 of them sat at the table. Itachi ordered a plate of dumplings, and after eating one, he excused himself and pushed the entire plate toward Sasuke. Consequently, Naruto and Sasuke faced each other, eagerly devouring dumplings, eventually engaging in a silent contest as they exchanged glances. Su Ming chuckled helplessly. This was likely the bond between Ashura and Indra. "Boss, another plate please," Su Ming called out. As a new plate of dumplings was served, he ate one and then pushed the plate directly in front of Itachi. "I'm full." He stretched lazily. "The rest is yours." After all, it is not beneficial for children to indulge excessively in sweets. Listening to Su Ming's words, Itachi seemed to realize that he could not refuse. The man, whom he had only met twice, appeared to have discerned him completely. He brought the dumpling closer and began to savor it slowly. Unbeknownst to Itachi, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He became immersed in the delightful experience of the sweet treat. "Is it delicious?" Su Ming suddenly inquired. This question caused Itachi to tremble slightly. In that moment, he instinctively lowered his guard and surrendered to the pleasure. Is this the power of Ming-san? Before Itachi could ponder further, Su Ming's voice resonated once more. "We agreed to spar after you finish eating." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Itachi instinctively set down the dumpling and rose. However, Su Ming had anticipated this reaction and added, "Wasting food is not the example an elder brother should set for his younger brother." This statement firmly seated Itachi back in his place, compelling him to obediently finish the dumpling. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones beside Su Ming exchanged glances upon hearing the word fight, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 6. Naruto. Dare to speak ill of my brother, and I shall strike you. In the Konoha training ground, 2 figures stood in opposition, Itachi and Su Ming. Itachi's expression was notably grave, as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Ming. Although no blows had been exchanged yet, the oppressive aura had already caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. In stark contrast, Su Ming appeared utterly relaxed, scrutinizing the Uchiha prodigy before him, a mere 13 years of age, yet capable of annihilating an entire clan. Though there were influences from Obito involved, Itachi's strength was undeniable. At 13, he wielded the Meijiki Sharingan. Such talent was truly terrifying. "There's no need for concern," Su Ming proclaimed. "Unleash your full strength. Do not worry about injuring me." His hand rested casually on the hilt of his sword. Instinctively, Itachi took a step back, recalling how Su Ming had once used this very move to injure the 3rd Hokage. Caution was imperative. However, he quickly realized that retreating would lead to failure. Offense was the best defense. In the next moment, 5 shuriken appeared in Itachi's hand, which he swiftly hurled in 5 different directions towards Su Ming. All of Su Ming's escape routes were effectively sealed. Impressive. Sasuke, seated at the edge of the training ground, stared in awe, his mind reeling. Yet, before he could fully appreciate his brother's prowess, a cold glimmer flashed before him. Then came the sound of clinking metal. 5 crisp notes echoed as the shuriken were effortlessly strung together by Su Ming's blade, dismantling what seemed to be a flawless attack with a single stroke. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. His brother's opponent is formidable. Meanwhile, Naruto was utterly mesmerized, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Brother, how cool. However, this was not the end. With his sword in hand, Su Ming executed a swift slash, his unparalleled speed carrying him instantaneously before Itachi. Itachi's pupils dilated, and he instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. Swish. The long sword cleaved through, severing Itachi's body in 2, followed by a resounding thud as he vanished. Shadow clone. Su Ming's lips curled into a smirk. Such a combat aptitude. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. Yet, this skirmish was only becoming more thrilling. From the side, 5 shuriken were launched once again. Su Ming raised his sword to parry, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing in front of Itachi. With a vertical swing of his blade, he struck with astonishing speed. Itachi's pupils widened once more as a vivid crimson tomo materialized in his gaze. Sharingan. Swish. The sword plunged into the ground, half its length embedded in the earth, while Itachi narrowly evaded the strike. Gazing at the sword, which had almost entirely sunk into the ground, Itachi's astonishment was beyond description. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had always carried an innate pride, a sense of pride deeply ingrained in the very essence of their lineage. The Uchiha were indeed formidable. This notion, whether held by the original Itachi or the present-day version, as well as by successive Hokage, is firmly believed. Otherwise, the third Hokage in Danzo would not harbor such apprehension toward the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's greatest strength lies within the Sharingan. Yet, even with the Sharingan activated, Itachi finds himself still constrained. He has made several attempts to seize the initiative, only to discover that all his efforts are in vain. Why is this so? He bears no signs of any bloodline limit, indicating that Su Ming is merely an ordinary ninja. But how could an ordinary ninja possess such formidable strength? In the heat of battle, myriad thoughts raced through Itachi's mind. Yet, the more he pondered, the deeper his confusion grew. The doubts that plagued Itachi were beyond even Su Ming's ability to elucidate, for he could not explain the concept of wielding a system's advantage. Itachi, too, found this incomprehensible. Thus, the only recourse was to battle. Experiencing the conflict firsthand would yield the simplest understanding. Ding! Dodging Su Ming's attack, Itachi hurled shurikens while retreating. Simultaneously, upon creating distance, he swiftly formed hand seals. It must be said, Itachi's speed in forming seals was terrifyingly swift. It was reminiscent of his battle with Sasuke in his previous life. His seal speed was not merely restrained, but unleashed as if he had opened a floodgate. In mere moments, the seals on Itachi's hands were complete. Then, inhaling deeply, he exhaled forcefully. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Suddenly, a colossal fireball emerged, hurtling directly towards Su Ming. The power of that fireball exceeded the capabilities of any mere genin. The blazing inferno illuminated the entire training ground, revealing the pallid faces of Naruto and Sasuke. Fire. Fire release. Sasuke was utterly stunned at this spectacle. He had never anticipated that his brother could wield such powerful ninjutsu. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Itachi's display of this technique, a swell of pride surged within him. He yearned to proclaim, "This is my brother." However, as he glanced around, he realized there were no others present, only a child even younger than himself. What could such a young child possibly understand about ninjutsu? Sasuke pondered. Nevertheless, he could not help but nudge Naruto beside him, akin to a proud peacock, exclaiming, "Did you see that? That is my brother. That is the Uchiha clan's fire release." At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed, slicing the massive fireball that was barreling towards Su Ming in two. The figure of Su Ming, sword in hand, emerged slowly. Naruto scoffed, "So what? It still can't withstand my brother's sword. This so-called technique is nothing extraordinary." "What did you say?" Sasuke glared. "Dare to repeat that." "I said it. It's nothing impressive," Naruto retorted defiantly. No sooner had he spoken than an irate Sasuke swung a fist toward him. "Don't you dare say that." After receiving a punch, Naruto naturally would not back down. He retaliated with a punch to Sasuke's cheek. In an instant, Sasuke's face swelled up. Subsequently, the two little ones became entangled in a scuffle. Meanwhile, the battle between Su Ming and Itachi came to a halt. Itachi, with a wry smile, gazed at the composed Su Ming and conceded, "Ming-san, I have lost. Not only lost, but utterly so. I have depleted all my chakra, yet you appear so unperturbed." A profound sense of defeat washed over Itachi. "Though we are both human, the disparity is astonishing. You are indeed strong, but the training intensity is still insufficient," Su Ming remarked, looking at Itachi. Training intensity. Itachi fell silent for a moment before suddenly lifting his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Ming-san, may I train with you in the future? I aspire to earn the qualification to match your greatness." Itachi's words were resolute. After contemplating, Su Ming found no reason to refuse. "Very well, provided you are not afraid of hardship." "I am not afraid," Itachi replied steadfastly. Thus, this arrangement was settled. With the battle concluded, it was nearly time to head home. However, when they turned around, they were shocked to find the two little ones had vanished. They exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, they discovered them amidst a patch of grass. Notably, upon their discovery, the two little ones were in a pitiful state, their faces swollen. As soon as Sasuke was spotted, He abruptly ceased his antics and ran to Itachi, sobbing, "Brother, Naruto is bullying me." Woo. On the other hand, Naruto, having also approached Su Ming, clenched his fists, wearing a fierce expression. "If you speak ill of my brother again, I will beat you to a pulp." His fierce demeanor carried an unexpected intensity. Su Ming and Itachi exchanged smiles. It seems that a remarkable bond has developed between these two little ones. Chapter 7, Uchiha. Shursui. Your greatest dilemma lies in the overabundance of thoughts. On his journey home, Itachi reminisced about the words Su Ming had spoken before his departure. And he couldn't help but smile wryly. Am I indeed overthinking? Yet, the current dynamics between the village and his clan had become increasingly apparent to him. How could such revelations not provoke a whirlwind of thoughts? The more he comprehended the Uchiha, the more he recognized the formidable strength of his lineage. If a point of irreconcilable conflict were to arise between them, Itachi's expression grew increasingly somber. At this moment, he suddenly yearned for companionship, wishing someone could share this burden with him. Unconsciously, Su Ming's figure materialized in his mind. Shaking his head, he continued to smile bitterly. "Ni-san, I'm in so much pain," came the plaintive voice of Sasuke walking beside him. Itachi smiled faintly and beckoned Sasuke closer. "Come here, Sasuke," with a joyful expression. Sasuke climbed onto his brother's back. In that instant, he was merely a child leaning on his elder brother. Meanwhile, Su Ming observed Naruto beside him with a hint of exasperation. He had intended to carry Naruto home, only to be met with rejection. The reason for this refusal was that Naruto felt his brother was exhausted from a recent altercation and insisted he could walk on his own. How heartwarming yet pitiful. Su Ming shook his head. Although in his previous life Naruto could not fully grasp the profound anguish of losing loved ones, at this moment, having found family, he surely learned to cherish it. This understanding was something Sasuke could not fathom either. He perceived his world as engulfed in darkness, leading to his suffering, yet never considered that his existence had previously known no light. Thus, even the faintest glimmer would be desperately clung to. Returning to the present, Su Ming noticed Naruto's puzzled expression. "Brother, where are we going? This isn't the way home." Indeed, it was not the path home. Su Ming instinctively tousled Naruto's hair and gently replied, "Winter is approaching. We need to buy some warm clothing." Oh, Naruto nodded. At some point, he had learned to comply, to embrace his brother's plans, and to find joy in them. He was no longer alone. Su Ming led Naruto into a nearby clothing store. However, just as they were about to enter, he noticed a figure at the entrance. The most striking feature of this figure was an exceptionally rare dumpling nose. Clad in a dark, high-neck short-sleeved shirt and triangular guards, with matching pants and leg wrappings, and a small tanto sheathed at his back. The resemblance to a familiar visage was unmistakable. Upon seeing this silhouette, Su Ming's mind swiftly recalled the name, Shursui, Uchiha Shursui. Yet, their interactions had been minimal. After exchanging glances and a brief smile, Shursui turned away. Su Ming proceeded into the clothing store with Naruto. Inside, the shop was nearly empty, or perhaps devoid of customers altogether. The overall ambience was dim, and to his astonishment, all the garments were thick and in small sizes. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that everything is tailored to Naruto's size. Even in a children's clothing store, such a coincidence seems implausible. Thus, there can only be one explanation: illusion. The name Shursui of the body flicker technique is renowned throughout the ninja world. With an unruffled demeanor, Su Ming's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, he drew the blade and thrust it toward a diagonal rear. Swoosh! The sword penetrated the wall, its length mostly swallowed by the structure. The scene before him began to transform. What was remarkable, however, was that as Su Ming observed, the shopkeeper, who had initially gazed at Naruto with contempt, now wore an expression of fear under the blade's threat. Before he could utter a sound, Su Ming's cold gaze swept over him in an instant. Purchase clothing. The equally frigid command compelled the shopkeeper to tremble slightly before he stepped forward to attend to them. With Su Ming's heightened perception, he was acutely aware that Shursui had already departed. Although he did not fully grasp Shursui's intentions behind casting the illusion, it seemed that the situation was unfolding favorably. At the very least, the shopkeeper was now exerting considerable effort in assisting Naruto, even referring to him as young Master Naruto. a privilege typically reserved for Konohamaru. The clothing transaction proceeded swiftly, to the point where they were charged significantly less than expected. Su-Ming was left pondering whether this was due to Shirsue's influence or the sword he had embedded in the clothing store's wall. Nevertheless, Naruto was ecstatic. And that was sufficient. Brother, that shopkeeper was really nice. On the way home, Naruto appeared quite animated. In the past, very few shopkeepers would sell me anything. And even if they did, it would cost a fortune. In response to Naruto's exuberance, Su-Ming merely smiled and ruffled his hair, his resolve to protect Naruto growing ever stronger. Upon returning home, Su-Ming encountered Shisui once again. It was evident that Shisui had been waiting for him. Su-Ming tousled Naruto's hair and said, "You go home first. I need to have a word with this brother." "Okay," Naruto obediently replied, clutching his new clothes as he headed home. "Is this your younger brother?" "Quite adorable." After Naruto's departure, Shisui approached. Much more well-behaved than Sasuke was Shisui's assessment. To this, Su-Ming simply smiled, watching Naruto's retreating figure, and suddenly inquired of Shisui, "Do you not find him frightening? After all, he is widely known in the village as the Nine Tails." "Frightening?" Shisui shook his head. "He is merely a child. Even if there is something to fear, it is only the Nine Tails, not Naruto himself." Su-Ming was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such a perspective regarding the Nine Tails and Naruto. He had always assumed that the Uchiha clan, especially Shisui, would harbor a different viewpoint, particularly given the stigma surrounding the Nine Tails incident and the blame placed upon the Uchiha for controlling it. As the clan's prodigious youth, Shisui was undoubtedly a focal point of suspicion. Yet, he was astonished to receive such an equitable response. To Naruto in the present moment, this indeed seems to be a fair response. Regrettably, Su-Ming shook his head. Normally, Shisui would not have much interaction with Naruto. In fact, in comparison, I find you to be even more formidable. Shisui gazed at Su-Ming, articulating each word, despite lacking any bloodline limit. "You possess the ability to suppress my clan's Sharingan and even silently dispel my Genjutsu. You enrolled in the academy at the age of 3 and graduated in merely half a month, obtaining your ninja qualifications. By the age of 5, you undertook missions alone. And over the course of 3 years, annihilated an entire nation, accomplishing that seemingly C-rank task, which was far more challenging than it appeared. To be candid, if you were not the adopted son of the 4th Hokage, I would genuinely suspect that you were an undercover agent sent by another ninja village." "Undercover agent?" Su-Ming chuckled. "Have you ever encountered an undercover agent with such exceptional talent? Which ninja village would be so foolish?" As for the explanation, similar to Itachi, Su-Ming finds it difficult to elucidate what exactly Hanging Wall entails. Thus, let Shisui continue to speculate. Put your Uchiha intellect to good use. Chapter 8, The Nine Tails, Shall We Converse? Are you up for a duel? Suddenly, Shisui gazed at Su-Ming with a hint of eagerness, reminiscent of the bond between you and Itachi. To his surprise, what he anticipated as an acceptance was met with a direct refusal from Su-Ming. Shaking his head, Su-Ming suggested a different time. While he indeed wished to witness the Uchiha clan Susanoo, now was not the moment. He pointed to a small head peeking through the nearby window and smiled gently, indicating that it was currently a time for rest. Shisui paused, noticing Naruto beside him, and shook his head. It seemed that being able to play alongside Itachi also indicated a certain brotherly affection. He then recalled Su-Ming's words, "Susanoo." Shisui's pupils contracted sharply. How did he know? Before Shisui could inquire further, Su-Ming had already turned and waved goodbye as he departed. Watching Su-Ming's retreating figure, Shisui's expression grew increasingly serious. "Ming-san, indeed worthy of Itachi's esteem." Su-Ming approached the entrance of the room and pushed the door open. Naruto, who had been eagerly waiting, immediately leaped at him, clinging onto Su-Ming like a sloth. Su-Ming smiled softly at this endearing younger brother, finding his clinginess rather delightful. However, this sensation felt quite pleasant too. Ding, 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 with a few light sounds. Itachi set down the shurikens he had been holding and looked at Su-Ming with an amused yet pained smile. "Ming-san, you have grown stronger again." Itachi's smile was tinged with bitterness. As a prodigy within the clan and the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he had always carried the weight of being a genius. Yet, He now realized that the gap between him and Ming-san was widening. Well, you were quite impressive as well. You have improved your endurance significantly since our last training session. However, compared to Ming-san, I still fall short. Itachi expressed with a hint of helplessness. Do not fret, Itachi. Suddenly, Su-Ming appeared before Itachi, smiling gently as he playfully tapped Itachi's forehead with his finger. You are still just a child. Such affectionate words, coupled with the intimate gesture, caused Itachi's cheeks to flush. Faced with this, Itachi showed no inclination to shy away. How could I possibly avoid Ming-san's strength? If I cannot evade it, I shall simply embrace it. After all, this is not the first time. With this thought, Itachi's face reddened further. Although Su-Ming was unaware of Itachi's inner musings, he merely shook his head, uninterested in delving into it. He turned to search for Naruto's presence. In recent days, Itachi had almost daily sought him out for training, and naturally, the ever-enthusiastic Sasuke followed along as a devoted shadow. During their training sessions, the two youngsters often frolicked together. Their relationship oscillated between amicable and tempestuous. In moments of camaraderie, they would share a single lollipop, while in moments of discord, it could turn quite harsh. With the two boys currently absent, one could only wonder where their playful escapades had led them. Indeed, when Su-Ming found the two of them, the scene was rather distressing. Not to mention the dust covering them. At that moment, Naruto had reached out his small hand and grasped something between Sasuke's legs, seemingly with considerable force. As for Sasuke, he appeared to be in great pain, having bitten down on Naruto's shoulder. Remarkably, neither of them cried. Witnessing this spectacle, Su-Ming hurriedly stepped forward to separate them. A row of bite marks adorned Naruto's shoulder, resembling the marks left by a mischievous spouse. As for Sasuke, Su-Ming couldn't help but think that had he arrived any later, he might have had to consult the recently defected Orochimaru for a gender reassignment surgery. Was this the result of a spouse's upbringing? Was the bond between Naruto and Sasuke indeed true love? Su-Ming felt helpless. However, this scene had become a daily occurrence for the two little ones. Itachi, too, felt a sense of resignation. Today was like any other, and tomorrow would find them entangled once more. Finally, Itachi left with a visibly aggrieved Sasuke. This time, when Sasuke reported the incident, even Su-Ming found it difficult to defend Naruto. After all, he had indeed been quite forceful, and his shoulder was still red. They were fortunate nothing worse had happened. Otherwise, if Itachi were to eradicate the Uchiha clan, would the Uchiha be left with no choice but to? Marrying Naruto might not be such a bad option. Su-Ming suddenly mused. Shaking his head, he ruffled Naruto's drooping head with a look of exasperation. All right, it's time to eat. Stop pretending. Hiki. Naruto looked up, grinning. Let's go have ramen. Yay. Ichiraku is a remarkably enchanting establishment. Su-Ming recalled that Ichiraku ramen had been in operation for an extraordinarily long time in the world of Naruto, seemingly able to rebuild itself after any calamity. Always with the original staff. Thus, Su-Ming remembered that in his previous life, the ramen shop owner was humorously dubbed Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Of course, Su-Ming had clearly discerned that he was an ordinary man, not a ninja. The so-called Otsutsuki Ichiraku was merely a fabrication. After finishing their ramen, the duo strolled back down the street. Unlike before, Naruto, who had initially been in high spirits, suddenly appeared somewhat subdued. What's wrong? Su-Ming inquired. Brother. What kind of people were our parents? After a long silence, Naruto slowly spoke. I have asked Grandpa Third many times. He always says that our parents perished during the Nine Tails attack on the village. But I don't want to hear that. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his small face. His eyes filled with yearning. I want to know who they are. What kind of people were they? Sasuke has parents. On his birthday, someone celebrates for him. Someone cooks for him. Someone loves him. But me, I have no one. Brother, I am so envious. I want a father and a mother. As he spoke, tears streamed down Naruto's small face. Where is our father? He possesses a mane of golden hair, reminiscent of Naruto. A wistful expression enveloped Su-Ming's face as he began to recount the tales of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Each battle and every story unfolded in delicate detail. However, before Naruto could fully absorb Su-Ming's narratives, he succumbed to a deep slumber. While carrying Naruto on his back, Su-Ming arrived at a pivotal decision. He recalled that within Naruto resided the chakra of his father, which undoubtedly contained fragments of his soul. Upon disturbing the seal of the Nine Tails, it was possible for his father to manifest, albeit only fleetingly. Su Ming remembered that within the System S template shop existed a celestial talisman capable of stabilizing the soul. Provided the soul remained anchored and there was an ample supply of chakra, theoretically, his father could indeed materialize. Yet, he still required 20 more points of template currency to redeem the talisman. As for the chakra, the Nine Tails' power would suffice. While bearing Naruto, Su Ming's voice suddenly resonated. Nine Tails, I believe we have matters to discuss. Chapter 9 Naruto, this is your birthday present. Nine Tails, we need to have a conversation. Upon uttering these words, Su Ming became aware of the sealed space. Within the intricate 8-trigram seal lay a vast cage, where a crimson fox with 9 tails lay in repose. The aura of hatred and malevolence emanated from it. Kaibai. Upon sensing a presence, the reclining Kaibai gradually opened its eyes, surprise flickering across its features upon seeing Su Ming. It's you, little brat. Kaibai, it has been a while. Su Ming greeted the Kaibai with a smile. His acquaintance with the Kaibai preceded Naruto-s, as he was 5 years older. Previously, he had entered the sealed space through a form of consciousness, naturally with Kushina-s consent. However, allowing a 5-year-old to enter the sealed space to meet the Nine Tails was an act only the carefree Kushina could have permitted. No one else would have agreed. It was during that encounter that Su Ming forged a relatively strong bond with the Kaibai. In the Kaibai's words, Su Ming was the only human it found tolerable, aside from the old sage, Six Paths. This could also be attributed to their first meeting, where a tipsy Su Ming, after a round of drinks, had whimsically severed the Kaibai's whiskers. Regardless, the Kaibai was considerably calmer in Su Ming's presence. What brings you here? Little brat? The Kaibai tilted its head, presenting a profile to Su Ming. If you have something to say, do it quickly, don't disturb my slumber. Su Ming felt somewhat exasperated. Despite being partially sealed by the Shiki F gene, the Kaibai remained unchanged, still exuding its characteristic laziness. I do have a matter to discuss. What is it? I need to borrow some chakra from you. Su Ming refrained from divulging his plans to the Kaibai. For although the Kaibai harbored unspoken resentment towards Minato, the one who sealed it, it was particularly vengeful against those who had imprisoned it in the past. Such was the case with Hashirama and, similarly, with Minato. Should Su Ming reveal his intention to resurrect Minato, it was uncertain what the Kaibai's reaction might be. Thus, it was prudent to keep his plans to himself. Better safe than sorry. Here. The Nine Tails extended its paw, and a small orb of chakra, resembling a tailed beast ball, slowly materialized before it. Assessing the amount of chakra, a smirk crept onto Su Ming's lips. I must say, the Nine Tails is indeed generous. Thanks, Kaibai. After accepting the chakra, Su Ming waved goodbye to the Nine Tails. Rest assured, I will set you free. After all, we are friends. Upon hearing this, the Kaibai arrogantly turned its head away, closing its eyes with a disdainful expression. Only after Su Ming departed did the corners of the Kaibai's mouth subtly curve upward, revealing an unguarded smile. Little rascal, after all these years. I never expected you to remember. I had long forgotten. At the tender age of 5, Su Ming first encountered the Nine Tails. That day, as a mere child with little experience in drinking, he was seized by Jiraiya and subjected to an intense bout of indulgence. By the time he entered the sealing space, he could barely walk straight. Yet, astonishingly, that little boy managed to sever his own beard with a single stroke of his sword. As the Nine Tails reminisced about Su Ming's gaze that day, he perceived it as that of a wild beast, one that stood on equal footing with him. This was precisely why the Nine Tails was inclined to befriend Su Ming. To him, they were peers. After the boy had severed his beard, Su Ming patted his chest and assured the Nine Tails, "Rest easy. I will rescue you. I shall grant you your freedom." Following this proclamation, he leaned against the Nine Tails and promptly fell into a deep slumber. What a little imp. The Nine Tails couldn't help but smile at the memory. Such audacity. You are the first to dare sleep beside me. As for the idea of the Nine Tails laying a hand on Su Ming, what a farce. He, the illustrious Nine Tails, a revered beast, would stoop to confront a 5-year-old child? He would have to lose all semblance of dignity. Even if others wished it, they would still have to consider whether the Nine Tails consented. Upon leaving the sealing space, Su Ming returned home and gently placed the sleeping Naruto onto his bed. The days that followed continued as usual, save for one notable difference. From that day forth, Naruto never mentioned his parents again, not once. Instead, he would occasionally drift off into thought while playing with Sasuke. Even when Sasuke made silly faces to amuse him, Naruto appeared oblivious. Thus, time gradually passed. After completing a series of new daily tasks, Su-Ming accumulated 100 template points. He then accessed the template shop and located the Sage Talisman, clicking to redeem it. In a flash of white light, a piece of paper inscribed with the character for Sage materialized in Su-Ming's palm. Today unfolded like any other. On the way back from the ramen shop, Su-Ming, carrying Naruto on his back, cheerfully inquired, "Naruto, tomorrow is your birthday. Is there any gift you desire?" "A gift?" Naruto momentarily felt lost. For many years, he had celebrated his birthday alone. Sometimes, he would even force himself to forget the day, fearing that witnessing the festivities around him would lead him to tears in his solitude. A man destined to become Hokage must not cry. "I don't know," Naruto replied, shaking his head. "Then I shall decide for you," Su-Ming said, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. "All right," Naruto acquiesced, his heart brimming with a hint of anticipation. After all, this would be his first true birthday celebration. The two returned home, and due to the excitement surrounding his birthday gift, Naruto stayed awake late into the night. The next morning, he eagerly awoke Su-Ming, eager to see his birthday present. Su-Ming smiled, and once again tenderly stroked Naruto's head. Su-Ming inquired of Naruto, "Naruto, have you ever seen the nine-tailed fox within you?" Naruto was taken aback. Could his brother be aware of it? Upon the mention of the nine tails, Naruto's youthful visage fell. "He is so fierce." Su-Ming chuckled, instantly deducing that the nine tails must have frightened Naruto. With a mischievous disposition, the nine tails relished in scaring children. "Let us visit him once more. Do not worry. This time, we shall go together, and he will not frighten you again." To reassure Naruto, Su-Ming declared, "The gift I have prepared for you is also there." "Is that so?" Naruto grimaced, but ultimately acquiesced. In a flash, Su-Ming grasped Naruto's hand, and their consciousness materialized within the ceiling space. "Hey, you two little devils, what mischief are you up to now?" The nine-tails shifted its massive form to regard them. "Nine-tails, lower your voice. Do not scare Naruto," Su-Ming cautioned. "Humph, how dull." The nine-tails haughtily turned away, refusing to concede. "He is merely a child. Why would I frighten him?" Su-Ming chose to ignore the creature's antics, firmly holding Naruto's small hand as the moment approached. Then, under the astonished gaze of the nine tails, he tore down the talisman. At that instant, a radiant golden light erupted. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, their father. Chapter 10, Naruto's Past and Kurama's Quirks. Chapter 1. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. A figure with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in a white Hokage cloak over a green Jonin vest and blue spandex, emerged. His name was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Boom. The instant Minato appeared, the nine tails erupted into a frenzy, its malevolent chakra surging violently as it slammed a claw against the prison bars before it. In that moment, it seemed as though it would rend the very fabric of reality to shreds. Minato Namikaze. The roar of the nine tails echoed with fury. The current Kurama had not relinquished the hatred within, and upon seeing the one who had sealed him, he regarded Minato as a bitter enemy. As Minato discerned the raging beast before him, there was no time for contemplation. Spotting Naruto beside him, he swiftly lifted both children and placed them aside. With a flourish of his Hokage cloak, Minato positioned himself protectively in front of them, absorbing the tumultuous chakra of the nine tails. "Let it come at me. Do not harm the children," he declared resolutely. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated from behind the nine tails. "Wait, Kurama." It was Su-Ming's voice. "Little brat, is this your plan?" Kurama cast a glance through Minato at Su-Ming, his eyes reflecting a hint of discontent. On another front, within the Hokage office, the third Hokage, pipe and mouth, suddenly froze. This sensation, the nine tails. Oh no, could the seal have been compromised? In an instant, the third's expression shifted, prompting him to command, "Umbu, follow me. The Jinchuriki is in danger." Whoosh. Several figures vanished, racing towards the room where Naruto resided. Along the way, the third's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that another village sought to target the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? But there had been no reports from outside. Within the seal's domain, Kurama was decidedly displeased. His irritation arose not from Su Ming releasing the fourth, but from the fact that the boy had not consulted him first. You better give me an explanation. Understanding that before him was merely the chakra left by Minato within Naruto, Kurama settled down, adopting an aloof demeanor as he awaited an explanation from Su Ming. Feeling the curious gaze of Minato upon him, Su Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Isn't today Naruto's birthday? I wish to surprise him. Minato responded incredulously. Is this what you call a surprise? This is sheer terror. Unleashing the Nine Tails to celebrate Naruto's birthday? Are you planning to unleash a tailed beast bomb and turn the entirety of Konoha into fireworks? He felt an immediate headache coming on. This child's recklessness surpassed even Kushina's. Su Ming, you must understand. The Nine Tails is exceedingly dangerous, Minato urged, maintaining his composure. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred, and the Nine Tails gradually calmed. Then, the esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, finally turned his gaze towards Naruto, who stood beside Su Ming. With his golden hair and azure eyes, the resemblance to Kushina was unmistakable. Unconsciously, Minato's expression softened. And disregarding the presence of the Nine Tails, he gently inquired, You must be Naruto, correct? To Minato's surprise, Naruto exhibited no signs of joy upon seeing him. Instead, he displayed a wary demeanor, retreating behind Su Ming. Who are you? Minato was taken aback. Did Lord Third not inform you? I am your father. Father? Upon hearing this, Naruto let out a cold laugh. I have no father. I am an orphan. A demon fox. I have no father. None. With that declaration, Naruto's consciousness became ethereal, and he instinctively distanced himself from the scene. Su Ming was somewhat astonished yet could empathize. Since his birth, Naruto had never received fair treatment, subsisting on expired milk and leading a solitary existence devoid of friends. All he had known was relentless loneliness and the stigma of being called a demon fox. How could he possibly accept the sudden emergence of a father, especially one renowned throughout the village as a great hero? Sighing, Su Ming lamented. He is but a 3-year-old child. Observing Naruto's departure, Minato wore a bitter expression. He had never anticipated that his first encounter with Naruto would unfold in such a manner. What on earth is happening? Minato looked to Su Ming, seeking answers. Su Ming, what is the meaning of this? With a heavy sigh, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words to convey to this father. Ultimately, he could only say, Naruto has endured much hardship, immense hardship. Can you tell me more? Minato's heart ached at Su Ming's words. His own son did not recognize him and referred to himself as a demon fox. What could this possibly mean? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming turned his gaze towards the Nine Tails behind Minato, speaking solemnly. Kurama, you must have witnessed all that Naruto has endured, correct? Naturally, Kurama replied with a hint of pride, adding, The experiences of little Naruto are indeed quite intriguing. Even I did not anticipate that he would face such treatment. It compelled me to exclaim, Minato, you truly are a fool. Minato, momentarily taken aback by Kurama's words, felt the weight of his shortcomings towards Naruto. Nevertheless, he could only plead, Nine Tails, please, enlighten me. Seeing Minato's humbled demeanor, Kurama felt a sense of satisfaction. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and declared, Well then, since little Su Ming has spoken, and you, Minato, are in this state, I shall share with you. With that, he gestured with a claw, and before Su Ming and Minato, images began to materialize, depicting scenes where the two individuals wore scant clothing. And the setting appeared rather inappropriate. Suddenly, Su Ming's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Wasn't he that? Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido? Moreover, during such a time, the Nine Tails actually possessed such a penchant? Upon witnessing this scene, Minato Namikaze was equally taken aback. He suddenly pondered, could it be that he and Kushina, along with the Nine Tails, were also? Ahem, that was a misstep. Under the unusual gazes of the two individuals, the Nine Tails could hardly maintain his composure. Were it not for his crimson exterior, Su Ming might have discerned the flush on his face. Subsequently, he pointed again, and the scene changed instantaneously. In the new imagery, a young Naruto traversed the street, confronted by a group of older children glaring at him. Demon Fox. It's that demon fox again. Let us kill him. How absurd. What was the third Hokage thinking, allowing a demon fox to remain in the village? The scenes unfolded frame by frame, akin to watching a film. This prompted Minato to tremble uncontrollably. Naruto. Chapter 11. If you wish to apologize, go speak to Naruto yourself. Chapter 2. With a resounding thud, Minato Namikaze struck the ground within the ceiling space, creating quite a commotion. Yet, he was merely a remnant of chakra from the past, despite his overwhelming anger. It proved futile. Observing Minato's fury, Kurama seemed to relish the moment, embellishing his words. Honestly, I never expected that you and Kushina's offspring would be treated in such a manner. To tell the truth, when the seal was first broken, I did contemplate escaping to Konoha for a bit of fun. But now I have changed my mind. Minato, I suddenly envision a scenario where I raise Naruto myself, allowing him to confront Konoha directly, to obliterate the very village you have vowed to protect. Now, that would be entertaining. Dare you? Minato bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. At that moment, Su Ming remained silent, merely observing. Kurama's words were undoubtedly meant to provoke Minato, for had Kurama truly taken on the role of raising Naruto, his disposition would never permit such an arrangement. In Kurama's mind, there were far better uses of his time than parenting, like indulging in extra sleep. What Su Ming truly wished to comprehend was how his father, the fourth Hokage, would respond. Outside, after emerging from the ceiling space, Naruto felt a tinge of despondency as he stared blankly at the ceiling. For a 3-year-old child, the events of the day had been overwhelming. However, this was a necessary journey. Su Ming had envisioned this moment, though he had imagined Minato being a constant presence in Naruto's life, knowing that certain realities must be faced. Father and son, this bond transcended mere blood ties. He held no doubts regarding Minato's love for Naruto. Yet, as Kurama had pointed out, when Naruto ultimately stood in opposition to the village, how would Minato choose between his roles as the fourth Hokage and as a father? Would he choose to destroy Konoha or to restrain Naruto? The sun shone brilliantly outside as Naruto lay quietly on his bed. Suddenly, a voice called from the doorway. I'm coming in. Creak. The door swung open to reveal Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression slightly somber. He struggled to fathom how the seal of the Nine Tails could have weakened. There were no signs of ninja intrusion outside Naruto's room, indicating that the seal had not been breached by an outsider. But could it be Su Ming? Upon entering, Hiruzen surveyed the room. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and it appeared much tidier. It seemed that Su Ming's return had positively influenced Naruto. Having an older brother was certainly not a bad thing. At the very least, it created a bond within Konoha. Is your brother not here? Hiruzen inquired after his inspection. Turning his attention to Naruto, Naruto glanced around the room and shook his head, yet confusion lingered in his gaze. He recalled just moments ago being with his brother. Yet now perhaps it was for the best that he was absent. Sarutobi smiled faintly, finding the situation conducive to his examination. Grandfather Third, what brings you here? Naruto inquired. It has been a while since I last visited you. This time, I came to check on your health, he replied. Oh, Naruto responded with little enthusiasm, lifting his shirt to reveal his belly. Sarutobi immediately glanced over. The seal appeared to be slightly loosened. There was no lingering chakra from the Nine Tails, indicating it was likely an accident. There is nothing to worry about. Your health is quite robust, Sarutobi remarked cheerfully. Naruto had grown accustomed to these routine checkups, which the third Hokage often conducted. Initially, he believed it was out of genuine concern for him. However, everything became clear once he glimpsed the fox within him. Naruto was never foolish. After the examination, Sarutobi felt reassured and pulled an envelope from his robe, placing it on the table. This is your living allowance for the month. Do not spend it recklessly. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Naruto, who had been silent, suddenly lifted his head, as he often did. Why don't I have parents? Did I not tell you? Long ago, the third turned back, his gaze as cold as ever. It is the tale of the Nine Tails, is it not? Many sacrificed their lives, including your parents. But I want to hear naught of that. I wish to know what my father and mother were like. What difference does it make to know? The third turned away, departing without a backward glance. The dead do not return. His words were harsh and resolute. This scene was witnessed by several within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails, Su Ming, and Minato Namikaze. The difference lay in the expressions. The Nine Tails wore a mocking grin, while Minato's face was etched with profound sorrow. The recent events felt more tangible and infuriating than the fragments the Nine Tails had shown. Minato clenched his fists tightly, only to release them helplessly. What could he do with this knowledge? He was merely a remnant of chakra, powerless to affect anything. He could not even compel his son to acknowledge his identity as his father. What a failure! In that moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Is this the village you vowed to protect? Are these the people you entrusted? Minato, your eyes seem to harbor a troubling question. The Ninetales, lounging nearby, commented without restraint. Unlike before, Minato offered no rebuttal, his heart heavy with bitterness. How could there be merely a question? For a fleeting moment, he yearned to confront the third Hokage, demanding to know why Naruto had to endure such a fate. Why not publicly acknowledge him as the son of the fourth Hokage, the child of a hero? His chakra was dwindling rapidly. Minato raised his head, casting a sorrowful glance at Su Ming beside him. I acknowledge that I have failed as a father, not having adequately accompanied Naruto. I do not seek his forgiveness, but please, tell him for me, I am sorry. With those words, Minato Namikaze turned away. The white Hokage cloak, emblazoned with the title of fourth Hokage, was conspicuous, yet his figure exuded an overwhelming sense of solitude. In that moment, he was no longer the fourth Hokage, but merely a father who had failed to care for his child. If given another chance to choose, what would you decide? Upon hearing this, Minato's face reflected a glimmer of nostalgia. If I could choose again, I would cherish every moment with Naruto. For I am a father. Yet, time is no longer on my side, nor do I possess the privilege of choice. Snap! Suddenly, Su Ming clapped his hands, then smiled and said, That's not how it works. If a father wishes to apologize, he should do so directly to Naruto. Such matters are not for me to handle. However, turning around, Minato was instantly taken aback upon seeing what Su Ming held in his hand. It was the chakra of the Ninetales. Chapter 12, The Cunning Ninetales. Part 3, The Chakra of the Ninetales, indeed, was something that Minato Namikaze was exceedingly familiar with. However, his current situation was rather unique. The Ninetales could indeed bestow its chakra upon others. Yet, Minato sighed with a bittersweet smile, for mere chakra alone would not suffice. What if we add this? In Su Ming's other hand appeared a white talisman, inscribed with the prominent character for sage. A sage talisman? Minato was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Su Ming possessed such a talisman. It was undoubtedly beneficial to him, and he could sense its efficacy on the soul. This signified that he could remain, as a father, and witness Naruto's growth. Ninetales, would you mind lending your chakra? Su Ming turned to the lounging Ninetales. As you wish. The Ninetales replied, nonchalantly turning its head aside, as long as you don't disturb my slumber. Despite its seemingly indifferent demeanor, the Ninetales subtly inclined its head, casting a sidelong glance as Su Ming shattered the sage talisman to bestow upon Minato. With a flash of golden light, Minato, who had been dissipating, solidified entirely. Subsequently, Su Ming extended the chakra orb from the Ninetales, and upon absorbing it, Minato's form stabilized completely. He could now remain here, albeit in a spiritual state, confined to the ceiling space. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient for Minato, as it allowed him to witness his son's growth. For him, who yearned to atone for his duties as a father, this was a profoundly cherished opportunity. Once the Ninetales chakra was expended, Minato looked at Su Ming with palpable excitement. Su Ming, where did you acquire such a sage talisman? Merely observing Minato's reaction, Su Ming understood his thoughts and replied, Father, rest assured. There are more of these sage talismans, and we can resurrect Mother as well. However, Su Ming's voice lowered as he met Minato's gaze. Are you certain that if Mother were to see Naruto in his current state, she would not be infuriated, possibly prompting the Ninetales to raise Konoha? A shiver raced through Minato's body upon hearing Su Ming's words. He knew Kushina's temperament all too well. If she were revived now, she might very well unleash the Ninetales. Thus, Minato rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit sheepish. Let us discuss this matter further. Haha. Seeing Minato's reaction, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Unbeknownst to others, he was acutely aware of the hierarchy within the family of the fourth Hokage. Before Naruto's arrival, the family structure was as follows. Uzumaki Kushina held the position of familial sovereign, followed by Su Ming, who occupied a significant status, and then Namikaze Minato, who was relegated to a subordinate role. I will call Naruto, Su Ming declared before departing from the vicinity. Outside, Naruto stood by the window, gazing vacantly at the street below. During his entrance into the ceiling space, Su Ming cleverly concealed himself with the aid of the system, thus evading detection. "Are you still angry, Naruto?" Su Ming approached and affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. "Your father may have erred, yet he loves you dearly. In this world, which parent does not cherish their child?" "I know, brother." Naruto nodded in understanding. However, forgiveness would not come easily. Su Ming, glancing at Naruto, suddenly winked mischievously. "Shall we devise a punishment for him?" he proposed. After all these years of absence, it would be far too simple to forgive him. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then took Naruto's hand and returned to the ceiling space. "Naruto, I am truly sorry." Namake's Minato's face was etched with remorse upon seeing Naruto. Enough. What good is an apology?" Su Ming interjected disdainfully. "You should offer something tangible." "Tangible?" Minato was momentarily taken aback as he patted his person, searching for something to present to Naruto, only to realize that, as a mere spirit, he possessed nothing. Thus, he awkwardly said, "Naruto, your father currently has nothing to offer. Would you like to learn ninjutsu?" To his surprise, Naruto shook his head. "With my brother's protection, I don't need to learn ninjutsu." At that moment, Kurama, who had been observing, let out a hearty laugh. "Minato, I must say, your attempts to placate a child are truly lacking." Minato's embarrassment was palpable. After all, it was his first time as a father, and he had been unable to fulfill his responsibilities before meeting his untimely demise during the Nine-Tails invasion. "Allow me to offer a suggestion," Kurama suddenly exclaimed, a sly grin spreading across his face. Realizing that little Su Ming thwarted his plans for revenge against Minato, he pondered alternative methods. Having watched Naruto grow, and with Minato eager to make amends, Kurama thought it prudent to devise a cunning scheme. "Heh. Minato, you've now fallen into my clutches." Kurama turned to Naruto with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Have you ever heard of riding a horse?" Naruto blinked in confusion but nodded slowly. Minato's expression shifted dramatically, while Su Ming regarded Kurama with an approving smile. "Wait a moment," Minato began to protest. However, Kurama, having already made up his mind, swiftly interjected. "Didn't you promise to make it up to Naruto? Are you afraid to ride a horse?" After all, Hashirama had no qualms about it. Well, Watergate reluctantly agreed. He then positioned himself on all fours and lay down. Naruto climbed atop him. Go. Father, hurry up, faster. Ha. Go. Ha. Naruto's laughter resonated throughout the ceiling space. For nearly an entire day, Naruto and Su Ming spent their time here. This was Naruto's happiest birthday to date. Of course, while Naruto reveled in joy, Kurama was not idle either and enjoyed himself as well. Taking advantage of Watergate's momentary distraction, he stealthily swiped at Watergate's backside twice with his paw. This led Kurama to find Naruto increasingly endearing. Meanwhile, Watergate experienced the joy of fatherhood. Later that evening, Itachi and Sasuke arrived to celebrate Naruto's birthday. After indulging in cake, an exuberant Naruto pulled Sasuke aside and whispered, "Sasuke, let me tell you a secret. My father is the fourth Hokage." As he spoke, Naruto's face brimmed with pride. Chapter 13, The Prodigy, Minato Namake's. Chapter 1, Within the Hokage's Office. A haze of smoke lingered as Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, squinted at the young man clad in Uchiha attire before him. "Shursui has informed me that despite your tender years, your aptitude qualifies you for the Umbu, Itachi." Before Sarutobi, Itachi Uchiha knelt on one knee, his head bowed low. "However, you must understand that the relationship between your clan and the village has become quite delicate. Should I recruit you into the Umbu, many may voice their discontent." Sarutobi spoke slowly. Itachi remained silent. "But fret not, for I have faith in you, Itachi. You are you, and they are they. You are distinct from one another." The third Hokage revealed his characteristic benevolent smile. "After all, you are the future gem of the village." "A gem?" Itachi contemplated this term, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Thus, Itachi, the Umbu welcomes you." Sarutobi extended his hand, beaming with warmth. Yet, Itachi felt a lingering sense of bewilderment. He was acutely aware of the tenuous relationship between his clan and the village, hence he had not harbored high hopes for this Umbu application. Yet, it had remarkably been approved. He lifted his gaze to meet the kind eyes of the third Hokage, feeling a stirring within. Is this the heart of the Hokage? I have heard that you share a good rapport with Su Ming? Sarutobi inquired suddenly. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing Su Ming's name, he nodded with excitement. In their recent interactions, Itachi had been profoundly impressed by Su Ming's strength and demeanor. However, in his excitement, he failed to notice the brief furrow that appeared on Sarutobi's brow as he nodded. Su Ming is a wonderful person, Itachi declared. Sarutobi smiled, though a hint of discontent flickered in his eyes, vanishing almost instantaneously. If your first mission upon joining the Umbu were to monitor Su Ming, would you be willing to accept? Monitor Su Ming? Why? Itachi questioned. There is no issue with Su Ming himself, the third stated. But his brother is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Within him lies a fusion of malevolence and desire, the Nine Tails. My concern is that Su Ming may be swayed by the Nine Tails, potentially engaging in actions detrimental to the village. Should such a scenario arise, the village may have no choice but to intervene. As Hokage, I would rather avoid such an eventuality. After all, you are the future of the village. Thus, Sarutobi gazed intently into Itachi's eyes, filled with kindness. Are you willing to accept this mission to protect your friend? I am willing, Itachi affirmed. A surge of excitement coursing through him. This mission must remain confidential. The third Hokage reminded him. I understand. As a ninja, I shall not divulge my mission. Itachi nodded before departing the office. Shortly after Itachi's exit, a brooding Danzo entered the room. Hiruzen, I have heard that the seal on the Nine Tails is weakening. Indeed. Sarutobi did not deny it. The matter of the Nine Tails seal becoming loosened cannot be concealed. Furthermore, Danzo's root organization possesses remarkably efficient intelligence. In my opinion, the Nine Tails should be confined and closely monitored by designated personnel. This would prevent any incidents of seal instability. Sarutobi, what do you think of my suggestion? Danzo took a direct seat opposite Sarutobi, gazing at his old comrade. Sarutobi shook his head. He was the son of Minato. With a chuckle, Danzo could not contain his laughter. The son of Minato? Now you acknowledge him as such? If Namake's Minato were aware of your treatment towards his son, he surely would not extend his gratitude. Now you use this as an excuse? Do you take me for a fool, Danzo? Enough of this idle chatter. I have but one question. Is this matter related to that young boy who has just returned? The boy in question naturally referred to Su Ming. Sarutobi shook his head, indicating that he was not present at that time, and thus it should have no connection. That is fortunate. Otherwise, I would have to resort to some special measures. Danzo sneered. He had his own methods concerning Konoha. Anyone posing a threat to Konoha would be dealt with through his distinctive tactics. For instance, Tsukumo Hatake. For instance, the once mighty Senju clan, and subsequently, the Uchiha clan. Of course, should Su Ming also present an issue, Danzo would not hesitate to employ his special measures. As for the identity of the fourth's adopted son, he feared not even the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, let alone a mere adopted child. If the fourth's biological son received this treatment, what of an adopted son? This matter is under my control. You need not concern yourself with it. Sarutobi stated. Humph. Danzo refrained from retorting and rose to depart. After his birthday, Naruto turned 4. According to the customs of the Ninja Academy, at the age of 5, one is expected to enroll. Consequently, Minato found himself quite occupied. For the first time, he was troubled by his son's impending enrollment. Witnessing Naruto's current way of life, Minato could not help but doubt that Naruto would grow up as healthily and happily as he hoped. His foremost concern was that Naruto would not be bullied once he entered school. Thus, he began to teach Naruto ninjutsu. However, when it came to personally instructing ninjutsu, Minato found himself in a state of exasperation. Su Ming had previously believed that Konoha had only 2 true geniuses, Naruto and Konohamaru. This was because Naruto had taught Konohamaru the Rasengan, and Konohamaru had learned it from Naruto. Su Ming had previously assumed that Naruto's poor teaching skills stemmed from Jiraiya. But to his surprise, Naruto, I am about to impart to you a truly formidable ninjutsu. Wow! Naruto exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. The first essential of this ninjutsu is rotation, Minato declared. The second essential is power. Naruto's expression remained eager. And, most importantly, the third essential It is a finishing move. This ninjutsu is classified as a rank, a super technique that seamlessly integrates rotation, power, and lethality, the Rasengan. Upon finishing his words, a pale blue Rasengan materialized in the palm of Minato Namikaze. Incredible! How astonishing! Naruto exclaimed with eager anticipation. Yet, he pondered, can I truly master such a formidable technique? That is precisely why I am here to teach you. Minato replied with a smile. Moreover, even someone of limited intellect can learn this move. Subsequently, a water sphere appeared in Minato's hand. This was specially prepared for you, he explained. To practice, you must use this water sphere. The objective is to strike it with a resounding bang and shatter it. With a swift motion, the water sphere burst apart. It is that simple. Minato beamed with delight. Su Ming remarked, this truly is the genius of a master instructor. I, Su Ming, shall henceforth call you the strongest. Chapter 14 Irika. After witnessing the educational methods of Minato Namikaze, Su Ming could not help but place a hand upon his forehead, utterly exasperated. It became evident to him that Naruto's approach to instructing Konohamaru was indeed a tradition passed down from Minato. What does it mean to strike once and then have it explode? Su Ming cast a sympathetic glance at Naruto. I still don't quite grasp it. Naruto scratched his head, wearing a look of bewilderment. Minato was also taken aback, asserting that it was quite simple. Just a strike followed by an explosion. With a clap, a water sphere in Minato's hand burst once more. Su Ming pursed his lips, unable to watch any longer. From this perspective, Irika's teaching methods seemed far superior. Eventually, after much frustration and futile attempts to guide Naruto, Minato helplessly called Su Ming over. Su Ming, could you explain to Naruto how to use the Rasengan? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. The Rasengan? It's simply a matter of having hands? How could he teach Naruto? He certainly couldn't just say, just use your hands, could he? That would be rather absurd. How about this, father? Perhaps you could teach Naruto another ninjutsu? After all, the Rasengan is an A-rank technique, which might be a bit too advanced for Naruto at this age. Minato pondered this and realized the truth. After all, Naruto was only 4 years old when he first developed the Rasengan. It took considerable time, and expecting Naruto to learn it at such a tender age was indeed premature. In light of this, let us select a different ninjutsu. Ultimately, the fourth Hokage changed his mind. Naruto, this technique is a bit too challenging. Let us try something else. What I will teach you next is the Shadow Clone technique, a truly remarkable and powerful ninjutsu. What Minato taught was not merely the basic clone technique, but one that could create tangible copies. His performance while teaching the Shadow Clone technique improved somewhat. However, due to the overwhelming amount of chakra within Naruto, it proved difficult to control, thus raising the challenge significantly. After several attempts, each resulting in failure, Minato, somewhat resigned, sensed his lack of teaching aptitude and turned to Su Ming for assistance. Naruto also looked over. Brother, how do I form the hand signs? Su Ming appeared utterly perplexed. Hand signs? It's just a matter of clapping your hands and saying the words? What serious ninja forms hand signs? After a prolonged silence, Su Ming finally suggested, Naruto, let me find you a teacher. Minato was initially reluctant to agree, but he truly felt at a loss with Naruto. He could only nod in acquiescence. Su Ming's ideal choice for a teacher was Irika. For Irika's teaching abilities were indeed commendable. Even in the original narrative of Naruto, a significant portion of Naruto's non-darkened path could be attributed to Irika's influence. Entrusting Naruto to Irika gave Su Ming peace of mind. At this moment, Irika had already become a CHNI. As the squad leader, he became acutely aware of the brutal reality of the ninja world, which gradually fostered a sense of weariness within him regarding the incessant disputes and wars. Irika pondered whether his disposition was truly suited for the battlefield. Yet, as ninjas have scant economic resources outside their missions, he found himself unable to sustain himself without undertaking tasks. Moreover, his team still depended on him. In moments of confusion, Irika found solace at the hero's monument, where he could face his deceased parents, as if seeking a source of comfort. It was here that Su Ming discovered him. Yumino Irika. Alone, Su Ming approached, gazing at the monument, which bore numerous names, some widely recognized, others forgotten. Irika was somewhat taken aback by Su Ming's arrival. Although they were strangers, he nodded in acknowledgement. Su Ming offered him a gourd of liquor, which was not of this world but from a past life. Obtained from the template shop. The drink was potent. After a sip, Irika's face flushed crimson, tears streaming down his cheeks from the intensity. Su Ming reclaimed the gourd and took a hearty swig. They were both heroes. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol that emboldened Irika. Or perhaps it was the sight of a young child speaking such profound words. Regardless, Irika's heart opened, and he shared much. He recounted tales of his childhood, the struggles for recognition, and his endeavors to become a ninja. Those who toil diligently deserve respect. However, in this world, mere effort is insufficient. Take Lee, for instance. Despite years of hard work to master his physical techniques, he was eclipsed by Naruto, who grasped them in just a few days. Lee's dedication constituted merely a fraction of countless nights and days, a testament to the disparity of talent. My name is Su Ming. After listening to Irika, Su Ming extended his hand in introduction. Irika mirrored the gesture. Irika. Their hands clasped, signifying a simple yet profound connection. Then came the purpose. I would like to request your assistance in teaching my brother ninjutsu. As for the third Hokage, do not concern yourself. I shall handle that. This is a task, and I will compensate you accordingly. Su Ming's tone was direct, as was his nature. Irika hesitated, feeling a stir of emotions but lacking the resolve to commit. So he sought further understanding. May I inquire, who is your brother? He is Uzumaki Naruto. Su Ming spoke candidly. For anyone hearing that name, the immediate association would be with the nine-tailed fox, often provoking an instinctive aversion. Yet, Su Ming had faith that Irika would not react in such a manner, for he had once been Naruto's guardian angel, and he would continue to be so. As anticipated, Irika exhibited only hesitation, devoid of aversion or disdain. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. Perhaps you should seek another. My parents perished during the Nine-Tails incident. A forthright admission, it served as a polite refusal. Su Ming once more extended the gourd. He too bore a similar burden. His own parents had also fallen victim to the Nine-Tails calamity. Even before my return, he was unaware of his parents' names. Irika opened his mouth and tilted his head to take a sip of the wine. Though spicy, the alcohol transformed into a sweet aroma as it slid down his throat, leaving Irika slightly intoxicated. Naruto's life was filled with hardship. He had no friends and received no recognition. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, aspiring to become Hokage. Suddenly, Su Ming's expression turned serious. Irika, you must understand, it was the Nine-Tails that killed your parents, not Naruto. Irika fell silent, refraining from a response. And do you know who his parents are? Irika cast a questioning gaze. His father, known as the Yellow Flash, single-handedly altered the course of the last great ninja war and sacrificed his life to save the village. At this point, Irika's heart had already begun to grasp the answer. Yet he awaited Su Ming to articulate it. His name is Minato Namikaze. Irika's pupils constricted. Indeed. Chapter 15. Do you have a father? Chapter 3. The shock of discovering Naruto's true identity swiftly dulled Irika's inner sorrow. Even the inebriated sensations from his earlier drinking had nearly vanished. Irika, with a visage of astonishment, exclaimed, "The fourth Lord." Indeed, Su Ming nodded, clearly catching him off guard. It is true. Irika forced a bitter smile, truly taken aback that the offspring of the fourth Hokage was none other than the boy known in the village as the Nine-Tails. Consequently, Irika found himself questioning the third Hokage as well. Irika was no fool. Then, I would like to invite you to educate the son of the fourth Hokage. Are you willing? I am, Irika replied without a moment's hesitation. The progeny of a hero, regardless of the circumstances, was always deserving of respect. Su Ming returned a subtle smile. This task will be classified as B rank, with a remuneration of 100,000. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. 100,000? Irika was momentarily bewildered. He knew that even for his usual missions, the compensation barely reached a few thousand. To amass 100,000, he would need to undertake 100 missions without sustenance. This seems rather excessive, does it not? The compensation for ninja missions is naturally tiered. D-rank tasks yield 500 to 2,000. C-rank offers 2,000 to 10,000. B-rank ranges from 10,000 to 100,000. A-rank can be from 100,000 to 1 million. Of course, Higher-tiered missions were beyond their reach. The remuneration Su Ming proposed for Irika was undoubtedly the highest for a B-rank task. This was of immense significance to Irika, who was in dire need of funds. It's not too much, Su Ming chuckled. As long as you treat Naruto well, I would be willing to pay even more. Primarily, it is evident that Minato Namikaze is not suited for the role of an educator. I will certainly treat Naruto with utmost care, Irika affirmed. Su Ming smiled again. He held no concerns regarding Irika. After providing Irika with the address, Su Ming departed, making his way to the Hokage's office. The reassignment of ninja personnel required the Hokage's approval, especially since this was a mission initiated by Su Ming. In the Hokage building, within the office, Sarutobi gazed at the mountain of documents piled upon his desk. Despite the weariness in his eyes, there was a hint of enjoyment amidst his fatigue. Power, indeed, has a way of ensnaring one's essence. After a moment, a knock sounded at the door, prompting Sarutobi to stretch his stiff neck and call out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Su Ming. A flicker of surprise illuminated Sarutobi's eyes. "Su Ming, you seek me out for a purpose?" Su Ming nodded. Naruto is now 4 years old, which means he will be of school age next year. The Ninja Academy is not like home. He will encounter a myriad of individuals. I fear for his safety and wish to find someone to guide him. Sarutobi nodded in understanding. He inquired, "So you have come to me seeking to arrange a teacher?" Sarutobi's expression reflected his inner turmoil. "I genuinely wish to assist, as Naruto is the child of Minato and deserves support. However, given the current circumstances of the village, we are utterly stretched thin." Su Ming couldn't help but smirk internally, setting aside the fact that several members of the Umbu and Root are currently idle. Even Kakashi had just returned from a mission and was resting at home. Sarutobi's helplessness was merely a pretext. His habitual hypocrisy remained unvoiced. There was no need to trouble the third Hokage, Su Ming stated. "I have already selected the teacher. My purpose in visiting the third was solely to register the mission." Selected? The third's brow furrowed at once. Throughout history, every Jinchuriki's close associates had undergone rigorous verification by Sarutobi. No one who had not received his approval could possibly approach Naruto. Su Ming nodded, unashamedly revealing the name. "His name is Irika, a Chunin. Do you have any objections?" Third? Sarutobi pondered for a moment, recalling that Irika was merely an ordinary Chunin without any notable background. He chuckled lightly. "Of course not. I trust you. Just as I once trusted Minato." The third smiled benevolently. Were it not for his concealed intentions, Su Ming might have felt deeply moved. Alas, Su Ming understood the third all too well. A Hokage who professed the will of fire, yet had seldom shown himself in the face of the great ninja wars, was paradoxically hailed as the strongest Hokage. He allowed Danzo to act against the Konoha White Fang and the Senju clan, feigning ignorance. Everything he did was to consolidate his power. Yet, when the village truly faced peril, he could step forward, risking everything. From this perspective, his so-called will of fire was indeed realized. Thus, the third was undoubtedly a figure of profound contradictions. However, this had little bearing on Su Ming. His focus was solely on Naruto. He hoped the third would not go too far. Otherwise, Su Ming would not hesitate to strike him down. "Well then, thank you, third." Su Ming smiled, then turned to leave. "By the way, I define the mission as B rank, with a remuneration of 100,000 Ryo." With that, he exited, leaving the third in a state of shock. 100,000 Ryo. Such wealth. The third's reaction was entirely anticipated by Su Ming. After the recent war and the attack from the Cloud Village, Konoha was in dire financial straits. A task worth 100,000 Ryo had not been seen in ages. To be candid, the third suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Irika, yearning for the ordinary Chunin's fortune. He even contemplated whether he could have treated Naruto better in the past, perhaps enabling him to access some of the funds Su Ming had. Su Ming was not short of money. He had already made that evident. In 3 years away, he had accomplished more than merely taking lives. What was the point of killing without plundering? Of course, Su Ming showcased his wealth to gauge the third's reaction. "I have wealth, but I will not share it. How infuriating." As he stepped outside, Su Ming felt quite pleased. Sarutobi's demeanor had been most gratifying. With Naruto's education secured, the next step was to enhance his own strength. In this tumultuous world beset by conflict, where circumstances shift in the blink of an eye, life is perpetually under threat. Konoha has long ceased to be a haven of safety. To safeguard his younger brother, he is compelled to enhance his own strength. Thus, he is resolute in his pursuit to unlock the next template. Currently, the progress of the first template stands at 15.6, with merely 4 remaining. On his way home, he must cross a small river. As he approaches the bridge, Su-Ming catches sight of a diminutive figure standing upon it, clad in white. With chestnut hair tied in small bunches at the ends, the figure is turned away, gazing intently into the water below. A tremor of recognition courses through Su-Ming as he identifies the individual. It is Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, a character steeped in tragedy. According to the unfolding narrative, it is only a short while since the demise of Hisashi Hyuga. At merely 4 years of age, Neji has already suffered the loss of his father. Sensing the presence behind him, the young Neji turns his head. The mark of the caged bird upon his forehead is strikingly evident. His eyes, vacant and streaked with remnants of tears, meet Su-Ming's gaze as he inquires, "Do you have a father?" Chapter 16. The Shock of the Hyuga Clan Leader. Chapter 1. Do you have a father? Upon hearing this question, Su-Ming visibly shuddered. He gazed at the child, who was noticeably shorter than himself, and a surge of sympathy arose within him. Yet, this fleeting compassion was swiftly extinguished. He was Neji. Hyuga Neji. He should not be the recipient of pity, for to the strong, such sentiments are a desecration. There was a time when Su-Ming had experienced this. He recalled the moment he first learned of the passing of Minato Namikaze. It felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. The possession of something precious breeds the fear of loss. Neji nodded, then turned away again, his small frame appearing exceedingly forlorn. "I feel the same," was Neji's response. His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible joy or sorrow. Beyond these few exchanged words, their conversation dwindled into silence. Su-Ming moved closer to Neji, standing beside him as they both gazed into the flowing river. The water sparkled with splashes. Neji spoke again. "I don't understand why a single clan must be divided into the main house and the branch house. The fate of the branch house seems only to serve the main house's demise. My father dedicated his entire life to protecting the main house, only to ultimately die for it. I refuse to accept this, which is why I struck Hinata, refusing to relent." Neji continued to express his thoughts, indifferent to whether Su-Ming comprehended his words. Of course, it mattered little. He merely sought an outlet for his feelings. "She is weak, incapable of defeating me. I wish to demonstrate that those of the branch house are not inferior to the main house. I am strong, far stronger than they." As he uttered these words, the small Neji's face bore an unspeakable resolve. Su-Ming offered no comfort. Instead, he produced a gourd of liquor. Between men, there is often no need for excessive words. "Care for a drink?" Neji hesitated for a moment before accepting the offer. He tilted his head back and took a generous swig of the fiery spirit. His manner of drinking was exuberant, but the outcome was predictable. Having never tasted strong liquor before, Neji choked, tears and mucus streaming from his eyes. His face flushed crimson from the scorching elixir. Simultaneously, the sorrow within him began to dissipate. Cough, cough. Neji coughed incessantly. It was evident that his palate was ill-prepared for such a robust flavor. "Haha." Su-Ming chuckled heartily. At that moment, Neji seized the gourd once more and took another hearty gulp, even more vigorous than the last. He appeared quite intoxicated. Su-Ming reclaimed the gourd from Neji's grasp. He was still young and should not be allowed to drink excessively. Nevertheless, even these 2 swigs were enough to leave him reeling. After consuming the liquor, Neji soon became drowsy and fell into a deep slumber. Su-Ming shook his head, gazing helplessly at this unfortunate child. It seemed he had no choice but to escort him home. Yet, he was unaware of the whereabouts of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, before Su-Ming could ponder further, a petite figure emerged. With white eyes, short hair, and wearing long garments, the figure approached. As Su-Ming turned to face her, their eyes met, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. It was Hinata Hyuga. Could you please return my brother Neji to me?" Hinata summoned her courage and gazed at Su-Ming. Observing this girl clad in the attire of the Hyuga clan, her bashful demeanor was utterly endearing, stirring a playful impulse within Su-Ming. "Of course, I can return him, but just before he fell asleep, he sold himself to me. If I hand him over to you, what will you offer in return?" Hinata hesitated, then replied earnestly, I will give you money. Su Ming shook his head. The value of the Byakugan transcended mere currency, unless she could provide something of equivalent worth. Hinata was taken aback. With a smirk, Su Ming proposed, how about this? Give me your Byakugan, and I shall return him to you. Ah. Hinata was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of conflict. Just as Su Ming intended to cease his teasing, Hinata's gaze suddenly firmed. All right, I agree. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was this girl truly that naive? However, she added, you must return Niji to my home. This was Hinata's condition. Not entirely foolish, she understood the importance of involving her family. That is no problem. Su Ming assured her. He had intended to return Niji all along. His teasing of Hinata had merely been a fleeting whim. Moreover, he was curious to witness the current state of the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha. Su Ming hoisted Niji onto his back and followed Hinata home. Along the way, although Hinata walked ahead, her furtive glances towards Su Ming did not go unnoticed. When caught, she would blush and stammer, I wasn't looking at you. This girl was simply adorable, Su Ming thought, shaking his head in playful exasperation. After being discovered once again, it was too long before Hinata would steal another glance. In resignation, Su Ming feigned ignorance. Before long, they arrived at the Hyuga residence. Upon opening the gate, they were greeted by the stern visage of Hyuga Hayashi in the courtyard. Hinata seemed a bit anxious as she softly called out, Father, I'm back. Hyuga Hayashi acknowledged. But his gaze did not linger on Hinata. Instead, it fixed upon Su Ming, his voice stern as he inquired, Who are you? Father, he is my friend. Hinata, now visibly anxious, interjected. He has come to return Niji to our home. Hinata was not foolish. Her shyness merely concealed her true feelings. Through their interactions, she had sensed that this charming young man was not a threat. Those who are shy often possess remarkable courage in specific circumstances. And Hinata was no exception. Su Ming was somewhat astonished that she would stand up for him. Her unwavering innocence was truly endearing. Shaking his head, Su Ming gently lowered Niji from his back. To his surprise, the famed Hyuga clan, renowned as Konoha's foremost elite, exhibited behavior akin to a startled bird. Such hospitality was hardly worth his time. Just as he resolved to turn away, Hyuga Hayashi moved, his arms coiled around Su Ming like creeping vines, swiftly encircling him. 8 trigrams palm. Su Ming turned around, drawing his sword with fluid grace. A glimmer of icy brilliance flashed forth, embodying an unparalleled sharpness as it sliced through the air. This strike, even the formidable Hinata Hizashi dared not meet head-on. The 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven, witnessing her father's execution of this technique. Hinata's heart surged with astonishment to its zenith. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her, so powerful. Crack. It shattered. The defense of the 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven, was cleaved apart by Su Ming's relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming hurled a kunai with ferocity. Hizashi tilted his head to evade it. Yet, before he could exhale in relief and prepare for another offensive, he suddenly realized that Su Ming had vanished from sight. Swish. The Byakugan flared open. In the very spot where the kunai had landed, a surge of chakra materialized instantaneously. Then, a figure emerged, grasping the kunai firmly. Hizashi's pupils widened in shock. That was the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 17. By my side, is this not my other shore? Chapter 2. Flying Thunder God. A ninjutsu developed by the 2nd Hokage and refined under the 4th Hokage's mastery. Since the demise of the 4th Hokage, the technique has nearly faded into obscurity. Why is this young boy employing it? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Hyuga Hizashi's mind, yet he remained perplexed. However, in the heat of battle, there is no room for distraction. Bang! Hyuga Hizashi turned to defend himself, but was forcefully repelled. In Su Ming's hand, a swirling mass of pale blue chakra was strikingly apparent. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes widened once more. That is, the Rasengan, another technique of the 4th Hokage. Why? Hizashi halted, gazing at Su Ming in confusion. The blow he had just received left his arm still tingling. Such a formidable youth. Hizashi was astonished. This boy appeared to be no more than 8 or 9 years old, yet held the upper hand in their confrontation. Do not be surprised what the 4th could do. I can do as well, Su Ming spoke slowly. Of course, he didn't possess those abilities, but he could claim to. If another had uttered such words, Hizashi would have scoffed, yet he believed this boy. He had no choice but to believe. Who exactly are you? He reiterated his earlier inquiry. Su-Ming. Su-Ming, Hizashi murmured, then suddenly raised his head in astonishment. The adopted son of the fourth Hokage? Su-Ming nodded. Upon confirming Su-Ming's identity, Hizashi lowered his guard entirely and prepared to invite him inside. Yet, Su-Ming declined. He had his own pride. I had thought that a prominent clan like the Hyuga would possess a commendable hospitality, but I was mistaken. The Hyuga clan is no different. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Hizashi's face flushed with embarrassment. He wanted to urge him to stay, but found himself unable to do so. At that moment, Hinata spoke up. Su-Ming-kun, wait a moment. Su-Ming paused, turning with a smile. The warmth of his smile resembled the sun's first rays. Next time, Hinata, forgive me. He reached out to gently pat her forehead. I still like you. With those words, he vanished. Hinata's face turned crimson, her mind a blank, consumed by a singular thought. Ming-kun said he likes me bang. Hinata collapsed backward. As he caught her, Hyuga Hizashi was filled with fury. How dare this boy tease his daughter right in front of him? It was utterly outrageous. After a moment of rage, Hizashi sighed, carrying the unconscious pair back inside. How could he not see Hinata's condition? She had clearly succumbed to her feelings. In Niji, he sighed heavily, a look of nostalgia crossing his features. Hizashi, I will take good care of him. I promise to look after your son. I will. After placing the two little ones properly, Hinata Hizashi departed from this place. And Su-Ming's appearance profoundly affected his mood. At merely 8 or 9 years of age, he displayed such remarkable prowess. Furthermore, his younger brother, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, with whom he had interacted, left one pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. Alas, such a headache. The plight of young women is indeed a burden. At such a tender age. As night fell, both Hinata and Niji gradually awakened, with Hinata rising slightly earlier. However, upon regaining consciousness, she recalled fainting in front of her father and decided to feign unconsciousness once more. Each time this thought crossed her mind, her face flushed crimson. How utterly embarrassing. When the two little ones were together, Niji, upon awakening, was greeted by the sight of a blushing Hinata. In Niji and I, she stammered. Niji replied with a detached acknowledgement, preparing to turn away. Following their father's death, he harbored no favorable sentiments towards the main branch of the clan, and neither did Hinata. Niji, shall we have a conversation? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a resolute Hizashi Hyuga, who entered holding a sealed letter. I intended to wait until you were older to share this with you, but I did not foresee that my hesitation would lead to your suffering. Please forgive me. Hizashi extended the letter to Niji, who opened it, his gaze trembling. This is Father's handwriting. The letter read, Niji, my time is limited. Within this brief span, there are matters I wish to disclose to you. The situation between the Cloud Village and Konoha must reach a resolution. The Byakugan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Originally, my brother intended to sacrifice himself, but as a branch member, our mission is to protect the main family. I incapacitated him. Niji, what you have always perceived is merely a fade of your father's ineffectiveness. But this time, I did not perish for the sake of the clan. I died to protect you, my brother, my family, and indeed the entire village. This is my will. Niji, I have long sought to resist the fate of the Hyuga clan, so this time, I shall determine my own destiny, nothing more. I shattered my own fate, Niji. Destiny must be carved by one's own hands. Your father loves you, Niji. Father. 4-year-old Niji trembled as he clutched the letter, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suddenly, the usually stern Hizashi Hyuga knelt, bowing his head low. This is the truth. I am deeply sorry. Had it been me who perished. The revelation of the truth struck Niji with immense force, leaving him in a daze for an extended period. The truth is often more merciless. At this moment, Hinata interjected. Su-Ming-kun, allow me to share something with you upon your awakening. After birth, what is predetermined is not fate, but rather the starting point. If we strive diligently, it is not in rebellion, but for the sake of making better choices and reaching a more favorable conclusion. Hinata smiled. In truth, fate is a beautifully poetic concept. Niji was momentarily taken aback, his gaze growing distant and perplexed. Hinata continued, In Naruto, I am uncertain what my better choices might be. Yet I am resolute in my desire to strive towards keeping pace with Su Mingjun. I believe that his side must surely be my own distant shore. As she spoke these words, Hinata beamed with a beauty and joy reminiscent of the sun. The name Hyuga indeed signifies a direction towards the sun. It seems that our clan, too, ought to labor towards that luminous goal. Lord Hyuga, Lady Hinata. Niji trembled, tears glistening in his eyes. At this moment, the chasm that once separated them had vanished. Father, is a person's fate destined to drift like clouds along a predetermined path? Or can one choose their own direction? I am still grappling with this uncertainty. Lady Hinata mentioned that her destiny lies beside Su Mingjun. I believe I should feel the same way, shouldn't I? Su Mingjun is truly a wonderful person. Beneath the azure sky, Niji lifted his gaze, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. Chapter 18. The Importance of Danzo. Chapter 3. After departing from the Hyuga household, Su Ming returned home. He had already provided guidance regarding Niji's situation, trusting that Hayashi Hyuga would manage it well. At present, Su Ming's mind lingered on the image of Hinata as he left. That girl is truly adorable. Upon arriving home, he found Irika had been there for quite some time and was getting along splendidly with Naruto. It must be said that Irika's teaching abilities are remarkable. What poses a challenge for Minato Namikaze is effortlessly grasped by Irika. Naruto is also learning swiftly. Naturally, Naruto is not lacking in intelligence. As the son of Minato and Kushina, his potential is undeniable. In the original Naruto series, his slow learning of ninjutsu was primarily due to the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. However, with Minato present, the adverse effects of the Nine-Tails chakra can be effectively mitigated. Within merely half a day, Naruto had successfully mastered the challenging shadow clone technique. Brother. Upon seeing Su Ming, Naruto ran over, excitement radiating from his face, and clung to him without restraint. Brother, I've learned a ninjutsu. I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage. With diligent effort, Naruto will undoubtedly achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, a broad smile adorning his face. Su Ming, now that you're back, I must take my leave, Irika said, rising to bid farewell. Thank you, Irika. No need for thanks, Irika replied, affectionately patting Naruto's head, his face lighting up with joy. Naruto is obedient and clever, learning ninjutsu at an impressive pace. At this rate, my ability to teach him will soon be insufficient. By the way, Naruto, do not forget our agreement. As he spoke, he grinned widely and gave a thumbs up. Naruto mirrored the gesture. Yes, I won't forget. With that, Irika departed. Naruto was in high spirits. However, Su Ming grew curious about their agreement, but despite his inquiries, Naruto remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, he learned from Kurama that the agreement entailed Irika rewarding Naruto with some money upon mastering the next ninjutsu. This revelation only deepened Su Ming's puzzlement. Yet, even Kurama was unaware of the underlying reasons. As Irika walked away from Naruto's home, his mood was quite buoyant. For the first time, he realized how profoundly joyful the act of teaching could be. As leaves danced in the air, the fire continued to burn vibrantly. Perhaps the will of fire, as described by the third Hokage, embodies this sentiment. However, today, while explaining this notion to Naruto, the latter posed a thought-provoking question. If the leaves are dancing and a great fire ignites, will it allow new trees to sprout beneath the blaze, or will it incinerate all the trees instead? This question left Irika momentarily speechless. He was at a loss for words. This was the first time he had encountered such remarks, questioning the words of the third Hokage. And astonishingly, it came from the mouth of a child. This statement was not made by Naruto, but rather by Su Ming, who had imparted this knowledge to Naruto, informing him that a great fire would inevitably ignite, and the direction it would take depended solely on the two of them. Naruto, lacking understanding, had sought clarification from Irika. Irika was taken aback. As he took a few more steps, approaching his home, a figure wearing a dog-headed mask from the Umbu intercepted him. The individual towered over him. Their voice icy. Irika, come with me. The Hokage wishes to see you. In the Hokage's office, shrouded in perpetual mist, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, tirelessly exhaled clouds of smoke, surveying the village he governed. The door was knocked upon, and after receiving permission, Irika entered. Lord Third, you summoned me? Indeed, Hiruzen replied, displaying his characteristic benevolence. I have heard that Su Ming has called upon you to educate Naruto? Irika nodded, a tremor coursing through him. He had come to understand Naruto's true identity and sensed that there was something unusual about the third Hokage's intentions. At that moment, Hiruzen's demeanor undeniably confirmed his suspicions. Perhaps the third Hokage was not as benevolent as he appeared, Irika mused. Hiruzen continued, "It is good that someone is taking on the role of an educator. You may not be aware, but Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina." Irika was somewhat taken aback, not by the revelation itself, but by the fact that the third Hokage had chosen to disclose such information. Observing Irika's reaction, Hiruzen assumed Irika was entirely unaware of this fact and felt a pang of regret for not having tested his knowledge earlier. However, the words had already escaped his lips. "I have always wanted to afford Naruto the treatment he deserves, but as Hokage, I must consider the broader implications. Revealing Naruto's identity could expose him to numerous dangers." Hiruzen maintained his benevolent expression, a demeanor that easily led others to believe his words and trust him deeply. Irika nodded in silence. "I am very grateful to you," Hiruzen said, reflecting on the hardships Naruto had endured over the years. A hint of melancholy crossed his face. Irika's perception of the third Hokage began to shift. Yet he had matters of his own to discuss. "Lord Third, I actually have something to tell you." "Oh? Pray, do share." "I aspire to educate the next generation of the village. In the place where leaves dance in the air, the fire of life continues to burn brightly, illuminating the village and encouraging the new saplings to sprout. This is the will of fire that you, Lord Third, have imparted, and I wish to convey it even more effectively to the next generation. I implore your support." Hiruzen smiled faintly, rising to approach Irika. "Your thoughts are commendable. When Naruto begins his schooling, you shall be his first teacher. Irika, I have faith in you." As Irika departed, he remained somewhat skeptical of the third Hokage's words. No matter how one viewed it, the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki held far more allure than that of the fourth Hokage's son. In this light, it seems that the third Hokage must have ulterior motives. After Irika departed, Danzo entered, his gaze chilling. That young man has once again approached the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly squinted his eyes. "Did I not mention that this matter was not to be meddled with?" Danzo sneered. "I will keep a watchful eye on anyone who poses a threat to Konoha, without exception. It is evident now that this young man harbors ulterior intentions. Hiruzen cannot afford to be lenient this time. You must understand the significance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What do you intend to do?" After a lengthy pause, Hiruzen spoke. Danzo coldly replied. He has not undertaken a mission in quite some time. As a ninja, how could he possibly refrain from fulfilling his duties? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. The Nine-Tails is exceedingly vital. Chapter 19, B-Level Task. Chapter 1, Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of wielding your sword 2,000 times today. Reward, 0, 5 of the system template. Ding. The host Shinmeng Dao Orange Right Capital System template has reached 20. The system will now unlock the next template for the host to draw. Shall we proceed? Draw. As Su Ming's voice fell, the system commenced the drawing of the template. Moments later, ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a new template, Shadow Blade, Lonling Wang. Boom. At that instant, a shadow materialized within Su Ming's mind. He was a specter concealed in darkness, an intrepid assassin. His gaze was infused with ferocity and pride. At this moment, Su Ming tightly closed his eyes, as if merging with the darkness itself. When he opened his eyes, he transformed into the figure within his mind, wild and aloof. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and upon hearing it, Su Ming turned to look. It was Itachi, who had just arrived. Before he could greet Su Ming, he was startled by Su Ming's current demeanor. Simultaneously, a shiver coursed through him, as if he were being scrutinized by a beast. It was the sin of death. Me-san, Itachi called out. The wildness in Su Ming's eyes softened, and he replaced it with a bright smile, radiating warmth. You're here, Itachi, he exclaimed, patting Itachi's shoulder, just as he always did. Come in. The two engaged in training as they had in the past, yet the newly unlocked template granted Su Ming an evident superiority. Meanwhile, Itachi, distracted by his own thoughts, found it increasingly difficult to keep up. After a mere exchange of moves, Itachi was defeated. Sheath your sword. Observing Itachi's troubled expression, Su Ming inquired, is something the matter? Itachi paused, then forced a smile. You noticed, Mi-san. Su Ming rolled his eyes. It's written all over your face. I'm not blind. Itachi exhaled deeply. He was unsure when it had come to pass that the master of concealing his emotions would reveal everything in front of Su Ming, even joy and sorrow. After regaining his composure, Itachi seemed to resolve himself, his expression turning grave. Mi-san, have you been affected by the Nine Tails? Pfft. Su Ming burst into laughter at Itachi's serious demeanor. He had anticipated a different concern, not this. Patting Itachi's shoulder reassuringly, he replied, the Nine Tails cannot affect me. My bond with Kurama is unbreakable. Besides, I promised Kurama I would let him out for a stroll in the future. Hearing Su Ming's words, Itachi's expression softened considerably. Let us call it a day here, Itachi, Su Ming said with a smile. I still have tasks to attend to. As he turned to leave, Itachi hesitated once more. Calling out to Su Ming again, Mi-san, I know, Su Ming smiled. It's about the third Hokage, right? I trust you, Itachi. You are my brother. With that, he departed. The very same words, when uttered by Su Ming, resonated with an air of sincerity. As he watched Su Ming's departing figure, his gaze grew increasingly resolute, and he silently vowed that no one would harm Ming, saying, no one. Su Ming bid farewell to Naruto. Strangely, there was no profound sense of loss in Naruto's demeanor at their parting. Instead, he exhibited an unexpected strength, even giving a thumbs up with a cheerful smile, saying, brother, you must do your best. All right, my dear brother. With the presence of Minato Namikaze, Su Ming felt no anxiety concerning Naruto's safety. However, he anticipated that the third Hokage would intensify the indoctrination of Naruto's thoughts after his departure. Little did he know that within Naruto resided two formidable beings, Kurama and Minato Namikaze. Altering Naruto's mindset would not be a simple task. As Su Ming journeyed onward, he reflected on the mission assigned to him by the third Hokage, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The mission was classified as B rank, involving the apprehension of a nin with a reward of 10,000 ryo. Ironically, Su Ming's current ninja rank was merely that of a genin. Yet he was tasked with capturing a nin. Moreover, upon examining the designated location, his smile grew more sardonic. Well-versed in the original Naruto narrative, he was intimately familiar with that place, one of Orochimaru's secret hideouts. To suggest that Orochimaru was merely a nin was truly a ludicrous jest. In fact, Su Ming had encountered Orochimaru on several occasions, a perilous man, or rather, an exceedingly complex individual. Whether he could be classified as a man remained an intriguing question, one which Su Ming doubted Orochimaru would waste time contemplating. At that time, Orochimaru had wished to study Su Ming, only to be thwarted by Minato. Both Orochimaru and Su Ming had felt a sense of regret. Orochimaru lamented the loss of an intriguing subject for research, while Su Ming sighed at the missed opportunity for a sumptuous snake feast. As for whether he could defeat Orochimaru, that was an inconsequential matter. As Su Ming traversed the village, he happened upon a familiar silhouette near the bathing area. Though somewhat unrefined, the figure was tall, with long white hair cascading to his waist, a forehead protector emblazoned with the kanji for oil. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Regrettably, he was currently crouched, peering through the wooden slats into the women's bathing area, nearly drooling in anticipation. With a sigh, Su Ming facepalmed, recognizing the familiar antics. At that moment, an idea struck him. He swiftly performed the transformation jutsu, assuming the guise of Tsunade. He approached Jiraiya and tapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming loudly, Jiraiya, you are peeping again. Startled, Jiraiya's face turned pale, and upon turning to see Tsunade's form, he fell backward in shock, landing squarely on the ground. The once mighty Sannin now found himself in a most undignified predicament. It must be said that Jiraiya was indeed deeply intimidated by Tsunade. However, it did not take long for him to discern the truth. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at Su Ming and inquired, you are not Tsunade. Who are you? Su Ming crossed his arms, and as they intertwined, a ripple of realization washed over him. How could he have forgotten that Tsunade had grown so much? What did you say? Su Ming maintained a facade of defiance. Yet, Jiraiya smirked. Although you bear a striking resemblance, and Tsunade has indeed matured. You seem to have overlooked the most crucial detail. What is that? Tsunade is never this gentle. At that moment, Jiraiya's expression fell dramatically. If it were truly Tsunade, I would have already fled the village. Su-Ming reflected, this memory is indeed profound. With a sudden thud, Su-Ming transformed back and looked at Jiraiya. Smiling as he said, I have a mission in mind. I wonder, Mr. Jiraiya, would you be interested in joining me? It concerns Orochimaru. Chapter 20. Pain, Scorpion. Part 2. I have a mission concerning Orochimaru. The moment these words fell, Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. The earlier flamboyant emotions vanished entirely, replaced by a grave demeanor. Jiraiya harbored a profound obsession with Orochimaru, an obsession as intense as Naruto's for Sasuke in the original series. The experiences of the master and disciple were indeed similar. Yet their outcomes diverged. Just like Naruto, Jiraiya would pursue any matter related to Orochimaru, regardless of the peril involved. Hence, Su-Ming felt no trepidation. In truth, after Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya had followed suit and left the village. However, he would occasionally return from a distance to observe Naruto, for the boy was in grave danger. To Su-Ming's surprise, after a moment of silence, Jiraiya uttered something unexpected. I know, but I have my reasons for going. Su-Ming produced the mission dossier from his hands and handed it to Jiraiya. Upon receiving it, Jiraiya's brow furrowed in dismay. Nonsense, he suddenly exclaimed, enraged. The third Hokage is sending you to your doom. I will go find him. With that, he made to leave. Lord Jiraiya, you should be well aware of the third's character, no? Su-Ming did not attempt to dissuade him. He merely spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya halted in his tracks. Engulfed in silence. He certainly understood the nature of his mentor, being a disciple of the third and one of the legendary Sannin. They were all too familiar with their teacher, which is why they had repeatedly left. Sighing, Jiraiya turned back. What are your intentions? I genuinely wish to meet Orochimaru. To be more precise, I want to savor the taste of snake soup. As he spoke, Su-Ming extended his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a wild glint in his eyes. When Jiraiya noticed this, a shiver ran through him, and he instinctively thought he was gazing at Orochimaru. No. Even more perilous than Orochimaru. Were it not for the knowledge that you were Minato's son, I would certainly suspect you to be Orochimaru's illegitimate offspring, Jiraiya remarked. Su-Ming chuckled softly, remaining silent. He was curious, if Orochimaru indeed had a child, would the child call him daddy or mommy? An intriguing topic. The two set forth on their journey. Orochimaru's stronghold was not far from the Land of Fire, so they arrived in a short span of time. However, as they approached the stronghold, Jiraiya appeared somewhat hesitant. Rather than mere hesitation, it was fear. He understood all too well that he could not persuade Orochimaru to return. Yet, a flicker of obsession lingered in his heart. Moreover, there was little common ground between them. Jiraiya, skilled in sage techniques, could not match Naruto's verbal prowess, leaving him at a loss. In their dynamic, while Jiraiya was lecherous, Orochimaru cared not for gender. Compared to Jiraiya's voyeurism, Su-Ming mused that Orochimaru might simply seize the body of another, smirking at Jiraiya and saying, Jiraiya, how do you find this new vessel? That scene, accompanied by Orochimaru's voice, was likely to cast a shadow over Jiraiya's entire life. At that moment of hesitation from Jiraiya, Su-Ming sensed the emergence of two powerful presences. They stood outside Orochimaru's stronghold, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Among them, one figure stooped, entirely shrouded beneath the cloak, save for a tail resembling that of a scorpion protruding from behind. The other, with orange hair and an indifferent expression, was strikingly marked by purple ripples in his eyes. Their identities were unmistakable, Pain and Sasori of the Red Sands. Orochimaru stood opposite them. We have gathered considerable intelligence regarding you, including your investigation into the Akatsuki, Sasori remarked. Oh, is that so? It seems your visit today is one of hostility, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips and revealing a chilling smile reminiscent of old. However, I am well acquainted with your affairs, Sasori of the Red Sands. Even though you conceal yourself within this puppet, your true weapon must be the third Kazekage, am I correct? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Sasori's eyes. Oh, are you quite informed? I believe I have never disclosed such secrets. I have a keen interest in intriguing matters, Orochimaru remarked, casting a greedy gaze towards the other side. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths hold great research value. The Akatsuki organization is becoming increasingly fascinating. I am truly eager to delve deeper. At that moment, chakra surged within Orochimaru, signaling his intent to strike. Yet, Pain suddenly turned his head, addressing another direction. You too, you have been watching for quite some time. It is time to reveal yourselves. Both Orochimaru and Sasori were taken aback, then shifted their attention elsewhere. They were astonished to find themselves in the presence of the legendary Rinnegan. Two figures emerged. Jiraiya? Orochimaru recognized him immediately. It has been a long time, Orochimaru, Jiraiya replied. Su Ming, after surveying Orochimaru, turned his gaze to the other two. According to the unfolding narrative, it was now Sasori and Pain's turn to invite Orochimaru to join the Akatsuki. Konoha. Sasori narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent emanating from him. His parents had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Thus, he harbored no fondness for those from Konoha, including Orochimaru. Are you two his accomplices? If so, I would not mind eliminating you both as well, Sasori declared. Su Ming observed that while they were not accomplices, he had no qualms about dealing with bothersome individuals before confronting Orochimaru. His words ignited an immediate surge of hostility from Sasori. Are you looking for death, you little brat from Konoha? At that moment, a flash of cold light erupted, momentarily blinding those present. When their vision cleared, the tension in the air was palpable. A crimson-haired youth has emerged onto the scene, embodying the essence of Scorpion. What a formidable sword! Observing Su Ming wielding the blade, Orochimaru suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Involuntarily licking his lips, his gaze towards Su Ming brimming with desire. It appeared that this was indeed the perfect offering. Meanwhile, Pain's indifferent eyes flickered momentarily. The swiftness of that strike was such that even he could merely perceive a fleeting shadow. It was astonishingly rapid. Bang! The puppet fell to the ground. And Scorpion exhibited a grave expression. This was one of the rare encounters where his cherished H-Rin could not cope. Moreover, it shattered with such speed. He lowered his gaze to the ground, where the H-Rin lay severed in two, the cut smooth and even. Do you not require the mightiest weapon? Su Ming inquired with a cheerful smile, brandishing his long sword. Chapter 21. The Astonished Pain and Su Ming's Sword. Part 3. As Su Ming wore a beaming smile, Scorpion found himself hesitating for the first time, his confidence wavering. In that moment, he felt as if, should his opponent so desire, he could cleave him in two with a single stroke. The crimson-hued puppet, renowned for its formidable hardness, could still be manipulated by Scorpion even when damaged. Yet, under the threat of that sword, he felt utterly bereft of control. Scorpion fixed his gaze upon Su Ming. It seemed that the latter's sword possessed a suppressive effect on puppets. Su Ming continued to smile. Moments ago, he had unleashed the formidable power of a sword that had unlocked 20% of its template progress, a blade imbued with the sharpness of the divine dream, capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality. Even a puppet would be no exception. Scorpion remained silent, while Orochimaru suddenly interjected. So this so-called Akatsuki organization is nothing remarkable after all, lacking the courage to confront even a mere child. Orochimaru had certainly observed Su Ming's strength. That previous strike posed a risk of death, even if he were to engage personally. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from disparaging Scorpion before him. Why don't you come and try? Scorpion retorted with a cold smirk. That would be unwise. I could hardly bear to part with such a perfect physique, Orochimaru replied, turning his attention to Su Ming. May I inquire your name, young one? Certainly, I shall divulge it for a sumptuous snake stew. Su Ming jested. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of exasperation. So it is you. Indeed, it is I, Su Ming confirmed. Hey, little boy, Scorpion suddenly proposed. Why not join us? In return, I could prepare you a delightful snake stew. I assure you, it would be quite delectable. Su Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated an invitation from the Akatsuki. While his curiosity about the organization was piqued, he could not possibly accept. After all, the current leader was Abido, the very foe responsible for his parents' demise. He sought vengeance, but the timing was not yet right. What if I capture this snake for a stew? And you join us instead? Scorpion suggested, noticing Su Ming's silence. Su Ming smiled. I actually believe, Mr. Scorpion, that you may not emerge victorious. With that, he approached Orochimaru and patted him on the shoulder. What do you think, Snake Man? Orochimaru licked his lips, oblivious to Su Ming's gesture. His strength still lacks a bit. Then let us put it to the test, Scorpion declared coldly, producing a new puppet. Meanwhile, Pain furrowed his brows, sensing that Su Ming's prowess was indeed formidable. Otherwise, Scorpion would not have dared to extend an invitation. Though such actions were not commanded by Obito, they could be considered an unexpected boon. Haha. Orochimaru cackled eerily, unleashing a gust of wind as he lowered his body and charged directly at Scorpion. Scorpion responded with a derisive grin, manipulating his puppet to strike back. Boom. A resounding crash echoed through the air. As the dust settled, it revealed Orochimaru sprawled on the ground. Scorpion wore a mocking expression, while Jiraiya's brow furrowed in concern. Su Ming maintained a smile on his face. Just as Scorpion was about to speak, Pain suddenly interjected, "It's not over yet." With a swift movement, the fallen Orochimaru abruptly lifted his head and opened his mouth, from which emerged yet another figure of Orochimaru. This time, however, he bypassed Scorpion and soared directly toward Pain. The Rinnegan. I shall claim it now. I have long yearned for its power. Orochimaru's laughter echoed through the air, yet Scorpion showed no intention of intervening, instead wearing an expression of derision. Ignorance. As Orochimaru charged, Pain remained impassive, not even hinting at any movement. Have you been struck dumb? Orochimaru cackled ominously. However, at that very moment, as he drew near, Pain activated his Rinnegan and bellowed, as if summoning divine wrath, Shinra Tensei. With a resounding crash, Scorpion's smirk deepened. Jiraiya stood frozen in astonishment. Yet neither of them noticed that, just as Orochimaru approached Pain, a kunai appeared in Su Ming's hand, marked with a special insignia. In the next instant, Su Ming vanished. Flying Thunder God. A swift thrust of his sword cleaved the air before Orochimaru, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to shatter. With a tremendous explosion, the force of Shinra Tensei radiated outward, overwhelming the surroundings, leading to an instantaneous obliteration of the landscape across a 100-mile expanse. Yet behind Su Ming lay the sole sanctuary of survival. He appeared as a divine being wielding a sword, the true arbiter of fate. Pain regarded the figure before him, momentarily taken aback. You are formidable, he remarked. Su Ming offered no reply, instead glancing back at the still astonished Orochimaru and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Orochimaru's excitement was palpable. "No. I simply find myself increasingly eager for your body. A swordsmanship capable of withstanding the Rinnegan's assault is a skill even the legendary Konoha White Fang lacked." "I have long expressed my interest in snake delicacies," Su Ming replied coolly. Orochimaru faltered, a rare look of defeat crossing his features. Perhaps the true counter to a scientist is not an artist, but a gourmet. This snake, I shall protect. Su Ming turned his gaze toward Pain. Pain frowned. Before you summon your other bodies, you cannot defeat me. This time, Pain was genuinely taken aback. He possessed 6 bodies, a secret known to few. Yet the man before him seemed to be aware of everything. What a troublesome adversary. After a prolonged silence, Pain looked at Scorpion. Let us depart. Scorpion nodded, casting a lingering glance at Su Ming before turning away. However, just as Pain prepared to leave, Jiraiya suddenly called out, "Are you Yahiko?" Scorpion turned his head slightly, glancing at Pain, yet he showed no sign of acknowledgement and simply walked away. Jiraiya appeared somewhat lost in thought. Su Ming shook his head, muttering, "When paths diverge, collaboration is futile." He then turned to Orochimaru. "Shall we find a place to converse?" "Certainly, I would be most delighted." Orochimaru, with an air of triumph, introduced his achievements, stating that Scorpion of the Red Sands believed he had mastery over Kabuto. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that Kabuto has long been aligned with me. His tone dripped with mockery as he turned his gaze towards Su Ming. "Initially, I contemplated joining Akatsuki, but now I have had a change of heart, Su Ming. I find you far more intriguing than Akatsuki. Despite lacking any bloodline limits, you, an ordinary individual, stand equal to any ninja endowed with such powers. And that strike that cleaved through the attack of the Rinnegan. Su Ming, your physique is truly captivating." Su Ming maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying, "Mr. Snake, I extend the same sentiment to you. Your body is equally fascinating to me. It even makes my mouth water." As Su Ming drew his sword, its cold gleam reflected ominously, causing Orochimaru to suddenly fall silent. Chapter 22. It must not be me who betrayed Konoha, but he who betrayed me. Chapter 1. On the journey, Pain remained somewhat taciturn. Scorpion tightened his cloak, having long concealed his true visage, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. "What shall we do?" Scorpion inquired. The purpose of their outing was to resolve the issue concerning Orochimaru. Yet now, not only had the problem not been resolved, but they had also uncovered a formidable adversary. Pain clenched his fists, his expression still inscrutable, suggesting they return first, with their combined strength. While they held no fear in confronting Su Ming alone, he was not their only concern. There was also Jiraiya. This name weighed heavily in his memories. However, he was no longer the boy he once was. He possessed his own convictions. The demon-slaying youth would ultimately become a demon. Pain took a step forward, his gait growing increasingly burdensome. Inside the stronghold, after a period of cautious probing, Orochimaru had settled down, refraining from uttering any further outrageous remarks. He had come to realize that in Su Ming's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary serpent. Thus, if he wished to survive, he must first prove his worth. He needed to demonstrate that he possessed a value exceeding that of snake stew. For a moment, Orochimaru felt somewhat helpless. Disregarding Jiraiya, he summoned Kabuto directly. "This is my assistant, a remarkably talented child," Orochimaru introduced. "This is Su Ming." He gestured towards Su Ming. Kabuto was only a few years older than Su Ming. At this moment, he regarded the relatively young individual before him, someone whom even Lord Orochimaru held in high esteem. Next, he noticed Jiraiya standing beside Su Ming. Is he Jiraiya's apprentice? Kabuto pondered, only to suddenly realize that despite their seemingly ordinary positioning, there were unspoken rules among ninjas. In the presence of a rogue ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, if he were indeed an apprentice, Jiraiya would never allow him to stand before Orochimaru. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. The individual before him was undoubtedly formidable. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto revealed a smile and extended his hand. "Greetings, Su Ming." "Hello." Su Ming nodded but did not reciprocate the handshake. Kabuto's smile faltered momentarily, his eyes narrowing slightly. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. At that moment, Orochimaru intervened to alleviate the tension. "Kabuto is a clever child. The information I have regarding Scorpion comes from him. It is worth noting that he was once affiliated with Scorpion." Su Ming nodded. He was well aware of Kabuto's role as a double agent. His feelings toward Kabuto were neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. After all, geniuses often possess their own arrogance. Despite Kabuto's compliant demeanor before Orochimaru, it was challenging for him to concede to someone younger than himself, thus compelling him to assert dominance. Moreover, Su Ming was acutely aware of the Akatsuki's information, rendering Kabuto's value to him rather insignificant. If he did not comply, bang! Suddenly, Su Ming extended his hand and forcefully pressed Do against the wall, simultaneously gripping his neck. "Are you feeling defiant?" It's acceptable to feel so, but one must possess the corresponding strength to back it up. Before you have that strength, any display of discontent is merely childish. "I have taken note." Do retracted his previous expression, his demeanor shifting towards one of respect. Su Ming released his grip. Throughout this encounter, Orochimaru stood silently to the side, showing no inclination to intervene. For someone like him, it is challenging to harbor any emotions towards others. Should he possess any, it would either spell disaster for the target or himself. After all, Orochimaru had once been intrigued by Itachi, only to be swiftly subdued with a mere glance from the latter. Now, however, Orochimaru found himself fascinated by Su Ming, albeit cautious not to display it overtly. Otherwise, it was likely that Su Ming would not hesitate to make a dish of snake stew. Ah, a perilous man indeed. Orochimaru rubbed his face, feeling a slight headache. Besides Su Ming's to Jiraiya, who had remained silent. Since encountering Orochimaru, Jiraiya had uttered nothing more than a greeting of long time no see. This was rather unusual and not characteristic of him. However, neither Su Ming nor Do mentioned this anomaly. "I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit?" Orochimaru inquired. "Danzo has informed me. However, I truly did not anticipate that Su Ming's strength had reached such heights. If Su Ming wishes to take me back, I would naturally not resist, though I suspect you would not do so. Oh? Su Ming expressed curiosity and asked, why is that? Orochimaru smiled. The wind that can set the windmill in motion would not willingly submit to confinement. For Su Ming, Konoha represents such a constraint. Rather, why not depart from Konoha? Become a rogue ninja. I could assist you in unleashing your potential even further. As he spoke, a glimmer of desire flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, and he showed no intention of concealing this from Jiraiya. Su Ming's gaze shifted, locking eyes with Orochimaru. Those were the eyes of a serpent, indicative of loyalty. Yet, for a serpent, loyalty is often fleeting. Should it ever perceive its master as weaker than expected, it would strike without hesitation. Su Ming smiled, a dark hue shadowing his eyes. The second template, Shadow Blade, activated. In that instant, he transformed into a true hunter, merging with the darkness itself. Utilizing his dual eyes as a springboard, Orochimaru found himself engulfed by shadows. The ability of the second template, unlike the first, bore resemblance to illusion techniques but was distinct from them. Su Ming preferred to refer to this capability as a domain, specifically the Dark Domain. Within this abyss, he became the sovereign. The path traced by his blade delineated his territory. With a snap of his fingers, Su Ming elicited a tremor from Orochimaru, who then jolted awake. His eyes now filled with astonishment. Su Ming chuckled softly, contemplating that perhaps Mr. Snake's understanding of rogue ninjas aligned closely with what the ninjas themselves professed. The rogue ninja betrayed his village and was subsequently hunted down, pursued relentlessly as if he were a dog. He became a pariah, despised by all. This existence is one I cannot find appealing. However, my interpretation of a rogue ninja differs somewhat from that of Mr. Orochimaru. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance. Su Ming continued. Mr. Orochimaru views a rogue ninja as one who has betrayed Konoha, yet my perspective diverges. If I were ever to become a rogue ninja, it would not be an act of betrayal against Konoha, but rather Konoha betraying me. At that moment, Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Likewise, Kabuto abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at Su Ming. Yet, the malice previously reflected in his gaze was replaced by a glimmer of light. That light was Su Ming's. Chapter 23. Please give Konoha a chance. Part 2. No one anticipated that Su Ming would utter such words. Despite his formidable strength, many in the ninja world possess immense power from a young age. Kakashi became a Genin at 12, and Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan at 13. They are all prodigies. Although Su Ming is slightly younger, it is acceptable. However, insight must be cultivated over time and cannot be achieved instantaneously. Jiraiya regarded Su Ming with astonishment, having not expected such a response. Since you, Su Ming, are unwilling, so be it. Nonetheless, this position will always remain reserved for you. Orochimaru indicated toward his head, signifying that he was ready to assist whenever Su Ming desired. Su Ming smiled and turned to Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya, now that you are here, you do not intend to remain silent, do you? Orochimaru licked his lips, focusing intently on Jiraiya. I could never return, Jiraiya. You must understand. Jiraiya nodded, fully aware of the lingering obsession within him while also recognizing Orochimaru's true nature. Unlike Naruto, he had not undergone similar experiences nor been influenced by Ashura, and thus he would not be as obsessively devoted to the point of near mania. For him, aside from the desire to retrieve Orochimaru, there existed another purpose, the prophesied child of destiny. Jiraiya looked at Su Ming and suddenly smiled wryly. I somewhat regret coming here with you. You, my friend, are far too powerful and perilously dangerous. He added, more dangerous than Orochimaru. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, slightly displeased, but he could not deny the truth in Jiraiya's words. I was initially concerned that you might join forces with Orochimaru against Konoha, which led me to contemplate intervening. Even if I were to act, you would still be unbeatable. Jiraiya's words were met with a sharp retort from Orochimaru. Ignoring Orochimaru, Jiraiya continued to gaze at Su Ming. However, I have since changed my mind. For the sake of the fourth Hokage, I implore you to give me and Konoha a chance. Jiraiya leaned forward, adopting a humble posture. Konoha will never stand against you. This was Jiraiya's vow. After witnessing Su Ming's prowess, how could he remain oblivious? should matters be mishandled. The greatest crisis for Konoha could very well arise from Su Ming, a genius ninja. If Jiraiya were to evaluate his genius, he would be left with but one word. Or at most two, Madara and Hashirama. If Konoha could treat Su Ming with the respect he deserved and trust in him, perhaps he would not mind becoming the leader of Konoha, akin to Senju Hashirama. Conversely, he could become a force of destruction akin to Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Should the village ever reach such a dire juncture, Jiraiya could scarcely conceive of any means to thwart them. Only annihilation would remain. Ultimately, everything hinged upon Konoha, or rather, the third Hokage's stance. Jiraiya sighed, hoping that Master Sarutobi would recognize the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, a question arose in Jiraiya's mind. Could Su Ming be the prophesied child? However, upon reflection, he shook his head. The prophesied child should be capable of forming bonds with tailed beasts, yet there were none around Su Ming. It seemed unlikely, and he hoped it was so. Su Ming replied that he was indifferent to the fate of Konoha, but he cared for Naruto. With his current strength, he could protect himself, yet Naruto was still young. He deserved a joyful childhood and a nurturing environment. For this reason, Su Ming was willing to grant Konoha an opportunity. Thank you, Jiraiya nodded before departing. He needed to return to the village to alert Konoha and urge the third Hokage to devise better countermeasures, while also ensuring better treatment for the brothers. After all, Su Ming was not merely the young host of the Nine Tails. He was a fully fledged eagle. After Jiraiya's departure, Orochimaru intended to invite Su Ming to examine his research findings. However, when Su Ming casually pointed out the deficiencies in his work, Orochimaru's expression changed abruptly, revealing a fervor in his eyes alongside Kabuto, a zealous thirst for knowledge. Eventually, Su Ming felt somewhat unnerved by their gazes and reluctantly exchanged an item from the template shop for something akin to a tablet from his previous life, filled with various learning materials. Naturally, the standard of the Naruto world could not compare to that of his former life, so he limited the content to a high school level. Nevertheless, it was enough to make Orochimaru's eyes gleam with excitement. When Orochimaru inquired about the name of the item in his hands, Su Ming mischievously replied that it was called Ding-ing, and the videos viewed on it were referred to as online courses. Orochimaru nodded, displaying a surprisingly reverent demeanor as he thanked Su Ming for allowing him to attend online courses on Ding-ding. Su Ming couldn't help but find Orochimaru's demeanor amusing, especially with the name Ding-ding. However, he soon had to admire Orochimaru's attitude towards learning. It was truly commendable. Kabuto also eyed the Ding-ding with great desire, gazing longingly at Su Ming for a while, but upon receiving no indication from him, he appeared somewhat disheartened. Disregarding Kabuto's disappointment, Su Ming instructed him to show him around. Orochimaru's base was extensive, filled with numerous individual rooms housing various experimental materials and subjects. Human experimentation was commonplace here. Yet, as they passed one particular room, Su Ming's attention was captured. Compared to the other rooms, this one was exceptionally clean, devoid of any dust. Upon entering, he found a tidy young boy seated on a bed, with white hair, green eyes, red eyeshadow on his eyelids, and 2 red dots between his brows. Su Ming instantly recognized his identity, Kumahira, a survivor of the Kagaya clan and a wielder of the formidable bloodline limit, Shikatsu Miyaku. Although he appeared only briefly in the original Naruto series and still bore the guise of youth, Su Ming easily identified him. Kumahira, Lord Su Ming has arrived. Should you not bow in respect? Standing aside, Do spoke sharply. Su Ming raised his hand to halt him. Yet, Junma Lu rose nonetheless, gazing at Su Ming and cheerfully exclaiming, Master Su Ming. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Junma Lu possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate osteoblasts and osteoclasts at will, even controlling calcium concentration to forge bones, rendering his structure harder than steel. Consequently, he boasted formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. In the original narrative, Gaara's absolute defense was shattered by Junma Lu. Had it not been for his eventual ailment, the outcome of their confrontation might have been quite different. Su Ming's most profound impression of Junma Lu was not solely his overwhelming strength, but also his unwavering loyalty. One could assert that he was the finest subordinate. Su Ming had not anticipated encountering him in this place. Chapter 24. Pursuing truth with Lord Su Ming. Junma Lu, a solitary soul. Are you alone? Su Ming inquired. Casting a glance at Junma Lu. Yes, my lord, came the response. Although honorifics were employed, fear was absent. The room was shrouded in darkness, dimly lit. As Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, it seemed Junma Lu anticipated his thoughts, voicing, in truth, I do not despise the dark. It has accompanied me throughout my upbringing. Su Ming nodded. A person raised in darkness may often find solace in it. Much like the ties between Zabuza and Haku, Sasuke and Naruto, or Junma Lu and Orochimaru. It has been pondered that had Junma Lu encountered Zabuza instead of Orochimaru, perhaps the outcome would have differed. Now, Junma Lu stood before Su Ming. However, unlike before, Su Ming observed that Junma Lu's eyes lacked illumination. He remained ensnared by darkness. It seemed the world had deviated somewhat with Su Ming's arrival. Junma Lu had yet to pledge his allegiance to Orochimaru. Su Ming queried, what do you despise? Junma Lu fell silent for a moment before raising his head. I loathe solitude. I detest being unneeded. The darkness is not frightening. What terrifies me is the loneliness. In that obscurity, his small eyes appeared to vanish entirely, dimming. If one is truly unnecessary and devoid of purpose, why continue to exist? This was his inquiry. Yet, Su Ming extended his hand, resting it upon Junma Lu's head. A glimmer of light, Su Ming's light. As Junma Lu looked up, a faint glow sparkled in his eyes amidst the darkness. There is no inherent significance in merely existing, yet living may lead to the discovery of intriguing experiences. Su Ming tousled Junma Lu's hair. Just as you have arrived here, I have found you. With a snap, Do ignited the candle, illuminating the room, casting light everywhere, including into Junma Lu's eyes. Sensations of Su Ming's warmth coursed through him, and for the first time, a yearning blossomed within Junma Lu, a desire to follow in Su Ming's footsteps. Come, let us depart. Su Ming gently caressed Junma Lu's face, smiling softly. His smile radiated brightness akin to the candlelight. Though darkness may serve as a solitary refuge, it is the light that embodies true hope. I too wish to seek the truths of the world alongside Lord Su Ming. In that moment, the youthful Junma Lu made a resolute decision. He left the room with Su Ming, following closely behind, his spirits evidently lifted. However, at that moment, Do wore an expression of hesitation. Su Ming noticed this and asked, Is something troubling you? Do replied, Junma Lu is quite unique. He has suffered from an illness since childhood, one that even Lord Orochimaru cannot remedy. Therefore, even if Lord Su Ming were to request him from Lord Orochimaru, I fear. His words trailed off. But the implication was clear. Such a request may ultimately be futile. Upon hearing this, Junma Lu trembled. The fear of being unneeded was his greatest dread. For Junmaru, the most indelible memory is that of battle, for it is only in the throes of combat that he feels truly needed. A bone spike materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he thrust it towards Do. Just then, a hand clasped around his wrist. Junmaru looked up to see Su Ming, his face beaming with a smile. Junmaru sought to explain, but Su Ming shook his head, reassuring him, Fear not. I possess a solution for your affliction. Is that true? Junmaru inquired. Certainly. The bone spike vanished, and Junmaru returned to his former self. His strength was formidable, even at such a tender age. Had it not been for Su Ming's swift intervention, Do might have met a dire fate. The reason behind this near calamity lay in Do's words, which led Junmaru to believe he was urging Su Ming to abandon him. Do, having narrowly escaped death, felt a pang of anxiety. He had been walking alongside Junmaru but now hastily moved to the other side. At Do's current strength, he was utterly outmatched by Junmaru. He spent 80 template points to exchange for some medicine from the template shop, which he handed over to Junmaru. With the system in place, Junmaru's ailment was no longer a concern. However, despite Junmaru's obedient demeanor, Do dared not meet his gaze again. The earlier scene had instilled a profound fear within him. Meanwhile, on another front, Pain returned to the Akatsuki and immediately sought an audience with Obito. What transpired? Obito inquired, his exposed Sharingan revealing a hint of confusion beneath the small hole in his mask. Although Orochimaru's abilities were commendable, Sasori's prowess was equally formidable, compounded by the Rinnegan's might, leaving no room for error. Yet now, they had encountered two leaf ninjas. Pain recounted the events truthfully, and Obito fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated such a talented ninja to emerge from the leaf. He turned to Pain and asked, "Is there any chance we could recruit him?" Pain shook his head, stating firmly, "He has already declined our offer. He will not join us." "What a pity," Obito replied, his gaze turning cold. "Since he refuses to ally with us, he will undoubtedly become our adversary when we collect the tailed beasts. It would be prudent to take action preemptively." Additionally, Noki of Awagakure had reached out, hoping we could create some turmoil for the leaf. Although provoking the leaf may not be the wisest course of action at present, the compensation offered by Noki was simply too enticing to ignore. "Nagato, prepare accordingly." Pain nodded and departed. Despite Awagakure's participation in the last Shinobi World War, they had been thwarted by a surprise attack on their logistics by the Yellow Flash, preventing their involvement in the battle. Most of the ninjas in the village had been preserved. When it came to sheer numbers, Iwagakure possessed a significant advantage over the leaf. The absence of any gains from the last war left Noki quite displeased, especially after Kumogakure recently dealt a blow to the leaf, further stirring Naka's restlessness. Recently, he has been contemplating how to instigate conflict and compel Konoha to provide compensation. The military strength of Iwagakure is indeed the pillar of Naka's confidence. Moreover, he is acutely aware of the personality of the Hokage of Konoha. Aside from the second Hokage, who possess some degree of cunning, the other Hokages can be rather unimpressive. The first Hokage would give away tailed beasts without hesitation. The fourth's reign was remarkably brief, leading to his untimely demise. And as for the third Hokage, one could succinctly summarize him with a single word: cowardice. During the last Shinobi World War, despite Konoha's clear advantage, they resorted to diplomacy. What else could this be but cowardice? Thus, Noki concluded that even if conflict arose with Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to escalate matters. Even if a battle were to ensue, how could Awagakure possibly fear it? Beneath the mask, Obito fell silent for a moment before rising. He wished to witness firsthand the young man who had managed to sever the assault of the Rinnegan. If possible, he might even take direct action. Chapter 25. The water could not be more murky. Chapter 1. Konoha. The village remained as tranquil as ever. The streets bustled with life, and smiles adorned the faces of its inhabitants. However, the child, often referred to as the fox demon by the villagers, had not been seen for some time. Yet, it seemed that no one truly cared. Outside, the vibrancy continued unabated. Inside a small house, one could hear bursts of joyous laughter emanating from within, a sound so delightful. "Naruto, you must train diligently," Iruka admonished, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor before Naruto's radiant smile ultimately melted his resolve. With a resigned sigh, he added, "Naruto, if you do not put in the effort, we cannot fulfill our promise." Upon hearing Iruka's insistence, the previously playful Naruto suddenly adopted a more earnest expression. "All right, I concede." Within the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze felt a sense of exasperation. Only after Su Ming departed did he fully grasp the nature of the agreement between Naruto and Iruka. They had agreed that should Naruto train earnestly and meet Iruka's expectations, he would receive a sum of money. Of course, Naruto was not particularly interested in the money. He wished to use his earnings to treat his brother to a bowl of ramen, one adorned with his own specially crafted ingredients. In fact, he had even decided to name this unique dish Naruto Roll. Beneath the sun, Naruto trained vigorously, his determination unwavering. Before long, a small head peeked around the door. However, upon witnessing the scene in the yard, disappointment flickered in those tiny eyes. It was Hinata. Noticing her, Iruka waved. "Ah, you've come to see Su Ming again? You've arrived a bit early. Hasn't he returned yet?" Since Su Ming's departure, Hinata frequently visited, waiting for his return, yet each time she left with disappointment. "Oh." Hinata's head drooped, and she walked away, a visage of dejection. "Hinata-sama, let us return to our training. Only by becoming stronger can we protect Su Ming in the future." Niji smiled beside her. "Yes." Hinata nodded earnestly, her resolve hardening. "I will grow stronger to protect Su Ming." The two departed, yet unnoticed, a figure leaned against a nearby tree. Itachi quietly observed, whispering to himself, "In truth, I wish to protect Su Ming as well." Not long after Hinata's departure, a somewhat stooped figure appeared at the entrance, clad in a white Hokage robe. Just a glimpse was enough for Iruka to ascertain the identity of the visitor. Lord, third Hokage. Iruka bowed respectfully. Iruka, did I not tell you? There is no need for such formalities, Sarutobi said kindly. You are Naruto's teacher. There is no need for these customs. Yet, Iruka remained resolute. The third Hokage is indeed a hero of the village. Due respect must be maintained. Sarutobi nodded, his gaze towards Iruka growing increasingly approving. No one dislikes praise. Not even the third Hokage. Since Su Ming's departure, the third Hokage had been seen more frequently, almost more than Hinata herself. Each visit was either to inquire about Naruto or to bring him small trinkets, giving the impression of genuine concern for the boy. However, Naruto, you needn't train anymore. The esteemed third Hokage has arrived. Iruka called out. Upon hearing this, Naruto halted his training and rushed over. Grandpa Third, what delightful gift have you brought for me this time? Haha, this is merely a trinket, but I found it quite amusing. So I decided to bring it along. As he spoke, Sarutobi produced 2 crystal-clear glass orbs from his hands and placed them into Naruto's. Wow, they're so beautiful. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Naruto beamed with excitement. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Sarutobi ruffled Naruto's hair, creating a heartwarming scene of grandparental affection. Yet, once Sarutobi departed, Naruto's cheerful expression swiftly faded. With a decisive motion, he tossed the glass orbs into a nearby heap of refuse. Looking at Iruka, he exclaimed, Iruka-sensei, let us continue our training. Iruka nodded, accustomed to such behavior. Those glass orbs were indeed trivial baubles, easily purchasable from street vendors, barely worth a few coins. Oh, third Hokage, could you be any more dismissive? Iruka shook his head. At Orochimaru's lair, the lights were bright. Su Ming set down the scroll he had been reading and turned to the newly arrived Kabuto, inquiring softly, Is there something amiss? Lord Su Ming, Kabuto responded respectfully. Lord Orochimaru requests your presence. Understood. I shall head there now. Su Ming closed the scroll, affectionately ruffling Kimamaro's hair. As Kimamaro's face turned crimson, Su Ming chuckled softly and exited the chamber. In the original narrative of Hokage, the composed handsome man surprisingly had an adorably mischievous side in his youth. Even cuter than Itachi. In the laboratory, Orochimaru had been waiting for quite some time. Su Ming-kun, I have news that will surely pique your interest. What news? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru replied, I have just received word that the Akatsuki organization is planning to strike against Konoha. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the Akatsuki was still in the phase of amassing wealth and was far from ready to act against Konoha. Why would they initiate an attack now? Su Ming furrowed his brow. Could it be that due to his own involvement, Orochimaru had not joined the Akatsuki, thus altering the course of events? That seemed quite plausible. Orochimaru continued. The Akatsuki's decision to target Konoha is reportedly due to a commission from Inoki. Inoki. Su Ming pondered over the name. He was all too familiar with Inoki, known as the Two-Ton Inoki. It was said that in his youth, he had even clashed with Madara, although given Madara's strength, he likely would have been easily overwhelmed by a single Susanoo. Undeniably, Inoki's prowess is of a Kage level. Most importantly, the Wagakure retained a considerable number of its living forces during the last Shinobi World War, a fact that Konoha cannot hope to rival. Observing Su Ming's silence, Orochimaru continued. During the last conflict, that old man Inoki gained little advantage. It seems he can no longer contain himself. Su Ming nodded, quickly grasping the implication. He then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, pondering whether he had any desire to stir the waters further. Oh, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. What does Su Ming intend to do? Having defected from Konoha, it would be impossible for him to harbor no resentment towards the village. The notion of exacting revenge on Konoha was something Orochimaru relished deeply. If I recall correctly, Asuma Sarutobi should be outside at this moment. Su Ming remarked with a knowing smile, a smile that hinted at deeper intentions. This turmoil could indeed be agitated even more. Currently, it remains insufficient. Chapter 26, The Sorrow of Dandan. Chapter 2, The Border of Konoha. A small team was on patrol here, under the command of Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage. However, he had long since departed from Konoha, even though he was acutely aware of the current situation back home. With a lack of personnel, Asuma stubbornly refused to return, fueled by a rebellious spirit against his father. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. oblivious to the disapproving glares from those around him. Despite his constant defiance of his father, he found a certain charm in smoking, a habit he shared with his father. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Coughing slightly, he was lost in thought, his mind filled with the image of Kurenai Yuhi, his goddess. As he contemplated, he finished one cigarette and reached for another. At that moment, a flash of cold light suddenly struck towards him. Asuma instinctively dodged, unable to warn his comrades in time. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, and the teammates who had been beside him moments ago lay lifeless. Witnessing this grim scene, Asuma's expression turned icy. As the smoke cleared, a youthful figure emerged. Though young, the boy wielded a bone sword that radiated a chilling aura. Jumuru. Despite his tender age, Jumuru possessed formidable strength. Asuma, the son of the Hokage, was relatively strong himself, yet his teammates were not as capable. Who are you? Asuma glared at Jumuru. With a smirk, Jumuru's bone sword scraped the ground, slowly pointing towards Asuma, his gaze lifting slightly. Asuma Sarutobi? At that moment, realization dawned upon Asuma. The hidden mist village. The corpse bone path. A wave of terror washed over him as he summoned a short blade, channeling chakra into its edge. This was Asuma's signature ability. Unfortunately, he was not facing Jumuru alone. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Boom. A wall of earth surged from the ground at astonishing speed, and had Asuma not reacted swiftly, he would have been struck directly. As he dodged, Jumuru's bone sword elongated in an instant, charging towards Asuma without hesitation. Jumuru was born for combat, despite his youth. His prowess was not to be underestimated. Clang! The bone sword clashed against the short blade, and to Asuma's astonishment, even with his wind chakra-infused edge, he could barely leave a mark on the bone sword. Such tough bones. Asuma's expression grew grave. Engaged in combat, he found it difficult to extricate himself. And at that moment, the earth flow wall continued to rise with frightening speed, catching him off guard. Asuma was struck directly from above. Thud. He hit the ground. His senses slightly blurred. Is this all the son of the Hokage can muster? Came a voice nearby. Asuma strained to lift his head, yet could not discern the figure's visage, only noting the emblem of 2 stones upon the forehead protector he wore. That was the symbol of the hidden rock village. Asuma succumbed to unconsciousness. Truly, Mr. Snake demonstrated remarkable prowess, effortlessly concluding the battle with merely an intermediate ninjutsu. Suming emerged, offering commendation. Orochimaru removed the forehead protector of the hidden rock village and casually crushed it. However, what truly astonished him was this young child. Possessing such formidable strength at such a tender age, were it not for Su Ming's favor, he might have coveted this body for himself. Su Ming remained silent. Yet a warning glimmered in his gaze. He turned to the side to observe Asuma. Asuma's injuries were not particularly severe, though one could argue that his true affliction lay between his legs, where blood flowed profusely. Su Ming recalled hearing the sound of something shattering moments ago. He cast a curious glance at Orochimaru. Did he possess such peculiar interests? Nevertheless, for Asuma, this was far from a fortuitous circumstance for a man. Such a fate might be more agonizing than death itself. Alas, the sorrow of emasculation. Let us depart, Su Ming addressed Orochimaru, acknowledging that Asuma's injuries were sufficiently grave. Orochimaru, somewhat exhilarated, licked his lips, pondering what Sarutobi-sensei might think upon witnessing his son's condition. He yearned to see the expression on Sarutobi's face, yet regrettably, there would be no opportunity. In due time, there would be. A smile graced Su Ming's lips as he took his leave, with Jumuru trailing behind. Before long, news of Asuma's injuries would reach Konoha. Although Asuma's unconscious visions might not reflect reality, and even if they did, could be mere masquerades, it was certain that Sarutobi would harbor suspicions. Coupled with the emergence of Akatsuki and the actions of the Hidden Rock Village, Sarutobi would have no choice but to embrace doubt. Even if he resisted belief, Su Ming would ensure he came to accept it. The loss of his son's ability to father children implied a near extinction of the Sarutobi lineage, with the provocation from enemy villages. It was uncertain how the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would respond. How could he allow such tranquility in his life? Su Ming chuckled softly. The group returned to Orochimaru's stronghold. This marked Junmaru's first battle, showcasing his formidable abilities. The corpse bone technique proved indeed powerful. Throughout their journey, Orochimaru observed Junmaru's figure, lost in contemplation. Junmaro had been discovered within Orochimaru's lair, and he was well aware of the significance of such a person. Yet, he also understood that he could not heal Junmaru's affliction with his own methods. Now, however, Su Ming had achieved what Orochimaru could not. Orochimaru's gaze flickered, and he suddenly inquired, "Su Ming, if I complete my studies within the confines of the nail, shall I be able to catch up to you?" Su Ming was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. "Not even close. The knowledge you seek is still vast." Observing Su Ming's retreating figure, a glimmer of intrigue danced in Orochimaru's eyes. Su Ming truly was an enigmatic individual. Chapter 27. Uchiha Madara. I, Su Ming, shall refer to you as a hero. Chapter 3. Su Ming contemplated when he would return to Konoha. Orochimaru turned to Su Ming and inquired, "Return to Konoha?" Su Ming chuckled. "Is it that simple to go back? Sarutobi must believe I will perish at your hands, and if I were to return just like that, they would be displeased." Observing the smile on Su Ming's face, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. With his understanding of Su Ming, he knew he would not be so benevolent as to consider Sarutobi and Danzo. The performance had only just begun. Su Ming grinned and affectionately caressed the face of Kimimaro beside him. Calculating the time, "It appears guests are arriving. Let us go greet them." Orochimaru was taken aback, uncertain of who the guests Su Ming mentioned were. Could it be that Sarutobi had sent someone after him? Or perhaps it was Danzo's men. With a sense of intrigue, Orochimaru followed Su Ming outside their hideout. Outside, the wind was fierce, stirring up clouds of dust, beneath which stood a solitary figure, with short hair, an orange mask adorned with black stripes, and a long black hooded cloak. His weapons concealed within the sleeves were chains linking his wrists. The visible eye beneath the mask displayed a prominent Sharingan, with a distinctive three-tomo pattern. His name, Uchiha Obito. Indeed, when Su Ming had driven away Pain and Scorpion, he had suspected Obito would come. However, it was merely a conjecture at the time. Yet, with the information from Orochimaru, Su Ming was nearly certain that Obito would arrive. Eager to witness the individual who had repelled the Rinnegan, as anticipated, there he was. Gazing at the exposed Sharingan, Orochimaru squinted. "Uchiha?" He frowned, recalling the plethora of information about the Uchiha clan, yet none matched the man before him. Who could he be? Indeed, Obito directly confessed, deliberately lowering his voice to a gravelly tone, "I am Uchiha Madara." This revelation left Orochimaru momentarily stunned, while Su Ming burst into laughter. "Uchiha Madara? Do not insult Madara." "What are you laughing at?" Obito exclaimed, his exposed Sharingan brimming with fury as he glared at Su Ming. "Nothing, merely laughing at your unworthiness," Su Ming replied, raising his gaze and disregarding Obito's anger. "The Uchiha Madara I know is a figure who dared to clash with Senju Hashirama, one who boldly challenged the entirety of Konoha. Though he lost, he did so with honor and integrity. Uchiha Madara would never be someone who hides his true face." Listening to Su Ming's words, Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance, surprised at Su Ming's profound understanding of Uchiha Madara. Indeed, in the Warring States period, had it not been for Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara would have undoubtedly been recognized as the foremost of them all. Even in an era where the pillars existed, he, Uchiha Obito, shone as a brilliant star. Jiraiya has always been regarded as a hero, yet Su Ming has persistently believed that if Jiraiya qualifies as a hero, then Obito undoubtedly deserves the title of a great champion. This champion signifies a formidable leader. "Are you questioning me, Uchiha Obito?" With a narrowed gaze, Obito's fury reached its zenith. Su Ming merely chuckled coldly, asserting that if he were indeed Uchiha Obito, he should reveal his true self. Obito has never hidden behind a mask, even as time ravaged his visage. In Su Ming's recollection, Uchiha Obito embodied this principle, refusing to don a mask even in the face of aging. Such is the pride of the strong, a concept that Obito evidently fails to grasp. "You are the one who repelled Pain, aren't you? I see you're playing with fire." With that, Obito ceased his idle chatter and launched himself towards Su Ming with remarkable speed, one that would render most ninjas unable to react. Yet, at this moment, Su Ming was surrounded by no weaklings. Junmaru was the first to respond, summoning a bone sword to his hand. Without hesitation, he advanced and swung the sword in a fierce strike. Obito showed no intention of evasion, colliding head-on, just as the bone sword was about to cleave through him. A flicker of disdain crossed Obito's exposed Sharingan. The bone sword passed through his form without any hindrance. Kamui, a space-time ninjutsu, bypassing Junmaru and Orochimaru. Obito appeared directly beside Su Ming. Excitement gleamed in his eyes, as if he anticipated that Su Ming would soon meet his demise at his hands. However, in that moment, a slight smirk graced Su Ming's lips. He locked eyes with Obito, and as the latter drew near, a wave of darkness surged into his gaze. Second template. Shadow Blade activated. The realm of darkness enveloped them both instantaneously. For a fleeting instant, Obito's body froze, though it was but a moment before he broke free. Yet, in the realm of skilled combatants, even a brief lapse could prove decisive. A pale blue, rotating sphere of energy manifested in Su Ming's hand, and without obstruction, it crashed forcefully into Obito's face. Rasengan. With a resounding impact, Obito was sent hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The force of the Rasengan left cracks upon the mask he wore. Struggling to rise, Obito was consumed by uncontrollable rage. Rasengan. Su Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Relishing the sensation of having struck Obito with the same technique twice. How does it feel to be hit by the same move? The last time Obito was bested was also at the hands of a Rasengan, during the Nine Tails Rampage, executed by the fourth Hokage. Regrettably, at that time, the fourth was preoccupied with Kushina and Naruto, and did not engage Obito extensively. Today, however, Su Ming refrained from wielding a sword and employed the same technique, which was far from simple. He intended to evoke memories within Obito. Who are you, really? Obito demanded. The one who intends to kill you, Su Ming replied coldly. Treasure your life, for in the future, I shall personally come to claim it. With that, he turned away, paying no heed to Obito, who was on the brink of eruption. Su Ming did not lack the desire to eliminate Obito. Rather, he found himself devoid of effective means to restrain the powers of Kamui. Previously, he had only managed to slightly affect Obito with the domain power of the second template. For the prowess of the Manjiki Sharingan was exceedingly formidable. Once the Uchiha clan awakens the Manjiki, there is a qualitative leap in their strength. Until he devises a reliable method to limit Kamui, Obito remains virtually invincible. Furthermore, there is another crucial point. Obito is not only his adversary, but also Naruto's. In this lifetime, as long as he exists, there is no way he would allow Ashura to influence Naruto, leading him to forgive the murderer of his parents. Obito must die. He must perish. Chapter 28. The Operation Against Konoha. Part 1. Su Ming departed without a trace of hesitation, not even casting a glance at Obito. As if he were a mere figment of imagination. Outside the stronghold, the wind and sand swirled tumultuously. The mask adorning Obito's face began to fracture, the cracks widening to reveal glimpses of what lay beneath. Yet, the few individuals making their way toward the stronghold showed no intention of turning back. Su Ming. A flash of rage ignited within Obito's Sharingan, etching that name deeply into his memory. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind Su Ming's mastery of the fourth Hokage's jutsu or his knowledge of the events that had transpired that day. Nevertheless, such details mattered little. He simply desired Su Ming's demise, just as Su Ming sought to end his life. Konoha. Hokage's office. Sarutobi slammed the letter he held onto the desk, his irritation palpable. The missive had originated from a Wagakure. The cause of his ire was the contents of the letter, which indicated that several IWA ninjas had vanished within Konoha, with the village suspecting foul play at the hands of Konoha's inhabitants, demanding an immediate investigation. Should Konoha fail to comply, Iwagakure threatened to take matters into their own hands. This statement, devoid of truth yet laden with arrogance, suggested that Konoha was merely a subordinate to Iwagakure. Sarutobi was well aware of the underlying reality. Iwagakure was merely seeking compensation, fueled by their displeasure at the benefits the Cloud Village had reaped from the recent incident involving the Nara clan. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Did they truly believe Konoha to be an easy target? In that instant, Sarutobi instinctively contemplated a direct response to Inoki, challenging him to war if that was his desire. However, a voice within him urged calmness. After much deliberation, he ultimately shook his head with a sigh. Konoha, while proudly proclaiming itself as the foremost ninja village, was merely a claim. Engaging in battle with a Wagakure would spell disaster. Thus, Sarutobi sighed as he summoned the Umbu, instructing them to investigate any actions taken against a Wagakure. Though he knew full well that no such actions had occurred, it was essential to maintain a fade of diligence. With a soft creak, the Umbu departed. And Danzo entered. Sarutobi, what do you intend to do? With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi responded, what else can I do? Inoki is likely seeking compensation for his grievances stemming from the Cloud Village's gains. Danzo nodded, aware of the situation. Actually, I have an idea. What idea? Sarutobi asked, surprised. He knew Danzo well. While his abilities were limited, his ambitions were vast. In times of crisis, he seldom relied on Danzo's counsel. Yet now he found himself intrigued by Danzo's unexpected proposal. Danzo smirked. If Inoki desires compensation, let us grant it to him. Grant it? Sarutobi's expression fell. Disappointment etched across his face. Initially, he had harbored hopes that Danzo might indeed possess a sound strategy. It appeared he had merely indulged in wishful thinking. Konoha is now in dire financial straits. If compensation could truly be provided, would Sarutobi be so troubled? Observing Sarutobi's incredulous expression, Danzo continued, although we lack funds, the prominent clans possess resources. For instance, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. This time, Inoki has evidently come prepared. If we cannot offer compensation, the two villages are likely to plunge into direct conflict. Konoha simply cannot afford to engage in war. Those major clans, being part of the village, are bound to contribute to its welfare. If the village is financially incapacitated, they will inevitably bear the burden. Sarutobi felt a twinge of concern. This could easily incite resentment among the clans. Yet, at this moment, there seemed to be no viable alternatives. After all, you were the Hokage. Danzo sneered. Do you think they would dare to disregard your orders? However, if you are too soft-hearted to issue commands, then allow me to assist you. The Uchiha clan has been quite active recently. Perhaps we could seize this opportunity. Danzo, remember your place. Sarutobi's expression darkened suddenly after Danzo's unfinished remark. If you disagree, then find your own solutions. Danzo scoffed, turning to leave. He had long coveted the title of Hokage, but given the current circumstances, it was best left to Sarutobi. After all, he was the Hokage. In the office, Sarutobi's expression fluctuated, unable to reach a decision. After a long while, he sighed in resignation and summoned the messenger from the Rock Village. I wish to discuss matters with Inoki. It seems we have no choice but to offer compensation. Konoha cannot afford another battle. Once the Rock Village ninja departed, Sarutobi sighed again and called for Itachi. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's hideout, Su-Ming had been there for some time. One could not deny Orochimaru's exceptional ability to gather intelligence. Under his command, a formidable force had emerged. Information regarding the movements of Konoha and the Rock Village continuously flowed in, allowing Su-Ming to stay abreast of the latest developments. What of Kabuto? Su-Ming inquired of Orochimaru. Rest assured, Kabuto is quite astute, especially after your guidance. He has become even more remarkable. He has now arrived in Konoha and will live there as an ordinary ninja. A smile spread across Su-Ming's face. Kabuto had always been a multifaceted spy, seemingly endowed with the potential for espionage. In the original narrative, he had spent considerable time in Konoha. However, Su-Ming's presence had introduced slight alterations to the course of events. Nonetheless, Kabuto would still go to Konoha. This time, he would not serve as Orochimaru's spy, but rather as Su-Ming's. With a faint smile, Su-Ming declared, in a few days, once the arrangements in Konoha are settled, I shall have him disclose the contents of the letter from a Wagakure to the entirety of Konoha. I want everyone to understand what kind of person he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, truly is. The letter reached Su-Ming before it arrived in Konoha, subsequently making its way to Sarutobi. Listening to Su-Ming's words, Orochimaru felt a rush of excitement. His animosity towards Sarutobi and Konoha was profound. Every matter concerning Konoha piqued Orochimaru's interest, particularly in this instance. Oh, teacher Sarutobi, you remain unaware of the true nature of the devil you've provoked. I wonder how long you can endure this battle against such a fiend. I do hope you can last a while longer. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull. Su Ming, with his wicked charm, was oddly endearing. Orochimaru then departed. Chapter 29. The True Nature of Su Ming and the Transformation of Jun Malu. Itachi, you must be well aware of the current state of the village. The village can no longer withstand conflict. This is true for both myself and the Uchiha clan. Konoha is no longer the invincible Konoha it once was. Should war erupt, countless lives will be lost. Perhaps those of the Uchiha you know, perhaps mine, or possibly Su Ming's or Sasuke's. As he uttered Sasuke's name, Sarutobi forced himself to suppress the discomfort that stirred within him, yet even so, he could not express these words with tranquility. He, Sarutobi Izashi, was the father of Sarutobi Sasuke, and the Uchiha. Naming a child Sasuke, isn't that simply cruel? Each time Sarutobi heard the name Sasuke, he felt a surge of frustration, especially in the presence of the Uchiha clan. This sentiment was particularly pronounced when faced with Itachi, who was devoted to his younger brother. Especially now, in this humble demeanor, as if he were yielding. Perhaps the demise of the Uchiha clan in the original narrative of Hokage was somehow intertwined with the name Sasuke. Lord Third, I understand everything you have said. Upon my return, I shall discuss it with my father. Among the words spoken by Sarutobi, the ones that resonated most profoundly with Itachi were simply two names, Su Ming and Sasuke. Very well. Sarutobi nodded and continued, Itachi, the safety of the village now rests upon your shoulders. Itachi nodded and departed. Once Itachi had left, Sarutobi exhaled deeply. Since Itachi had agreed, this matter should be resolved without issue. Afterward, Sarutobi gazed out the window. The night had deepened, and twinkling lights emerged, rendering Konoha a scene of splendor. Sarutobi approached the window, captivated by the view. After a considerable time, he clenched his fist. Konoha was still his Konoha. In the following days, news from Konoha had reached Iwagakure, yet Inoki showed no inclination to intervene personally. He sent his subordinates instead, deeming it sufficient for Konoha. This news also reached Konoha, and through Kabuto's means, it spread throughout the village. Presently, all of Konoha was aware of the impending negotiations with Iwagakure. Moreover, the delegation sent was not comprised of their leader or any significant figures, merely ordinary ninjas. The previous incident with Kumogakure had been well concealed, with few ordinary villagers aware. But this time was different. Kabuto's prowess was remarkable. Not only did the entire village become aware of the situation, but it also incited indignation among them. Many began to question the third Hokage's handling of affairs. At this moment, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi slammed his palm onto the table, his face contorted with rage. You had better provide me with an explanation as to how this news was leaked. Before Sarutobi stood several Umbu, Danzo, and a ninja from Iwagakure. Following Sarutobi's outburst, the Iwagakure ninja displayed a disdainful demeanor. This matter, naturally, could not have originated from my village of Iwagakure. As the third Hokage, I hope you can manage this situation well and not let us down. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out, disregarding everyone else entirely. Sarutobi was seething with anger, slamming his palm onto the table, startling the few Umbu present. Danzo, however, remained unfazed. Though he too wore a grim expression upon witnessing the audacity of the Iwagakure ninja, he understood that this ninja's brazen behavior stemmed from the belief that Konoha would not dare to retaliate. Despite Danzo's dissatisfaction, he truly felt powerless to act. After a considerable pause, Sarutobi's fury subsided somewhat, and he turned to the Umbu, commanding, investigate. I want to know who is responsible. The Umbu conducted a thorough investigation but could not ascertain who had leaked the information. Nonetheless, among those familiar with the news, aside from a few steadfastly loyal Umbu, there were two others, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, both members of the Uchiha clan. Considering their motives, undermining Sarutobi's authority was well within the capabilities of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, they managed to disseminate the information throughout the village in a remarkably short time. Such power was exclusive to a few prominent clans. Contemplating this, Sarutobi's gaze flickered with unease. However, despite Danzo's persistent urging for Sarutobi to take action, the rational Hokage shook his head in refusal. Even if it were the Uchiha clan behind this, he would feign ignorance. After all, who would bear the financial burden owed to Iwagakure? Sarutobi was far from Navi like Danzo. As the news spread rapidly at that moment, Su Ming, accompanied by Kimimaro and Orochimaru, intercepted the route from Awagakure to Konoha. It wasn't long before the Awagakure contingent appeared. Contrary to the rumors, they were not mere ordinary ninjas. There were 5 in total, 2 of whom Su Ming recognized. One was Akatsuchi, the bodyguard of Inoki, and the other was Kuratsuchi, known for her remarkable legs and the granddaughter of Inoki. Amidst the swirling sands, the figures of Su Ming and his companions appeared slightly blurred. Yet their presence on the critical route was unmistakably intentional. Akatsuchi, along with the other 3, instinctively positioned themselves in front of Kuratsuchi, warily eyeing Su Ming and his companions. Observing this, Su Ming let out a soft sigh, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to see her legs. Kuratsuchi was slightly older than Su Ming, in her teens, with long, shapely legs and fair skin. Su Ming lamented this missed opportunity. In truth, aspects of his character were inherited from the 4th Hokage. Yet it was not a complete inheritance. The 4th Hokage, often referred to as a small son, radiated love for every resident of Konoha. As an adopted son, Su Ming had both surpassed and fallen short of his predecessor. Where he fell short was in his lack of energy to extend love to every villager, though he certainly harbored affection for every beautiful girl. In terms of surpassing, Su Ming's affection transcended village boundaries. He could extend his love to attractive girls from other villages as well. In other words, he was a true romantic. Su Ming ran his fingers through his hair, always believing that his golden locks were a stroke of fate. If fate has made me golden, then I must embrace it. Su Ming's emotional fluctuations were keenly perceived by Junmalu, who promptly approached, brandishing an oversized bone knife that far exceeded his physical proportions. With an exceedingly serious expression, Junmalu declared, "Hand over the girl." Su Ming was taken aback, unable to fathom that such words would escape Junmalu's lips, especially delivered with such earnestness. Orochimaru, too, was momentarily stunned. Although he seldom concerned himself with gender, he found the situation decidedly peculiar. This child seemed rather amiss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chidu and the other 3 guards felt deeply insulted. Haidu, being the granddaughter of Inoki, was effectively their master. The humiliation of a master is a death sentence for a servant. Enraged, the 4 of them let out a furious roar and charged at Junmalu. Without hesitation, Junmalu swung his bone knife. Chapter 30. The Collapse of Sarutobi. Chapter 3. Kamaru engaged in battle with Akatsuchi and 3 others. While Su Ming and Orochimaru observed from the sidelines, showing no intention to intervene. Given Kamaru's prowess, facing 4 opponents was undoubtedly overwhelming, no matter how exceptional his talent. The guards personally selected by Inoki would not be lacking in skill. Defeat was inevitable. However, Su Ming aimed to hone Kamaru's abilities. A sword, if not wielded, will inevitably rust. Bang! Kamaru's blade pierced through Akatsuchi's ninjutsu, yet he remained unwavering in his focus. Confronted by 4 adversaries, the pressure weighed heavily on him. Just as Kamaru prepared to launch another strike, Su Ming spoke up. "That's enough. Come down." Upon hearing this, relief washed over Kamaru's face as he sheathed his bone sword and turned to smile at Su Ming before descending. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Kamaru's hair, then stepped forward to draw his sword. The 4 opponents braced themselves for battle. Su Ming smiled, a warm radiance reminiscent of the sun. "No need to be tense. It will be over swiftly." Swoosh! A flash of cold light sliced through the air. Blood splattered as 4 heads were severed, crashing to the ground in a horizontal line. Akatsuchi, having never witnessed such a scene, was rendered speechless, instinctively retreating as Su Ming approached. However, overwhelmed by anxiety, she slipped and fell to the ground. Su Ming crouched before her, meeting her gaze. He gently lifted her chin, disregarding the fear in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Do you see clearly who I am?" Akatsuchi numbly nodded, her delicate features pale with fright. "As long as you see clearly. After all, the ninjas of Konoha are always forthright." Su Ming released her chin and tenderly wiped away the blood on her legs, lightly patting her ashen face. "Run. Escape with all your might. If you hesitate, you may find yourself trapped here." Though Su Ming continued to smile, to Akatsuchi, his grin was devoid of warmth. He appeared as a demon. Watching Akatsuchi flee in a frenzy, Orochimaru expressed his surprise. "I expected you to keep her, Su Ming. After all, It can get quite cold at night in my place. Having a warm bed would be just right. Su-ming shook his head. She still holds value. If Anoki learns that the sole negotiator from Konoha returns alone, and that his granddaughter is terrified, what do you think his reaction would be? Orochimaru paused, then chuckled. Su-ming, you truly are a devil. Laughter erupted from Su-ming, but he knew that Sarutobi would learn of these events sooner. When he discovers that his son has been rendered a eunuch, one can only imagine his reaction. The expression of teacher Sarutobi will be intriguing to behold. As Su-ming conversed with Orochimaru, he remained unaware that Kamara had finally lowered his hands from his eyes. Just moments ago. As Su-ming rested his chin on the black earth, Junmura covered his eyes with both hands. Alas, innocence remains. In the Konoha hospital, Sarutobi could scarcely recall how many times he had succumbed to fury, despite his repeated admonitions to maintain composure. The sight of his son's injuries ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. That was his son, his only son, although there was also Konohamaru from his lineage. The bond with this son had always been the closest. But now, who did this? Who was responsible? In the hospital, the distraught Sarutobi erupted in a furious shout. The trembling medical ninja, after a moment's hesitation, spoke truthfully. Asuma was calling out for Iwagakure while in a coma. Iwagakure. Bang. Sarutobi immediately departed. The enraged Sarutobi rushed to the location where the Iwagakure ninja resided, demanding an explanation regarding his son's injuries. Unexpectedly, as Sarutobi finished speaking, the Iwagakure ninja let out a cold laugh. Third Hokage, your arrival is quite timely. I also require an explanation for the rumors circulating in Konoha. Rumors? What rumors? Sarutobi was taken aback. Kakashi, who had accompanied him, clarified, in the village. There are whispers from an unknown source claiming that a negotiating ninja from Iwagakure was killed by Su-ming for insulting Konoha. Now, the villagers are proclaiming Su-ming a hero, asserting that he is striving to uphold the reputation of Konoha as the foremost ninja village. Bang! At this moment, Sarutobi's face turned a deep shade of fury. For the first time, he harbored thoughts of killing Su-ming. When the initial rumors had surfaced, he had considered the possibility of Su-ming's involvement, yet he was out on a mission to capture Orochimaru. Surviving that endeavor was already a feat. How could he possibly engage in anything else? Little did he expect. It was indeed him. Following the previous incident, the villagers had reached a boiling point of discontent towards Iwagakure. Now, with Su-ming's actions resulting in the death of the Iwagakure envoy, it naturally bolstered Konoha's reputation as the premier ninja village. However, war. Who would bear the burden of the impending conflict? Sarutobi felt an overwhelming surge of anger in his chest, as if his lungs were about to explode. At that moment, the Iwagakure ninja coldly stated, Third Hokage. We have Iwagakure demand an explanation. An explanation, you say? Were it not for his restraint, Sarutobi would have unleashed a torrent of curses, but he ultimately held his tongue. Simply stating, I will handle this matter. If it is not resolved properly, the hands of Iwagakure shall not reach Konoha. Meeting Sarutobi's fierce gaze, the Iwagakure ninja wisely fell silent. We shall await your favorable response, Third Hokage. Sarutobi departed. This day proved to be the most hectic of his life. All due to Su-ming. He even began to suspect whether Asuma's incident was also orchestrated by Su-ming. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, given Su-ming's current standing within the village, even if he were to return, I would be powerless to impose any direct punishment upon him. Damn it. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, and Jiraiya entered. He had naturally heard the rumors circulating in the village, but due to his haste, he was not fully informed. He only knew that the villagers held Su-ming in high regard. Thus, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that Sarutobi-sensei had quite the discerning eye. It seemed that the third Hokage shared my sentiments and also found Su-ming commendable. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiraiya was met with the furious gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before he could utter another word, a loud crack echoed through the room as the desk, a relic passed down from the first Hokage, shattered into splinters. Sarutobi's face darkened to the hue of a charred pot as he bellowed, Get out. Chapter 31 The Imminent War. Chapter 1 In the Village of Iwagakure. Ohayaki's spirits were remarkably high during the morning hours. He presumed that Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked the audacity to instigate a war, and therefore, compensation from Konoha was assured. His next objective was to fortify the strength of a Wagakure. However, by the afternoon, he received intelligence from his subordinate ninjas that Kuratsuchi had returned, alone. Ohayaki stepped outside to greet her. Kuratsuchi appeared disheveled, her face smeared with dirt, and her entire form, save for her white legs, was coated in the dust of her journey. What of Akatsuchi and the others? Ohayaki squinted, his expression darkening. Upon seeing Ohayaki, Kuratsuchi, trembling with fear, finally found solace and threw herself into his arms. Ohayaki offered her comforting words. After a short time, her emotions stabilized enough for her to articulate the truth. Konoha, they truly dared to act. As his gaze shifted, Ohayaki noticed the red handprints on his granddaughter's legs. Kuratsuchi paused, realizing that these marks were remnants of blood that Suime had wiped away, a detail she had momentarily overlooked in her focus on escape. She recalled Suime muttering while cleaning her wounds, "Indeed, white looks better." Was this the doing of a Konoha ninja? Ohayaki inquired. Kuratsuchi nodded. "Very well, go rest now," he said, patting her shoulder and offering a few words of reassurance. Once Kuratsuchi departed, Ohayaki's countenance transformed into one of fury. He had only just resolved to discuss compensation. Yet in a swift turn, the guardians of a Wagakure had been slain, and his granddaughter had been disrespected. "Saratobi, you truly have some nerve. You wish to negotiate? Very well. I shall speak with you myself," Ohayaki bellowed, raising his hand. "Ninjas of a Wagakure, follow me. We are heading to Konoha." At his command, the ninjas of a Wagakure mobilized in unison, leaving only a few to guard the village as they made their way toward Konoha. Ohayaki's actions were tantamount to declaring war. In Konoha, as Itachi emerged from his father's chamber, he bore a heavy expression. He had anticipated that persuading his father, Uchiha Fugaku, to accept the third Hokage's terms would be a daunting task, fully prepared for the possibility of his father's outright refusal. To his surprise, however, Fugaku had readily acquiesced, agreeing to the request for the Uchiha clan to compensate. Itachi had always believed that relations between the village and his clan had deteriorated to a point of irreconcilable conflict. Yet he found himself mistaken. "Itachi, what business do you have with the clan leader at this late hour?" A few Uchiha clansmen approached him. "Listen well, Itachi," they warned, their eyes glinting with coldness. "Do not even think of betraying the Uchiha clan. We in the Umbu have our ways of communicating with others. Should you engage in any treachery, we shall not spare you. Konoha is the home of the clan." The news of Itachi's induction into the Umbu had already circulated among the Uchiha, leading to animosity from several clan members, particularly the more radical ones. Itachi turned his head and discerned the mockery and disdain etched on the faces of the three individuals before him. Their demeanor suggested that they viewed him not as kin, but as an adversary. "Remember our words well," the trio uttered with icy expressions. At that moment, Itachi's pupils transformed, and his Sharingan manifested as he vanished in an instant, reappearing before them. With a resounding thud, the three collapsed, utterly defenseless. Itachi gradually straightened his posture and stated, "I recall mentioning that one should not judge another by their appearance, nor assume that I possess an abundance of patience that allows for such generalizations. You speak of clans. Yet you are the very type of individuals who egregiously misjudge the extent of your capabilities, oblivious to the depth of my own." As he spoke, Itachi advanced towards the trio. His pace was deliberate, each step a torment for them. In his hand, a kunai materialized. Fear gripped the three as one stammered, What are you going to do?" "My disappointment in the Uchiha has reached its zenith. This time, let me make your limitations abundantly clear." With that, he raised his hand. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension. "Nisan, please stop." It was Sasuke's voice. Hiding nearby, Sasuke felt a surge of anxiety. He recalled his brother once proclaiming that the Uchiha clan was one to be proud of, their clan emblem a testament to that pride. Yet now, Itachi froze. With a thud, the kunai he held was hurled into the wall. Bowing his head, he murmured, "I apologize. I acted impulsively." He relinquished his resistance, unwilling to expose Sasuke to the horrors of excessive bloodshed. His brother was still so young. Itachi was subsequently apprehended and imprisoned on charges of harming his kin. As the clan departed, none noticed that at that moment, the Sharingan in Itachi's eyes had evolved into the double tomo. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a haze of smoke lingered. News from the front lines had arrived. The ninja dispatched from a Wagakure had indeed been slain by Su Ming. This revelation was genuine and signified the potential for war between the two villages. However, the current state of Konoha rendered it incapable of engaging in conflict. The only clans he could mobilize were the Hyuga and Uchiha. Yet during the last Shinobi World War, the Uchiha, despite their contributions, had not received their due rewards and had been forcibly distanced from the core of village power. Consequently, persuading them to participate in battle would prove exceedingly challenging. As for the Jainin, the village's elite combatants, Konoha was severely lacking. The older generation had perished or departed, while the new generation had yet to fully mature. Presently, Konoha was far from the formidable first shinobi village it had been before the Third Great Ninja War, an outwardly strong facade that was hollow within. Moreover, Sarutobi had received word that Noki, upon learning of the situation, had summoned the ninja of a Wagakure to march towards Konoha. It appeared that he would not relent easily. More critically, following a Wagakure's actions, other ninja villages had also begun to stir Kumogakure and Kirigakure among them. Sarutobi rubbed his forehead, plagued by a terrible headache. Just then, the door swung open, and Danzo strode in. I had foreseen that this lad would bring calamity. It would have been better to eliminate him sooner. Upon entering, he adopted an accusatory tone. Sarutobi cast a cold glance in his direction. So, who was it that fervently facilitated Su Ming's mission this time? Danzo fell silent. Sarutobi, uninterested in engaging with him, repeatedly scrutinized the battle reports arriving from the front lines. If this continues to be unmanageable, I suggest we hand Su Ming over. Danzo proposed. Hand him over? Sarutobi scoffed. Do you have any idea how the villagers refer to him now? They call him the hero of Konoha, the prodigious youth of Konoha. Can you bear the weight of responsibility should such a person fall into the hands of a Wagakure? Danzo was rendered utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that due to a single event, Su Ming would attain such immense renown within Konoha. Chapter 32. Is the mission more important, or Naruto? Part 2. At Orochimaru's stronghold, after completing today's routine tasks, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and sheathed his longsword. He opened the system template and noted that the progress of the Shinmeng Idao Orange Right Capital template had reached 24, while the Shadow Blade Lanling Wang template had attained 5. Upon the second template reaching 20, a new template and new abilities would be unlocked, though the nature of these abilities remained unknown. Noticing that Junmaru had been standing by for quite some time after training, he stepped forward to obediently hand Su Ming a towel. Su Ming accepted it, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and affectionately patted Junmaru's hand. Junmaru grinned foolishly. Su Ming shook his head, then turned his gaze towards the approaching Orochimaru. Any latest updates? Orochimaru nodded, informing him that the Leaf Village had sent a delegation to a Wagakure to meet with Inoki's envoy, all of whom had been slaughtered. Furthermore, Inoki had even sent the severed heads to Hokage Sarutobi, indicating that war was indeed unavoidable. Orochimaru looked at Su Ming, silently inquiring about the next course of action. Su Ming smiled. There is no need to rush. What we need to do is not intervene, but wait. If Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to engage in this battle, he will undoubtedly require the support of the great clans of Konoha. The Hyuga clan, for instance, has recently suffered the loss of Hinata Hayashi, and many Hyuga members are quite disillusioned with Konoha. Even if they were to act, they would not do so with full force. As for the Uchiha clan, even if they were willing to participate, Sarutobi would not dare to employ them. Listening to Su Ming's words, Orochimaru chuckled. At that moment, news from Kabuto arrived once more. Orochimaru checked and reported to Su Ming. New information has come in, and it directly pertains to you, Su Ming. Oh, Su Ming expressed his surprise. Could it be that Sarutobi wishes for me to join the battle? Orochimaru nodded, confirming that indeed, Sarutobi had such intentions, and the news would likely arrive shortly. Su Ming scoffed. True to his expectations, before long, news from Konoha reached them. Konoha possessed a unique method for transmitting messages. As Su Ming examined the letter penned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he coldly tore it apart. Iwagakure had already reached the borders of the Land of Fire and had commenced hostilities. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had personally taken action against Konoha. The war had begun. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Su Ming to abandon his current mission and immediately engage in combat, cooperating with the Hyuga clan to repel Iwagakure's assault. Su-Ming let out a cold laugh. Engaging in battle? That was simply out of the question. He wished for all of Konoha to recognize Sarutobi's cowardice, and thus he could not directly participate. Even if he were to act, it would be at a crucial moment. As he shredded the letter into fragments, the pieces fluttered about. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that the war would indeed commence in this manner. When he learned that Inoki had personally intervened, he was left in stunned silence for quite some time. Although he had entertained such thoughts, he had quickly dismissed them. Ultimately, the only recourse was to command the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha to the battlefield. The Hyuga, reputed as the foremost clan of Konoha, dispatched over half of their members to the fray. However, the process was anything but straightforward. When Sarutobi confronted Hyuga Hayashi, he uttered merely 2 sentences. Yet they were sufficient for Hayashi to concede. He remarked, "Next year, Hinata will be enrolling in school, correct? And Niji, if I recall, he is starting this year. Isn't he?" Upon hearing these words, Hayashi's countenance turned ashen, prompting him to summon his clan members. Reluctantly, yet in consideration of Hinata and Niji, they resolved to take action. The participation of the Hyuga clan significantly alleviated the pressures faced by Konoha, and Sarutobi's furrowed brow began to ease somewhat. However, this was not the conclusion. News from the borders indicated that the once quiet village of Cloud was once again in turmoil. The mention of the formidable duo from the Cloud village brought Sarutobi considerable distress. The last encounter had seen them defeated by Minato Namikaze. But now, alas, Sarutobi sighed, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and an Umbu operative entered. "Third Hokage, there is news regarding Su-Ming." Sarutobi accepted the message and, after a meticulous perusal, his expression darkened considerably. With a resounding thud, the new table bore the brunt of his frustration. Enraged, he seethed at the audacity of his orders being disregarded. The contents of Su-Ming's message were scant, essentially conveying that the mission was ongoing and that a ninja's duty is to fulfill their obligations. Thus, Su-Ming would not abandon the task. The Umbu operatives trembled at Sarutobi's wrath, too intimidated to utter a word. After a brief moment, his fury subsided slightly, and he instructed the Umbu, "Summon Danzo." The Umbu departed, and shortly thereafter, Danzo entered, a look of puzzlement on his face. "You called for me?" Sarutobi handed him Su-Ming's letter, and Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk. "I thought as much. It was about time." "Enough with the trivialities," Sarutobi interrupted impatiently. "You proposed the last time, and I acquiesced." "Oh? Which occasion?" "The suggestion to send the Jinchuriki to the battlefield." Danzo narrowed his eyes, regarding Sarutobi with discontent. He had no recollection of advocating for such a course of action. Sarutobi's assertion was merely a figment of his imagination. Moreover, he understood that Sarutobi sought him out only as a scapegoat. After all, Sarutobi's illustrious reputation would not withstand the shame of sending a 4-year-old child into battle. "What if I refuse?" Danzo narrowed his eyes, unwilling to be the one to bear the blame. Sarutobi sneered, "Do not presume I am unaware of your collusion with Orochimaru. This arm of yours must be a product of that experiment. Am I correct?" Danzo stared intently at Sarutobi for a prolonged moment before finally conceding. "Fine. Fine. Fine." He repeatedly exclaimed "good" 3 times, evidently reaching the pinnacle of his frustration. "I truly appreciate your willingness to consider my suggestion." With that, he slammed the door and departed. Sarutobi let out a deep sigh, his gaze settling upon the letter on the table. "Summing, which holds greater significance for you? The mission or your brother? How shall you choose?" Chapter 33. When you raise your sword against Konoha, the ninja world trembles for you. Part 3. At Naruto's residence, Iruka arrived early as usual. Ever since he learned that Naruto's parents were the 4th Hokage and his wife, Iruka's fondness for Naruto has deepened. Of course, this was not solely due to the identity of Naruto's parents. Rather, it stemmed from the shared experiences they both bore, 2 heroes shaped by similarly tragic childhoods. The difference lay in the fact that Naruto had an elder brother. In such moments, Iruka found himself envious of Naruto, pondering how different his own life might have been had he also had a brother. "Iruka-sensei, what are we practicing today?" Upon Iruka's arrival, Naruto burst forth with uncontainable excitement, always brimming with enthusiasm. "That still requires consultation with the 4th Hokage." "Ah, discussing it with Dad? He wouldn't teach me anyway." Naruto pouted. a hint of disdain evident on his face. He had previously inquired about the fourth Hokage's existence with Su Ming, who deemed it appropriate to share the truth with Irika. Thus, Irika became one of the few privy to this secret. In the ceiling space, listening to Naruto's words, Minato Namikaze scratched his head awkwardly, a sheepish smile breaking across his face. Kurama rested its paws beneath its chin, adopting a distinctly comfortable posture while narrowing its eyes at Minato. Naruto is correct. Your intellect is hardly suited for teaching him. He is far too clever for you to instruct, Kurama remarked with a hint of pride, grateful that Naruto was under its guidance. Minato felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet, reflecting on Kurama's words, a sense of unease crept into his thoughts. At that moment, several members of the Umbu suddenly appeared at Naruto's home. More precisely, they belonged to the Root organization. Irika eyed them warily and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" The Root ninjas ignored Irika, their gaze fixated on Naruto. "Vortex Naruto? Come with us for a while." Naruto stepped beside Irika, equally vigilant, and inquired, "Where are we going?" "Where are we going?" The Root ninjas scoffed. "To the battlefield, of course. As a Konoha ninja, how can you remain idle while the village is engaged in combat with other ninja villages?" Irika took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto, glaring defiantly at the Root ninjas. He is only 4 years old. With so many ninjas in Konoha, why would you send a mere child to the battlefield? In response to Irika's protests, the Root ninjas showed no intention of answering. They simply turned their attention back to Naruto, coldly stating, "Come with us." In the ceiling space. Upon witnessing this, Minato's eyes widened in horror. Both he and his wife had sacrificed themselves for the village, and he had hoped that, after their demise, Konoha would treat their child with kindness. Yet Naruto's childhood had been fraught with darkness. Without Su Ming's presence, Minato could scarcely imagine the life Naruto might have endured. But now, amidst the ongoing conflict between Konoha and other ninja villages, they dared to thrust a mere 4-year-old child into the fray. Was there truly no one left in Konoha to protect him? If it weren't for the fact that Namikaze Minato was indeed trapped within the confines of the ceiling space, he would have demanded an audience with the third Hokage. "Why do you not take to the battlefield yourself, but send my son in your stead?" At that moment, the last flicker of hope he held for Konoha shattered completely. No wonder the legendary Sannin chose to depart one after another. Konoha had become a land of sorrow. "Will you take the initiative, or shall we be compelled to act on your behalf?" Observing Naruto's prolonged silence, several Root ninjas urged him forward. Irika attempted to intercede, but was halted by Naruto's gesture. "There is no need, Irika-sensei. You cannot stop them." Irika's expression dimmed. Indeed, he could not halt them. These individuals were the elite shinobi of Konoha, elite shinobi. How absurd. At that moment, even he felt compelled to question the third Hokage. Why were these elite ninjas absent from the battlefield, while a mere 4-year-old child was thrust into the fray? "I will not stop you." Irika stood resolutely before Naruto, fixing his gaze upon the group. "But I have one request. I wish to join Naruto on the battlefield." "Irika-sensei, you needn't do this," Naruto said, looking at him. Irika shook his head gently. "No, Naruto, I will stand by your side." He clasped Naruto's hand tightly, smiling. "With a teacher beside you, fear not." "Yes, I'm not afraid." Naruto nodded. "So this is Konoha, the village my parents fought so valiantly to protect." Irika gazed at Naruto with warmth. "Perhaps my strength is not great enough to assist you in battle. But, Naruto, what I can offer is my unwavering presence at your side, come what may, even in life or death. This is something Su Ming Jun taught me." "Very well. We accept your request." The Root ninjas remained indifferent to Irika's plea. To them, it was merely a matter of one more life lost versus one less. They had no attachments. Their only concern was the orders of Danzo-sama. Meanwhile, their leader, Danzo, lay comfortably at home. The war in Konoha? That was a matter for Sarutobi to fret over. Naruto and Irika were dispatched to the battlefield. At this moment, Itachi remained confined within the Uchiha clan's prison, unaware of the developments. This news, conveyed through Kabuto's hands, swiftly reached Su Ming's ears. Upon receiving the information, a wave of murderous intent erupted from Su Ming, so intense that even Orochimaru instinctively formed hand seals. In that instant, he felt as though death was imminent. "Kimimaro, prepare yourself. We are departing." Kimimaro nodded in response. In a matter of moments, Suming and Kimimaro stood at the entrance of their base, ready to leave. Orochimaru, conduct your affairs diligently in the future. We shall collaborate again. Suming departed, accompanied by Kimimaro. Orochimaru watched their retreating figures, rendered speechless for an extended period. Before departing, Suming's words were clear to him. The future collaboration he referred to was undoubtedly aimed at Konoha. Although Suming Jun was formidable, he could not confront a ninja village single-handedly. Even one that was not united in purpose. Human strength does have its limits. In the past, I often yearned to become the wind, propelling the windmills. Now, I have discovered the joy of waiting for the winds to rise. Suming Jun, you are that very breeze. For you, I shall diligently cultivate my influence until the day you decide to strike at Konoha. Observing Suming's retreating figure, Orochimaru revealed a smile, brimming with excitement. Oh, Hirazina, you have made a grave mistake this time. A blunder far greater than allowing me to escape. Indeed, age brings confusion. Orochimaru turned and walked towards his stronghold. From this moment on, he would prepare for that day. He firmly believed that when Suming aimed his sword at Konoha, the entire ninja world would tremble in response. Chapter 34. Suming Jun, we are all waiting for you. Chapter 1. At the border of the Leaf Village, a makeshift encampment was established. Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow, meticulously analyzing the battlefield situation. Given the current circumstances, Awagakure exhibited no signs of probing. Their assault was overwhelmingly fierce. Based on the Leaf's military strength, it was utterly insufficient. Raising his head and gently massaging his aching forehead, Sarutobi Hizashi had promised that reinforcements would arrive 2 days after the Hyuga clan reached the border. However, now that the 2 days had elapsed, those reinforcements were still absent. A deep sigh escaped Hinata Hizashi's lips. At that moment, a ninja from the Hyuga clan entered to report, head of the clan, the Leaf's reinforcements have arrived. Quickly, let them in, Hinata Hizashi exclaimed, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Although there was a disparity in numbers between the Leaf and Awagakure, given their defensive position and advantageous terrain, he was confident that, with sufficient ninjas at hand, they could hold their ground. In that instant, several defensive strategies began to form in his mind. Yet, when he beheld the reinforcements entering, he was taken aback. There were only 3, 1 root ninja, 1 chunin, and astonishingly, a 4-year-old child, no older than Hinata. In an instant, Hinata Hizashi's countenance darkened, resembling a stormy sky, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. He turned to the root ninja. Are you truly the reinforcements sent by the 3rd Hokage? The root ninja nodded, then shook his head. Only the 2 of us are. I must return to report to Danzo. Furthermore, Lord Danzo instructed me to inform you not to entertain any thoughts of trickery. He will be waiting for your return at the Hyuga clan's encampment. A threat. An unabashed threat. With that, the root ninja departed without hesitation. Bang! Hinata Hizashi slammed his fist onto the table. His expression as dark as the bottom of a cooking pot. At this moment, he yearned to lead the Hyuga clan away and abandon the fight altogether. Yet, that was utterly impossible. The arrival of Danzo's envoy signified that escape was not an option. You, the Hyuga clan, remained firmly within my grasp. It was a deadlock. All he could do was engage in fierce combat, striving on the front lines, for it was the only way to safeguard the peace of the Hyuga clan behind him. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Hizashi endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, then turned his gaze toward the 2 companions brought by the root ninja. He recognized the child, Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The Jinchuriki was indeed a secret weapon for every ninja village, but it was a controllable weapon. Now, with a mere 4-year-old child, could he truly harness the power of the tailed beast? If not managed properly, it could spell doom for the entire Hyuga clan. Head of the Hyuga clan, I have heard my brother speak of you. Naruto suddenly spoke, breaking his silence as he looked at Hinata Hizashi. Your brother? He is Suming. Hinata Hizashi nodded, about to respond when he abruptly froze, his pupils constricting in shock. Suming's brother, could it be? Indeed, I am the son of the 4th Hokage. Naruto spoke candidly, unreservedly acknowledging the truth. Yet, it was precisely his frankness that rendered Hyuga Hizashi utterly silent, a silence akin to death. He managed a bitter smile. The son of the 4th Hokage has arrived, Sarutobi. You truly have made a significant sacrifice. At the same time, A chill coursed through him. Is this the will of fire of the third Hokage? What indeed illuminates the Hidden Leaf Village? In stark contrast to Hisashi's reaction, Naruto remained remarkably composed, even taking a moment to survey his surroundings before addressing Hisashi. Leader Hyuga, you need only endure for one more day. My brother will arrive shortly. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hisashi began to scrutinize him thoroughly. Previously astonished solely by his identity as the son of the fourth and brother to Su-Ming. Now, however, he noted that this 4-year-old child was astonishingly serene. His gaze, his eyes, reminiscent of the 8-year-old boy he had once encountered. One day, you say? Hisashi murmured to himself. Su-Ming, I shall place everything upon your shoulders. Please, do not let me down. Amidst the clamor outside, Hisashi's gaze shifted, his eyes glinting with determination. All Hyuga clan members, follow me to confront the enemy. We shall safeguard young Naruto at all costs. The son of the fourth Hokage is not merely a young master. After Hisashi departed, Naruto stood gazing out for an extended period, motionless. Brother, I will patiently await your arrival. I promise to be obedient. On the road to the Land of Fire, two figures raced forward, Su-Ming accompanied by Kunmaru. At this moment, Kunmaru felt a pang of guilt, despite exerting his utmost effort. He realized he could not keep pace with Su-Ming. If only he were faster, he would not be a burden to Ming-sensei. He must strive to grow stronger. The distance to the Land of Fire was diminishing. Su-Ming's eyes were filled with urgency. Naruto, wait for me. I shall never allow anyone to harm you. Never. The Iwagakure forces launched another offensive, their numbers vastly outnumbering those of Konoha. The reason they had been held at bay thus far was due to the Hyuga clan's ability to utilize their Byakugan to detect enemy movements and set traps. However, this was not an infallible strategy. No matter how formidable the Byakugan, it appeared feeble in the face of overwhelming numbers. Now, under Naka's direct command, they had breached Konoha's defenses. Once they overcame this stronghold, nothing would stand in their way to the heart of the village. Noki soared into the air, unleashing a devastating earth release technique. Witnessing the mounting casualties among the Hyuga, Hisashi gritted his teeth and charged skyward. He was the only one capable of confronting Noki, even if just for a moment. Faced with foes that outnumbered them several times over, not a single Hyuga clan member faltered. There was still hope, but the name of that hope was not Konoha. It was Su-Ming. Boom. The battlefield was chaotic, and Iruka fought valiantly to protect Naruto. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of sacrificing his life. As a teacher, it would be a noble act to perish in the defense of a student. The ninjas from Iwagakure breached the defenses of the Hyuga clan, with 4 or 5 of them charging directly towards Naruto and Iruka. Their faces bore expressions of savagery and cruelty. War knows no age, even children can ignite their thirst for blood. Iruka gripped his kunai tightly, bracing himself for the impending conflict. Naruto, though visibly tense, did not take a step back. The Iwagakure ninjas shrieked as they advanced. Yet just as they were about to reach their targets, a glimmer of cold light shot into the sky. Several heads soared into the air, blood splattering as headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Su-Ming turned, shielding Naruto's view from the gruesome scene. Upon seeing Su-Ming, Naruto wasted no time and leapt into his embrace. In that moment, he felt as though he had embraced the entire world. With a wide grin, Naruto declared, "Brother, I didn't cry at all." Chapter 35, The Man, Strong as a Demon. Part 2, brother. I haven't cried at all. The crisp, innocent words echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield. A singular purity amidst the chaos. A 4-year-old child stood resilient, conquering the dread of facing enemies and the specter of death, solely in anticipation of his brother's arrival. He firmly believed that his brother would come. It was a bond between siblings, an unspoken promise. Unbeknownst to him, Iruka brushed away a tear from the corner of his eye, before he could lament the wind's ferocity or the sand that stung his eyes. He suddenly spotted 2ch Nin from Iwagakure materializing behind Su-Ming, their kunai poised and unwaveringly aimed at him. "Be careful," was all he managed to warn. Just as the glint of steel flashed, accompanied by the grim sound of blades piercing flesh, Su-Ming remained unmoved, yet the two IWA ninjas collapsed in unison. Jumura gripped his bone sword tightly, standing steadfastly by Su-Ming's side as his most loyal protector. Despite his youth, Jumura was scarcely older than Naruto. And in the tumult of battle, children often went unnoticed, along with the lethal threats they posed. With a swift motion, Junmaru struck again, bringing down another foe. He remained silent, resolutely positioned beside Su Ming. Naruto, sensing the gravity of the moment, extricated himself from Su Ming's embrace, understanding that this was not the time for recklessness. "Brother, go on. I can protect myself." Naruto beamed with determination. Su Ming affectionately tousled Naruto's hair. The tide of battle was heavily skewed. Iwagakure's victory was merely a matter of time. Turning to face Naruto, Su Ming did not depart at once, but instead began communicating with the nine tails within him. "Kurama, you can lend your chakra to everyone, can't you?" Kurama crossed his arms, a hint of disdain in his tone. "Naturally, my chakra is immensely powerful." With a smile, Su Ming replied, "Then I shall rely on you." He turned to Naruto. "I have an important task for you." "What task?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Utilize your shadow clones to distribute Kurama's chakra to everyone." "Got it." Naruto formed hand seals, and with a resounding bang, dozens of clones sprang into existence. "Naruto, as long as you touch them, I can transfer my chakra," Kurama instructed. "Okay." The multitude of Narutos sprang into action, swiftly transferring Kurama's chakra to each member of the Hyuga clan. A surge of red enveloped them. What is this? It feels so strange. As if my body is brimming with power," exclaimed one of the Hyuga ninjas. "Is this Naruto's ability? Incredible." Even Iruka and Junmaru found themselves cloaked in the crimson vestige of the tailed beast, their expressions mirroring astonishment. Observing the elated Naruto, Su Ming smiled before turning to Junmaru. "Protect Naruto well. I shall assist Lord Hisashi." Junmaru nodded and positioned himself beside Naruto. "Everyone, let us unite our efforts and drive these villains away," Naruto shouted, his voice ringing with fervor. After Naruto's words, the Hyuga clan members felt a surge of combat spirit. They resolved to fight alongside young Naruto, determined to demonstrate their prowess and ensure they did not disgrace themselves in his presence. Their enthusiasm was palpable, and it seemed that Naruto possessed an innate ability to lead. Su Ming smiled, reassured, and departed. With the assistance of Kurama's chakra, the Hyuga clan's combat strength would be significantly enhanced, making victory over the Hidden Stone village nearly assured. Su Ming's destination was another battlefield, where the outcome would directly influence the final victory. The disparity between Inoki and Hyuga Hayashi was not particularly vast, though Inoki was formidable. The Byakugan, one of the three great ocular techniques, was not to be underestimated. However, with the numerical advantage of the Hidden Stone ninjas, Inoki did not need to conclude the battle swiftly. He merely had to prevent Hyuga Hayashi from providing support. Yet, upon Su Ming's arrival, the situation was instantly transformed, prompting Inoki to grow anxious. He launched more aggressive attacks, causing Hyuga Hayashi to gradually fall into a disadvantage. At that moment, Su Ming arrived. Standing beside Hyuga Hayashi with a slight smile, "Allow me, dear father-in-law." Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback, staring intently at Su Ming, seemingly on the verge of striking if not for Inoki's presence. Su Ming returned the gaze with a smile, then drew his sword with fluid grace, executing the motion seamlessly. His swordplay embodied an inherent beauty. However, Hyuga Hayashi was too preoccupied to appreciate it, his thoughts consumed by the question of which daughter Su Ming referred to, Hinata or Hanabi. The battle commenced. Inoki, wary of the suddenly appeared youth, exercised utmost caution. Yet, upon engaging in combat, he realized he had overestimated his opponent, while still underestimating him. For Su Ming was exceedingly powerful. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Inoki bellowed as his right arm became enveloped in stone, forming a massive rocky arm that he hurled towards Su Ming. Witnessing this strike, Hyuga Hayashi's breath quickened. He had experienced its might before, very formidable. However, Su Ming drew his sword and executed a vertical slash. The blade's radiance flashed, shattering the rock fist effortlessly. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if Su Ming had merely struck a commonplace blow against an ordinary ninja. With a resounding crash, amidst the cascading debris, Inoki stared at Su Ming. Shock etched on his face, his gaze lingering. Su Ming smiled. "No need to look at me like that. You're not my type. I prefer your granddaughter." Inoki and Hyuga Hayashi, taken aback by Su Ming's audacity before his father-in-law, were left speechless. Infuriated, Inoki pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, "So it's you." "Indeed it is," Su Ming retorted. With a swift motion, he hurled a specially crafted kunai, but it veered slightly off course and was evaded by Inoki. However, at the moment the kunai struck the ground, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. In the next instant, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Inoki. "Flying Thunder God, Elder, do take care of your back while you're out." With his palm open, a pale blue swirling chakra sphere materialized, and Su Ming unleashed a Rasengan directly into Inoki's lower back. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Inoki's complexion instantly changed to that of a pig's liver. The back had always been his Achilles heel, especially as he aged. This vulnerability had only intensified. Now, under Su Ming's formidable Rasengan, Inoki was severely injured and collapsed, rendered powerless. Su Ming stood before Inoki, looking down from a position of superiority. The outcome was already determined. Inoki stared blankly at Su Ming before him, and in that moment, he realized that the man was as formidable as a demon. Chapter 36, The War is Far From Over. Chapter 3, On Another Battlefield. Bolstered by the chakra of the Ninetales, the Hyuga clan gained the upper hand. The Rock Village faced a complete rout, and Konoha emerged victorious. Aoigakure's leader, Noki, chose to retreat, and Su Ming did not intervene. A being of such formidable strength, should he seek death with determination, poses a terrifying threat. In his final moments, if he were intent on taking a life, it would be nearly impossible to stop him. Although the likelihood of Noki posing a threat to Naruto was minimal, even a 1 in a million chance was unacceptable to Su Ming. Furthermore, keeping Noki alive served another purpose. Su Ming's strength now rivaled that of a Kage. Yet he preferred not to reveal his true capabilities prematurely. At least until Naruto had attained a certain level of strength, it was prudent to remain discreet. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of Sarutobi and Danzo. He could indeed abscond with Naruto and become a rogue ninja. The world was vast, and with his power, he could evade detection. The notion of a rogue ninja was, in truth, a farce. However, that was not his desire, nor was it the future that Naruto deserved. The fourth Hokage and his wife would rather sacrifice their lives than see Konoha fall. Driven not only by their duties as leaders, but also by their unwavering belief that Naruto would enjoy a happy and fulfilling childhood. If Su Ming were to take Naruto away, it would surely obliterate that hope. Naruto was still a child, in need of a childhood, companionship, and the joy of growing up. Until Naruto matured, Su Ming would bear the weight of everything for his younger brother. "Naruto, all you need to do is grow up happily. I shall shoulder all the darkness that lies ahead." With the Rock Village in retreat, the Hyuga clan erupted into cheers, reveling in their unexpected victory. They had never anticipated such a triumph, yet retreat was not an option, for behind them were their children and families that needed protection. The jubilant Hyuga clan lifted Naruto high into the air, tossing him joyfully, and he remained enveloped in bliss for a long time. It was a sensation he had never before experienced: acceptance, gratitude, and joy. Watching this scene, Su Ming unconsciously smiled, oblivious to the disapproving gaze of Hyuga Hayashi nearby. Soon after, Hayashi approached Su Ming, fixing him with an intense stare. "What is it about my daughters that has captured your interest?" Hinata was 4 years old, and Hanabi was a year younger. Given Su Ming's strength, it would not be difficult for him to win over either, especially as Hinata had clearly fallen for him. Yet Hayashi sensed that Su Ming harbored other intentions. Indeed, as Hayashi posed the question, Su Ming smiled. Why does the esteemed father-in-law fixate on just one? Would it not be delightful to have both? With a grin, Su Ming patted Hayashi on the shoulder and turned towards Naruto, while Hayashi's expression darkened, devoid of any joy. Though Konoha and the Rock Village had emerged victorious, a shadow loomed over the celebration. However, in another battle, he suffered a complete defeat. The news of victory returned to Konoha, and the next step was to return. Yet, upon returning to Konoha, tranquility was not destined to prevail. Sarutobi Hiruzen would pay closer attention to Su Ming. Nevertheless, Su Ming remained utterly unfazed by these matters. Naruto and the Hyuga clan coexisted harmoniously, save for Hyuga Hayashi, who persistently avoided any interaction with Su Ming. Everything else was exceedingly well. It was not until the evening that Su Ming finally encountered Hyuga Hayashi, and he approached with a glass in hand. "Care for a drink?" Su-ming inquired. Humph. Hyuga Hayashi turned his head aside, ignoring Su-ming. With a smile, Su-ming paid him no mind, indulging in his own drinking. I hope Lord Hyuga can keep my strength a secret, Su-ming stated, his tone notably serious, refraining from jesting by calling him father-in-law. Why? Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback. Shouldn't revealing your strength be advantageous? Then, no one would dare to bully you anymore. Su-ming shook his head. It's not the same. He gazed at Hyuga Hayashi. If my strength is revealed and news of my victory over Inoki reaches Konoha, how do you think my reputation in the village would fare? Extremely well. You would be hailed as a hero of the village. Perhaps even the next heir to the title of Hokage among the villagers. Hyuga Hayashi affirmed. Su-ming replied. The last person of such stature was Hatake Tsukumo. I presume Lord Hyuga is aware of his fate? Hyuga Hayashi paused. Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang, was a man who single-handedly penetrated Sunagakure, eliminated Chiyo's son, and returned unscathed. He was a man of such formidable strength that he could don the Hokage's mantle. In truth, had the White Fang still been alive after the demise of the fourth Hokage, the position of Hokage would likely have fallen to him. Yet, the reality was that he took his own life after being blamed for a failed mission. That man possessed strength akin to that of a Kage. You mean Hyuga Hayashi looked at Su-ming, disbelief etched on his face. It seemed that Lord Hyuga had become too comfortable in Konoha over the years. Su-ming remarked with a teasing smile. The wars of Konoha had never truly ceased. They merely transitioned from the forefront to the shadows after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. Beneath the light, darkness had never vanished. It had always existed. Hyuga Hayashi fell silent. Su-ming chuckled softly and departed. Upon returning to his residence, he found Naruto, rosy-cheeked and clinging to Kumidori's shoulder. Brother, you're so much more handsome than Tobirama. That guy only knows how to hide in his brother's embrace, whining like a baby. So pathetic. You're the ray I'll catch. Pick up. Come, let us have a drink. This was the scene that greeted Su-ming upon his return. Kumidori was visibly exasperated, yet utterly helpless in the face of a drunken Naruto. Su-ming facepalmed. Naruto's drinking habits were truly abysmal. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Naruto away. Had he not acted swiftly, he suspected Naruto might have gotten himself into trouble. Once separated, Naruto promptly fell into a deep slumber. Su-ming shook his head in resignation. After soothing Junmaru, Su-ming, who was devoid of any sleepiness, gazed out of the window. Tomorrow, they would arrive at Konoha. Even Hinata Hizashi was unaware that the war was far from over. Upon their return to Konoha, the true battle would commence. The genuine adversaries, at times, are not the outsiders but rather those within. In times of external conflict, their presence remains elusive. Yet when the dust settles and the spoils of victory are to be shared, they will not hesitate to emerge and strike a fatal blow. This sentiment, whether felt by the Konoha White Fang, the Uchiha clan, or the long-extinct Senju clan, is universally understood. Such is the nature of Konoha. Chapter 37. On what grounds? Chapter 1. At the entrance of Konoha village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo and several other ninjas, awaited the return of the Hyuga clan. They had stood there for quite some time, yet no sign of the Hyuga had emerged, from the early morning until the sun reached its zenith. And now as it began to set, still no one appeared. What could be the cause? Was it not agreed that they would return today? Danzo glanced impatiently at Hiruzen. And upon hearing his voice, Hiruzen finally shifted his gaze after a prolonged silence. They must be on their way. The journey from the border to Konoha ought to take no more than 3 days, yet the time had exceeded that limit. They had waited for an extended period. From the Hokage to his advisors, down to the ordinary ninjas, all had stood there for an entire day. Many bore expressions of impatience, including the 2 Hokage advisors. Had it not been for Hiruzen's presence and his lack of complaint, Midogate and Kohari Udatain would have departed long ago. Nonetheless, they remained deeply dissatisfied. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, several campfires blazed, where members of the Hyuga clan had gathered. They congregated around the flames, engaging in laughter and merriment, enjoying their respite. They had intended to return to Konoha in the morning, and indeed, Hinata Hizashi wished to head back directly. However, Su-ming had halted him. He argued that after several days of battle, the clan members were exceedingly weary and it would be prudent to rest for a while. Su-ming's words held merit. After days of continuous fighting, and with their numbers diminished and no reinforcements, Hizashi felt as though he was relying on each individual as if they were three. Although they had successfully repelled the attack from a Wagakure, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Hizashi acquiesced to Su Ming's request, but to expedite their return. He decreed a mere half-day of rest. This half-day was the only opportunity for these valiant guardians of Konoha to relax. And it was perhaps the most tranquil moment they would experience, for they were soon to return home. Home is always a warm haven, is it not? As they resumed their journey, Su Ming held Naruto's hand, while Naruto grasped Kimura's. The smallest among them beamed with joy. In no time, the silhouette of Konoha came into view, igniting excitement among the Hyuga clan members. Particularly when they spotted numerous ninjas gathered to welcome them. Their hearts surged with elation, almost compelling them to shout, "We have returned. We are heroes." Yet, confronting them was a chilling voice. "Why have you returned so late?" It was Danzo. The Hyuga clan collectively froze. Midogate's voice was icy. "Do you have any idea that we have waited for you all day? From morning until now. You had better provide us with an explanation." Hizashi initially stood stunned, then awkwardly replied, "Esteemed advisor, after repelling the forces of a Wagakure, our clan was simply too fatigued. So I ordered them to rest for a bit." "Rest?" Midogate scoffed coldly. "Do you not realize that due to your unilateral decision, we have accomplished nothing today, causing significant losses to the village?" Hizashi was rendered speechless. A profound silence enveloped the entire Hyuga clan. The once fervent enthusiasm and joy have been ruthlessly extinguished. Even the ninjas of Konoha furrow their brows, yet they dare not voice their dissent against the words of the Hokage's advisor. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh, as if he had anticipated this scene long ago, preparing to offer some words of consolation. However, Su Ming emerged. He cast a glance at Hige Han. Han smirked. "What do you wish to say?" Su Ming remained silent, merely drawing his sword. With a swift flash, a cold glimmer erupted. Han barely registered the movement before he felt a chill across his face. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his skin, only to find it stained with blood. This strike had marred his visage. Terror gripped Han's expression, while Su Ming remained impassive. "I lack patience, so if you have any final words, I suggest you speak quickly." Blood dripped from the sword's tip, and the surrounding ninjas stared at Su Ming in stunned silence, his demeanor still one of icy indifference. "I do not comprehend the urgency of the esteemed advisor's matters," he continued, "unless you are simply seeking your own demise. If that is the case, I offer my apologies. In fact, to express my regret, I could escort you on your final journey." The long sword twirled, its cold light gleaming ominously. Han instinctively took a few steps back. They fought on the front lines to safeguard the village's tranquility. Su Ming pointed towards the Hige clan, speaking slowly. "They have toiled day and night, without rest, to protect the village and their families from harm. They risk everything for this cause. May I inquire, esteemed advisor, where were you while they battled fiercely to defend our home?" Confronted by Su Ming's inquiry, Han and his companion averted their gazes, stumbling over their words. Where were they? They lounged comfortably at home, scheming on how to manipulate the new generation of Konoha to heed their commands. Nothing could establish their authority more effectively than targeting the recently triumphant Hige clan. Moreover, upon our return, we never demanded anyone wait for us. You both volunteered to be here. Waiting for us is your affair, not ours. If this stirs discontent within you, then I regret to inform you, you may leave. You may leave. Su Ming spoke these words without reservation. The members of the Hige clan, including their leader Hige Hayashi, felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, Hayashi glanced at Su Ming with newfound appreciation, contemplating that having such a son-in-law might not be a poor choice after all. However, Han and his companion, TZ, fell silent under Su Ming's words. Yet, standing nearby, Danzo could not help but sneer. "Su Ming, if I recall correctly, you departed the village on a mission. Did you not? Has that mission been accomplished? Has it been accomplished?" Naturally, it had not. Not only was it a task to apprehend Orochimaru, but later, Konoha had forcibly sent Naruto to the battlefield, leaving Su Ming with no choice but to follow. Yet now, in Danzo's words, it had become a point of leverage against him. At this moment, the ever-silent Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. It was merely a task, and moreover, Su Ming, alongside the Hyuga clan, safeguarded the village, emerging as its hero. While ninjas are often judged by their ability to fulfill missions, protecting the village indeed merits commendation. However, failure to complete a task also warrants punishment. Furthermore, he had just laid hands on the Hokage's advisor, an egregious error, Danzo remarked. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, seemingly acquiescing to Danzo's assertion. He wore a despondent expression, embodying a sense of helplessness. Yet, as Hokage, he possessed the authority to countermand Danzo at this moment. He merely sought to utilize Danzo's influence to suppress Su Ming. This intent was evident to any discerning observer. The Hyuga clan displayed visible anger. Hinata Hizashi was about to speak, but was halted by Su Ming. Now was not the time to clash with Sarutobi. Protecting Konoha and the unfulfilled mission balanced each other. Nevertheless, having just injured the Hokage's advisor, he would face repercussions. Sarutobi decisively proclaimed, Su Ming, the village has resolved to revoke your ninja headband, requiring you to reflect at home for several days. Do you have any objections? On what grounds? Before Su Ming could respond, a voice suddenly resonated. It was faint and youthful. It was Naruto's voice. With a defiant expression, Naruto fixed his gaze on Sarutobi and reiterated, on what grounds? Chapter 38, The Hidden Sacrifices of Minato Namikaze, Part 2. Why should I relinquish my brother's ninja headband? He protected the village and everyone in it. He is the hero of our village, Naruto declared, each word imbued with defiance, his small face reflecting unwavering resolve. Yet, what weight did the words of a mere child and innocent 4-year-old carry? Even as a Jinchuriki, the thoughts of a child are often the most easily disregarded. Each time he mustered the courage to voice his true feelings, he was frequently dismissed as petulant, even thoughtless. In such moments, the typical response from adults was often reproach. Danzo cast a cold glance at Naruto and spoke with icy authority. Your brother has erred. The absence of further punishment is the greatest mercy he could receive. He should express gratitude to Konoha. Naruto remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with defiance. Clearly, he could not accept this outcome. However, his opinion bore little significance in the grand scheme of things. Sarutobi's face betrayed a hint of guilt, as if he found it difficult to bear. Naruto. A village must adhere to rules for every child to thrive healthily within its confines. Rules are meant to provide us with protection, and we must abide by them. In truth, we do not seek to punish your brother. He is admirable and exceptional. Nonetheless, this matter is not trivial. So allowing him some time to rest may not be such a bad thing. Sarutobi's expression was gentle, yet beneath that smile, Hinata Hizashi felt a chill coursing through him. Within Naruto, the Nine Tails suddenly engaged with Su Ming. Little Su Ming, I can no longer stand by and watch these old men's actions. If Naruto were older and capable of shouldering my power, I would have relished the opportunity to confront them myself. Su Ming offered a faint smile, appreciating the sentiment from the Nine Tails. If Naruto were older and able to bear the burden of the Nine Tails' strength, then what would it matter if Konoha faced annihilation? Alas, Naruto was still but a child, and the depths of Konoha's waters ran deep, with both Danzo and Sarutobi wielding considerable influence. Even if war were to erupt now, many ninjas would hesitate to act against Naruto due to their apprehensions regarding his identity. Yet, in the face of life and death, such concerns would fade away. Kakashi, Might Guy, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans still represented formidable strength within Konoha. To confront an entire village alone was a daunting challenge. Su Ming was indeed powerful. Yet in comparison to the likes of Hashirama and Madara, he still fell short. Growth was essential. Su Ming removed the ninja headband from his forehead and handed it to an Anbu ninja. At that moment, he abruptly drew his sword. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and blood spattered as an arm was severed and fell to the ground. Danzo clutched his dismembered limb, glaring furiously at Su Ming. With a chilling demeanor, Su Ming warned, My brother is still young. Speak kindly to him. Otherwise, next time, I would not hesitate to sever your head. Danzo trembled. The speed of that strike was astonishing, reminiscent of a legendary figure, Konoha's White Fang. Tsukumo Hatake, a man worthy of wearing the Hokage's mantle. Su Ming departed with Naruto and Jumaro. As the Konoha ninjas beheld Su Ming approaching, they instinctively recoiled, none daring to obstruct his path. They cleared a path for 3 individuals to pass, with Naruto and Jumaro closely following behind. However, unbeknownst to anyone, A flicker of malice passed through the young Naruto's eyes. His brother, after all, was his sole companion. Once Suming departed, the heavy atmosphere gradually dissipated, allowing Danzo to finally display his resentment with a cold huff before taking his leave. The two advisors to the Hokage also exited, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of ninjas. Sighing softly, Hiruzen turned to Hyuga Hizashi, intending to offer words of praise, but as the words lingered on his lips, he found them lacking in substance and ultimately abandoned the thought, giving Hizashi a pat on the shoulder before departing. The members of the Hyuga clan appeared equally dejected. Hizashi sighed as the visage of the fourth Hokage surfaced in his mind. Is this what you fought so desperately to protect, Konoha? Throughout the journey, Naruto remained silent, his spirits somewhat subdued. Suming turned back, ruffling Naruto's small head, and chuckled. What are you pondering? Brother, why do they treat you this way? Naruto inquired, bewildered. Perhaps it is because they are afraid that you will grow stronger and seize what belongs to them. Naruto appeared to grasp some of it. Yet he firmly believed that his brother would never act in such a manner. Suming remarked, some things, even if I would not do them, others may still think so. Just like before, people feared you, not because you intended to harm them, but because they believed you might. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than tailed beasts. Suming chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, the Nine-Tails is truly adorable. Naruto's spirits lifted upon mentioning the tailed beast. In the ceiling space, as Naruto spoke, Kurama rolled his eyes, muttering, how can this grand lord be adorable? Adorable is beneath me. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails had shrunk to the size of an adult and lay on the ground, relishing Minato's massage. The reason the fourth Hokage was massaging Kurama was due to an agreement made when Suming requested Kurama to transfer chakra to the Hyuga clan. Although Kurama consented, he secretly blackmailed Minato for a massage in return. In the past, Minato would never have agreed, but for the sake of his two sons, he had to endure. Such is a father's love. Kurama lay on the ground, fully enjoying the moment. This feels so good, truly exceptional. No wonder he is the fourth. Inside the small room, three individuals made it feel somewhat cramped. Yet, Naruto reveled in this sensation. The events of that day were etched deeply in his heart. He understood that the one who truly cared for him was his brother, not Konoha. Although he was still too young to protect anyone, Naruto vowed in his heart that one day he would safeguard his brother. In the evening, three individuals found themselves huddled together on a single bed. From the moment he ascended the bed, Junmaru's face was a shade of crimson, devoid of any other hue. The three were squeezed onto a small mattress, particularly as Naruto, accustomed to sleeping in the nude after Suming's return, occupied the central position. Due to his tender age, Naruto tossed and turned throughout the night, rendering it difficult for Junmaru to drift into slumber. Such an experience was unprecedented for both Naruto and Junmaru. The two children forged their initial bond amidst the chaos of battle, yet the deepening of their friendship unfolded in silence. Chapter 39. Indeed, the younger brother wishes to protect his elder brother too. Chapter 3. The following morning, Suming rose early to prepare for his sword training. However, upon awakening, he discovered that Junmaru had already gotten up and was diligently practicing outside. Upon seeing Suming, Junmaru's face flushed with embarrassment. One must admit, Junmaru appeared rather endearing in this state. Suming could not help but pinch his cheek, laughing heartily. Today's daily task consisted of practicing swordsmanship 3,000 times. Suming unsheathed his sword and struck again and again, the sound of slicing wind resonating through the air. Remarkably, every strike Suming executed, in both angle and force, mirrored the previous one. This was an exceptionally challenging training regimen, yet Suming held himself to exceedingly high standards. Time swiftly passed under the sun, with the young man drenched in sweat. Two figures, one large and one small, moved in unison. 2,997, 2,998, 2,999, 3,000. Completion. Suming sheathed his sword. A notification chimed, congratulating him on completing today's task of practicing swordsmanship 3,000 times, rewarding him with a progress update of 0. 7 for the first template and 0. 9 for the second. With this progress, Suming's first template, Divine Dream Blade, Orange Right Capital, had reached 29. 4, while the second template, Shadow Blade, Lonling King, had progressed to 9. 1. Once the second template achieved 20, Su Ming would be able to draw a new template, although this would require time. After finishing their training, the door swung open, revealing Naruto, who emerged while yawning. However, this time, when Su Ming opened the door, Naruto did not exclaim, "Brother, I'm hungry." Instead, he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. This behavior piqued the curiosity of both Su Ming and Junmaru. "What is the matter, Naruto? Has Irika-sensei not arrived?" Naruto inquired. He had fulfilled Irika's requirements, and according to their agreement, Irika was supposed to reward him. This matter had been etched in Naruto's mind, a promise that even Su Ming, his elder brother, had not disclosed the details of. Yet today, Irika had not yet shown up. "No, is there something wrong?" Su Ming asked. "And no," Naruto stammered. Just then, Irika's figure appeared, casting an apologetic glance towards Naruto. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm late," he said, pulling out money from his pocket and solemnly handing it to Naruto. "This is your reward." "Thank you, Irika-sensei," Naruto exclaimed with exuberance. After receiving the money, he hurried over and grasped Su Ming's hand, his face alight with excitement. "Brother, let us go eat. It's my treat." In that moment, Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he finally understood the purpose behind his diligent training and why he cherished his agreement with Irika so dearly. Originally, it was merely to treat oneself to a meal. With a gentle smile, Su Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and said, "All right then, but this time, I shall ensure you go bankrupt." "Humph, as if," Naruto retorted with a pout. "By the way, let's include Kimimaro as well." The trio gradually drifted away, their laughter echoing in the air. However, left behind, Irika wore a face full of helplessness. "Naruto, have you forgotten about me?" Irika felt an ache in his heart. The meal was incredibly joyful for the three of them, as Naruto fulfilled a long-held desire. Later, they returned home. Shedding their identities as Konoha ninjas, Su Ming felt a sense of ease. Not long after Su Ming's return, Itachi arrived, accompanied by Sasuke. "Ming-san." Itachi bore an expression of deep remorse. "When Naruto was in trouble, I was preoccupied with other matters, so—" "Not at all," Su Ming responded with a smile, patting Itachi on the shoulder. "Naruto is perfectly fine now, and besides, it was not your fault. You are still just a child." Itachi instinctively wished to argue, thinking, "Aren't you also a child, Ming-san?" But upon meeting Su Ming's warm smile, he unconsciously swallowed his words. It seemed that in front of Ming-san, he truly was just a child. "Naruto, are there any dumplings left?" Su Ming inquired, tilting his head. "There are," Naruto exclaimed, raising an empty skewer, only to awkwardly lower it again, having picked the wrong one. On their way back, Su Ming had specifically brought a few skewers of three-colored dumplings. But Naruto had pilfered some during the journey. Su Ming chuckled as he patted Naruto's head, taking the remaining dumplings and handing them to Itachi. "A gift to commemorate our meeting." Itachi was taken aback. "You won't find it distasteful, will you?" Su Ming smiled. "Of course not." Itachi, blushing, accepted the offering. It seemed that his fondness for sweets had indeed been discovered by Ming-san. Otherwise, why would he always set aside sweet treats for him? As he gazed at Su Ming's beaming face, Itachi felt his cheeks grow warmer. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Yet, he finished every last bite. For he truly adored sweets, he adored them immensely. After Itachi finished the dumplings, Su Ming casually remarked, "The day after tomorrow, Naruto and Sasuke will be starting school, right?" "Yes." Itachi nodded. "The Ninja Academy. It's a place where new friendships can blossom. I hope Naruto and Sasuke will enjoy it." "They certainly will," Su Ming replied. The two conversed for a while before Itachi excused himself due to other matters, yet Sasuke did not follow his brother as he usually did. Instead, he approached Su Ming once Itachi had departed. "Is there something you need?" Su Ming asked, observing the youthful Sasuke with curiosity. "I wish to become your disciple," Sasuke declared. Su Ming was taken aback. "Why is that? Wouldn't it be better for Itachi to teach you?" Sasuke hesitated for a moment before lifting his gaze to meet Su Ming's eyes directly. "I want to protect my brother, just like Naruto does. Naruto confided in me that one day he would become powerful enough to drive away all the villains who bullied his brother, and I yearn for the same." With a resolute expression, Chuanzi declared, "I do not wish for my brother to be tormented by our kin any longer." His eyes were filled with sincerity, brimming with a profound love for his brother. The Uchiha clan is indeed a peculiar lineage, if one does not love deeply, to the utmost extent. How could they harbor such intense hatred? It was true for Itachi and equally so for Sasuke. The Sasuke of today is merely a younger sibling who desires to protect his brother. Brother, please assist Chuanzi, Naruto implored playfully. Su-Ming chuckled, swiftly extending his arm outward. He acquiesced to the request. The two young ones exchanged smiles, and in that moment, they understood each other's hearts. Who does not wish to safeguard their brother? Chapter 40. The Entrance Ceremony. Chapter 1. Su-Ming accepted Sasuke as his disciple. In truth, this had been suggested by Itachi some time ago, but at that time, Sasuke was still young and uncertain. However, today, it was Sasuke himself who brought it forth. Through Sasuke's narration, Su-Ming became acutely aware of the irreconcilable rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Itachi was imprisoned, a plot point that unfolded in the original Naruto series after Shirsue's demise. At that juncture, Itachi harbored murderous intentions towards his kin, had Sasuke not intervened. The outcome would have undoubtedly resulted in a river of blood. Yet, that catastrophe was averted, laying the groundwork for the eventual downfall of the Uchiha clan. It was during this period that Itachi activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Now, it appeared that events were transpiring ahead of the original timeline. Whether Itachi would ultimately lead to the Uchiha's demise in this life remained unknown to Su-Ming. Nevertheless, as a friend, how could he allow Itachi to bear such darkness alone? Itachi, do not forget, you have friends. You are not alone. As the day of the Ninja Academy's opening arrived, Itachi took a special leave from his duties to attend Sasuke's entrance ceremony. Meanwhile, Naruto was accompanied by Su-Ming. The opening ceremony was bustling with activity, serving both as a means for the new generation of ninjas to forge friendships and as an opportunity for the older generation to deepen their bonds. Of course, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was a crucial event to consolidate his authority and indoctrinate the new generation of ninjas. Thus, regardless of his pressing commitments, he would not miss it. Su-Ming-kun. Upon arriving with Naruto, Su-Ming heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning around, he was greeted by the youthful faces of Neji and the bashful Hinata. Su-Ming-kun, Hinata stammered, her cheeks flushed. Haha, Su-Ming chuckled, stepping forward to gently pinch Hinata's cheek. You look adorable today. What? She exclaimed, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson, losing the courage to meet Su-Ming's gaze. Beside them, Hayashi Hige rubbed his forehead in exasperation, now understanding that even if he forcibly forbade Hinata from associating with Su-Ming, it would be futile. Alas, a daughter grows up so fast. At that moment, Naruto suddenly tugged at Su-Ming's sleeve, pulling him aside. What's wrong, Naruto? Su-Ming asked, turning back in surprise. Naruto pouted, if I don't act soon, you'll be stolen away. Hayashi chuckled, amused. It seemed Naruto was experiencing a twinge of jealousy. How intriguing that the rival for his daughter's affection transcended gender. As for Su-Ming, his affairs went largely unnoticed amidst the ceremony. Following the recent events, Hayashi had become acutely aware of the growing distance that several clans within Konoha were deliberately establishing from them, instilling a sense of crisis within him. Even though he held no particular ambitions regarding Konoha, he could not prevent others from harboring such thoughts. Thus, he found himself less resistant to Su-Ming. Undoubtedly, Su-Ming possessed immense potential. If he could mature, he would wield enough power to upend Konoha. Itachi approached with Sasuke in tow. In the current circumstances, if there is anyone who can genuinely engage with Su-Ming, it is undoubtedly Itachi. Hello, Ming-san, Itachi greeted, and Su-Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke stood behind their respective older brothers, scrunching their noses in disdain before simultaneously turning their heads away, even in differing directions. This child. Itachi exchanged a knowing smile with Su-Ming. The entrance ceremony officially commenced. In the most prominent position, Hiruzen Sarutobi, adorned in a white Hokage robe, gazed down at the children. Congratulations on your enrollment. From here on, you must strive diligently towards becoming ninjas. I hope that upon your graduation, you will contribute to the betterment of this land. Where the leaves dance, the fire of life continues to burn. Its light will illuminate the village and nurture the budding trees. This, I perceive as the will of fire. Sarutobi's address revolved around the so-called will of fire, which undeniably shaped Konoha and influenced the new generation. However, those were times past. The current Konoha would not be so easily swayed. After the third speech, he approached Su Ming, who stood off to the side. Su Ming, you must understand that my decision was made out of necessity. As the child of Minato, you should be aware of the many enemies he faced. My actions were taken to protect you. The same rhetoric as Naruto. Su Ming couldn't help but scoff internally. Yet he maintained a sunny smile outwardly. I understand. Thank you, Lord Third. Sarutobi nodded and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Just before departing, he affectionately looked at Naruto, saying, Naruto, now that you're enrolled, be sure to get along well with your classmates. Understood, Grandpa Third. I will, Naruto responded. Sarutobi left with a sense of satisfaction. However, as he turned away, Naruto suddenly remarked, Brother, why do I feel an urge to punch him? Punch him? Su Ming chuckled, secretly sharing the sentiment. That duplicitous face often provoked a desire to strike it. There will be opportunities. Su Ming ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, Sasuke, come here. At that moment, Iruka's voice called out. Just as Su Ming had anticipated, Iruka was the homeroom teacher for Naruto and Sasuke. Alongside them were the other members of the renowned Konoha 12, Shikamaru, Neji, Hinata, Lee, Tenten, Sakura, Kiba, and Shino. Including Naruto and Sasuke, the Konoha 12 were now complete. Among them, the most striking were undoubtedly Sasuke and Naruto. In terms of appearance, Naruto had always held potential. However, due to past malnutrition, he had not appeared his best. But that was no longer the case. He had grown taller than even Kakashi. And although the youthful innocence lingered on his face, his handsomeness could not be concealed. The two had undeniably become focal points. The other girls in the class gazed at them with stars in their eyes. Simply put, they were handsome. After greeting Su Ming and Itachi, Iruka led Naruto and Sasuke into the classroom. As it was the inaugural class, the seating arrangement was established first, with 3 students assigned to each table. Naruto and Sasuke, despite their usual discord, surprisingly found themselves in agreement when it came to seating, ending up together. This left the remaining seat as the coveted prize among a throng of female ninjas. The first to arrive was Haruno Sakura. May I sit here? She asked, her cheeks flushed, stealing a glance at Sasuke, thinking to herself how handsome he was. Then she glanced at Naruto, finding him equally attractive. If she could sit here, she would be blissfully overwhelmed. However, to Sakura's astonishment, upon her inquiry, both boys responded in unison, their voices resolute. No way. After voicing their refusal, they exchanged glares, each turning their heads in defiance. Chapter 41. The Battle with Shisui, Part 2. Naruto and Sasuke, those 2 young lads, enjoyed their days at the Ninja Academy, clearly relishing their popularity. Under Iruka's attentive care, Su Ming felt reassured as he departed. Itachi too was leaving, but unlike Su Ming, he was entering the Umbu, burdened with a mission. Before parting, Su Ming placed a comforting hand on Itachi's shoulder and earnestly advised, Itachi, remember, you are not alone. In times of difficult choices ahead, please keep in mind that I am here for you. As he spoke, Su Ming's smile radiated warmth. A stark contrast to the insincere grin of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Su Ming's was a smile of genuine sincerity, akin to the sun. Itachi nodded, a wave of warmth washing over him. He departed with a newfound determination in his stride. This young man, shouldering the fate of the Uchiha clan and the village's expectations, felt for the first time that perhaps the weight of his burdens was not solely his to bear. If it became too overwhelming, there was always Ming-san. However, before that, he must endure on his own. He did not wish to fall too far behind Ming-san. After leaving the academy, Su Ming encountered an acquaintance on his way home. Although it could hardly be termed as familiarity, they had previously made a pact to engage in combat. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, their bout had been postponed. And now that individual awaited him, the intent unmistakable. Su Ming smiled slightly. It has been a while, Shisui. I have been waiting for you, Shisui replied. Shall we begin? There were no excessive pleasantries exchanged, nor any ostentatious words. Both were not ones for unnecessary chatter. Any dialogue could be articulated through battle. For them, combat was the finest form of communication. Shisui wielded a tanto, having previously favored shuriken, but after joining the Umbu, he had adapted to this new style, finding the Tanto more suited to his capabilities. "I am coming," he announced, tightening his grip on the Tanto as he charged towards Su Ming. Clang! The swords clashed. Su Ming drew his own weapon, the force of their meeting sending a gust of air surging backward, a testament to the intensity of their struggle. Meanwhile, not far off, a figure observed quietly from the shadows, white hair, a black mask, and a forehead protector obscuring the left eye. The attire alone made his identity clear: Hatake Kakashi, the son of the White Fang. Kakashi, hidden away, watched the duel between Shui and Su Ming. Unlike his usual nonchalance, a serious expression adorned his face. In fact, to better witness the unfolding battle, he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. It was only upon exposing his eye that he was truly taken aback. Such remarkable swordsmanship. Kakashi had only witnessed such skill in one other individual, a name he was most reluctant to utter. Because of him, in a bid to save his companions, he relinquished his mission, only to be condemned later, even by those he had saved with his own hands. Ultimately, he took his own life, leaving behind the young Kakashi. What style of swordsmanship is this? The duel between the two reverberates repeatedly in Kakashi's vision. The Uchiha clan possesses a unique bloodline limit, and the formidable power of the Sharingan is something Kakashi knows all too well. Yet, another boy, wasn't he the child of Minato-sensei? How could he be so strong as well? Shocked and bewildered. Yet the battle rages on. Shizum, you need not hold back. Feel free to employ your ocular techniques. Otherwise, defeating you like this would be dreadfully mundane. Listening to Su Ming's words, Shizum retreated, and in an instant, his eyes transformed, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Truly commendable, Shizum. Su Ming marveled internally. He immediately activated his three-tomo Sharingan. After the Sharingan appeared, Shizum simultaneously formed seals. As Shizum dashed forward, several identical figures of himself emerged, resembling afterimages. Body flicker technique. Shizum has long been renowned for his mastery of the body flicker technique, a testament to its might. Be careful, Su Ming-kun. As Shizum spoke, multiple copies of himself had already arrived before Su Ming. They struck simultaneously. Su Ming attempted to evade, but at that moment, one of Shizum's eyes suddenly shifted, causing Su Ming's vision to blur. Genjutsu. Shizum's Genjutsu. How formidable! From a distance, Kakashi's pupils constricted upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, he realized that had he been in Su Ming's position, he would have had no means to withstand Shizum's assault. Of course, this stems from Shizum's superior comprehension of the Sharingan compared to Kakashi. Yet, Su Ming moved. Even though Shizum had employed his Genjutsu, it did not hinder Su Ming's actions. Whoosh! The long sword was raised, its cold gleam flashing. The figures of Shizum beside Su Ming were completely struck by the longsword, transforming into crows. Still a Genjutsu. Kakashi was left dumbfounded. He and Shizum had long been aware of Kakashi's presence and did not shy away from him during their battle. When Shizum utilized his Genjutsu, Kakashi was also enveloped, allowing him to witness what Su Ming could see. Thus, his astonishment deepened. At this moment, Kakashi instinctively believed that the battle was essentially over, for Su Ming had seemingly fallen into the illusion. With the Sharingan, Kakashi had come to appreciate the potency of such ocular techniques. One could say that falling victim to Genjutsu equated to the end of the fight. Moreover, Shizum was particularly adept at Genjutsu. However, Kakashi did not anticipate that Su Ming's sword strike was far from over. Just as the crows formed from Shizum's body took flight, they instantaneously disintegrated into ashes. With a single stroke, Su Ming shattered Shizum's Genjutsu. As the illusion dissipated, Su Ming's sword pressed against Shizum's neck. Shizum smiled wryly, acknowledging his defeat. A defeat so absolute. Even when employing his most confident techniques of instant movement and illusion, he still faced defeat. How formidable. In truth, there is no need for you to suppress yourself. The kaleidoscope Sharingan can indeed be unleashed, Su Ming remarked with a smile. This statement left Ji Shui momentarily stunned. He had yet to disclose the activation of his kaleidoscope Sharingan to anyone. Yet, how did Su Ming come to know? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the katana in his hand. He was acutely aware of the allure the kaleidoscope held for other ninjas. Do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions, Su Ming continued, In fact, I owe you my gratitude for the care you have shown towards Itachi during this time. Su-Ming chuckled softly. Jishui had indeed been kind to Itachi. Were it not for this, given the immense power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Su-Ming would have preferred to directly seize it to prevent Itachi from making foolish decisions in the future, although not brothers by blood. Allowing Itachi to evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan would also be a worthy endeavor. However, Jishui treated Itachi well, and even showed kindness towards Naruto. Thus, Su-Ming found it difficult to take action. Chapter 42, Konoha's White Fang, He is a Hero. Part 3, Reflecting on Shirsui's Mangekyou Sharingan. Su-Ming felt a tinge of regret. The number of individuals capable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan is exceedingly scarce. Apart from Itachi, Sasuke, Shirsui, and Fugaku, the only others readily accessible are Kakashi and Obito. Su-Ming has a particular fondness for the Sharingan. Beyond its unique abilities, its aesthetic appeal is undeniably striking. It would be inappropriate to unilaterally claim Sasuke's and Fugaku's Sharingan, for Itachi would undoubtedly contest it fiercely. Shirsui's current state is also not conducive to action. However, it seems Kakashi and Obito might be viable options. With this thought, Su-Ming shifted his gaze towards Kakashi, who was discreetly lurking nearby. Upon sensing Su-Ming's attention, Kakashi instinctively trembled. Fortunately, Su-Ming merely contemplated and did not act on his thoughts. You need not thank me. Itachi is not only my clan member, but also my friend. This was Shirsui's sentiment, yet it was you who surprised me by getting along so well with Itachi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Shirsui understood their inherent pride. Despite Itachi's outwardly amiable demeanor, he was, in fact, more proud than anyone else. A youth capable of earning Itachi's respect must be extraordinary. Perhaps it's because of my striking appearance. Su-Ming chuckled, half-jokingly remarking, there are certainly many who covet my beauty, and as a result, have developed various sentiments towards me. Sometimes, being excessively handsome can be quite troublesome, bringing more complications than one desires. Su-Ming sighed. Shirsui rolled his eyes, but could not deny the truth in his words. Su-Ming shook his head, turning to Shirsui, is there anything else? If not, you may leave. Shirsui was taken aback. Was it truly that straightforward? Finish the conversation and send him away? By the way, do not disclose your awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan to anyone, especially the higher-ups in Konoha, Su-Ming cautioned. The matters of the Uchiha clan should only be resolved by the clan itself. Do not place your hopes in anyone else. Furthermore, abandon any thoughts of using Kodo Amatsukami on Fugaku, unless you wish to bring ruin upon the Uchiha. Before Shirsui could fully comprehend, Su-Ming had already departed. Pondering Su-Ming's words, Shirsui found himself in a state of confusion. Itachi's friend is quite enigmatic. After leaving Shirsui, Su-Ming directly approached Kakashi. Upon noticing Su-Ming's approach, Kakashi momentarily panicked. Given his character, he had rarely engaged in such acts of eavesdropping, aside from the occasional research on intimate paradise. Now, it was evident that Su-Ming had discovered him. Kakashi felt flustered, instinctively wanting to retreat. Come out, Kakashi, Su-Ming called out. Kakashi froze for a moment, then reluctantly stepped forward. As he stood, he lowered the forehead protector he wore to conceal his Sharingan once more. Kakashi approached Su-Ming, who began to scrutinize him with newfound attention. Draped in white long hair and adorned with a black mask that obscured his left eye, he donned a form-fitting black combat suit complemented by green Genin armor. His shoulders and back were emblazoned with the red insignia of the Umbu. This was the attire of Kakashi. However, upon gazing at Kakashi's black mask, Su-Ming was suddenly reminded of the original Naruto series, where Naruto and Sasuke speculated about what lay beneath that enigmatic mask. Was it thick lips or protruding teeth? At that moment, the seemingly aloof yet secretly passionate Kakashi was indeed quite intrigued by this mystery. Su-Ming, ever carefree, instinctively reached out to touch Kakashi's mask. Kakashi instinctively recoiled, but he was no match for Su-Ming's swiftness. The mask was swiftly removed, revealing a rather handsome visage. Su-Ming clicked his tongue in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that young Kakashi could indeed be considered a striking youth. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback by Su-Ming's audacity, was left speechless, unfazed. Su-Ming casually replaced Kakashi's mask and remarked, just a bit curious. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. after giving Kakashi a gentle pat on the shoulder. Su Ming inquired, "You've been watching for quite some time, haven't you? What do you think?" Kakashi hesitated before shaking his head. "He is too strong. I am no match for him." Su Ming chuckled. It was certain that Kakashi could not contend with him. At this juncture, despite Kakashi's commendable abilities, he had yet to reach the level of a Hokage. Nevertheless, being able to observe the battle between Su Ming and Shursui was no small feat. "What do you consider your most powerful ability?" Su Ming queried. Kakashi pondered for a moment, and the first thing that came to mind was the Sharingan, followed closely by Chidori. He then articulated his answer. Su Ming shook his head. Kakashi was utterly taken aback. The Sharingan was indeed formidable, yet it was inherently derived from another's power. No matter how adept he was in wielding it, he could never attain the intrinsic connection that belonged to its original bearer. Su Ming explained. Many were aware of the origin of Kakashi's Sharingan. It came from Obito. Kakashi fell silent. The mention of Obito invariably brought forth memories that were far from pleasant. That might have been one of the few warm recollections of Kakashi's childhood. Yet it was ultimately marred. Su Ming discerned Kakashi's thoughts, but chose not to dwell on them further. He proposed, "Have you ever considered training in swordsmanship?" Swordsmanship? Kakashi was taken aback. He had indeed never contemplated it, or perhaps he had been too afraid to. In the past, he had yearned for it, aspired to it, and even vowed to gain renown in the ninja world through his sword techniques. However, after the suicide of Tsukumo Hatake, all of that was shattered. The mere mention of swordsmanship was something Kakashi was reluctant to broach. His expression grew increasingly cold as he asserted, "I cannot wield a sword, nor will I ever." His words were resolute, tinged with disdain. Su Ming shook his head and remarked, "Within the entirety of Konoha, there are but two individuals I truly admire. One is my father, Minato Namikaze, a true hero. The other, known as the White Fang of Konoha, is Tsukumo Hatake. He too is a hero." Su Ming gazed intently at Kakashi, articulating each word with precision. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is merely a waste. What does it matter if they save their comrades? They will still be criticized. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi spoke, his voice quivering. The death of his father had impacted him profoundly. Su Ming asserted, "A ninja who sacrifices a mission for the sake of their comrades is never a waste. Conversely, those who abandon their comrades for the sake of a mission are the true scum." Su Ming turned to leave, casting a smile at Kakashi before departing. "In truth, I still believe you are well suited for the blade." With that, Su Ming walked away, leaving Kakashi in contemplative silence. Eventually, he lifted his gaze to the sky and murmured softly, "Father." Chapter 43, Itachi's Birthday, Part 1. Itachi, as of today, I bestow upon you the position of Captain of the Umbu, in the name of the third Hokage. I hope you will strive earnestly. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a pipe in his mouth, patted Itachi's shoulder. "Lord Third." Itachi responded respectfully, "I have only recently joined the Umbu. Is it appropriate for me to assume such a role?" "There is nothing inappropriate about it," Hiruzen replied with a warm smile. "You are an exceptional young man. The village requires youth and vitality, and sometimes the infusion of fresh blood can be a wise choice. Moreover, Itachi, I have faith in you." Hiruzen's smile was reassuring. Itachi lowered his head, a posture that seemed respectful yet concealed the confusion in his eyes. The village and his clan. The contradiction between the two was fundamentally irreconcilable, and his clansmen exhibited nothing but arrogance and hubris. Yet, the village. If conflict were to arise, this Uchiha would only meet one fate: annihilation. In his mind, Itachi recalled the man behind Hiruzen, the one who assisted the Hokage, Danzo. With his ruthless nature, the Uchiha clan would be utterly obliterated, leaving only him, Itachi, to survive. Not even Sasuke would escape. Do not dwell on such matters. Suddenly, a large hand descended, gently patting Itachi's shoulder. "I will handle the Uchiha situation, striving to find the best resolution. After all, we may have forgotten that the Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. Sometimes, believing in them could be the better choice." "Lord Third." Itachi lifted his gaze, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had never imagined that the third Hokage could possess such a broad-minded perspective, yet the Uchiha. "Go on with your tasks." Hiruzen instructed. Yes, Itachi replied, turning to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Hiruzen called out to him once more. During this sensitive period for the village and the Uchiha, try not to engage with Su-Ming and Naruto too frequently. Otherwise, they may become entangled in the situation. I understand, Itachi nodded and departed. Within his gaze, something was gradually solidifying. Itachi had always felt that shouldering the responsibility alone would bring happiness to others, even if it meant being misunderstood. He was stubborn yet magnificent. By a small river, Su-Ming sat at the edge of a bridge, his legs dangling down. Beside him was a girl with beautiful long black hair, a beauty mark beneath her right eye, clad in a purple qipao and wearing protective wristbands. Notably, the iron headband of Konoha on her forehead signified her status as a genin. Her name was Uchiha Izumi, who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Su-Ming encountered her on his way back, though it can hardly be called fate, as Izumi had come specifically to seek him out for Itachi. Izumi was a strikingly beautiful girl, gentle, and likely the ideal type for many men. However, Su-Ming shook his head. She was, after all, Itachi's girlfriend. At such a young age, few could rival Itachi in winning her heart. Nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, Itachi." Su-Ming chuckled. For it was precisely this Itachi who possessed a unique charm that endeared him to others. As she listened, a thought crossed mind, causing her cheeks to flush delicately. Does harbor feelings for Itachi? Su-Ming turned abruptly and inquired. The sudden question caught Uchiha off guard, her face turning crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Yet, in the end, she merely nodded, her head bowing in shyness. Itachi feels the same, Su-Ming continued. Oh, a simple response escapes lips, but at that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the earth from embarrassment. It was the expression of one who has discovered another's affection, filled with joy yet tinged with fear. Finally, summoned her courage. In a few days, it will be Itachi's birthday. I wish to prepare a gift for him, but I am uncertain what to give. Please assist me. This was intention. Itachi's birthday was approaching, a day he likely had not even noticed amidst his busy schedule with the Umbu and Uchiha matters. However, remembered, that alone was a wonderful thing. There was no need for extravagant gifts. If possible, perhaps a few skewers of dango, the kind she often enjoyed. Yet, hesitated, wondering if such a treat would appeal to Itachi, who rarely indulged in sweets. He will, undoubtedly, Su-Ming assured her with a smile. Thank you, Su-Ming. Rose, preparing to depart. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and bowed to Su-Ming. Please do not inform Itachi of my visit. I wish to surprise him. I beg of you. Su-Ming smiled and agreed. Such a simple love, such innocent hearts. What Itachi lacked was never gifts, but companionship. A 13-year-old who had witnessed the slaughter of his entire clan, burdened by the weight of truth, it is difficult to fathom how he persevered. He had never even shared his fondness for sweets with his childhood friend. Itachi, do you say you love rainy days because only when it rains can you cry without being noticed? Is a remarkable girl. She can be there for you. I consent to this union on your behalf. Gazing at the river flowing beneath the setting sun, Su-Ming remained seated, lost in contemplation until, Brother, it's time to go home. Naruto's voice broke the silence. Su-Ming turned with a smile. I'm here. The small figure rushed toward him, nearly colliding with the nearby, faint-calm Sasuke. Naruto leaped into Su-Ming's embrace, and in that fleeting moment, Su-Ming glanced back. Sasuke, would you care to join us? Oh. Sasuke appeared somewhat reluctant, yet he approached nonetheless. As he grasped Su-Ming's hand, a glimmer of joy flickered in his small eyes. The three of them returned home, filled with happiness. If not for the lack of choice, who would willingly embrace solitude? Creak. The door swung open. Exhausted from a long day's toil, Kakashi collapsed onto his bed, his mind flooded with Su-Ming's parting words. In truth, perhaps the art of the blade suits you better. He rose, his gaze wandering aimlessly around the room. The furnishings remained untouched, just as they were during his father's lifetime. He had never dared to rearrange them. Some items, now rendered unusable, still occupied their original places, for Kakashi feared that any alteration would transform the essence of the space. The more he changed, the fewer traces of his father would remain, until ultimately there would be nothing left to recognize. He was formidable, renowned as the copy ninja in the outside world. Yet within the confines of his home, he was merely an ordinary man yearning for familial affection. No matter how powerful his Sharingan, capable of replicating jutsu and movements, it could never replicate the warmth of love in his heart, nor could it capture the sin of his father. Kakashi retrieved a long-preserved, never-before-opened box. Inside lay a solitary short blade, known as White Fang, his father's most cherished weapon. At that moment, Kakashi grasped it tightly in his hand. Chapter 44, Su Ming's Plan, Part 2. As dawn broke, after completing his daily tasks, Su Ming accepted the towel handed to him by Jun Malu. Wiping his sweat while inquiring, "How have you been finding your stay here these days?" Jun Malu's cheeks flushed inexplicably, yet he nodded in response. In his youth, Jun Malu, due to his extraordinary strength and possessing the hardest bones in his clan, was revered as the ultimate weapon and confined within a prison. It was only after encountering Orochimaru that he lived in solitude. However, everything changed upon meeting Su Ming. He experienced a different kind of life, and with it, newfound hope for the future, for now he had someone worth protecting: Su Ming and Naruto. Despite Naruto's mischievous antics, his loud snoring and teeth grinding at night, and the occasional sleepwalking, there was a certain vibrancy to their days. One could only grow accustomed to it. Habitually, Su Ming ruffled Jun Malu's hair. He pondered how long such days could last. A confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha was inevitable. In this battle, self-preservation would not be overly difficult. However, Su Ming's aspirations extended beyond mere survival. He aimed to eradicate Itachi's delusions regarding the village, for the Uchiha clan's hope resided not in Konoha but within their own lineage. A pivotal element of this was in the hands of Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader. Su Ming sought to ascertain whether Fugaku possessed the requisite resolve. This matter would require further confirmation, and Itachi's birthday presented a suitable opportunity. Moreover, Su Ming found himself lacking allies. On the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, apart from the higher-ups of Konoha, Obito would also make an appearance. Currently, the only individual Su Ming could rely on was Jun Malu, whose strength fell considerably short of the level of a Kage and required further development. Additionally, he needed to remain to protect Naruto. Thus, Su Ming realized that it would be challenging to influence the situation alone. After much contemplation, he conceived another plan: to resurrect Minato Namikaze. If Minato could be brought back to life, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage. Su Ming discussed this matter with Minato, who fell silent for an extended period. Resurrecting him was indeed feasible. As the fourth Hokage, although his tenure was brief, he had heard of the forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage. However, this technique was exceedingly cruel, requiring living sacrifices, and had long been classified as forbidden. Perceiving Minato's concerns, Su Ming reassured him, "Father, there is no need for worry. I have devised a method that does not involve such brutality." Minato nodded, but added, "Additionally, my soul is sealed, making resurrection a challenge. That is simple. I am acquainted with the Shiki F gene technique." Minato nodded, no longer insisting on his reservations. Su Ming took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Naruto awoke, washed up, and prepared to set off. Breakfast was typically enjoyed outside, alongside Kakashi. Not long after Naruto finished his morning routine, Sasuke happened to pass by Naruto's house. Reluctantly pulled along by Naruto to share breakfast. Each time he witnessed Sasuke's unwillingness, Su Ming could not help but smile genuinely. Sasuke was hardly sincere. While on the road, he inquired of Su Ming about what made his brother the strongest. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming replied that it was the Sharingan. It was undeniable that Itachi was a prodigious ninja, but the qualitative leap in his abilities likely occurred after he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. It was certainly reasonable to assert that Itachi's greatest strength lay in his Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke subtly probed into the method of awakening the Sharingan, to which Su Ming merely shrugged. Such matters were better suited for inquiry directly with Itachi, who would possess far clearer insights. Sasuke nodded in apparent nonchalance, yet he etched this information deeply in his mind. After sending the two youngsters on their way, Su Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he aimlessly wandered around the ninja academy, ensuring that no one was tailing him. Once he was certain of his solitude, he found a discreet spot to signal Kabuto. Lacking a means to contact Orochimaru directly, he was reliant on Kabuto. The Edo Tensei technique was certainly within Orochimaru's repertoire. However, he lacked a portion of the fourth Hokage's remains. Yet, Su Ming possessed such a fragment. He needed to establish communication with Orochimaru. Before long, Kabuto arrived. "Lord Su Ming," he greeted, bowing respectfully. Su Ming nodded, gesturing for him to feel at ease. Nonetheless, Kabuto insisted on maintaining his formality. Once subdued, he was more obedient than anyone else. "Where's Orochimaru?" Su Ming inquired. "At the border of the Land of Fire," Kabuto responded. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Orochimaru was wanted by Konoha and classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, and it was needless to say that Konoha was intent on capturing him. Yet, he had the audacity to remain within the borders of the Land of Fire. However, this proximity made things considerably more convenient. "I need to contact Orochimaru. I require his assistance to resurrect the fourth Hokage." "The fourth Hokage?" Kabuto paused momentarily before understanding. However, a hint of excitement flickered within him upon receiving this news. Having spent a significant amount of time in Konoha, Kabuto was well aware of Naruto's plight. If the fourth Hokage were to be revived and learned of Naruto's experiences, it would undoubtedly be fascinating. Perhaps they might even witness a clash between the two Hokages. The mere thought thrilled Kabuto, who excitedly licked his lips, revealing a sinister grin. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru, adorned with a straw hat, suddenly halted, his excitement palpable. Reviving the fourth Hokage is quite an intriguing notion. "Su Ming, are you planning to take action against Konoha?" The thought of having Minato confront Sarutobi-sensei is exhilarating. Orochimaru cackled. Without hesitation, after receiving Kabuto's message, he promptly altered his course towards Konoha. As for the bounty placed on him by Konoha, to be frank, it is merely a jest in his eyes. The current Orochimaru, let alone the ninjas of Konoha, could stand before Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he might not even be recognized. Chapter 45, The Infuriating Pillar. Part 3. As the ninja school day concluded, Sasuke appeared particularly joyful, though the reason for his elation remained elusive. His demeanor conveyed a sense of detachment from his surroundings. As usual, Su Ming came to pick up the two little ones. After seeing Sasuke off, Naruto leaned closer and whispered to Su Ming, "Brother, do you know? The pillar has gone mad." Su Ming was taken aback. "What happened?" Naruto shook his head, bewildered. "I have no idea what has gotten into him. But he seems inexplicably cheerful. When I confronted him today, he didn't retaliate at all. And that girl, Haruno Sakura," he smiled at her, "and she fainted right away." Irika-sensei was quite flustered. Before Su Ming could respond, Naruto continued, "It's quite normal for Sakura to faint. Last time I accidentally bumped into her. She passed out for quite a while. But the pillar is unusually different today. It's as if..." Naruto paused, his eyes suddenly brightening. He asked like a blissful fool. "Uft." This term was something Su Ming had taught Naruto during a recent moment of boredom. He hadn't expected it to be used so soon. Su Ming shook his head, reflecting on Sasuke's earlier inquiries, sensing that something significant was on the horizon. It must be related to Itachi. A smile crept onto his face as he said, "Naruto, don't dwell on these thoughts. Just relax, all right?" Naruto quickly prepared himself. Uchiha clan grounds. Upon returning home, Sasuke found that Itachi had yet to arrive. He lingered indoors for a moment before settling on the steps outside, resting his chin on his hands, eagerly awaiting Itachi's return. "Sasuke, sitting on the ground will give you a chill." Uchiha Makoto approached with a smile. "Mother, I'm not afraid. I want to wait for my brother. I have something very important to discuss with him." "Very well, then. I shall take my leave," Makoto remarked. Entering the house, she glanced at her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, and reflected, Sasuke is becoming increasingly dependent on Itachi. Fugaku remained silent, his brows furrowed. After a brief moment, he seemed to notice Makoto's presence, offering a slight apologetic smile. "Forgive me, I was lost in thought. Still pondering the village matters?" "Alas," Fugaku sighed. "The clansmen's discontent with the village is growing, and it's becoming difficult to contain. I fear that when the time comes, do not overthink it. You should have faith that the third Hokage believes in us," Makoto reassured him, gently kneading Fugaku's shoulders to help him relax. "If only the third truly trusted the Uchiha clan, then we would have fewer worries," Fugaku replied with a bitter smile. He understood Sarutobi's nature well. If Sarutobi genuinely believed in the Uchiha, he would not be beset by such troubles. But it is poor Itachi who suffers, caught in the middle. Fugaka felt a twinge of guilt. Then let us make it up to him. Itachi's birthday is approaching. Why not celebrate it? By the way, I heard he has made a good friend. We could invite him over for the celebration. Mikoto suggested. This is indeed a splendid idea. Fujin gazed out of the window, where a familiar figure gradually appeared at the entrance. It was Itachi returning. Brother, Sasuke exclaimed, rushing towards him. Itachi intercepted Sasuke, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection for his younger sibling. Is there something you need, Sasuke? Of course. It's something monumental. What is it? Itachi was momentarily taken aback, observing the serious expression on Sasuke's face, one he had never seen before. Sasuke took a step back, his face solemn. Brother, I wish to awaken the Sharingan. Please teach me. The Sharingan must be your greatest ability, and I aspire to be as formidable as you. Utterly caught up in his excitement, Sasuke failed to notice Itachi's increasingly grave demeanor. The Sharingan. Is it something that can be awakened so easily? The conditions are exceedingly harsh. Do you wish for me to take action against our parents? Or do you intend to confront me? In an instant. Itachi was overwhelmed with frustration. Without hesitation, he drew a small blade from his waist and struck the sheath against Sasuke's forehead, gritting his teeth as he declared, I will not. He then turned away, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, adopting a profoundly serious tone as he admonished Sasuke. Sasuke, give up. I will not allow you to awaken it. Why? Sasuke asked, perplexed. Because I am your brother. Itachi's rare moment of commanding authority over Sasuke lingered in the air as he departed, leaving Sasuke in a state of confusion. There is no doubt that Su Ming was unaware of this matter. Had he known, he would have likely burst into laughter. The awakening of the Sharingan, while seemingly straightforward, is fraught with difficulty. Once one understands the conditions for its awakening, few would dare to pursue it. Who could bear to let someone they love face death? In the original Naruto narrative, had Sasuke the choice, he would undoubtedly prefer to forego the Sharingan rather than witness the demise of his parents and brother. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives. Sasuke entered his mother's room, feeling aggrieved. Meanwhile, Itachi sat silently in a corner, gazing quietly at the sky, pondering the clan and the village. In Naruto's training, aside from the regular exercises, there was training focused on controlling Kurama's chakra. The bond between Naruto and Kurama was quite compatible. Both were rather stubborn, but beyond that, there wasn't much else. However, when conflicts arose, Kurama would behave like a child. In the end, Su Ming had to soothe both Naruto and Kurama, leaving him somewhat speechless. As for the ever-patient Minato, caught in the middle, his attempts to placate either side were futile, even becoming a target for Kurama's frustration, which was quite lamentable. Su Ming often mused that had Kushina been present, such troubles would be unnecessary. A simple punch from each would suffice to restore peace. Without a doubt, Naruto would be the most obedient child in Konoha, and Kurama would be the most well-behaved tailed beast. Yet, the timing was not yet right. Without sufficient strength, reviving Kushina would yield more harm than good. He certainly did not want Naruto to witness a living tragedy akin to that of Hashirama. The day after tomorrow marks Itachi's birthday. However, when the invitation was extended, Itachi was absent, occupied with a mission, and instead, it was Izumi who arrived. If Sumin-kun could attend, Itachi would surely be delighted, Izumi sincerely remarked. Moreover, the clan leader is eager to meet Sumin-kun as well. Therefore, please invite the Uchiha clan over the day after tomorrow. I implore you. Izumi spoke earnestly. Sumin smiled and nodded in agreement, but added, if I am to go, I shall require 2 additional pairs of chopsticks. Naturally, he could not leave Naruto and Kinmaru behind. As for the possibility of Kinmaru being recognized by Asuma, Sumin was unperturbed. Being the son of the Hokage, how could he possibly be seen within the Uchiha clan, a group with whom relations were strained? That would only serve to create trouble for Sarutobi. Upon Sumin's agreement, Izumi appeared overjoyed, clearly preoccupied with thoughts of Itachi. Of course, she also shared with Sumin the matter concerning Sasuke. After hearing it, Sumin could not help but laugh aloud. In Naruto's words, it was undoubtedly, that's Sasuke. He's asking for a beating. Chapter 46, Happy Birthday, Itachi. Part 4. Having decided to celebrate Itachi's birthday, Su-Ming naturally felt compelled to present a gift. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding what to give. Upon learning of this, Naruto promptly suggested ramen as the perfect offering. Su-Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth in response, urging him to reconsider. As for Junmaru, after some contemplation, he also shared his thoughts, albeit suggesting bones as a gift. This was rather difficult for Su-Ming to accept, as they both seemed like troublesome children. Ultimately, Su-Ming exchanged for an amulet from the system's marketplace, which was said to possess the ability to ward off evil and protect the body. Given that the details surrounding Itachi's health remained unclear, Su-Ming hoped that this amulet might prove to be beneficial. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the birthday of the clan's young master was certainly no trivial matter, especially with Fugaku intending to make amends to his son, rendering the occasion even more grandiose. However, in light of the current tense atmosphere, no outsiders were invited aside from Su-Ming. Even if outsiders had been invited, it was likely that no one would have dared to attend under such circumstances. But Su-Ming was undeterred. Upon receiving the news of Su-Ming's agreement, Izumi informed Itachi, who appeared genuinely delighted. In fact, for the first time, Izumi witnessed Itachi displaying a childlike joy, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed, as she questioned whether she held a significant place in his heart. Yet, this disappointment quickly dissipated, as she reminded herself that Su-Ming was a boy, reflecting on this broader joy akin to that of a child. In the days leading up to his birthday, Itachi took a leave of absence to remain at home, where he was not needed for the preparations. Sasuke was also quite well behaved today, allowing Itachi to decide to wander about. He had contemplated seeking out Su-Ming, but recalled the third Hokage's words and abandoned that thought, unwilling to place Su-Ming in danger. At the Nanha River, a legendary waterway where Hashirama and Madara once played together and forged a deep bond, a brotherly affection. The two legendary figures of Konoha established a profound friendship that would leave an indelible mark on the village. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi found himself at this very location, where he encountered a mysterious figure clad in a crimson robe and a single-eyed mask. "Who are you?" Itachi inquired, his wariness evident. "I am Uchiha Obito," the figure announced, deliberately styling his hair to resemble Madara's, casting a gaze toward Itachi as he spoke slowly. Despite having retained this appearance for some time, Obito still felt somewhat unaccustomed to the long black hair that exuded a sense of carefree rebellion, which ultimately did not suit him. Yet, he reveled in the identity he had adopted as Uchiha Madara, as if that name embodied true power. Itachi took a step back, clearly not ready to accept Obito's words at face value. Obito, however, remained patient, understanding that in the presence of Uchiha Itachi, a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, haste was unwarranted. "I can assist you," Obito offered. "I can help you deal with the Uchiha clan." Itachi did not immediately decline. The name Uchiha Madara, despite his skepticism, still carried a significant impact. It represented a being capable of standing against the god of shinobi, the true deity of the Uchiha clan. "You need not rush your response," Obito continued. "If the need arises in the future, you may seek me out, and I shall be able to assist you." After speaking, Obito activated his Kamui and departed. He observed Itachi for quite some time. Only after confirming that Su-Ming was indeed absent did he dare to reveal himself. Initially, he intended to approach the Uchiha clan, but after contemplating Su-Ming, he ultimately decided against it. Fortunately, Itachi had come here, granting him the opportunity to appear. Once Obito had left, Itachi fell into a contemplative silence. Despite his deliberate attempts to forget, the matter was inescapable. How should he make his choice? It remained a persistent dilemma. Itachi had considered informing Su-Ming about this situation, yet each time he encountered him, he found himself at a loss for words. Bearing such painful burdens alone was already sufficient. Why should he impose this upon Su-Ming? For Itachi, the depth of emotion was never about sharing, but rather about shouldering another's darkness while allowing them to thrive in the light. He would observe Su-Ming, yet never intrude. "Su-Ming, Sasuke." Itachi walked silently back home. The efficiency of the Uchiha clan was remarkable. Everything was well organized. Those clan members who had once harbored animosity towards Itachi were now seldom seen without smiles. This scene only deepened Itachi's hesitation. Choices, after all, are profoundly challenging. The next day, Suming arrived with Kimimaro and Naruto. Prior to their arrival, Naruto, harboring disdain for Sasuke, had specifically instructed Kimimaro to indulge in a feast, declaring his intent to eat the Uchiha family into bankruptcy, even consuming the funds meant for purchasing trousers for the clan. Suming chuckled, praising Naruto's ambitious spirit. Within the ceiling space, Minato appeared quite embarrassed, while the Ninetales quickly distanced himself from the situation, asserting that Naruto's actions were entirely his own doing. The prospect of impoverishing the Uchiha clan was as formidable as the notion of the third Hokage choking on smoke. Of course, there was also the infamous tale of Tsunade being smothered by a certain anatomy, but if that were to occur, Suming wouldn't mind enduring such an experience. In any case, today was a day of joy for all. Itachi stepped out to greet Suming, accompanied by Izumi and Sasuke. "Happy birthday, Itachi!" Suming exclaimed with a smile, presenting him with a protective charm. Itachi accepted it, visibly pleased. "Happy birthday, big brother Itachi!" Naruto chimed in with a mischievous grin, handing over a discount coupon for Ichiraka ramen, adding, "I specifically chose this for you." Izumi chuckled merrily, likely finding Naruto quite amusing. Itachi smiled in return, expressing his gratitude to Naruto, who waved it off, stating there was no need, as he would eventually break even. Kimimaro dutifully presented his customary gift of small bones, a peculiar obsession of his. However, the bones he offered were a pair, differing in shape yet forming a heart when combined. Izumi was utterly delighted, considering Kimimaro to be the most adorable child she had ever encountered. The trio entered the Uchiha clan grounds. Under Itachi's guidance, they garnered the attention of numerous onlookers. Some gazes were ordinary, while others were distinctly different. Suming even caught snippets of murmured conversations. "Is that the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? Young Master Itachi truly possesses remarkable foresight, having gained control over the Ninetales Jinchuriki. With this, our clan can pose a significant threat to the higher echelons of Konoha." Suming shook his head. It appears that innate talent indeed varies among individuals. Someone like Itachi, who is not only handsome but also exceptionally gifted and intelligent, is quite rare. The Uchiha who spoke earlier, however, seemed to lack the necessary acumen. Suming chose to disregard him. The main issue was that Naruto had dashed off, having inquired about Izumi's dining whereabouts and dragged Jumaro along. Before departing, he cast a glance at Suming, signaling him to stall Itachi while he pursued his grand ambitions. Suming felt helpless. Prior to Naruto's exit, within the ceiling space, Kurama continued to mock Minato Namikaze, suggesting that Naruto should follow his lead. In truth, Minato wished to counter this, asserting that Naruto should follow Kushina, yet he refrained, fearing that Kurama might seize upon this as an opportunity to hold it against him in the future, thus he endured in silence. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Fugaku emerged and welcomed Suming with the courtesy befitting distinguished guests. This gesture reflects the goodwill of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 47. Fugaku, let us collaborate. Part 1. Itachi is a child with few friends. In the reception room of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku pushed the teacup in front of and towards Suming with a smile. It is a rare sight to see Itachi show such concern for someone. In truth, I was somewhat taken aback when I heard that you possessed no bloodline limit. The alliances among great clans often hinge on social standing, and thus I conducted an investigation into you. Fugaku offered an apologetic smile. "Forgive my impetuousness, Suming-kun." He took a gentle sip of tea and continued, "As the fourth, your standing is not inferior to that of the Uchiha. I extend the welcome of the Uchiha clan to you." Suming also smiled, lifting his cup for a sip. Though his manner of drinking was markedly different from that of Fugaku, he consumed the tea in one swift motion. "Since you, Lord Fugaku, have recognized my status as Itachi's friend, I shall refrain from further elaboration." He gazed at Fugaku, inquiring about the current state of affairs between the Uchiha and the village. Fugaku looked at Suming, maintaining his gaze for a considerable duration. Upon confirming that Suming was indeed serious, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that a 10-year-old child would concern himself with such matters. Naruto is 5 years old, and Suming returned when Naruto was 3, which means 2 years have elapsed. "Nevertheless," he answered, "it is quite dire, due to the trust one hold in Itachi." Fugaku sighed, acknowledging that if the current situation continued, war would not be far off. Suming nodded, aligning with his thoughts. This was also the purpose of his visit. What is your stance, Lord Fugaku? Sumin inquired. Resolving the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha is both simple and complicated. The crux of the matter lies in the opinion of the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. His viewpoint holds paramount importance. Fugaku remained silent, his eyes reflecting hesitation. He had been mired in indecision regarding whether to heed his clan's call to attack Konoha or to oppose them in order to protect the village. To be more explicit, his hesitation stemmed from a desire to achieve both objectives simultaneously, to address the issues of Konoha and his clan. Thus, Itachi would join the Umbu. Yet, this was not the correct decision. In this world, there exists no perfect solution. Itachi found himself in a particularly agonizing position. Much of his suffering was born from the political turmoil, the indecision of Fugaku, and the ruthlessness of Danzo. What do you believe will happen if one day war truly breaks out between the Uchiha and Konoha? Which side will Itachi choose? Sumin adopted a more straightforward approach, pressing Fugaku for an answer. Fugaku fell into profound silence. He understood his son far too well. If the moment truly arrived, would Itachi genuinely side with the Uchiha? This was a question Fugaku dared not confirm. He lacked certainty. Itachi was Fugaku's pride from a young age. He had the capacity to think with the perspective of a Hokage, which filled Fugaku with both pride and dread. The fear lay in the fact that when Itachi pondered these matters, he did so not as the leader of the Uchiha clan, but as a future Hokage. Observing the silent Fugaku, Sumin grasped the answer he sought. Itachi would never stand with the Uchiha. Absolutely not. Fugaku is well aware of this fact. If one day, Itachi were to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan, even his own parents, what would you do, Lord Fugaku? Fugaku fell silent. He had never contemplated such a scenario. He had never imagined that his son could take the lives of his own kin, or even his own. However, as he calmed his mind and pondered deeply, he suddenly realized that such a deed was indeed within Itachi's capability. With a bitter smile, he conceded, I have no choice, do I? He is my son. This was Fugaku's response. He intended to sacrifice himself. Fugaku was indeed a good father, but he was not a good clan leader. He had not guided the Uchiha towards prosperity. However, his love for his two sons ran profound. What a conundrum. Sumin shook his head. Were all members of the Uchiha clan this troublesome? Considering Itachi, considering Sasuke, and now having to ponder Fugaku as well. Truly, it seems I owe a debt to the Uchiha. Has Lord Fugaku ever considered that uttering such words might inflict deeper anguish upon Itachi? You might perish, bringing an end to your suffering, yet Itachi will endure the pain of the Uchiha's demise. Moreover, given Itachi's nature, Sasuke would remain. He would harbor hatred, fear, and seek every means to slay his beloved brother. Is this what you wish to witness? Sumin gazed intently into Fugaku's eyes. Fugaku trembled. He had not thought of such a depth of consequence. Yet, upon hearing Sumin's words, his eyes widened in horror. Indeed, he would not want that. Absolutely not. He lifted his gaze to Sumin, inquiring, seeking guidance on what to do next. Sumin smiled. He had achieved his objective. He looked at Fugaku and softly said, Lord Fugaku, let us collaborate. For Itachi and for Sasuke. Outside the reception room, Naruto painfully lifted his shirt, gazing at his round belly. Then glancing at the considerable amount of food still remaining beside him, feeling a sense of sorrow. He finally realized how absurd his previous thoughts had been. It is important to note that he had only consumed apportionment for one, and there was still a substantial quantity left. Turning his head, he saw Kimimaro vigorously eating, having already finished his own serving and now tackling a second. Naruto swallowed in envy. Indeed, one's constitution cannot be generalized. Not far off, Choji hid behind a cherry blossom tree, secretly watching as Itachi and Izumi sat together. He pouted, displaying his displeasure. However, Itachi and Izumi were quite happy. Izumi held 2 skewers of dango, offering one to Itachi, and the two blushed as they began to eat. Cherry blossoms fluttered down, landing softly on their shoulders. Izumi's head inched closer to Itachi's shoulder. Sasuke's mouth drew nearer to his nose, the angle sufficient to hang 3 oil pots. Nearby, Naruto chuckled, patting Kimimaro as he mocked Choji. However, due to overindulgence in food and exuberant laughter, discomfort soon set in. Most importantly, the pillar had also taken notice. He swiftly shifted his gaze, unleashing all his fury upon Naruto. Just like in their childhood, The two engaged in a fierce scuffle. Yet this time, Naruto found himself at a disadvantage. Itachi, with an arm draped over Izumi's shoulder, observed his younger brother with a smile, while Izumi gently leaned against Itachi, quietly watching the scene unfold. Cherry blossoms continued to flutter down, their petals cascading like a dreamlike realm. However, not far away, in a concealed spot, several root ninjas suddenly rose, their eyes clouded as they departed from the scene. Chapter 48, Too Bloodthirsty. Part 2. As he gazed upon his subordinates, Danzo's mind began to whirl with thoughts. The emergence of the Jinchuriki within the Uchiha clan's territory signified a profound implication. As the village's clandestine weapon, the Jinchuriki possessed a catastrophic potential in times of war. Consequently, nearly every village clutched their Jinchuriki tightly, and Konoha was no exception. Now, with the Jinchuriki appearing in the Uchiha domain, and given that Danzo deemed the Uchiha a threat to the village, he couldn't help but suspect ulterior motives at play. Despite his urge to storm into the Uchiha clan and confront Fugaku for clarity, Danzo recognized that the timing was not yet ripe. Thus, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke perpetually lingered. After pushing the door open, Danzo deliberately lingered for a few seconds, allowing the smoky air to dissipate before stepping inside. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was deeply engrossed in his duties. Upon noticing Danzo's entrance, he raised an eyebrow. "Is there something you need, Danzo?" "The Jinchuriki has appeared within the Uchiha clan," Danzo stated bluntly, getting straight to the point. To his surprise, Hiruzen merely nodded in acknowledgement and said nothing further. "Aren't you going to take action?" Danzo queried. "What measures should I take?" Hiruzen retorted. "Today is Itachi's birthday. Naruto is merely going to celebrate with him. There is no need for alarm, Danzo." Danzo's face still bore a hint of hesitation. Yet, the matter of the Jinchuriki should indeed be of utmost priority. "I understand," Hiruzen replied, "but they should also be afforded some degree of relaxation. The Uchiha are still a part of Konoha, and I trust them." "Trust?" Danzo scoffed, his expression darkening with anger. "Your blind trust could spell disaster for Konoha." With that, he stormed off. Not long after Danzo's departure, a figure suddenly materialized. "Thank you, Lord Third, for trusting the Uchihas. Shursui, there is no need for such formality. The Uchiha are also Konoha's Uchiha. I will find a better way to dispel their prejudices against the village," Hiruzen replied kindly, patting Shursui on the shoulder. "Lord Third." Shursui's voice trembled, a wave of emotion washing over him. He instinctively felt compelled to divulge the secret of his Manjiki Sharingan and the purpose of Kodo Amatsukami. However, recalling Su Ming's admonition, he restrained himself. "Nonetheless, my strength alone is limited. I will require your assistance, Shursui. Rest assured, Lord Third, for the sake of the village, I am willing to sacrifice everything," Shursui declared with unwavering conviction. Hiruzen smiled joyfully. Uchiha clan's residence, reception room. Fugaku remained silent. He had been in silence for some time now, ever since Su Ming had revealed his plans. After a long pause, he finally lifted his gaze to meet Su Ming's. "The strength of Konoha is formidable. Alone, the Uchiha clan cannot contend with it. Lord Fugaku need not rush to involve the entire clan. I possess numerous hidden cards, which shall be revealed in due time. However, at this moment, I cannot present them directly before you. What I seek now is simply a stance from you. A resolute attitude befitting a clan leader. This is not only for the benefit of the Uchiha, but also for Itachi and Sasuke's sake." After a brief silence, Fugaku finally nodded. Su Ming smiled and extended his hand. "Shall we cooperate harmoniously?" Fugaku mirrored the gesture, replying to a pleasant collaboration. Their hands clasped together. Little did Fugaku realize that this conversation would alter the fate of the entire Konoha, and likewise, the destiny of the Uchiha clan. Of course, it would also change the lives of Itachi and Sasuke, the troublesome duo. Should he reflect on this moment in the future, Fugaku would deem his most prudent decision in life to be his alliance with Su Ming. In the days to come, when that great fire engulfed Konoha, threatening to consume it entirely, it would be the Uchiha who emerged from the ashes, reborn anew. In that moment, he would come to understand the magnitude of the powerful friend his son had made, a being comparable to a deity. Upon reflecting on his life, Fugaku would realize that his greatest pride was not the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan, but rather the fact that he had a remarkable son. However, that is a tale for another time. Su Ming rose, and Fugaku stood to see him off. Upon opening the door, Su Ming was taken aback by the vibrant spectacle of blooming cherry blossoms. Beneath the trees, the people were filled with joy, save for Naruto and Sasuke. The two fools who were wrestling, their bodies adorned with fallen petals, resembling two whimsical flower boys. As Su Ming stepped outside, he noticed Itachi's face brighten with delight. After Su Ming nodded at him, that joy radiated further. This was observed by Izumi, who instinctively pouted, tossed her hair, and struck a charming pose. Under the cherry blossoms, the sight of her was particularly enchanting. Yet, Itachi had departed, having engaged in a delightful conversation with your father. Su Ming leaned against a post, watching the petals dance in the air. Itachi sat beside him, lost in silence. At that moment, Izumi realized the absurdity of her previous thoughts. Fortunately, Itachi beckoned to her, and she excitedly rushed over. Izumi is a wonderful girl, Su Ming remarked. Take good care of her. He recalled that in the original Naruto narrative, Izumi perished at the hands of Obito, calling out Itachi's name in her final moments. Her only reliance had been Itachi, perhaps. The tranquility did not last long. Danzo arrived, seething with anger. While Sarutobi Hiruzen might overlook the emergence of a Jinchuriki within the Uchiha clan, Danzo could not, especially as he believed it posed a grave threat to the village's safety. He had always maintained that Jinchuriki should be confined, locked away in a prison. Only in this manner can one exert better control. Thus, he arrived alone. He harbored no doubt that the Uchiha clan would dare lay a hand on him, for he was a key advisor to the Hokage and in command of the root organization. Should the Uchiha choose to act against him, it would be regarded as a grave act of treason. However, it was Su Ming who initiated the confrontation, this fearless Su Ming. The moment Danzo stepped onto Uchiha territory, Su Ming rose from his seat, casually downing a drink he had procured from an unknown source, before striding toward Danzo. The Uchiha members were momentarily taken aback. Itachi was slightly stunned, while Izumi wore a look of deep concern. As for Naruto, he instinctively covered his eyes with his small hands, though his curiosity caused him to peek through the gaps. Ultimately, when Su Ming unceremoniously sent Danzo flying, Naruto's hands swiftly closed over the gaps, exclaiming inwardly that it was far too gruesome for someone of his age to witness. Chapter 49 Encountering Obito Again. Su Ming's Calculations. Chapter 3 Danzo Retreated in Disgrace. Throughout his life, there were only a few times when he felt this humiliated. Yet, every single time, he encountered this young man named Su Ming. Unfortunately, he could never prevail against him. Su Ming appeared with such swiftness that Danzo failed to react before a punch sent him flying. Rising to his feet, Danzo's face was a mask of fury, but before he could gather himself, Su Ming unleashed another rapid strike. As he dodged, Danzo growled, "Do you have no sense of restraint?" Su Ming offered no reply, continuing his assault. After a brief struggle, Danzo spat out a parting remark, "Take care of yourself," before making a hasty exit. His retreat was notably undignified. The Uchiha clan members remained in a state of bewilderment. Itachi wore a look of concern, while Izumi glanced at him. Only Naruto, oblivious to the tension, erupted into laughter, applauding, "Brother, you're amazing." Sasuke, irritated by Naruto's boisterous laughter, engaged him in another tussle. The two children embraced beneath the cherry blossom tree, rolling around with carefree abandon, showing no restraint whatsoever. "Will everything be all right, Ming-san?" Itachi inquired, watching Danzo's departure with unease. Su Ming shook his head. "Will there be trouble?" "Undoubtedly." The enmity Danzo harbored towards the Uchiha and Su Ming would only intensify. However, even if Su Ming refrained from confronting him, allowing him to maintain his arrogance, would that ensure safety? It would not. Danzo might very well continue to trample upon the Uchiha and Su Ming's dignity, flaunting his power. Some individuals resemble the large yellow dog that Su Ming encountered in his past life. The more you fear them, the more ferocious they become. Yet, if you stand unafraid, even more relentless than they will begin to fear you. Unless they are struck down and made to feel pain, they will relentlessly pursue and bite you. As Itachi's birthday celebration reached its final stages, Sasuke's gift as a younger brother was rather unique. At the conclusion of the festivities, Sasuke sang a birthday song for Itachi. The moment his voice began to echo, Su-Ming sensed impending doom. However, the true horror lay ahead. For the first time, Su-Ming pondered whether the Uchiha's bloodline limit was not the Sharingan, but rather their vocal prowess. Midway through the birthday song, Naruto could no longer contain himself, rushing to the cherry blossom tree and expelling the contents of his stomach. The other Uchiha clan members, while not as dramatic, fared little better. In the end, Pillar looked on, his face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a touch of pity. At that moment, Su-Ming realized that the sound release was not a specialty of the Uchiha clan, but rather a unique talent of the Pillar himself. Perhaps the weapon used by Indra to counter Azura's mouth ninjutsu was the very voice capable of singing the tailed beasts into submission? Within the ceiling space, Kurama had already fainted. Su-Ming could only smile wryly, feeling awed by the Pillar's talent. As the day drew to a close, Itachi's birthday gathering came to an end. Before departing from the Uchiha territory, Su-Ming gently tapped Itachi's forehead. "Live well, and remember, your life is of greater significance to me and to Sasuke than the entirety of Konoha." With that, Su-Ming departed. Itachi stood rooted in place, lost in thought, the warmth of their previous encounter still lingering on his forehead. Yet, his mind was consumed by Su-Ming's parting words. On their journey, Su-Ming grasped Naruto with one hand and Kanshamaru with the other. In truth, for every individual, the world is rather limited. A single person's realm may not encompass everyone, yet it can certainly hold those who matter. Whether it is Su-Ming or Naruto, Konoha has never constituted the world. The world is defined by our connections. You exist, and the world exists. Upon returning home, Su-Ming did not wait long before Kei came bearing news of Orochimaru. He had reached the outskirts of Konoha, concealing himself in the nearby villages. It hardly qualified as concealment, for Orochimaru had long since changed his body, even opting for a different gender for the sake of secrecy. Su-Ming rubbed his forehead, apprehensive as the troubling scenario he feared had indeed come to pass. However, with Orochimaru's arrival, the plan to resurrect Minato Namikaze must be expedited. To revive Minato, two crucial elements must be addressed, the soul and the body. Minato's soul does not reside in the Pure Land. Despite Su-Ming using the Sage Talisman to preserve a fragment, it remains insufficient for his revival. Thus, he must release Minato's soul, which necessitates the use of the Death God Mask. This task can be entrusted to Orochimaru, who would undoubtedly find such matters intriguing. Therefore, Su-Ming instructed Kei to relay this to Orochimaru. The second requirement is the body, specifically, White Zetsu. Su-Ming was uncertain where to locate White Zetsu, but he knew how to find Obito. Su-Ming left his home, concealing himself near the Uchiha clan. With the abilities granted by his second template, Shadow Blade, he could remain undetected by the Uchiha, and likewise, Obito would struggle to find him. Obito harbored complex feelings toward Itachi. He admired him, yet bore resentment. As the possessor of the Meijiki Sharingan, Obito recognized Itachi's brilliance. If one were to ask who among the Uchiha could awaken the Meijiki, Obito would undoubtedly name Itachi. Yet, his feelings towards the Uchiha clan were intricate. The only individual capable of evoking different emotions within him was Rin. However, his desire was to create a world where Rin existed, rather than to resurrect her. A world with Rin would also include Obito, but it would not necessarily encompass Kakashi. Conversely, reviving Rin would bring both into existence. It is difficult to fathom Obito's true intentions. Su-Ming did not dwell on such thoughts. He merely knew that this location would lead him to Obito. And indeed, he found him, Obito, who sought to find Itachi. "Long time no see," were the first words Su-Ming uttered upon their reunion. The moment Obito laid eyes on Su-Ming, the exposed Sharingan flickered involuntarily. Had he not been masked, one could have discerned a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye. In that moment of eye contact, Obito instinctively prepared to use Kimui to flee. However, Su-Ming directly activated the ability of the second template, rendering Obito's gaze momentarily vacant. In swift succession, a kunai was hurled, and Su-Ming appeared before Obito, delivering a forceful strike upon him. Obito regained his senses just in time to evade Su-Ming's subsequent assault and activated Kimui, rendering his form intangible. This time, however, he had learned from experience. He refrained from manifesting his physical presence immediately, opting instead to wait for a brief moment before materializing. As a result, the Rasengan passed harmlessly through him. Obito chuckled with self-satisfaction, laughing heartily as he departed, feeling as though he had toyed with Su Ming, believing he had profoundly humiliated his opponent. Yet, in truth, from the very first encounter, Su Ming had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal upon Obito's body. Everything that transpired thereafter was a deliberate maneuver on Su Ming's part, a preparation for the resurrection of Minato Namikaze. Su Ming had meticulously calculated every aspect of the unfolding events. Chapter 50. The Rebirth of the Impure World. Chapter 1, however. Due to the last time he was caught off guard by Su Ming's Flying Thunder God technique, Obito grew wary and deliberately lingered within the Kamui space for a while before venturing out. He found himself in a location inhabited by white Zetsu. Yet, at the very moment he materialized, an ominous wind surged from behind him. As he turned, he suddenly discovered a figure had already appeared. With a flash, a cold gleam sliced through the air as a long sword struck. That sword belonged to Su Ming. In a swift draw, Obito had been sufficiently cautious. He even lingered in the Kamui space to prevent any underhanded tactics from Su Ming. Although he harbored doubts about whether Su Ming could truly reach him from such a distance, he was proven wrong when Su Ming indeed arrived. Along with him came the longsword. With a flash, blood splattered as a portion of Obito's body was cleaved away by the blade. In a panic, Obito activated Kamui and escaped once more. Within the Kamui space, the severely injured Obito fell heavily to the ground. Had he not fled swiftly, Su Ming's strike would have cleaved him in two, sending him to the Pure Land to meet Madara. At that moment, Obito's expression contorted with rage as he bellowed Su Ming's name, vowing that once his plan succeeded, he would ensure Su Ming paid dearly for this affront. After Obito's departure, Su Ming surveyed the surroundings slowly. The space was dim, lacking in light, resembling a cave. Before long, a white figure materialized. Su Ming smiled. This was the objective of his journey, White Zetsu. Extending his hand, White Zetsu offered no resistance and was easily captured by Su Ming. The sticky texture beneath his fingers prompted a frown to form on Su Ming's brow. After seizing White Zetsu, Su Ming did not exit immediately but continued deeper into the cavern. He recalled that Uchiha Madara was also present here. However, upon reaching the innermost part, he discovered only an ancient corpse. Judging by the clothing, he could vaguely discern the remnants of Madara. Indeed, it was Madara. He had passed away, likely of old age. After all, the era of Madara was a distant memory, and even in peaceful times, a shinobi might not survive to this day. Furthermore, Madara had sustained grave injuries. With a soft sigh, Su Ming reflected that had he encountered this Uchiha king, they might have shared a drink and engaged in a contest of strength. Alas, that possibility was now lost. No matter how formidable one may be, all must ultimately depart from this world. All must eventually succumb to death, despite the regret. This is the immutable law of the shinobi realm. Su Ming departed, having acquired White Zetsu, the necessary offering to resurrect Minato Namikaze. However, due to White Zetsu's rapid evasion, Su Ming could only capture one, which limited him to reviving Minato alone. In truth, had time permitted, Su Ming would have desired to capture several more. With the aim of resurrecting both Hashirama and Tobirama, especially Tobirama, to witness how his chosen heir had led the Senju clan to ruin under his watch. Unbeknownst to them, the future held untold wonders, yet alas, time was of the essence. The resolve of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan grew ever more fervent. After capturing White Zetsu, Su Ming returned home, leaving behind a shadow clone, and departed from Konoha. He sought out Orochimaru, as the technique of Edo Tensei was far more suited to him. Naturally, Orochimaru was also intrigued by the prospect of releasing the soul of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. After all, the one who resurrects through Edo Tensei can be manipulated by the caster. The thought of having the fourth Hokage confront Konoha was exhilarating. Upon finding Orochimaru, Su Ming discovered that he had already utilized the Mask of Death. After Su Ming entrusted him with the method to dispel the Shinigami sealing technique, Orochimaru released the soul of Minato. Su Ming-kun, you've arrived quite swiftly. How are preparations coming along? Su Ming inquired of Orochimaru. We are ready at any moment. Orochimaru replied. Very well. Su Ming then produced white zetsu, declaring, "This is the offering I have prepared." Orochimaru's gaze lingered on white zetsu for a considerable time, clearly recognizing its uniqueness. Thus, his look towards Su Ming grew more ardent. Su Ming understood his intentions well. "Rest assured, I shall procure more such research materials for you in the future. I am most grateful, Su Ming-kun." Orochimaru smiled, evidently pleased. The ritual for resurrecting Minato was about to commence. Once Su Ming nodded in affirmation, Orochimaru proceeded without delay. He began forming the hand seals: tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Orochimaru's movements were deliberate, his expression tinged with reverence. This forbidden technique, pioneered by the second Hokage, was not merely learned by Orochimaru. Through his research, he had even made some improvements. With the final seal completed, Orochimaru brought his hands together. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. As Orochimaru's voice echoed, the soul from the Pure Land was summoned forth, descending from the heavens to alight upon white zetsu. The white zetsu began to levitate, gradually transforming into the visage of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Edo Tensei was successful. "Minato, it's been a long time." Orochimaru gazed upon his creation with satisfaction, excitedly licking his lips. Upon hearing Orochimaru's greeting, Minato was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Who are you?" He then turned to Su Ming, inquiring, "Is this your new girlfriend?" Su Ming retorted, "What the hell? Girlfriend? Orochimaru as a girlfriend is downright nauseating." Even Orochimaru himself seemed perplexed about gender identity. Rolling his eyes, Su Ming was too disinterested to engage with Minato. At that moment, Orochimaru used his original voice, prompting Minato to recognize him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, compelling Minato to shift the conversation. How is Naruto faring?" "He is doing well, eating heartily, sleeping soundly. Aside from lacking a father, everything is just fine." Listening to Su Ming's words, Minato Namikaze felt a sense of awkwardness, particularly in the presence of Orochimaru. He subtly cast glances at Su Ming, hoping for a more amiable demeanor from him. However, Su Ming either averted his gaze or simply looked skyward, leaving Minato somewhat speechless. "Am I not the illustrious fourth Hokage? Is there no regard for my dignity?" "Very well, I summoned you here for a reason." Su Ming stated his intentions directly. Minato nodded in response. "As for that enigmatic figure in the mask, leave him to me. I shall thwart his plans." Su Ming had yet to reveal to Minato the identity of Obito, and thus he remained unaware that the masked individual he believed could wreak havoc upon the ninja world was, in fact, his former pupil. Indeed, when Obito discovered that his teacher had failed to recognize him, he had been quite furious. Yet, considering the changes in his appearance, identity, and voice, compounded by the fact that he had been presumed dead for many years, who could possibly connect him to Uchiha Obito? Nevertheless, Obito's anger was undeniable. It was truly a vexing situation. Chapter 51. The Art of Spiritual Communication. Arise, Minato Namikaze. Part 2. Su Ming approached and patted Minato Namikaze on the shoulder, nodding in appreciation. Minato, however, was taken aback, his expression clouded with confusion. What an audacious brat, lacking proper decorum. At the very least, one must consider the occasion. Can't you see Lord Orochimaru is still present? Show me some respect. Unexpectedly, Su Ming turned to Orochimaru and casually waved his hand. "You may leave. This does not concern you." Orochimaru nodded, replying, "Very well. If Su Ming has matters to discuss, you may have to inform me." He then exited with an air of utmost respect. Minato stood there, utterly bewildered. What is happening? That is Lord Orochimaru, a figure who commands such reverence. Yet he addresses my son with such deference? He stared incredulously at Su Ming. Su Ming shrugged. "What are you staring at? I'm not your biological child." Minato thought to himself, he speaks the truth, yet why do I feel such an urge to strike him? Meanwhile, within Minato's consciousness, the other half of Kurama was laughing heartily at the scene. "Minato, you have sealed me away, yet can you not muster a bit of bravado? Kushina is not here. She would remain oblivious to your newfound courage." Instantly, Minato's eyes lit up with understanding. Su Ming shot him a glance. "Shall I summon Orochimaru back to resurrect my mother?" At that suggestion, Minato immediately faltered. A true man must be flexible. Within Konoha, even with the passage of time, Danzo's fury had not abated. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Su Ming, wishing to reduce him to ashes. Yet, He found himself incapable of prevailing. He touched the bandages on his arm, lost in contemplation. Izanagi last time. He had nearly lost control, but that had been among the Uchiha clan. Revealing himself would have posed too great a risk. This time, his gaze darkened, clearly plotting his next move. Recently, the Uchiha clan had been unusually active. He rose, determined to confront Hiruzen, feeling he could no longer tolerate the situation. In the Uchiha territory, Su Ming's sudden request for an audience astonished many Uchiha clan members. The clan leader's reception was particularly noteworthy, igniting varied thoughts among the onlookers. A few quietly slipped away, heading towards Naruto's home. In the reception room, "How have you deliberated, clan leader Fugaku?" Su Ming inquired directly. "I trust you have made the most prudent decision befitting a clan leader." Fugaku smiled wryly. Here was a child barely older than his own son. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in his presence, akin to facing the Hokage. "I wish to witness your strength," he declared. "Very well," Su Ming replied simply. With a snap of his fingers, he produced a specially crafted kunai, infusing it with a modicum of chakra, and exclaimed, "Summoning technique." Fugaku was left in a state of confusion. "You can summon a spirit beast without forming any seals? Are you certain you are not jesting with me?" However, when Su Ming truly summoned something, Faik was left in a state of shock, and upon realizing what had been conjured, his astonishment deepened. A singular thought reverberated in his mind. Incredible. Truly, he is the son of the fourth. To summon his own father as a spirit beast, how audacious. This will not do. I must ensure that Itachi keeps a distance from Sasuke, lest he be led astray. At that moment, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, appeared in the reception room and greeted Faik. "Faik clan leader, it has been a long time." It was then that Faik comprehended the gravity of the situation. This fourth Hokage was indeed real. The fact that the fourth had perished was common knowledge, yet now. "Do not worry, Lord Faik. While a person may die, it does not imply that they cannot be resurrected," Su Ming remarked with a smile. "I can assure you. The fourth Hokage is indeed real." Faik was utterly astonished. "Such grandiloquence, yet I find it appealing." He nodded. If that were the case, he harbored no objections. The Uchiha clan remained under his control, despite a considerable number wishing to engage in conflict with Konoha. Yet, equally, many did not desire such strife. Su Ming advised Faik to abandon them. The lizard regenerates its tail. The current plight of the Uchiha resembles that of a lizard. There can be no perfect solution. Sacrifices must be made. Faik resolved to take action. However, Su Ming shook his head, indicating that it was not so straightforward. Faik paused. The situation for both sides was already fraught with tension, and action was inevitable. Even if you were to eliminate those clan members now, Konoha would not spare the Uchiha clan. "What is your suggestion?" Faik inquired. "Relocate the clan members who wish to wage war against Konoha, those obstinate ones, and completely forsake them, allowing them to become mere cannon fodder for the revival of the Uchiha," Su Ming articulated. "Then, the remaining members should conceal themselves. Only when the Uchiha truly disappears will Konoha feel secure." Faik fell silent, then nodded in agreement. To embrace death in order to achieve rebirth was the Uchiha's only path forward. Naturally, only 5 were privy to this plan: Su Ming, Faik, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and Kurama. The matter of concealment was entrusted to Orochimaru, who would use the Flying Thunder God technique to effect the relocation. Remaining hidden and undetected was indeed Orochimaru's forte. After all, a serpent possesses unique abilities, driven by the instinct to survive rather than become a mere dish. This plan was unknown to Shursui and Itachi. As Su Ming had no intention of informing them, particularly Itachi, their relationship with Konoha was delicate. Should they become aware, it might arouse the suspicions of Konoha's higher-ups. As Su Ming departed, several Uchiha clan members made their way to Naruto's home, intent on capturing him. They harbored designs to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but alas, their aspirations were noble, yet their strength was lacking. After casting out a few Uchiha clan members, Junmura calmly returned, dusting off his hands. Upon his return, Naruto appeared self-assured, exclaiming, "I knew those few wouldn't stand a chance against you." Junmura shook his head. Naruto was taken aback. "Are they really that strong?" Junmura shook his head once more. Naruto was left utterly dumbfounded. Junmura extended 2 fingers, then retracted one, stating, "For these individuals, 1 finger suffices." Naruto, alongside Sasuke, was on the verge of striking Junmaru upon hearing this. Was it truly necessary to feign such weakness? Was the Uchiha clan so feeble? Sasuke, once a staunch supporter of the Uchiha lineage, had faced numerous setbacks since becoming a disciple of Su Ming. Although Naruto possessed commendable strength, it was further exacerbated by the presence of his exceptionally formidable brother, who returned from his ventures with an even more extraordinary companion. Were there truly only so many geniuses in this world? Wasn't the Sharingan one of the three great ocular techniques? Why could he not discern its true power? Su Ming had returned, yet without Minato, it was not the appropriate time to reveal himself. Despite Minato's yearning to reunite with Naruto, he had to restrain himself. The seal within the space had dissipated, and aside from Kurama blinking and huffing, there was silence. Minato worried that Naruto might miss him, but Naruto was entirely oblivious. His focus solely on Su Ming. "Brother," he exclaimed with exhilaration. Chapter 52, The Movements of Uchiha and the Transformation of Sarutobi. Part 3, Upon his return. Su Ming brought back Shisui as well, certainly to assist in enabling the Sharingan for Sasuke. Once back, Su Ming turned his gaze towards Sasuke and posed a serious question. "Sasuke, do you wish to awaken your Sharingan?" At Su Ming's words, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of ecstatic joy. Did he wish to awaken the Sharingan? Undoubtedly, he yearned for it intensely. He had even discussed this desire with Itachi, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Now, with Su Ming's proposition, Sasuke did not hesitate and readily consented. Su Ming maintained a solemn demeanor and cautioned, "The process of awakening the Sharingan will be excruciating. Are you prepared to endure it?" Sasuke nodded resolutely, proclaiming, "I am willing. If it means awakening the Sharingan, I can endure any suffering." His determination was palpable. Su Ming shook his head, remarking, the youth. The pain of awakening the Sharingan is not something just anyone can withstand." He glanced at Shisui and nodded, signaling him to proceed. Shisui's genjutsu was formidable, and with his Manjiki Sharingan, weaving a minor illusion for Sasuke was a trivial task. Soon, under Shisui's watchful gaze, Sasuke's eyes glazed over as he succumbed to the genjutsu. The illusion was meticulously crafted by Su Ming beforehand, a recollection of the night their clan was annihilated. In this haunting vision, his beloved brother would slaughter their entire clan, their parents included, dismissing Sasuke with a cold indifference. "Oh, my foolish younger brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, resent me, and live on in your wretched existence. Flee for your life. When you possess eyes like mine, then come find me." "No, no, no," Sasuke screamed, his heart wrenching in despair. He could scarcely fathom that his cherished brother had transformed into such a monster. His parents lay lifeless in a pool of blood, and Itachi's blade was stained with the blood of their kin. In the throes of anguish, blood tears streamed down Sasuke's face. Suddenly, his eyes transformed, becoming a deep crimson. Within that sanguine hue, a tomo of the Sharingan emerged. The Sharingan had awakened. "That's enough." "Shisui," Su Ming instructed. Shisui nodded and ceased the genjutsu. Sasuke gasped for breath. Even after escaping the illusion, the impact of the recent events weighed heavily upon him, causing him to regard Su Ming and Shisui with a hint of wariness. Su Ming offered no words of comfort, stating, "What you have seen may not be entirely false." Sasuke locked eyes with Su Ming, steeling himself. "Strive for strength. That day is not far off, but until then, your only task is to fortify yourself." Su Ming patted Sasuke's shoulder, advising him not to disappoint Itachi. With that, he departed, leaving Sasuke with an unwavering determination. He seeks to safeguard his parents, to prevent that scene from unfolding. Protection. This is his path of endurance. The movements of the Uchiha clan only served to strengthen his resolve when they reached Danzo. Although he had been rebuffed during his last attempt to consult Sarutobi, this time would be different. The matter of the Jinchuriki was no trivial affair. Thus, when he stood before Sarutobi once more, his confidence had grown substantially. Sarutobi lifted his gaze towards Danzo. "If this discussion pertains to the Uchiha, then there is no need to elaborate. We cannot take action against the Uchiha." Danzo appeared as if he had anticipated such a response, stating, "Naruto Uzumaki, has something happened? What is it?" Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. "The matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed significant." "Unquestionably so. Danzo smiled, revealing that several Uchiha clansmen sought to take him away. Sarutobi, you must understand the gravity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If it falls into the hands of those with ill intent, the threat is immense. You should already comprehend the Uchiha's intentions without my elaboration. Sarutobi fell silent. Regarding the Uchiha, the policy has remained unchanged since the second Hokage's era, exclusion. They must be kept away from the core of the village and denied access to power. This was evident during the last Shinobi World War, when, despite having the upper hand, the three legendary Sannin retreated along with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi understood that such an opportunity to establish authority must not be granted to the Uchiha. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet now, they had dared to act against the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He gently pinched his pipe, pondering if there was truly no room for negotiation. This matter required further discussion with Shursui. He decided. Danzo remained silent, knowing that Sarutobi's compassion had always been his weakness. However, Danzo was also aware that even if Shursui were called upon, it would not alter the situation. Moments later, Shursui arrived. Lord Danzo, he greeted with a bow. Sarutobi gestured for him to forego further formalities and, with a worried expression, relayed Danzo's concerns. I still have faith in the Uchiha clan. The village cannot endure another civil conflict. I have always hoped to resolve disputes through peaceful means, but the difficulty is immense. Sarutobi sighed, his face etched with worry. Shursui remained silent. Absorbing the news of his clansmen's actions and recognizing the hostility such behavior would incite among Konoha's leadership, I summoned you to discuss a more effective strategy. After all, the Uchiha clan is ultimately a part of Konoha, and unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to take action against them, Sarutobi said, looking at Shursui. Shursui continued to remain silent. Alas, Sarutobi sighed again. Perhaps I, as the third Hokage, have not done enough. Otherwise, we would not be facing such troubles. His lamentations revealed a few more signs of age upon his countenance. This scene unfolded before the eyes of Shursui. Finally, unable to contain himself, Shursui suddenly spoke. Actually, Lord Third, I have a method, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Oh, do tell, Sarutobi expressed his curiosity. In the next moment, Shursui's eyes transformed, revealing the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. I have activated the Manjiki Sharingan. A sharp intake of breath echoed as both Danzo and Sarutobi were struck with astonishment, accompanied by a profound sense of trepidation. The Manjiki Sharingan posed an immense threat. Upon activating it, I awakened a power known as Kodo Amatsukami, which allows me to alter others' wills without detection. By modifying the will of clan head Fugaku, the issues between Konoha and the Uchiha would be resolved directly. Sarutobi suppressed his shock and responded, Then, Shursui, I must entrust this matter to you. Shursui nodded and departed. Shortly after his exit, Danzo cast a mocking glance at Sarutobi. But this time, Sarutobi did not refute him. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. Danzo smiled as he exited. The Manjiki Sharingan indeed posed a formidable threat. How could one trust such an Uchiha? Chapter 53, The Worrisome Intelligence of Uchiha, Part 1. In recent days, Hashirama, upon awakening his Sharingan, eagerly enlisted Naruto as his training partner. The outcome, as one might anticipate, was that Hashirama, now endowed with his Sharingan, possessed a slight edge over Naruto. Consequently, during their skirmishes, Hashirama consistently triumphed, albeit marginally. However, before Hashirama could bask in his pride, the Nine Tails voluntarily transferred some chakra to Naruto. In the words of the Nine Tails, how can one under my protection be bullied? With a powerful thrust, Naruto hurled Hashirama aside and flashed him a grin. Hashirama, you've lost again. Humph. Hashirama turned away, deliberately ignoring Naruto. It was evident that Naruto's strength had inexplicably surged during their battles, which was decidedly unusual. Although Hashirama contemplated accusing him of cheating, he found no evidence to substantiate his claim. Nevertheless, he steadfastly refused to concede defeat to Naruto. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt from his clothes, Hashirama declared, I'm just not in good form today. Let us battle again tomorrow. Naruto responded with a cheeky gesture. Such was the nature of their camaraderie. Even in the ninja academy, Their relationship mirrored this dynamic. Despite their daily rivalry and mutual disdain, should anyone dare to meddle or target one of them, the other would undoubtedly spring into action without hesitation. A bond to be envied, indeed. Su Ming approached and patted Sasuke on the shoulder with a smile, inquiring, "How has your training been progressing?" Sasuke's face flushed inexplicably as he replied softly, It's going all right." Naruto, standing nearby, chimed in with a teasing remark, "Indeed, it's going well. You fought 8 matches and won 3. That has progress." Upon hearing this, Sasuke seethed with anger. "You." Naruto burst into laughter and walked away, aware that his brother had something to discuss with Hashirama. Given Hashirama's possessive nature, it was prudent to keep some matters private. After Naruto's departure, Su Ming reassured Hashirama, "There's no need to rush. You've only recently awakened your Sharingan. With practice, you'll surely catch up to Naruto." Sasuke nodded in agreement. Su Ming, cognizant of the underlying issues, suspected that the interference of the Nine Tails was a significant factor. Ever since Minato Namikaze appeared, the Nine Tails had become increasingly invested in Naruto, eager to prove his greater concern for Naruto compared to Minato. Naturally, Minato lacked the ability to share chakra or teach jutsu as the Nine Tails could, and Naruto had shown little interest in learning. Over time, this had led to the Nine Tails' disdain for Naruto. The Nine Tails reveled in his triumph, feeling as though all the grievances endured while confined within Kushina's womb had been avenged. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared at the entrance, glancing around cautiously before stepping inside. It was Kabuto. "Lord Su Ming, we have a situation." Kabuto's voice conveyed urgency, indicating that the matter was indeed serious. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What has happened?" Kabuto replied gravely, "Shisui is in trouble." "Damn it." Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He had repeatedly cautioned against revealing the secrets of the Mangekyou Sharingan. How could Shisui have disregarded his warnings? Su Ming slapped his forehead, a hint of headache creeping in. Is the Uchiha clan filled with fools? He mused, momentarily forgetting that Sasuke was nearby. Sasuke, perplexed, could only weakly remind him, "Master." Recalling his mention of Hashirama, Su Ming quickly added, "You don't count." Hashirama sighed in relief, yet the very next moment, he heard Su Ming's voice again. "You are even worse than a fool." Hashirama responded, "Master, is this really how you wish to proceed? Do you not consider the feelings of your beloved disciple?" However, Hashirama's pitiful gaze was entirely disregarded by Su Ming. He was not Itachi. Turning his attention to Orochimaru, Su Ming continued his inquiry, "Is Shisui still alive?" Orochimaru replied, "He has already escaped, but Danzo has dispatched people to pursue him." Su Ming inhaled deeply. "Ah, I understand. I shall handle this matter," he said with resignation. Orochimaru nodded and departed, having merely come to convey the news. Espionage had always been his primary occupation. "Master, where are you going?" After Orochimaru left, Su Ming wasted no time in preparing to leave, prompting Hashirama to ask, in a stupor, "To guard the corpse," Su Ming declared before making his exit. With Shisui being pursued by Danzo, if Su Ming were to search for him now, by the time he found Shisui, the body would likely be cold. Therefore, rather than searching for Shisui, it would be wiser to wait at the spot where Shisui had leaped. The Uchiha clan truly was a source of constant worry. Su Ming moved with remarkable speed and soon arrived at the southern bank of the He River, the very place where Shisui had plunged into the abyss. However, having forgotten the exact location of Shisui's leap, Su Ming could only rely on fate to determine whether he would encounter Shisui again. Fortunately, Shisui, displaying commendable resilience, soon appeared within Su Ming's line of sight. Su Ming rushed forward and rescued him, exchanging pills from the system shop to help Shisui regain consciousness. Upon awakening, the first action Shisui took was to turn his head and retch to the side. This was, of course, a side effect of the pills, as Shisui was already weak from losing both eyes and the impact of the fall had undoubtedly taken its toll. That the pills had managed to save his life was a fortunate outcome, despite the unpleasant taste. After more than half an hour, Shisui, pale and trembling, steadied himself against the ground, gazing around in bewilderment, an instinctive action, still blinded. "Am I still alive?" Su Ming rolled his eyes in response, "Of course. But if you wish to die, I can assist you with that. Were it not for Shirsue's potential usefulness, Su Ming would have seriously contemplated knocking some sense into him and then seeking out Orochimaru for a brain transplant. I told you not to reveal the secret of the Manjiki Sharingan to Konoha, yet you insisted on doing so. Now look where we are. Even if Konoha wished to remain passive, they would have no choice but to act. Su Ming gazed at Shirsue with a sense of resignation. It appeared that the activation of the Sharingan had little correlation with intelligence. In response to Su Ming's words, Shirsue offered a somewhat sheepish smile. Even in the face of suicide, once life is spared, who would willingly embrace death again? Shirsue quickly shook his head, struggling to rise. He bowed once more toward a massive stone not far away, exclaiming, "Thank you, Su Ming, for saving me." Su Ming simply smirked. "I'm right here." Oh. Shirsue seemed to awaken from a dream, promptly adjusting his position to express his gratitude once again. Su Ming found himself questioning whether collaborating with the Uchiha clan was indeed the right choice. He recalled Itachi mentioning that Shirsue was one of the clan's most brilliant talents, possessing commendable intelligence. Yet at this moment, such qualities were utterly unobservable. Never mind, I'll make do. Were it not for Itachi, I would have already taken those 2 eyes. Su Ming supported his forehead, wearing an expression of utter exasperation. Chapter 54. The Outbreak of Conflict. Part 2. It appears that Shirsue's Sharingan has been granted to Itachi. At times, Su Ming truly feels an overwhelming urge to crack open Shirsue's skull to ascertain whether there is anything of substance within. The actions he has taken are undeniably devoid of rational thought. However, the situation is not yet dire. Shirsue still has his uses. Shaking his head, Su Ming led Shirsue away. As for Shirsue's eyes, Su Ming found himself at a loss for solutions, for he was not a medical ninja, nor did his system possess any suitable medications. Thus, they would have to make do for the time being. Su Ming escorted Shirsue to Minato Namikaze, allowing him to briefly meet Fugaku as well. Initially, Fugaku was unaware of Shirsue's predicament, so when he beheld Shirsue's blindness, he was left astounded. "Shirsue, what has happened to you?" Fugaku inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. It is essential to note that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is exceedingly precious. If such eyes were to be collected by outsiders, it would be perceived as a blatant provocation against the Uchiha. What could have transpired with Shirsue? Fugaku's tone turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Shirsue. Taken aback, Shirsue suddenly found himself in an awkward position. Su Ming covered his face, feeling that this behavior was somewhat foolish. What exactly is going on? Fugaku pressed once more. This time, Shirsue stammered as he recounted the events. Upon finishing, he stood silently, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, awaiting Fugaku's response. Yet, Fugaku remained silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After an extended silence, Shirsue sensed that something was amiss and looked up, only to be met with Fugaku's swift slap. Without hesitation, a resounding smack landed upon Shirsue's head, leaving him utterly bewildered as he stared at Fugaku. "What are you looking at me for?" Fugaku bellowed, delivering another stinging blow. Perhaps feeling that one slap was insufficient or perhaps reveling in the sensation, Fugaku continued to strike, leaving Shirsue's head swollen from the onslaught. Yet Fugaku's fury showed no signs of abating as he poked Shirsue's forehead, exclaiming, "How dare you disclose the fact that you awakened the Manjiki Sharingan to the higher-ups of Konoha? Do you not realize that even if you remain silent, they're already wary of our Uchiha clan? I had long since awakened my own Manjiki Sharingan, and yet I have taken great care to conceal it from Konoha. But you, on the other hand, have foolishly revealed it yourself." Fugaku's anger intensified, but he soon recognized that Shirsue's head had become sufficiently swollen. Striking him further would likely yield no additional pain. Consequently, he relinquished the thought of continuing the assault. At this moment, Shirsue was utterly perplexed. He gazed blankly at Fugaku. "Chief, you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan as well? What? Surprised, are you? It's merely a Manjiki. It's not particularly difficult to achieve." Fugaku shot back, his expression one of incredulity. Shirsue stood there in complete shock, increasingly feeling the weight of his own folly. In a discreet manner, Su Ming silently gave a thumbs up, for it was evident that Itachi and Sasuke, these 2 imbeciles, had inherited their ostentatious talents from Fugaku. Nearly a kaleidoscope. Such words could have resurrected the spirits of half the Uchiha clan that had perished. After delivering a reprimand to Shisui, Fugaku's anger subsided somewhat as he turned to Su Ming. My dear Su Ming, I have conveyed all that I wish to say. This child is now in your care. Rest assured, you may discipline him as you see fit, and I shall not intervene. Su Ming, however, thought to himself, you just saved this person. And now you tell me to beat him senseless? Rubbing his forehead, Su Ming began to comprehend the generational legacy of the Uchiha clan. He glanced at Shisui. For the next few days, you shall remain here. There is no need for you to wander elsewhere. When I require your assistance, I shall come to find you. With that, Su Ming departed with Fugaku. A portion of the Uchiha clan had been completely deposited here. However, Fugaku could not leave, as the clan leader. His absence would attract undue attention. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Fugaku maintained his usual serenity, and Su Ming mirrored his calm demeanor. Yet, during this time, Danzo and the Root were anything but tranquil. They were frantically searching for Shisui, yet no leads emerged. Lord Danzo, one of his subordinates, reported the situation. Danzo, with a grim expression, listened to the current developments. No news of Shisui. The subordinate shook his head. The Uchiha clan should be unaware of this matter, correct? They are not informed. That is fortunate, Danzo nodded. If the Uchiha clan were to discover his intent to hunt down Shisui and seize his Sharingan, a civil war would likely erupt. A conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha could be initiated, but the cause must not be attributed to him. One Sharingan was already sufficient. The thought of the kaleidoscope in his possession thrilled Danzo immensely. The news of Shisui's disappearance did not remain concealed for long. It soon spread and continued to escalate. Shisui's sudden vanishing left the remaining Uchiha members bewildered, and after a thorough investigation, the scant clues pointed towards Konoha's internal affairs. This implied that Uchiha Shisui had been slain by someone from Konoha. The individuals capable of executing such an act were few. In fact, it could be said that only a handful were involved: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, Fugaku, and Itachi. Among them, Itachi was the most suspect. In recent times, Itachi had been too closely aligned with Konoha. In fact, to fulfill his duties in the Umbu, he had neglected the affairs within the Uchiha clan, which had led to considerable discontent among the Uchiha members. Once dissatisfaction arose, it could ignite. It was merely a matter of time. Before long, Root ninjas appeared frequently outside the Uchiha clan, with some even brazenly conducting surveillance without any pretense, maintaining a 24-hour watch. Regarding this matter, when the radical faction of the Uchiha clan directly bypassed Fugaku and sought out Sarutobi, he summoned Danzo, stating that there were suspicions of the Uchiha manipulating the Nine Tails, which incited the chaos of the Nine Tails and necessitated a thorough investigation. One piece of evidence cited was Uchiha Shisui, who possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. The Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan is known to have the capability to control the Nine Tails, as evidenced by Obito and Madara. When the Uchiha clan mentioned Shisui's disappearance, Danzo sneered, questioning whether this was merely a ruse by the Uchiha clan to conceal Shisui's whereabouts intentionally. The ensuing confrontation was exceedingly contentious, with the Uchiha representative storming out despite Sarutobi's attempts to counsel Danzo to temper his actions. However, Danzo not only refused to relent, but escalated his measures. The Root ninjas subjected Uchiha clan members to constant surveillance, enforcing inspections upon every individual entering or exiting. At this point, the conflict could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 55, The Night of Annihilation. Chapter 3, The Uchiha clan resolved to instigate a revolution. In the dimly lit Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Mito Kazan sat together. Before them, Itachi knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost reverence. As he articulated his thoughts, he raised his gaze to observe the expressions of the three men. Time was of the essence. Before they made their move, it was imperative to strike first. Danzo narrowed his eyes and spoke directly. The Uchiha were once comrades. I believe we should seek resolution through dialogue rather than force. Leave this matter to me. Hiruzen slightly shook his head, not fully acquiescing. He glanced at the other two, and with no objections raised, the decision was thus settled. The group departed. As Itachi prepared to leave, Danzo called out to him. Itachi turned, locking eyes with Danzo. Despite the third's eloquent words, when the moment of truth arrived, he would undoubtedly protect Konoha. I hope you can make a choice, stand with your family and face extinction together, or align with Konoha and, prior to the insurrection, safeguard your brother while exterminating the Uchiha clan. I trust you understand the gravity of your decision. Shock flickered in Itachi's eyes, although discontent with his clan. He had never contemplated their extermination. Ignoring Itachi's turmoil, Danzo continued, to protect the village, we must quell any unrest before it arises. The only shinobi capable of undertaking this role is a double agent from both Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi, no one else is fit for this task. Danzo regarded Itachi with a serious expression. Are you willing to accept this mission? Itachi remained silent, offering no response. Danzo shook his head and prepared to depart. You would do well to decide swiftly before I issue my orders. Otherwise, the Uchiha, save for you, shall not survive. With that, Danzo left, leaving Itachi in a haze of confusion. The village, the clan, the shinobi. He looked up at the sky. Makoto, what should I do? Upon exiting, Itachi found himself inexplicably drawn to the exterior of the Tsugumi residence. He stood outside, refraining from entering. The sounds of merriment within were audible even from his position. Brother, come quickly. Naruto's voice rang out. You sneak attacked me, you rascal. Sasuke's protest echoed. Haha. Naruto laughed heartily. Dare you challenge me? Behold my ultimate technique. Body technique. 1,000 years of pain. Sasuke's voice pierced the air, filled with anguish. Naruto's laughter was deafening. This scene left Itachi, who had intended to seek out Tsugumi, momentarily stunned. He halted, enveloped in silence. Makoto and Naruto were so joyous. If he were to intrude upon them, would he disrupt their lives? Furthermore, how could he involve them in matters concerning the clan and the village? Suddenly, Itachi chuckled, albeit forced. I find solace in knowing Sasuke is with Makoto. Itachi cast a furtive glance at Sasuke, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Forgive me, Sasuke. With that, Itachi departed. He had formed bonds of friendship, yet in moments of peril, he was even more reluctant to involve them. Itachi had few friends, Shui and Su Ming. Shui was gone, leaving only Su Ming. Live well, Ming-san. Carry my blessings. Shortly after Itachi's departure, Su Ming appeared at the spot where he had stood, gazing wistfully at Itachi's receding figure, letting out a soft sigh. Itachi, in the end, did you not speak? Once again, you bear the burden alone. But how could this be? Behind Su Ming stood Sasuke and Naruto, both looking at him with earnest expressions. Master, has my brother left? Sasuke inquired. Su Ming nodded. Yes. He is gone. He was a good brother. Sasuke fell silent, clutching his rear, appearing somewhat dejected. Naruto placed his finger under his nose, took a whiff, and grimaced, swiftly shaking his hand away. Remember what I taught you, Sasuke? Sasuke nodded, his tone suddenly turning grave. My foolish brother. As he spoke, the newly awakened Sharingan glimmered ominously in his eyes. Nearby, Naruto flicked his fingers several times, perhaps feeling the scent had diminished significantly before finally relaxing. In the seal space, Kurama sighed, extending a paw to his forehead in exasperation. Such a fine boy. How is it possible that he became foolish within just a few days of knowing Minato? A disruptive element, that Minato. Silently, Su Ming gazed in the direction Itachi had vanished. This time, Itachi, I shall not allow you to bear this alone. He then brought Naruto and Sasuke back to the house. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived at Fugaku's location. He looked at Fugaku and inquired, how are things progressing? Fugaku nodded, everything is ready. His demeanor bore traces of anger, prompting Su Ming to seek clarification. Fugaku elaborated, these individuals have audaciously bypassed me, representing the Uchiha clan to negotiate with Konoha. Where do they place me, the clan leader? Fugaku was incensed. These actions had been taken without his knowledge, and only after the negotiations concluded did they come to inform him. He felt as though he had been thrust into a position of confrontation with Konoha without his consent. Despite his dissatisfaction with Danzo's maneuvers, he remained the clan leader. The affairs of the Uchiha clan were ultimately his to dictate. Such individuals could not be allowed to remain. They were a malignant presence within the Uchiha. That evening, Itachi would be arriving, and he requested Fugaku and his wife to prepare accordingly. I will ensure Sasuke's safety, he assured. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Su Ming then took his leave. This time, he brought Minato back to his home. When the two young ones laid eyes on Minato, they were momentarily stunned. Sasuke, having never seen Minato before, was caught off guard. As for Naruto, "Dad, when did you come out?" Kakashi Hitaki. He has already developed a murderous intent. Initially, he was concerned that, in his absence, Naruto would miss him. Thus, he made several requests for Su Ming to bring him along, but Su Ming declined. However, upon arriving this time, he discovered that Naruto hadn't even noticed his absence. His mental state crumbled. As night fell, Itachi donned his uniform, standing beneath the moonlit sky. Shortly thereafter, the space around him shifted and Obito's figure materialized. "Are you ready?" Obito inquired. Itachi nodded, his expression impassive. "If you find yourself at a dead end, you can join my organization," Obito suddenly proposed. "Your organization?" Itachi was taken aback. Obito affirmed that organization is called Akatsuki. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer. Subsequently, the two parted ways, heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory and the Konoha guard station respectively. The night of the massacre had begun. Chapter 56. Oh, My Foolish Brother. Part 1. The time spent with Minato, Namikaze, and Naruto served as a means of atonement for the debt he felt towards Naruto after such a prolonged separation. Although there existed a ceiling space, for Minato, the current experience felt more tangible. Surprisingly, Tobirama exhibited an unusual docility in Minato's presence. This was undoubtedly influenced by Naruto's portrayal of his father, as Naruto had diligently endeavored to instill a sense of awe in Tobirama regarding Minato's prowess. Essentially, Naruto summarized all that frightened Tobirama, leading him to behave like a compliant little spouse upon encountering Minato. Within the confines of the Ninja Academy, the two left shadow clones behind, bolstered by Su Ming and Kurama, ensuring that the clones would suffice until the Uchiha matter concluded. As for any potential discovery, Iriko was indeed an ally. As night fell, Su Ming entrusted Junmaro with the responsibility of safeguarding Naruto, while he departed with Minato and Tobirama. When Tobirama left, Naruto disdainfully patted his shoulder, boldly declaring, "Don't embarrass me." The trio then parted ways. After Itachi and Obito separated, Itachi proceeded to the Uchiha clan grounds, while Obito made his way to the Konoha guard station. Thus, the three of them also diverged in their paths. Su Ming took Tobirama to seek out Itachi, while he instructed Minato to find Obito. Before departing, Su Ming earnestly cautioned Minato about a girl named Izumi within the Uchiha, urging him to protect her. This was Su Ming's solemn admonition. Tobirama merely twitched his lips, refraining from speech. Minato nodded, committing Su Ming's words to memory. He held promises in high regard, especially after the experiences with Obito and Kakashi, making him even more conscientious. The night was profound. Despite the unusual circumstances, the Konoha guards appeared notably lax. Dressed in a manner reminiscent of Madara, Obito, with his crimson Sharingan ablaze, entered the Konoha guard station. "Who goes there?" came a stern challenge. However, the next moment was met with a scream. Under the flickering lights, blood splattered against the walls, staining everything within sight a deep crimson. The Konoha guard station was primarily a gathering place for the more radical members of the Uchiha clan. Obito's efficiency in dispatching foes was remarkable. Once he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, few Uchiha could stand against him. In mere moments, the Uchiha present in the guard station had been decimated. Those who arrived in response to the commotion were equally no match for him. He wielded his blade repeatedly, mercilessly cleaving through his adversaries. The eyes exposed beneath his mask revealed no trace of emotion, only sheer exhilaration. The thrill of exterminating Uchiha was truly delightful. As he emerged, however, just as he prepared to leave, a chill wind swept through. Two shuriken flew directly towards Tobirama, who stood not far away. Obito halted in his tracks and turned to face the source. It was a female ninja, Izumi Uchiha. "Oh, nice eyes," he remarked, assessing her. His visit here was not solely to recruit Itachi, but also to collect Sharingan. Izumi's eyes were indeed impressive, fitting his requirements perfectly. Two shurikens were hurled directly, but Obito coldly deflected them. He then cast a chain that ensnared the fleeing Izumi. Helpless, Izumi recalled a figure in her mind at the moment Obito raised his sword. It was Itachi, the one who nurtured her and brought warmth to her life. But now, save me, she whispered softly, as if pleading with the image in her mind. Save me, Itachi. Save me. Her voice was piercing, echoing clearly in the night sky. Swish. Obito's long sword descended, blood splattering. However, it was not Izumi who was struck down by his blade. Instead, a figure suddenly appeared before her, a faint blue chakra orb colliding with Obito's arm. Turning back, Minato smiled gently, saying, "This time, I am not late." He then turned serious, addressing Obito, "It's been a long time." Boom. In the Uchiha compound, lights flickered. Masked Itachi rushed inside. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed intermittently, and before long, the lights extinguished, blood splattering everywhere. The vast Uchiha estate fell into an eerie silence. Itachi emerged from the building, slowly gazing at the sky. His mask had been removed. Inside, the lights had gone out, the moonlight obscured, and endless darkness enveloped Itachi's face, rendering him terrifyingly formidable. Blood dripped slowly from the tip of his sword as his heart turned cold, pressing onward. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the path. "Itachi, what is the purpose of this slaughter?" Fugaku gazed at his most proud son, emotions churning within him. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Fugaku instinctively contemplated retreating from the fight. Yet he recalled Suaming's words, "It is not yet time." Crimson manifested in his eyes, the three tomo emerging before transforming into the kaleidoscope. Itachi's body trembled, his pupils constricting sharply. "Why are you doing this? What future do you see?" Fugaku inquired. In the next moment, Itachi's three tomo Sharingan transformed as well, revealing the kaleidoscope. At this moment, Fugaku's gaze was filled with the small figure of Sasuke. Itachi's eyes shifted. "This is the future I see." "I see, Sasuke." With a loud thud, Fugaku's form vanished. Itachi stared blankly at everything before him, murmuring, "Shadow clone?" He continued onward, deep in thought. His father had become his greatest adversary. This would be a battle between kaleidoscope Sharingan wielders. Outside Fugaku's room, Itachi hesitated. Just then, Fugaku's voice resonated from within. "Come in, Itachi. There are no ambushes." The door opened, and Itachi stepped inside. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto stood with their backs to Itachi. "Father, I do not wish to fight my own son." Itachi advanced. "You have chosen their side." From beginning to end, Fugaku's words remained calm. "Father, mother, and I. We understand, Itachi," the voice of Makoto. "In the end, I entrust Sasuke to you." Itachi stepped forward, his hand trembling around the blade. "No. Do not be afraid." Fugaku's voice remained calm. "This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your suffering, ours is but a fleeting moment. Even if our thoughts diverge, I remain proud of you. You are truly a kind child." Humph. Outside the window, leaves fell gently. Itachi wiped away his tears and stepped out of the house. The clouds that obscured the moon were swept away by the wind, revealing a blood-red moon, much like the crimson pool beneath him. "Itachi, we have waited for you for a long time. Look up." Su-Ming and Sasuke stood together. Itachi trembled, unable to believe his eyes. "Ming-san." Su-Ming remained silent. When his gaze met Sasuke's expression was cold as he softly uttered, "My foolish brother." Chapter 57. Itachi, leave the responsibility to father. Part 2. "Oh, my foolish brother." Sasuke's tender voice resonated throughout the surroundings, momentarily leaving everyone in a state of shock. "Ming-san, why did you bring Sasuke here?" he asked, urgency evident in his tone. At this moment, the Uchiha clan posed an immense danger, both for Sasuke and Su-Ming. The threat of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's sudden appearance loomed. "The lost bird returns home. I have come to guide him back," Su-Ming replied. Itachi, feeling a sense of urgency at the sudden arrival of Su-Ming and Sasuke, could not afford to be distracted. His eyes transformed into the Sharingan as he gazed upon Sasuke, intending to assist him in awakening his own eyes. However, as Itachi's gaze fell upon him, Sasuke also lifted his head. To Itachi's astonishment, his eyes had transformed as well, crimson and fierce. How is this possible? When did Sasuke? Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the revelation. "Are you surprised?" Sasuke's voice cut through the air. "I believed you could measure my abilities, brother. Yet, He shook his head, the implication clear. Oh, my foolish brother. If you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred and curses. Live on in your wretched existence. Continue to evade. When I possess eyes like yours, I will stand before you and end your life. Itachi's heart raced, his shock difficult to quell. With Suming present, even if he wished to act against Sasuke, he found himself unable. Moreover, he harbored no desire to harm him. Sasuke awakening his eyes had disrupted all of Itachi's plans. Even now, he struggled to comprehend the reality unfolding before him. Are you astonished? A voice emerged from behind Itachi. He turned, his expression shifting dramatically. It was none other than his parents, Fugaku and Mikoto. Itachi's pupils constricted in shock. Father, mother, how is this possible? Fugaku stretched his limbs, appearing unconcerned as if nothing were amiss. Earlier, Itachi had refrained from taking action. Instead, his parents had chosen to harm themselves. But it was merely an act put on for Itachi's benefit. Fugaku smiled and glanced at Suming. This was Suming's idea. Confused, Itachi looked at Suming, who smiled gently and ruffled Itachi's hair. Itachi, welcome home. Fugaku and Mikoto stepped closer, standing beside Itachi. I once believed that death could resolve all issues. Yet, Suming enlightened me that it was merely an escape, forcing burdens onto our children. I still have the strength, Fugaku chuckled softly. Thus, I shall bear the weight for you both as much as possible. Itachi, Fugaku said sincerely, gazing at his son, release the burdens upon your shoulders. Allow your father to carry them. When I am too old to bear them, I shall pass them to you. After all, I am a man too. Fugaku smiled sincerely as he looked at his wife and son. Itachi, with trembling eyes, gazed at everything before him, tears cascading down his cheeks. For the first time, he wept like a child, a true child. In this moment, he was no longer an individual. He was Itachi Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan, not the solitary figure of the past who had belonged to the Umbu. Thank you, Ming-san, Itachi expressed earnestly to Su-Ming. Su-Ming chuckled softly and gently patted Itachi's face. You certainly didn't heed my previous words, did you? Standing outside my door for so long without entering, what? Do you find me of no help? Saying this, Su-Ming tugged at Itachi's ear with force. Ah, Ming-san, that hurts. Itachi cried out. The couple, Fugaku and his wife, laughed joyfully, realizing their past misconceptions. Thank goodness for you, Su-Ming. Brother, how was my performance? Sasuke looked at Itachi with a smug expression. Sasuke's earlier antics had genuinely fooled Itachi, and now, reflecting on it, he felt a surge of irritation. He reached out and firmly grasped Sasuke's ear. Well done. Even daring to deceive your brother. You've grown. That hurts, brother. Sasuke pleaded for mercy, but Itachi, who usually showed compassion to his younger sibling, remained unyielding. After a moment, Itachi inquired, what about our fallen clansmen? Fugaku reassured him, do not worry about them. They were deliberately left behind. The Uchiha clan must make sacrifices for its advancement. Those stubborn and antiquated members would inevitably become a liability. Itachi nodded, feeling a sense of relief. So, what shall we do next? Itachi looked towards Fugaku, who in turn glanced at Su-Ming. Su-Ming said, as before, Fugaku, you and Itachi cannot appear in Konoha for the time being. Let the Uchiha of Konoha become a part of history. The others nodded in agreement. Su-Ming turned to Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, it seems you may have to bear some burdens ahead. He then looked at Itachi, who understood the implication, activating his Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke promptly fainted. Sasuke would serve as a crucial bargaining chip in Itachi's dealings with Konoha, and thus, meticulous arrangements were essential. One more thing, Itachi suddenly said. What about Madara? No need to worry, Su-Ming replied. There will be those to deal with him. Perhaps he is struggling to protect himself at this moment. Then, with a teasing glint, Su-Ming added, your little girlfriend should be safe and sound, right? Instantly, Itachi's face flushed, and he appeared somewhat bashful. At that moment, Su-Ming and the others erupted into laughter at Itachi's demeanor, creating a scene of harmony. For now, the matters concerning his parents were set aside, but Itachi, regarding Sasuke, would need to communicate with the third Hokage to prevent any suspicion from arising. Itachi nodded, acknowledging, I understand. The group then departed from the scene. Only the comatose Sasuke remained amidst a sea of lifeless bodies. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude. The peace of the village has been preserved, Sarutobi spoke. His back turned to Itachi. Yet, even now, I find myself lamenting the lack of alternative solutions. I apologize. Itachi lowered his gaze. The one who should apologize is I. From this moment forth, Konoha will regard you as a rogue ninja responsible for the massacre of your clan, and you will be placed on the wanted list, to be pursued without regard for life or death. That is only natural, Sarutobi replied. What do you intend to do from here on? As he posed this question, Sarutobi slightly turned his body, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi. I have summoned members of Akatsuki to assist from now on. I shall monitor their movements to ensure they uphold their oaths. Sarutobi nodded, secretly releasing a sigh of relief. The Uchiha, particularly those wielding the Manjiki Sharingan, were indeed formidable. This conclusion seemed to be the best possible outcome one could conceive at present. Itachi departed. Sarutobi turned to gaze at Itachi's retreating figure, exhaling and feeling a tinge of relief in his eyes. Umbu, relay the order. We shall proceed to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 58, Konoha, let it perish. Chapter 3, Minato. Sensei. Obito gazed at the apparition of Minato Namikaze before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was both bewildered by how the deceased Minato had returned to life and astonished at how he recognized him. It has been a long time, Obito. Since the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, this was their first encounter after their brief meeting. Minato's emotions were complex. He never imagined that the one responsible for their demise would be his former disciple. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Obito regained his composure and sneered, Sensei, have you come here to meet your demise? I am truly sorry, Obito, Minato replied with a tone of regret before making his move. In his hand, a pale blue sphere of chakra materialized instantaneously. Rasengan. This A-rank ninjutsu, of his own invention, was immensely powerful. At that moment, upon witnessing the Rasengan, fury surged within Obito. Memories of his previous defeats flashing before him, once at the hands of Minato, and again by Su Ming. And now, it was happening again. The spatial time ninjutsu was unleashed suddenly. Minato's attack passed through Obito, but as it did, his corporeal form manifested, and Obito's furious counterattack struck Minato. However, with a resounding impact. Shadow Clone. In the next instant, Minato's figure appeared behind Obito. Flying Thunder God. The pre-placed Flying Thunder God seal activated. Boom. The Rasengan struck Obito once more with precision. The familiar pain threatened to engulf Obito's senses. Yet at that moment, a figure abruptly materialized, a glimmering cold light sweeping toward him, leaving Obito no chance to evade. Father, you're too slow. Su Ming's voice rang out. With his back turned to Obito, Su Ming's long sword was stained with blood. Obito was grievously wounded, sustaining injuries even more severe than before. However, before Su Ming could launch another attack, Obito activated his Kamui and vanished. Su Ming paid him no heed. Instead, he turned to Minato and teased, "Are you reluctant to strike, or have you simply grown old?" Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed quite mortifying to be reprimanded by his own son. If you're getting old, then don't overestimate yourself. To alleviate the awkwardness, Minato glanced at Su Ming and inquired, "Since the Uchiha clan is no longer in the limelight, what shall we do next?" Su Ming replied, "The Uchiha clan is indeed no longer in the spotlight, for in the future, we shall no longer be the Uchihas of Konoha, but rather our own Uchihas. Father," he continued, looking at Minato, "you must understand that Konoha has always treated us poorly, and you should be aware of my intentions." Minato fell silent. He was well aware of Su Ming's thoughts. The wounds inflicted upon him and Naruto by Konoha over the years would undoubtedly demand retribution. The Uchiha's concealment was merely one step in a larger strategy. Konoha was no longer the Konoha of yore. Naruto has grown considerably, and Konoha must now pay the price. Su Ming's gaze was frigid as he slowly spoke. "Let us go. Considering the time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will soon arrive, and you must leave," Su Ming declared. "And you?" asked Minato Namikaze. "Me?" Su Ming smiled. "The Uchiha clan has fallen. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am the last remaining threat, so naturally, I must stay and offer him an opportunity. If he does not take action, then I shall assist him." At this moment, within the Uchiha clan grounds, A group of Umbu had already arrived. How cruel! What on earth has transpired? The Umbu, surveying the numerous Uchiha corpses strewn about, were filled with shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached slowly, commanding, "Protect the survivors." Just then, one of the Umbu reported, "There is a survivor here." Hiruzen looked over to see none other than the unconscious Sasuke. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Hiruzen's eyes. "So, regarding Itachi, this matter is resolved." Danzo stepped forward and remarked, "Resolved? Do you not comprehend that this equates to placing a dagger at our throats?" Hiruzen retorted sharply, "It is merely a thin blade." Danzo shrugged nonchalantly. "Danzo, I can no longer permit your autocratic behavior." Suddenly, Hiruzen's expression turned fierce. "From this day forth, your position as advisor to the Hokage is revoked. Spend this time reflecting at home." Listening to Hiruzen's words, Danzo silently turned away, not uttering a single rebuttal. Another scapegoat? He slightly raised his gaze to the blood moon in the sky. "I have long since become accustomed to this. Hiruzen, you have always lived in the light, while I dwell in the shadows. This is precisely why I envy the Hokage. If only I were Hokage." He turned his back to Hiruzen, his eyes flickering. At that moment, an Umbu ninja approached. "Third Hokage, the bodies of the Uchiha clan do not match." "Do not match?" Hiruzen was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The Umbu replied, "All the corpses of the Uchiha clan members possessing Sharingan have vanished." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen shot a furious glance at Danzo. However, when he noticed the same shock reflected in Danzo's eyes, he understood that this was not the doing of Danzo. If not Danzo, then who could it be? Itachi? Danzo was equally astonished. He indeed sought the Uchiha Sharingan, yet someone had acted before him. Who could it be? He looked towards Hiruzen. At this moment, both were acutely aware that neither was responsible. Confusion filled their hearts. "Conduct a thorough investigation," Hiruzen ordered. "Furthermore, from this day forth, Itachi Uchiha, the perpetrator of the clan massacre, shall be classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. All ninjas on missions must treat him as an enemy." Understood. At the entrance of Konoha, two root ninjas pursuing Itachi had already been bound by Su Ming. As he watched Itachi arrive, Su Ming remarked, "You are rather slow, Itachi." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Itachi replied, "I still have much to improve." Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, then gestured towards the two bound root ninjas and stated, "Your former subordinates." Itachi nodded, his expression somewhat grim. Stepping forward, Su Ming patted Itachi on the shoulder, saying, "They are now your responsibility." Itachi acknowledged with a nod, unsheathing his long blade, swiftly ending the lives of the two ninjas. He then turned to Su Ming and asked, "Ming-san, will you return with me?" Su Ming shook his head with a smile, saying, "The downfall of the Uchiha will surely incite panic within Konoha. The current Konoha requires a hero, and I shall be that hero, akin to the legendary White Fang. I have given Sarutobi a chance. I hope he seizes it earnestly this time. Otherwise, allowing Konoha to perish would be exceedingly dull." Su Ming laughed, his mirth reminiscent of a demon's. "Naruto has grown, so what reservations could he possibly have? Konoha, let it be destroyed." Chapter 59, Nine-Tailed Beast, I Seek Your Power. Chapter 1, the Uchiha clan was annihilated overnight, leaving a profound impact on Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan was a formidable lineage that co-founded the village alongside the Senju clan, despite Sarutobi's efforts over the years to diminish the influence of these great families. The name Uchiha remained widely recognized. The sudden destruction of such a prominent clan would undoubtedly draw the attention of the villagers. The higher-ups of Konoha handled the situation with remarkable efficiency, as if they had rehearsed this scenario countless times. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as usual, puffed on his pipe. Despite the mountain of documents piled on his newly acquired desk, he displayed no signs of discontent. The conclusion of the Uchiha incident felt akin to a thorn being extracted from his heart, bringing him immense relief. At present, there was virtually no one in Konoha capable of posing a threat to him. However, he suddenly recalled an uncertain variable, Sumi, the adopted son of Minato. Due to matters regarding Naruto, Minato's adopted son had gradually become an adversary, possessing remarkable talent. Most critically, his connection to Itachi. If he were to discover that Itachi had acted under Konoha's orders to eradicate his entire clan, the consequences were unpredictable. At that moment, A knock echoed through the door, and an UMBU member wearing a dog mask entered. "What is it?" Saratobi inquired without raising his gaze. "Lord Third," the UMBU reported, "during our patrol, we discovered the corpses of 2 Konoha ninjas near the village entrance, along with the unconscious Sumi." "Sumi?" Saratobi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the UMBU. "Indeed," the UMBU nodded. "He appears to be gravely injured." In Sumi's hand, he clutched a ninja headband, Itachi's. "Itachi." Saratobi's eyes narrowed, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he directed his gaze at the UMBU, issuing a command: "Take him to the hospital. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone." "Understood. Once he arrives at the hospital, ensure strict surveillance. Inform me immediately of any developments." The UMBU departed. In the empty Hokage office, Saratobi continued to smoke his pipe. His brow furrowed. Why was Sumi at the village entrance? Was he attempting to confront Itachi? But how did he come to learn of Itachi's whereabouts? Although the situation was perplexing, Saratobi knew one thing: the villagers must never be made aware of this incident. Otherwise, the image of Sumi, who risked everything to thwart Itachi, would garner immense prestige among the villagers. Moreover, his identity as the 4th Hokage's son could potentially threaten Saratobi's position. It must not be exposed. After a moment's thought, Saratobi chose not to bury himself in village affairs, instead rising and leaving the Hokage office. Sumi was transported to the hospital, yet this news was kept from everyone. Inside Konoha Hospital, after a moment of observation, the hidden figures deemed it safe to temporarily ease their vigilance. During this interval, Sasuke regained consciousness. In truth, he had been awake for some time, merely feigning sleep due to the presence of a watcher nearby. Now that their observer had departed, he turned to his companion Su Ming and whispered, "Master, why have you come in as well?" Suddenly, Su Ming, appearing gravely injured on the hospital bed, opened his eyes. "I came to the hospital to check in and, incidentally, to play the hero," he stated, his voice robust and devoid of any semblance of injury. Sasuke paused, utterly perplexed by this response. Su Ming chose not to elaborate further, to obscure the true nature of the Uchiha clan's demise. All blame would be shifted onto Itachi by Saratobi. In fact, Saratobi was willing to tarnish Itachi's reputation to enhance his own standing, exaggerating his role in the Uchiha massacre to bolster his authority and solidify his dominance within Konoha. This manipulation was a skill Saratobi had mastered. Su Ming's plan was to deliver a decisive blow to Saratobi just as he prepared to accept the consequences of his machinations, thereby seizing the fruits of his labor. While this scheme was straightforward, Su Ming worried that Koharu might not grasp its intricacies, leading him to forego an explanation. After all, political matters were far less engaging for Koharu than vying for attention from his sister-in-law. The two conversed for a brief moment before footsteps echoed outside, prompting them to fall silent and feign unconsciousness once more. At this juncture, it was far too early for either of them to awaken. Next, it was Saratobi's time to perform. Meanwhile, Saratobi Hiruzen, having departed the Hokage's office, made his way directly to Naruto's home. With Su Ming absent, this was a pivotal moment for brainwashing Naruto, a task Saratobi excelled at. The will of fire. Each time he contemplated it, Saratobi felt a surge of genius within himself. He knocked and entered. Naruto sat on the edge of his bed with a forlorn expression. "Naruto, what's the matter? You seem unhappy. Is your brother not here?" Saratobi inquired. Naruto shook his head, replying, "My brother went out for something. He's been gone for a long time." Saratobi approached and gently ruffled Naruto's hair. A child should be happy. After patting Naruto's head, he withdrew his hand behind his back and gave it a slight shake. "After all, your parents wish for you to enjoy a joyful childhood." "What kind of people were my parents?" Naruto asked. This time, Saratobi did not evade the question. Instead, he gazed directly at Naruto. "Your father was an exceptional ninja whom I greatly respected, and your mother was a beautiful woman. They shared a deep love and were my right and left hands back then." As he spoke, a gentle smile crept onto Saratobi's face, radiating warmth. Naruto seemed to be moved by this revelation, fixating his gaze on Saratobi. At that moment, Saratobi continued, "In truth, your parents entrusted you to me in their final moments. I have been preoccupied with Hokage duties, and in doing so, I have regrettably overlooked you. After much contemplation, I have decided to make amends with you. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you a greater allowance. Naruto, do strive to excel." Sarutobi chuckled as he departed. Little did he anticipate that, once he left, the previously innocent-looking Naruto would don a countenance as cold as ice, reminiscent of Itachi on that fateful day. He firmly shut the door and drew the curtains, cloaking the room in darkness, shielding himself from the clamor of the outside world. Gradually, shadows enveloped his brow. Within the ceiling space, Kurama exhibited an unusual seriousness, abandoning his customary languor. Shortly thereafter, Naruto's consciousness entered the sealed domain. He gazed at Kurama and declared, "Kurama, let us merge. I require your strength." Chapter 60. If he is wrong, then I shall err alongside him. Chapter 2. I must assist my brother. Naruto's gaze was resolutely firm. Yet, my strength is insufficient. My brother promised that when I grow older, he would teach me to harness the power of Kurama. By then, I would be formidable, perhaps even stronger than him. However, I do not wish to wait so long. He looked at Kurama and spoke deliberately. "I understand my brother is undertaking significant matters concerning our village. I know he has long been planning, only biding his time due to my youth. But now he has begun. Brother Tobirama is kind, exceptionally so towards me. I cannot believe he would resort to harming his own kin. If he were to do so, it would surely be under duress. Only the village. Only the third Hokage possesses the capacity to instigate such actions. When my brother errs, Tobirama intervenes to obstruct him. I feel happiness for Tobirama, as he is doing what he believes is right. Yet, if I were in his position, I would not interfere." Naruto gazed at Kurama, then suddenly smiled. "My brother is my son. If he makes a mistake, then I shall err alongside him. Whatever my brother does is right." Observing Naruto's unwavering resolve, Kurama tilted his head, intentionally avoiding his gaze. Then, he abruptly exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Swiftly turning away, he discreetly wiped away the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "Why stir such emotions so early in the morning? I can hardly endure you. Nevertheless, since you seem sincere, I shall grant your request. What is impossible for Minato is but child's play for me." Kurama raised his paw, channeling his chakra into Naruto, who began to undergo a transformation. Konoha Hospital. Tobirama awoke as anticipated. Upon awakening, with a countenance filled with rage, he activated his Sharingan, startling the nearby Anbu. Then, he inexplicably hurled a shuriken with fervor. Itachi die? Thud. The shuriken pierced the wall, narrowly missing the Anbu, yet causing them significant alarm, caring for 2 wounded individuals. The Anbu had initially thought their task would be quite manageable, despite their unique identities. However, at that moment, they realized their grave error. Goodness, this is life-threatening. Awakening with murderous intent, what manner of person is this? Is this the Uchiha clan? Having missed his target, Sasuke withdrew the shuriken, preparing to strike again. Fortunately, the Anbu reacted swiftly, seizing the weapon from Sasuke's hand and forcefully striking him back, shouting, "Uchiha Sasuke, what do you think you are doing?" At that moment, Sasuke appeared as if he had just regained consciousness, awkwardly regarding the Anbu. "My apologies, I mistook you for my wretched brother." Darkness glared fiercely at Sasuke. Despite the fury, there was a realization. Uchiha Sasuke truly harbored an intense hatred for his brother. Otherwise, he would not have committed such acts. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi became aware of Sasuke's awakening and arrived without delay. "Sasuke, it pains me deeply regarding your brother," Sarutobi expressed. "Such events are regrettable, yet they are beyond our control." Sasuke's eyes remained filled with animosity, his crimson Sharingan glaring unabashedly even in the presence of Sarutobi. "Fortunately, you are still alive. The Uchiha matter will not affect you, and you can continue your studies at the Ninja Academy. The village will still nurture your talents. Rest well." With that, Sarutobi departed, having come solely to ascertain Sasuke's condition. Now assured, a great weight was lifted from his heart. It appeared that the Uchiha clan had indeed been annihilated. The next step was simply to keep Sasuke under control, ensuring he continued to serve the village. Sarutobi contemplated his strategies regarding both Sasuke and Naruto. However, he did not anticipate that after his departure, Sasuke's eyes returned to their original state, no longer the Sharingan. He had maintained the Sharingan solely out of uncertainty, and facing Sarutobi, he wished to avoid revealing any weaknesses. Thus, it was more prudent to employ the Sharingan openly. Sarutobi would not doubt its activation, as the awakening of the Sharingan was unmistakable. The room fell silent once more. Sasuke turned his gaze toward the unconscious Su Ming. "Master, how long must we remain here? The duration is not determined by us, but rather by Sarutobi's capabilities, and when he can resolve the situation," Su Ming replied. "Huh." Sasuke was taken aback. He realized he understood each word his master spoke. Yet when strung together, their meaning eluded him. "Never mind." Su Ming scoffed, unwilling to elaborate. Explaining such matters to a child felt like a waste of emotional energy. He added, "Why are you asking so many questions, kid? Go to sleep." "Oh." Sasuke acquiesced. The room fell quiet again. Yet, not 2 minutes had passed before Sasuke's voice broke the stillness once more. "Master, I miss my brother." "Hold it in." A minute later, he continued, "Master, when will I be able to see my brother?" "Master, does my brother miss me?" "Master." Suddenly, Su Ming seized the pillow beside him and pressed it down on Sasuke's head. "Why must you be so chatty? Enough with the thoughts. Can't a person get some sleep?" After 2 or 3 minutes, Sasuke finally fell silent, and Su Ming, satisfied, picked up the pillow, preparing to take a nap. Yet, it wasn't long before. "Master." Su Ming. With a swift motion, the pillow was hurled from his hand, striking the column with a resounding thud. During this time, the village of Konoha had become a bustling hub of activity. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan could not remain concealed. The vast expanse lay desolate. And it did not take long for all in Konoha to become aware of the tragedy. However, amidst this calamity, several names surfaced that captured considerable attention: Itachi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura. Among these, Itachi was the perpetrator responsible for the clan's demise, while Danzo sought to aid Itachi, but ultimately failed. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, he endeavored to thwart the chaos and prevent Itachi from inflicting further harm upon the village, emerging as a hero in the process. With the news spreading, the illustrious reputation of the ninja hero Hiruzen Sarutobi resonated once more. Many expressed their admiration, noting that the third Hokage remained vigorous and formidable. Yet, amidst the chorus of accolades, a contrasting voice suddenly emerged. It was not merely Hiruzen who had thwarted Itachi. Another individual had stepped forward. His name was Su Ming. Chapter 61. Struggle, Fear, Konoha. Chapter 3. The voice emerged so abruptly that those whom Sarutobi Hiruzen had meticulously arranged were momentarily taken aback. Not only them, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was left in a state of shock upon learning of this development. The suddenness of its arrival was overwhelming, and it spread with astonishing rapidity. In fact, it soon overshadowed Hiruzen's attempts to impede Itachi, becoming the narrative most widely accepted by the populace. This was further compounded by the revelation of Su Ming's identity as the fourth Hokage's adopted son. The sacrifice of the fourth Hokage to seal the Nine Tails was still fresh in the villagers' memories, given the immense devastation wrought by the Nine Tails rampage. The villagers recalled those harrowing times vividly, and not a soul remained unscathed by the fear it instilled. During that chaotic period, the fourth Hokage was heralded as the hero who safeguarded the village. Consequently, the emergence of the fourth's adopted son lent an air of credibility to the unfolding events. Moreover, the news spread like wildfire, swiftly embraced by the majority of villagers. Bang! Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance turned a deep shade of anger. Who could be responsible for this? He had meticulously calculated that following the Uchiha's extermination, not only would he eliminate a significant threat to the village, but he would also garner a wave of respect, thereby solidifying his position of authority. Yet now, just as he was poised to reap the fruits of his labor and bask in the accolades, Su Ming's name emerged, eclipsing his own and rendering him overshadowed in the eyes of the villagers. A young figure, brandishing a sword, standing resolute to defend the village, this narrative resonated far more with the people. Furthermore, Su Ming was the orphan of a hero, and the legendary deeds of the fourth Hokage were deeply ingrained in the hearts of many villagers, who held him in the highest esteem. Although there had been no news of the fourth Hokage having offspring, the present situation was drastically different. Hiruzen's expression darkened further. for he realized that he was at a complete disadvantage. He could not compete with Su Ming. This indicated that all his elaborate plans had merely served to pave the way for Su Ming's rise. Cursed be this turn of events. It seemed as though he had encountered such a predicament before. How could this happen, especially when Su Ming had already lost consciousness? He suddenly perceived that the village was not as easily manipulable as he had assumed. It appeared beyond his complete control. With a grim outlook, he ordered the Umbu to thoroughly investigate the matter. However, the tide of events could not be stemmed. The fervor only intensified. Outside Konoha Hospital, a throng of villagers had gathered, awaiting Su Ming's discharge. They were unaware of how they had come to learn of his presence there, yet they congregated, eager to welcome him. Su Ming's renown had even surpassed that of the once revered Konoha White Fang. When the Umbu relayed this information to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he nearly crushed the pipe he habitually clenched between his teeth. His eyes narrowed, and the flames of fury within him blazed ever hotter. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The situation had spiraled beyond his command. Within Konoha Hospital, a recovering Sasuke, slowly regaining his strength, cast a worried glance at Su Ming. "Master, those people outside are quite terrifying. Were it not for the presence of the Umbu obstructing them outside, they would likely have rushed in long ago." Su Ming smiled softly. In truth, his prestige was not as elevated as perceived. However, the consecutive incidents involving Yunin and Awagakure had placed considerable pressure on Konoha. Renowned as the foremost ninja village, Konoha had proven itself feeble in the wake of 2 successive wars, and the handling of these affairs by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had left the villagers profoundly dissatisfied. They were in dire need of a formidable figure to restore the village's tarnished image, and Su Ming embodied that very person. The previous incident with Awagakure had been discreetly suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet this time, matters had escalated. Perhaps Hiruzen had orchestrated this scenario to bolster his own authority and regain the villagers' trust. However, Su Ming chuckled softly. At a critical juncture, he had merely kicked Hiruzen down a peg. It was likely that Hiruzen was seething with anger at this very moment. Furthermore, during such trying times, he could not afford to display any signs of fury. He needed to feign concern for Su Ming, who was hospitalized due to severe injuries, in order to maintain a reputation of benevolence. Gazing out the window, Su Ming sighed inwardly. Were such tactics despicable? Perhaps to some extent, yet for Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were far from ignoble. It was precisely such underhanded methods that had led to the demise of Hatake Tsukumo. Su Ming was merely employing the same tactics that had once driven Konoha's White Fang to despair, albeit with the roles reversed this time. The entire Umbu had been mobilized to ensure the safety of Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen had even dispatched additional personnel, for the existing numbers were insufficient. During this period, Kabuto quietly entered the room. "Sasuke-kun, I didn't expect to find you here." Upon seeing Sasuke, Kabuto greeted him with a smile. "Sasuke, how did you come to be here?" Kabuto smiled and, through his actions, demonstrated his purpose. Approaching Su Ming, he respectfully stated, "Lord Su Ming, the tasks you entrusted to me have been successfully completed." Su Ming nodded, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Observing this exchange, Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, he realized that Kabuto was, in fact, a subordinate of his master. His master had orchestrated everything long before. "Master, he is truly formidable." At that instant, Sasuke recalled his brother's words upon their first meeting with Su Ming. "Perhaps I will meet my end beneath his blade." His master seemed to surpass even his brother's prowess. Suddenly, Sasuke comprehended the implications. Lord Orochimaru has just conveyed news that he intends to establish a new ninja village in the land of Rice, near the land of fire, with his capable subordinates. What are your thoughts on this? A ninja village? Su Ming paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. He had not anticipated this development arriving so soon. According to the original storyline, Orochimaru's establishment of a ninja village was to occur later. However, due to his influence, the timeline had shifted. Yet, Su Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon learning of Su Ming's consent, the joy on Do's face was unmistakable, signifying that Lord Su Ming had acknowledged their efforts. With a hint of excitement, he implored, "Please, Lord Su Ming, bestow a name upon the new hidden village." "The name for the hidden village?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming declared, "Let it be known as Sound. From this day forth, you shall be called the Sound Shinobi." Do nodded, his eyes gleaming with increasing fervor. Subsequently, he withdrew, eager to convey the news to Orochimaru. Uchiha, Orochimaru, Kurama. This faction under Su Ming's command could undoubtedly confront any hidden village with confidence. However, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Sarutobi, I wish to witness your struggles. What I seek to annihilate is not merely Konoha. To destroy Konoha would suffice for Kurama's tailed beast bomb, but that would be the simplest and most merciful demise. How could I allow you to perish so comfortably? The hardships endured by Naruto over the years cannot simply culminate in such an easy end. Struggle. Tremble in fear, Konoha." Chapter 62. Do you long for death? 3 generations of adults? Chapter 1. The fusion of Naruto and Kurama would require some time. The primary concern was that Naruto's body was not sufficiently strong to withstand the immense chakra of Kurama. Even with Kurama's unwavering assistance, the amount of chakra Naruto could control remained merely a fraction of that vast reservoir. At present, his strength barely reached the level of a jonin. It was woefully inadequate. Within the ceiling space, Kurama observed Naruto's serious expression and cautioned, "Naruto, desiring power is commendable, but one must not rush. Otherwise, both of us may find ourselves in peril." Naruto nodded in understanding. An incident involving a Jinchuriki would equally affect the tailed beast. Noticing Naruto's quiet contemplation, Kurama reassured him, "Do not be hasty. We shall proceed at a measured pace. I have a premonition that your brother harbors grander schemes. Your current focus should be on enhancing your strength. Excessive urgency may hinder him and render you a burden. Moreover, despite Minato's less than brilliant intellect, his strength was commendable. After all, he was the man who sealed me." At that moment, Kurama suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, if you wish to master my chakra more effectively, you may consider summoning Minato. He possesses my other half within him." After Minato's resurrection, the other half of the Nine-Tailed Soul was likewise released from the Shinigami and resided within Minato. If Minato were to harness the Nine-Tails chakra, he might wield it with a different efficacy. Yet, Kurama hesitated, as he held reservations about Minato's intellect. Nevertheless, there seemed to be no better alternative at present. Naruto agreed. Hashirama did not linger long in the hospital before departing, and his life returned to its usual rhythm. Apart from being markedly more aloof and serious than before, he exhibited little change. Nonetheless, Hashirama remained under the watchful eye of the Umbu, with every action reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The situation in Konoha had stabilized, with the reputation of Su Ming remaining unscathed, even on the rise, leaving little else to address. This matter weighed heavily on Hiruzen's mind. The fact that he had not visited Su Ming during this time had stirred discontent among some villagers. Reluctantly, the busy third Hokage finally carved out time to visit the Konoha hospital and check on the village hero. Coincidentally, it was the day of Su Ming's discharge. Arriving late, Hiruzen found himself confronted by a throng of villagers surrounding the hospital, his face paling with frustration. He realized he could not even push his way through the crowd. The esteemed third Hokage was unable to enter this modest hospital. Most distressingly, Hiruzen recalled that during the victory of the Third Shinobi World War, he had never experienced such fervor. Yet now, Su Ming commanded it. Quietly, Hiruzen clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with jealousy. He was envious. Surrounded by villagers calling out Su Ming's name, Sarutobi was overlooked amidst the crowd, despite his white Hokage cloak. This time, however, he did not lower his hat's brim. Instead, he made a concerted effort to stand out. Yet, no one paid him any heed. At that moment, a voice broke through the cacophony. "3 Hokage Samaha?" Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Had someone finally recognized him? Turning around, he saw a ninja from the Hyuga clan, whom he recalled to be named Hinata Hanabi. Instantly, Sarutobi found the little girl exceedingly endearing. He offered a gentle smile, showcasing his most amiable demeanor. "Yes, is there something you need? Could you please step aside? I wish to see Su Ming-kun. You're blocking my view." Her voice was timid, yet to Sarutobi's ears, it resonated like thunder. At that moment, only one thought raced through his mind. I'm utterly losing my composure. Numbly, he stepped aside, allowing the young girl, her face flushed, to rush into the throng. excitedly shouting Su Ming's name. The atmosphere around was vibrant, yet Saratobi felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. The joy of others seemed disconnected from his own, and he perceived their revelry as mere noise. Before long, Saratobi was finally noticed in the crowd as Su Ming approached him. "Free Hokage-sama. I didn't expect you to be here to welcome me." Su Ming beamed with delight. "But why are you here instead of inside? Shouldn't you be inside?" His words were sincere. Saratobi felt a tightness in his chest. In an effort to appear approachable, he had deliberately come without his umbu escort. Yet now he forced a smile, striving to appear benevolent. "Su Ming, congratulations on your discharge." "Thank you, 3 Hokage-sama." Su Ming's expression remained earnest. However, abruptly, the boy's smile ignited a surge of anger within Saratobi. He instinctively felt the urge to lash out. Yet, with so many villagers present, he ultimately restrained himself. Perhaps his path of patience was indeed to endure, a skill he had honed well. As the villagers gradually dispersed, they respectfully withdrew when Su Ming expressed a desire to converse with the Hokage, leaving not a single soul behind. Saratobi had repeated this request numerous times earlier, yet scarcely anyone had responded. At that moment, he felt as though the true Hokage was not himself, but rather Su Ming. The young man before him possessed remarkable prowess. Once the crowd had entirely dissipated, Saratobi turned to Su Ming and remarked, "Well played." Su Ming did not deny it. He was always candid when he liked a girl. He would unabashedly ask, "Shall we enjoy a bath together at the Konoha hot springs tonight?" Without hesitation or shyness. This straightforwardness was undoubtedly one of Su Ming's virtues. Just a moment ago, he glanced at Saratobi and suddenly grinned. "Actually, I thought that if I donned a white robe, it might have been more fitting." "Certainly. It would be even better with an additional numeral." Saratobi's expression stiffened, and an unkind glint flickered in his eyes. The white robe, combined with the numeral, was unmistakable. It represented the Hokage. In that moment, even Saratobi experienced a fleeting illusion, as if Su Ming were the Hokage and he merely a subordinate. Saratobi cast a cold gaze upon Su Ming, questioning whether he intended to challenge the authority of the Hokage. Naturally, that was not the case. Su Ming continued to smile, stating candidly that he held little interest in the position of Hokage, for he was not adept at dying for others. He looked directly at Saratobi, enunciating each word. "In contrast, I find greater pleasure in assisting others to meet their demise." "Lord Third, do you yearn for death?" Beneath the setting sun, Saratobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Su Ming's departing figure, his expression laden with complexity. For the first time, he felt a sense of losing control over this individual before him. After all, he was merely 13 years old. In that moment, a wave of frustration washed over him. Yet, a small consolation remained. He had no desire for the position of Hokage. Perhaps, this could be considered a fortuitous surprise. Chapter 63, Commemorating White Fang. Part 2. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Saratobi found himself unable to settle his thoughts for an extended period. He felt as if a bone were lodged in his throat. Originally, this bone belonged to the Uchiha clan. At that time, it was small and narrow, manageable though uncomfortable. Yet now, it felt as though it had nearly pierced his esophagus, leaving him gasping for air. Gazing at the mountain of tasks piled upon his desk, Saratobi let out a weary sigh. After a moment's reflection, he summoned an umbu operative, instructing him to seek out Danzo. At times, the power that lurks in the shadows proves to be more effective. Saratobi presented a facade of weakness, but this was merely for external appearances. When his authority as Hokage was threatened, he would stand firm and resolute. Even if he hesitated, Danzo would undoubtedly compel him to act. The matter concerning White Fang had unfolded in just such a manner. Su Ming strolled along the path. When he encountered Saratobi, he inadvertently revealed his intentions. If Saratobi possessed any acumen, he would surely come to regard Su Ming with considerable importance, perhaps even surpassing the regard he held for the Uchiha clan. However, in the face of the Uchiha, Saratobi had the card of Itachi to play. Against Su Ming, however, he found himself devoid of any advantageous card save for Danzo. Su Ming was indeed forthright, so much so that it instilled a sense of trepidation in Saratobi. Given Su Ming's current stature, should he entertain aspirations for the Hokage position? It would undoubtedly place immense pressure upon Sarutobi. Initially, he had envisioned bequeathing the title to his son upon his retirement. Yet now, Su Ming's words were not mere idle chatter. He harbored his own ambitions, inflicting discomfort and fear upon Sarutobi. This was the thorn lodged in his throat, though not lethal. It was sufficiently nauseating. Su Ming's ambitions were not to merely wreak havoc upon Konoha. He sought to devise a more intricate scheme. A strategist of great aspirations would not act so simply. After parting ways with Sarutobi, Su Ming did not return directly home. As he traversed the streets, he turned into a flower shop, Yamamoto Florist. The proprietor, Yamamoto Kaichi, was less renowned than his daughter, Yamamoto Ino, who was far more well-known. At the very least, Su Ming remembered her name. Upon entering the flower shop, the first thing he noticed was the golden-haired girl. She was quite charming, though what captivated him most was her slender waist. Su Ming recalled that among those who graduated from the ninja academy, only Ino wore her ninja headband tied around her waist. Sensing someone had entered, Ino glanced up slightly. "Is there something you require?" Upon recognizing Su Ming, she momentarily froze, then suddenly displayed a bashful demeanor. "Are you Lord Su Ming?" Su Ming smiled. "Indeed, I am. I wish to purchase some flowers." "What kind of flowers would you like?" Perhaps having never seen Su Ming at such close range, Ino's breathing became somewhat rapid. For a young girl, particularly one still enamored with the notion of heroes, a person like Su Ming would undoubtedly become the object of her youthful affection. Not only in the mountains with Ino, but other girls would feel similarly. Su Ming, however, was oblivious to Ino's transformation. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "A flower befitting a hero." "A hero? Are you giving it to someone special?" "Indeed," Su Ming affirmed with a nod, "to a hero by the name of Hatake Sakumo." Hatake Sakumo? Ino was momentarily taken aback, as this name held no significance for her. The legacy of White Fang had, under the intentional suppression of Sarutobi, faded significantly over time. Now, apart from the older generation of ninjas, few were aware of this once celebrated hero of Konoha. Nevertheless, she mused that if Su Ming referred to him as a hero, he must indeed have been an extraordinary individual. The flower Ino selected was a crimson-red flower known as the wood brocade, aptly named the hero's flower, making it a most suitable gift for a hero. Su Ming accepted the flower from Ino's hand, but inadvertently paid more than required. Just as Ino was about to return the excess, Su Ming gently plucked a yellow flower from a nearby cluster and tucked it into her hair. "This flower suits you wonderfully," he remarked before departing, as swift and elusive as the wind. Yet, the blush of the young girl rose from her neck, gradually spreading throughout her being. She gazed at the yellow flower swaying gently in the breeze and suddenly found him strikingly beautiful. Su Ming proceeded to the cemetery, not to the well-known public graveyard, but to a secluded corner where a solitary, modest grave lay. This was the final resting place of White Fang. Before the grave stood a young ninja masked. Today marked the memorial day for White Fang. Su Ming laid the flowers at the grave, and Kakashi turned his head, momentarily surprised. "I have come to pay my respects to a hero." Without further elaboration, Kakashi simply replied, "Thank you." Su Ming shook his head. The two remained quiet throughout their encounter. Between men, there was no need for excessive words. As he was about to leave, Su Ming deliberately inquired, "How does it feel?" Kakashi understood the implication and responded, "Quite well. I believe that the blade truly suits me." He added, "After all, I am Hatake Sakumo's son." As he spoke these words, Su Ming gazed into Kakashi's eyes, observing the tremor yet unwavering resolve within them. It seemed he had come to terms with this reality. "I will bring justice for White Fang," Su Ming assured. Kakashi hesitated momentarily, expressing some reluctance. "This will have consequences for you. If it's for my sake, there's no need." Chuckling softly, Su Ming replied, "I never realized how thick-skinned you had become. Has this been a result of your intensive training lately?" Kakashi shot a glance at Su Ming, the unspoken acknowledgement in his eyes suggesting he had learned from him, though he refrained from voicing it aloud. Su Ming understood, and thus he said, "If that is the case, I may be considered half your master. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a teacher." Suddenly, Kakashi interrupted him. "It's fine. I want to take advantage of you. Being half a master means you can simply address me as such." Su Ming replied, "Kakashi, what does it mean to be a half of a father?" Ultimately, Kakashi sighed, not delving deeper into that question. He remarked, "The higher-ups of Konoha will not permit you to act in such a manner." Su Ming shook his head, stating, "That is their concern. What I must do is what I desire to pursue." He took a step forward. "I have mentioned before that I hold great respect for the late White Fang. It is essential to have a comprehensive understanding of his legacy. My time is limited, and as I previously stated, I consider myself an equal to White Fang. As an elder, I feel it necessary to remind you of one thing." Su Ming continued, "Kakashi, White Fang is watching over you. Do not let him down. You are his son. Make him a proud father." Kakashi trembled slightly. Su Ming then departed. Chapter 64, Danzo's Scheme, Supplement for Naruto. Part 3. As Danzo entered the Hokage's office, a sense of pride swelled within him. Just recently, he had been relieved of his duties as an advisor to the Hokage. Yet now, in such a brief span, Hiruzen had summoned him back, indicating that Hiruzen was indeed reliant on him. Danzo contemplated the possibility of leveraging this situation to demand greater authority. However, upon observing Hiruzen's furrowed brow, he swiftly dismissed the thought. "What troubles you?" He narrowed his eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. "Our troubles have arrived," Hiruzen replied. "Troubles?" Danzo was taken aback. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, leaving little else that could pose a threat to him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, realization struck him. There was still one individual who could threaten Hiruzen, himself, Shimura Danzo. Could it be that Hiruzen called him here with intentions against him? Danzo's vigilance heightened in an instant. Nevertheless, Hiruzen remained oblivious to his unease, as if, like the villagers on that day, he saw only Su Ming and not him. Danzo's lips twitched, discomfort settling in his heart. White Fang, Hiruzen suddenly remarked, is now a more formidable figure than he was before. In that moment, Danzo understood Hiruzen's concern. Su Ming, the adopted son of the fourth Hokage. I have always maintained that early intervention would have prevented any issues. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose, a sign of his growing headache. This was the same refrain Danzo had uttered whenever a genius emerged in Konoha. Initially, Hiruzen had listened, but that trust had waned, particularly after Danzo had spoken of Asuma. Now, however, the situation was different. Once he had calmed his thoughts and delved deeply into the circumstances, Danzo fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke. He is now 13 years old, possessing strength comparable to Itachi. Moreover, lacking a bloodline limit, he may not reach Itachi's level. The true challenge lies in his reputation within the village. We must, therefore, begin by undermining his public image. Hiruzen observed, his interest peaked. In the realm of schemes, Danzo possessed an undeniable upper hand. Seeing Hiruzen's intrigued expression, he felt a swell of pride and excitement. Regarding the White Fang incident, I orchestrated a narrative accusing him of failing his mission, leading to his suicide. Similarly, we can employ such tactics against Su Ming. Hiruzen squinted, encouraging Danzo to elaborate. We can amplify his reputation. Does he not rely on his standing in the village as a shield? If we bolster his image to its zenith, at the pinnacle, a blemish will inevitably emerge. Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile. What consequences do you suppose would arise from this? Hiruzen's gaze shifted. When one stands at great heights, even the smallest blemish is magnified infinitely. A notorious villain, perpetually engaged in nefarious deeds, may one day perform a solitary act of kindness, earning him the adulation of many. This phenomenon is akin to the wayward son returning home, akin to laying down the sword. Conversely, a paragon of virtue, who has consistently acted benevolently, will be met with scorn if he commits even the slightest wrongdoing. Such is the nature of humanity. Water can both buoy a boat and capsize it. The very prestige, renown, and the villagers of Konohagakure that elevate him can just as easily bring about his downfall, potentially leading to his irrevocable demise. Much like the tale of White Fang, Sarutobi, suppressing his astonishment, nodded in silent agreement, though inwardly he harbored disdain, deeming him an incorrigible schemer who must be approached with caution. Sarutobi recognized Danzo's machinations, all of which stemmed from the immense pressure exerted by Su Ming. The more indifferent Su Ming appeared, the greater Sarutobi's trepidation grew. Upon returning home, Su Ming encountered Naruto clad in a tailed beast costume and offered a faint smile. Remarking on the garment's appeal, Naruto blushed, awkwardly asserting his strength. Indeed, Su Ming teased him by pinching his cheek, likening him to a small fox with exposed teeth. At this juncture, Naruto's prowess was indeed comparable to that of a juvenile fox. Though he was the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto's physique was still too frail to endure an excess of the beast chakra. However, there existed a swifter remedy. "Naruto, do you wish to grow stronger?" Su Ming inquired. "Absolutely," Naruto replied almost instantaneously. "Then it is settled," Su Ming affirmed, contemplating a straightforward yet fitting approach for Naruto. Sage mode, derived from the mystical Mount Myaboku. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's whereabouts were currently unknown. Since his last encounter with Pain, he had exhibited signs of instability, likely searching for answers in vain. The once steadfast disciple had irrevocably changed. No one remains immutable. The world of humanity is inherently transient. Although Jiraiya was absent, entry to Mount Myaboku was not without possibility. After all, Minato still stood as a beacon of hope. Having forged a pact with the Toads, Minato's assistance was not strictly contingent upon Jiraiya's presence. Su Ming promptly communicated with Kurama, the Nine Tails within Naruto, urging him to summon Minato. Initially, Kurama intended to call Minato for training, and while Naruto was in agreement, he hesitated to make a definitive decision. Now, with Su Ming's prompting, a swift whoosh echoed as a flash of golden light heralded Minato's arrival. Upon seeing his two sons, Minato inquired, "What is it that you need?" Su Ming rolled his eyes, retorting, "Is it not permissible to call you over for a casual visit?" "Of course, it is," Minato replied, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of his sons. However, the term casual visit struck him as somewhat awkward. Before Minato could ponder further, Su Ming interjected, "You should possess a means to access Mount Myaboku, correct?" Wolfing Watergate nodded. "Su Ming, do you wish to learn the art of spirit communication?" "My spirit communication skills are rather. I shall not learn." Su Ming promptly interrupted. "Well, that's somewhat awkward." "Then you are." Su Ming gestured towards Naruto, guiding him to Myaboku Mountain. The Sage mode is most suitable for Naruto, and upon mastering it, he would be better equipped to endure the chakra of the Nine Tails. Wolfing Watergate understood, but still harbored some concerns. Isn't Naruto still too young to learn Sage mode at this stage? Su Ming pondered for a moment. It is not too early. However, for safety's sake, let's provide Naruto with this. As he spoke, he retrieved a blue vial from the system space. "What is this?" Watergate was taken aback. "A substance that enhances strength for men, a supplement for Naruto," Su Ming replied with a mysterious smile. The blue vial prominently displayed two Chinese characters, Kidney Treasure. Chapter 65, The Indestructible Body of Demons. Chapter 1, Naruto departed, accompanied by the precious item. Upon catching sight of the azure vial, he momentarily paused. While Minato Namikaze regarded it thoughtfully, his gaze shifting as if lost in contemplation. Of course, the precious item provided by the system was not truly what it seemed. It merely functioned as a buff enhancement. Su Ming had informed Naruto that this would expedite his comprehension of the Sage mode. With the aid of the precious item, Naruto's understanding would progress significantly faster than usual. As Naruto embarked on his first journey away from home, he felt more anxious than excited. Nestled in Minato's embrace, he pondered nervously whether he might be abducted. Meanwhile, Minato wore a self-satisfied expression, reminiscent of the time he courted Kushina, where the circumstances bore a striking resemblance to the present. Back then, Kushina had been captivated by his charming demeanor, and even though the protagonist had shifted, Naruto should surely appreciate his father's allure. However, the reality was different. With squinted eyes, Naruto gazed ahead, struggling against the wind that obstructed his vision. As the scenery gradually came into focus, he suddenly screamed, "Ah, a tree. Dad, quick, dodge. We're going to crash into it." Minato reacted, but alas, it was too late. Bang! Both bodies tumbled to the ground. Rubbing his aching head, Naruto looked at Minato, who was also nursing his injury, and inquired, "Dad, are you all right? Should I carry you?" "Absolutely not. I can manage," Minato retorted decisively. It would be a disgrace to let his son bear him. This, of course, was merely a minor incident. Minato's speed was astonishing, almost beyond imagination. In a short span, they arrived at Myaboku Mountain, where Naruto was to commence his studies in Sage mode. Back home, only Su Ming and Jumaro remained. With Naruto gone, the atmosphere felt notably subdued. Both Su Ming and Junmaro were not particularly chatty individuals. Su Ming deemed conversation unnecessary, while Junmaro, having long dwelled in darkness, had yet to acclimate to the light. Nevertheless, he had become quite adept at household chores. During Su Ming's absence, Junmaro had managed to plump up Naruto quite well. In the time away from home, while focusing on recovery, many daily tasks had been neglected. Upon checking the system template, Su Ming discovered that the progress of the second template had reached 19.6, indicating that he would be able to unlock the next template that very day. After rising, he casually splashed his face with water, relishing the refreshing sensation, before drawing his sword and executing a swift strike. Su Ming's swordsmanship, even in its casual execution, exuded an inherent beauty, creating an impression that the sword was an extension of himself. It was not merely a weapon, it felt like a part of his arm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing today's daily tasks. Reward: 0. 5 progress for the first template, and 0. 6 progress for the second template. Ding! The host's progress on the second template has reached 20. The next template can now be activated. Shall it be extracted? Yes. Without hesitation, the choice was made to extract. The new template would bestow new abilities, which are fundamental for establishing oneself in the world of ninjas, and serve as the weapon with which to protect loved ones while standing tall against all adversaries. The extraction of the template commences. Extracting. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the third template, the Indomitable Demon Body Kai. Boom. At the moment the system's voice faded, a tall, handsome figure appeared in Su Ming's mind. Clad in blue armor, he exuded an aura of coldness and ruthlessness. Within his being resided an immense power. Each of his movements was enough to instill terror in enemies and make them tremble in fear. This was he, the Indomitable Demon Body. Some called him Emperor Kai, while others referred to him as Father Kai. In this moment, Su Ming felt the formidable strength emanating from him, gradually infusing into his own body. It was the power of the demon. Buzz. The sword trembled. Su Ming's short, golden hair instantaneously lengthened, transforming into white. The white cascaded over his shoulders, and the power of the demon body filled the air with an icy essence. Hiss. As he took a step, the ground crumbled beneath him like tofu, his foot piercing through effortlessly. At that moment, Su Ming realized that the abilities of this new template bore similarities to those of the Sage Mode. However, this was not Sage Mode, it was the demon body. Aside from strength, it also endowed him with remarkable vitality, the power of the demon. Embracing the demon was not for the sake of slaughter, but rather to better protect those he cherished. Su Ming dispelled the demon body, returning everything to its original state. The sunlight remained unchanged. Turning around, he noticed Junmaro hidden in a narrow corner, curled up in a ball. Fear was evident in his eyes. Su Ming approached and gently patted his head. At that moment, Junmaro appeared as docile as a kitten. What is it? Why you are terrifying? The power of Lord Su Ming is utterly fearsome. His voice trembled, clearly betraying his trepidation. Even Su Ming had not anticipated that his mere slight display of the demon body's power would instill such an overwhelming sense of dread in Junmaro. This, too, showcased the might of the demon body. After a brief period, Junmaro settled down. The fear in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he began to accept the reality of this formidable power. When the demon body manifested earlier, Su Ming had felt an immense force within him, yet now, there were no suitable targets for practice. Such a pity. Clap, clap. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw Kabuto, who, slightly breathless, bowed to Su Ming and said, "Lord Su Ming, Lord Orochimaru has arrived and wishes for you to assess the quality of his subordinates." Very well. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since that incident, Kabuto had become exceedingly obedient and polite. This was a commendable transformation. Taking Junmaru's hand, they activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting themselves to the hidden location of the Uchiha clan. As soon as he appeared, Su Ming heard voices filled with excitement. "Ming-san," exclaimed Itachi, his face alight with enthusiasm. "It's been a long time." Su Ming offered a gentle smile and then shifted his gaze to the side, where Izumi stood. Izumi appeared somewhat bashful, dressed not in a ninja uniform but in casual home attire, giving her the semblance of a little wife. Behind them stood Fugaku, alongside the formidable Orochimaru. Beside Orochimaru were the other four members of the group later known as the Sound Ninja Five. Naturally, Kimimaro was with Su Ming. The four bore an air of arrogance, perhaps looking down on Su Ming due to his youthful appearance. Orochimaru spoke, "Su Ming-kun, it has been quite a while." Su Ming nodded, refraining from excessive pleasantries, and simply turned to Kimimaro with a light chuckle, saying, "Kimimaro, I leave those four to you. Enjoy some time with them." With that, he strode directly towards Fugaku and the others, not sparing a glance at the four. Instantly, the four were filled with rage, preparing to act. But Kimimaro stepped forward, blocking their path. With his bone sword drawn, he maintained a calm demeanor. "Your opponent is me." Chapter 66, The Preparation for the Destruction of Konoha and the Resurrection of Kushina, Part 2. You're merely a child. We offer you the chance to surrender. Lest you accuse us of bullying you. Spoke Doi, one of the four. I have no desire to bully a child. So it would be best if you admit defeat yourself. Added Kidomaru. Though the other two remained silent, their sentiments were largely in agreement. Meanwhile, Kimimaro displayed no discernible emotion. In the next instant, however, he made a sudden movement, instantly appearing before the speaking Kidomaru, his bone sword thrusting toward the vital points of his target. Yet, just as the strike was about to land, he recalled Su Ming's parting words about prolonging the play. He adjusted the trajectory of his bone sword, redirecting it to pierce Kidomaru's shoulder instead. With a swift thrust, the blade met flesh, blood splattering in the air. Kimimaro retreated, coldly observing the four. After a brief moment, he regarded them, then glanced at the long sword in his hand, shaking his head slightly. In an instant, the bone sword transformed, shortening into a dagger. This gesture suggested that he was willing to switch to a less familiar weapon, indicating that they should not be incapable of overcoming him. Kimimaro's actions incited the ire of the four. Kidomaru, furious, exclaimed, "That was a sneak attack. I was careless." Kimimaro offered no reply, vanishing once more in the blink of an eye. A dagger appeared instantaneously, severing Kidomaru's towering hair. In that moment, Kidomaru felt a chilling breeze on his scalp and instinctively reached up, discovering he had become bald. His face flushed with rage. Retreating, Kimimaro contemplated before sheathing his bone sword, opting to forego the use of weapons. He gazed at the four and declared, "Come at me together. I believe this way. We can prolong the encounter. If necessary, I can even let you fight with one hand." Meanwhile, Su Ming, Faike, Orochimaru, and others departed. Itachi appeared visibly agitated, struggling to maintain composure even in the presence of his father. Faike sighed, turning to Su Ming with a query, "How is Sasuke faring?" Itachi paused, sensing he had overlooked something. "He is doing quite well," Su Ming replied. Before leaving, Itachi warned the higher-ups in Konoha. Currently, Sasuke remains of significant value to them. As long as he refrains from malicious deeds, they will not trouble him. That is reassuring, Faike nodded, his mind eased. With Sasuke unharmed, the heavy burden weighing on his heart was finally lifted. "What shall we do next?" Faike inquired, fully aware that Su Ming's rescue of them was not a mere whim. There were reasons behind it, partly due to Itachi, yet not solely reliant on that. Su Ming must have his own intentions. Meeting Faike's gaze, Su Ming spoke candidly. "I intend to take action against Konoha." Upon hearing this, Faike narrowed his eyes, displaying a look that indicated his expectations had been met. Izumi, perceiving the gravity of the situation, gracefully withdrew to allow the men space for discussion. Itachi lingered momentarily, then turned to seek out Izumi. Now, only three remained: Su Ming, Orochimaru, and Faike. Upon hearing the news of an impending assault on Konoha, Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips, clearly intrigued. "When does Su Ming plan to take action?" he inquired. "Soon," Su Ming replied. "Once Naruto masters the power of the Nine Tails, we can proceed." The mention of the Nine Tails startled both of the others. Fugaku's eyes widened in shock, while Orochimaru could hardly contain his exhilaration. It was not common to see the Nine Tails unleashed against Konoha, and on this foundation, Orochimaru had further plans. "I possess remnants of the first and second Hokage's bodies. I can use the Edo Tensei technique to summon them, which would be advantageous in our confrontation with Konoha." Su Ming smiled, recognizing the truth in this. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had indeed summoned the first and second Hokages to confront Konoha. forcing Hiruzen Sarutobi to resort to the Shiki Fujin, sealing his fate. Now, however, Orochimaru could summon not only the first and second, but also the fourth. The situation had become considerably more intriguing. Fugaku's astonishment was unimaginable upon hearing the keywords Edo Tensei and the names of the first and second Hokages. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of this forbidden technique, yet he never anticipated that someone would still wield it. The thought of summoning the first and second to annihilate Konoha must have deeply unsettled the third Hokage. Fortunately, Fugaku felt a sense of relief that he had not crossed paths with Su Ming. Otherwise, if Orochimaru were to summon Uchiha Madara, it would spell doom for the Uchiha clan. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Fugaku's expression shifted, and he suddenly grew animated. I have an idea. His sudden enthusiasm left Su Ming and Orochimaru momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the source of his excitement. Fugaku turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Does the Edo Tensei require a part of the deceased's body?" Orochimaru nodded, still perplexed. Fugaku continued, "I know where Sarutobi Asuma's body is." At this revelation, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight, shimmering like two bright bulbs. Su Ming was taken aback by Fugaku's suggestion, his mind racing with disbelief. What manner of proposal is this? Summoning Sarutobi Asuma and then having Uchiha Sasuke team up to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi? Imagine Sasuke patting Asuma on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, you still have it." The third Hokage's psyche would surely shatter at that moment. The thought of such a familial spectacle filled Su Ming with sympathy for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued. Su Ming had not anticipated that Fugaku, who seemed rather composed, would harbor such cunning. The Uchiha name, indeed, was not without merit. Fugaku then led Orochimaru to seek out Minato Namikaze, and they departed together. When they returned shortly thereafter, their faces bore expressions that were difficult to articulate. Su Ming could only sigh in exasperation. However, he recalled another matter. Since the goal was to bring about the downfall of Konoha, waiting for Naruto to fully master the power of the Nine Tails did not require an extensive amount of time, especially with the enhancement from the elixir. Therefore, during this period, it was indeed time to resurrect Kushina. When the fireworks were set off, the family must be gathered in perfect harmony. Su Ming sought out Orochimaru. Jiraiya was also present. And while they were searching for the body parts of Sarutobi Sasuke, they happened upon Jiraiya, who was in pursuit of Pain's whereabouts, and thus brought him along. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. The resurrection commenced smoothly. With a flash of light, the striking red hair of Kushina emerged as she appeared. However, when Kushina opened her eyes and beheld Minato, and subsequently Jiraiya beside him, her expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, she was directly before Minato, delivering a resounding punch to his head. "Minato, did you sneak a peek at the women's bath?" Su Ming could only facepalm in exasperation. Konoha's reputation for vice was indeed well known. Chapter 67. The Situation in Konoha, Sarutobi's Fury. Chapter 3. Mother, please, exercise some restraint. Su Ming urged helplessly. "Indeed, my dear wife. Maintain your composure. Look at all these people around us," echoed Minato Namikaze. At that moment, Kushina began to survey her surroundings, offering an awkward smile in realization of her earlier lapse, which had unveiled her lack of decorum. Ahem. Kushina coughed lightly a couple of times and discreetly pulled Su Ming aside, whispering, "What is happening here?" Reluctantly, Su Ming recounted the events in their entirety. Naturally, having resolved to annihilate Konoha, he withheld no details regarding Naruto's plight. Upon hearing about Naruto's experiences, Kushina's fury could no longer be contained, erupting forth unabashedly. "How dare you? Sarutobi, we sacrificed ourselves to protect Konoha, and this is how he treats my son?" With a resounding thud, in her fervor, she inadvertently struck Minato once more. This situation prompted Orochimaru, Fugaku, and Jiraiya to instinctively distance themselves from Kushina. Observing Kushina's fervent demeanor, Su Ming felt a pang of nostalgia. If only Kushina had lived, Naruto's childhood would have been filled with immeasurable joy. Kushina would never allow any harm to befall Naruto. She would be the epitome of motherhood. So devoted that if Naruto aspired to become Hokage, she would unhesitatingly kick Minato aside without a second thought. Sometimes, Fate is remarkably whimsical. Naruto was deprived of such blessings. Yet fortunately, there was still time to amend that. Gazing at Kushina, Su-Ming smiled brightly. Welcome back, dear mother. Within Konoha village, an inexplicable momentum surged forth, causing the discussions surrounding Su-Ming to wane, only to rise again with renewed vigor. In that moment, if there existed a name that resonated throughout Konoha, one that every villager knew intimately, it was not the Hokage's but Su-Ming's. Under such circumstances, one would expect Sarutobi to feel threatened by this rising tide. However, he neither stifled it nor refrained from offering frequent commendations. On numerous occasions, he publicly praised Su-Ming. Consequently, within Konoha, Su-Ming's prestige soared to an abnormal height, so much so that even the slightest blemish would be magnified and scrutinized by all. Before long, his record of failed missions was laid bare for all to see. Influenced by those with ulterior motives, a chorus of condemnation ensued. Ninjas are expected to execute their missions. Failure to do so naturally invites repercussions. The villagers remained oblivious to the truth, simply aware that Su-Ming had not completed his task, unaware that he had prioritized the village's salvation over it. They had no need to comprehend such nuances. Fame breeds envy, though he typically encountered no issues. Whenever an opportunity arose to tarnish his reputation, many would seize it with fervor, much like the fate that befell White Fang. Thus, in a matter of mere hours, the heroic reputation of Su-Ming transformed into that of a failure who had not fulfilled his mission. Throughout this ordeal, the third Hokage remained silent. However, as the outcry grew increasingly vehement, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, vowing to provide the villagers with a satisfactory explanation. In an instant, his reputation soared. The accolades previously attributed to Su-Ming were swiftly redirected to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He indeed dispatched Umbu ninjas to Su-Ming's residence, yet upon their arrival, they found it desolate, absolutely deserted. Upon receiving this report, Sarutobi could no longer remain seated and rushed to Naruto's home, but still found no trace of Su-Ming, as if he had vanished into thin air. At that moment, 3 words echoed in Sarutobi's mind: Flying Thunder God. His expression darkened, reflecting his profound dismay. In the next instant, Su-Ming was declared an SSS-ranked rogue ninja for his alleged abduction of a Jinchuriki, marking the first instance of a rogue ninja surpassing the S rank in the history of Konoha. This served as a testament to Sarutobi's fury. The Jinchuriki represented a secret weapon of the village, a formidable force to intimidate other villages. Yet now, the Jinchuriki had seemingly disappeared right beneath Sarutobi's nose. Soon after, Asuma Sarutobi recovered from his injuries, and during a verification of information with Sarutobi, he suddenly realized that the individuals responsible for his plight were none other than Orochimaru and the child from Su-Ming's household. At that moment, Sarutobi's animosity towards Su-Ming reached its zenith. In his fury, he even began to monitor Sasuke as well. The situation in Konoha became exceedingly chaotic. Meanwhile, after consulting with Su-Ming, Kabuto received orders to further tarnish Su-Ming's reputation. Shortly thereafter, Irika, under the guise of being Su-Ming's brother's teacher, emerged to publicly accuse him of various misdeeds. An uproar ensued, yet no one could locate him. In the newly established Uchiha territory, Itachi sat beside Su-Ming, perplexed, and inquired, "Ming-san, why do you deliberately seek to sully your own reputation?" Su-Ming replied, "Reputation is of value only when one cares about it. If one places too much importance on it, it may not only fail to protect you, but could also become a weapon against you. Conversely, when you are indifferent to it, it becomes your most potent weapon. Sarutobi believes he can destroy me through this method, yet he fails to realize that the evidence he seeks is utterly unfounded, while what I possess is the true weapon." When the first and second Hokage confronted him and questioned the future of the Senju clan, "Do you think the villagers of Konoha would trust Sarutobi or us?" As he spoke, Su-Ming smiled, a smile imbued with the confidence of one who holds all the cards. "The thoughts of those misguided villagers are of no consequence," he declared. After all, their fate had long been sealed. Their fates were sealed the moment they treated Naruto in that manner, destruction. Before long, news arrived from Minato Namikaze that Naruto could emerge from his seclusion. With the aid of a special tonic, Naruto swiftly mastered the Sage Mode. As soon as he acquired this powerful ability, he hurried back. However, upon his return, he was promptly taken away by Kushina before he could even meet Su Ming. That night, in the deep of night, outside the house, Minato gazed at the warm glow emanating from within, a look of envy crossing his face, followed by a deep sigh. He watched as the lights flickered brightly before extinguishing. Inside, Kushina cradled Naruto and Su Ming as they drifted into a deep slumber. Minato lacked the courage to enter the house. He was genuinely terrified of Kushina to his very core. In truth, Minato's strength far surpassed that of Kushina. Yet, is fear not a form of love? For out of love, I have embraced all your imperfections. Naruto slept soundly, nestled in Kushina's embrace, as gentle as a kitten. Even in sleep, tears trickled slowly from the corners of his eyes. Kushina tenderly wiped them away, her movements delicate, as if any undue pressure might rouse him from his dreams. Outside, amidst the biting cold wind, Minato donned his Hokage cloak, the fabric billowing and rustling in the breeze. Yet, he wrapped himself tightly in his garments to avoid disturbing the peaceful slumber of his wife and child. It was indeed a rather sorrowful situation. Chapter 68, The Destruction of Konoha, Without a Hint of Remorse. Chapter 1. Su Ming typically awakens early, yet upon opening his eyes, he discovers that Kushina is already absent. Rising from his slumber and stepping outside, he is greeted by the tantalizing aroma of a sumptuous meal. A flicker of confusion crosses his mind, for the Uchiha clan is not known for such early culinary endeavors. Aside from the Uchiha, no one else resides here. Could it be Orochimaru? A moment of astonishment overtakes Su Ming. Could it be that a change in gender has also brought about a transformation in temperament? Following the enticing scent, he ventures forth and soon encounters the sight of Kushina, her fiery red hair aflurry amidst her culinary tasks. Before her lies an extravagant array of dishes, both familiar and obscure. This feast rivals even the grandeur of a Manchu Han imperial feast. Goodness, have you pilfered an entire shinobi village's provisions? After a considerable pause, Su Ming realizes that Kushina has yet to acknowledge his presence. Finally, she notices him and, with a hint of regret, explains, I simply wish to prepare a variety of dishes, knowing how much Naruto enjoys them. Well, this should suffice. Su Ming sighs, pondering the vast quantity of food. Surely, even Kurama couldn't consume it all. I'll go rouse Naruto, he declares, departing the scene. However, as he exits, he encounters Minato, who has just returned using the Flying Thunder God technique, his arms laden with an abundance of ingredients. Upon seeing Su Ming, he wears an expression of embarrassment. Good morning. Su Ming merely shrugs, ignoring him as he strides away. Good morning. The family of four joyously partakes in breakfast. Following the meal, Naruto proudly showcases his newly acquired Sage Mode, eliciting great delight from Kushina, who, in her exuberance, playfully chastises Minato with a few affectionate taps, lamenting his delay in reviving her, which would have allowed her to care for Naruto sooner. As for whether Minato will employ the reanimation technique, that is inconsequential. The fault lies solely with you. The family basks in warmth and harmony. Before long, Orochimaru arrives, seeking out Su Ming. News from DU has reached Konoha. The current situation in the village is tumultuous. Following Su Ming and Naruto's disappearance, the third Hokage has entered a state of near chaos. Amidst this turmoil, Danzo has seized a portion of power, and his roots have begun a rigorous investigation, particularly targeting the prominent clans. Among them, the Hyuga clan has received special scrutiny. The clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, has been captured, along with his two daughters and Niji, who are now under close watch. Furthermore, word has spread that if Su Ming does not reemerge, the Hyuga clan will face punishment for harboring a traitorous shinobi accused of sheltering a rogue. As Orochimaru conveys this news, he scrutinizes Su Ming's reaction. It seems that Sarutobi-sensei intends to use the Hyuga clan to lure you out. He must have made considerable preparations. It would be wise for us to weather this storm. Su Ming shakes his head. There is no need for such caution. Since Sarutobi desires my presence, I shall oblige. However, I am uncertain whether he can withstand my arrival. Su Ming chuckled, his smile radiating confidence. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have lured me here, and I am well aware of your preparations and schemes, yet I remain unperturbed. In the face of absolute power, any stratagem appears feeble and impotent. Su Ming departed alone, for he understood that strength must be revealed at the opportune moment. Revealing it too soon would cause the adversary to forfeit their struggle, thereby robbing him of the anticipated enjoyment. Sarutobi, have you ever tasted despair? With a flicker of the Flying Thunder God technique, Su Ming materialized in the hidden leaf village. The moment he appeared, he was instantly detected by patrolling Umbu, and in an instant, several Umbu ninjas surrounded him. However, despite their encirclement, they dared not make a move. Su Ming made a slight gesture, causing the Umbu to tense up momentarily. There's no need for alarm. I am merely stretching, Su Ming remarked with a smile, and then, under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, he leisurely yawned, exuding an air of complete relaxation. Enough of this game. Take me to see Sarutobi Hiruzen, he instructed. The leading Umbu nodded and escorted Su Ming onward. In the Hokage's office, upon laying eyes on Su Ming, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury erupted, and he thundered, "Where have you hidden Naruto?" Faced with the raging Hokage, any other individual would surely be intimidated by his formidable presence. Yet Su Ming felt no fear. Instead, he was almost amused. Was the third Hokage truly terrifying? No, Su Ming merely perceived it as impotent rage. Naruto is, of course, in a splendid place. He thoroughly enjoys it there. You are playing with fire, Su Ming. With a resounding crash, Sarutobi slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. Su Ming, unfazed, replied, "Isn't the will of fire merely playing with fire? I wonder, esteemed third Hokage, how well do you think I play with this fire?" His words were accompanied by a cheerful grin. The pride of Sarutobi Hiruzen lay in the will of fire, yet upon hearing Su Ming's interpretation, he could scarcely contain his fury. "I shall ask you once more, where have you hidden Naruto? He is my brother, and I possess the right to take him elsewhere," Su Ming asserted. "But he is also the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf. No matter the reason, the Nine Tails must remain within the village," Sarutobi retorted. "From the moment he became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, his actions are no longer solely his to decide." Su Ming scoffed. "So, even if he wishes to leave the village and behold the world beyond, he must seek your permission?" "Certainly, even if he wishes to associate with certain individuals. It must be with my consent. As Hokage, I must ensure the safety of the Nine Tails," Sarutobi exclaimed in fury. "Safety of the Nine Tails? Have you finally revealed your true nature? Does Kurama require your protection? What you seek is merely to control Kurama's power for Konoha's supremacy over other villages." Su Ming inquired earnestly, "So what the third Hokage implies is that your kindness towards Naruto over the years was merely for the sake of the Nine Tails." He was genuinely keen to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, despite already harboring some suspicions. What else could it be? Sarutobi scoffed. From the moment the Nine Tails was sealed within him, he ceased to be an ordinary human and transformed into a weapon wielding immense power, one that could spiral out of control at any moment. Would an old man develop feelings for a weapon? Indeed. Su Ming chose to remain silent, his curiosity waning. "Is this truly your sentiment?" He suddenly erupted into a raucous laugh. Once he finished, his gaze turned icy. "With your disposition, and that of Konoha, the thought of destruction evokes no remorse whatsoever." Chapter 69. The Interrogation Begins. Part 2. In a dimly lit chamber, Hyuga Hayashi stared blankly at the ceiling, enveloped in an atmosphere of darkness that he had not encountered for an extended period. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, who would dare confine him in such a place? Yet, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who had done so, for he was the Hokage. Within the confines of this chamber, Hayashi contemplated the future of the Hyuga clan, particularly in light of the current situation in Konoha. Where should the Hyuga clan direct its path? These questions left him in a state of confusion. At that moment, a flash of light flickered before him, and a figure materialized. Lord Hayashi. It has been quite some time, the voice held a chilling tone. Upon recognizing Orochimaru, Hayashi instinctively took a step back. "How did you know I was here?" Orochimaru replied. "Lord Hayashi need not concern himself with such matters. It suffices to know that I am here to propose a collaboration." Collaboration? Hayashi's guard was instantly raised. Orochimaru was now an S-rank rogue ninja, and any partnership with him could only lead to nefarious outcomes. Hayashi instinctively prepared to refuse the offer. However, Orochimaru continued, "There is no need for haste in your rejection." He gazed intently at Hayashi, articulating each word carefully. "In truth, I serve Su Ming." Su Ming. Upon hearing this name, Hayashi froze, disbelief etched across his features. The notion that someone as dangerous as Orochimaru would serve him was astonishing. If Lord Hayashi remained skeptical, I implore you to examine this. Orochimaru produced a kunai, specially crafted for this very purpose. Just as Hayashi's gaze shifted toward the kunai, Orochimaru smiled and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, two figures emerged from the kunai, Namikaze Minato and Kushina Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage and his wife. Upon witnessing the couple, Hayashi's surprise was palpable. Yet, upon looking into their eyes, he understood, exclaiming, "Edo Tensei?" "It has been a long time," Lord Hayashi, Minato greeted after their appearance. Hayashi nodded in acknowledgement. Kushina then unexpectedly inquired, "Lord Hayashi, do you have children now?" Hayashi was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Kushina. He instinctively replied, "Yes, why do you ask?" "Really?" Kushina seemed genuinely excited. "Are they boys or girls?" "Two girls," Hayashi answered candidly. At that moment, Kushina's eyes sparkled with delight. "Two girls, how wonderful." Minato sighed, rubbing his forehead, aware of Kushina's thoughts. The children were still quite young. Was this not a bit premature? To curb Kushina's enthusiasm, Minato interjected. "We are here on Su Ming's behalf to discuss matters with Lord Hayashi." "What matters?" To obliterate Konoha, Minato stated with utmost seriousness, devoid of any pretense. Hayashi was momentarily taken aback. Even the fourth Hokage has grown disillusioned with Konoha. Is this truly a place worth remaining in? I understand the thoughts of Lord Izashi, indeed. I once bore the title of fourth Hokage, but that was in life. In my lifetime, I devoted everything to my role and to the village. However, the fourth Hokage now belongs to the past. I am merely a father who wishes for his children's happiness. If there had been even the slightest possibility for redemption in the actions taken against them, I would not have reached this point. As Minato spoke, Hizashi Hyuga gazed intently into his eyes, and what he saw was nothing but sincerity. I understand, Hizashi declared. I too am a father. He recalled Hinata, Hanabi, and Nichi, who were confined, his resolve gradually solidifying. What must I do? Simply heed Su Ming's orders. Hizashi nodded, contemplating that if Su Ming was indeed the mastermind behind all this, it might not be so bad after all, for they still shared a commendable relationship, even if it was not one he had cultivated. How wonderful it is to raise a daughter. At this moment, the Hyuga clan would no longer be Konoha's Hyuga. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not foresee this. Su Ming's methods were unexpectedly ruthless. Sarutobi commanded that Su Ming be imprisoned and interrogated publicly before all the villagers of Konoha in 3 days. During the process of capturing Su Ming, Sarutobi even summoned Danzo to ensure everything proceeded smoothly. Yet, Su Ming showed no intention of resisting, walking calmly into the prison. The ease of it all led the suspicious Danzo to believe that Su Ming was playing a trick. Nevertheless, from beginning to end, Su Ming had no intention of putting up a fight. Thus, he spent 3 days in the prison in tranquility. Su Ming was at peace. But Konoha was far from serene. The first ever S-rank rogue ninja had emerged since the village's founding and was now captured, set for interrogation. Such a public trial was a rarity in Konoha, and following Su Ming's capture, the praises for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, grew louder. Indeed, Sarutobi's public appearances increased significantly, for he was met with admiration at every turn. However, Sarutobi failed to notice that those villagers who lauded him, upon leaving, gathered in an orderly fashion. If these individuals faced danger or were to engage in battle, their eyes would reveal the Sharingan, a sight that would astonish Sarutobi. Yes, they were all Uchiha clan members. This was orchestrated by Su Ming, designed to keep Sarutobi off guard. Itachi was responsible for this, putting forth extraordinary effort, meticulously considering every detail to ensure not a single misstep occurred. Because of this, the Uchiha clan increasingly respected this young clan leader, for he exhibited remarkable leadership skills. Even among the Uchiha, strength commands respect. Moreover, the young clan leader possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The proceedings unfolded with remarkable order. Under the directive of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Su Ming was also brought forth. The venue for the interrogation was situated in the heart of the bustling village of Konoha, allowing the majority of onlookers a clear view. The interrogation space was modest, featuring a slightly elevated platform with a cross at its center. The individuals being questioned would find themselves bound to this cross. Long ago, orchestrated by Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, the surrounding area became crowded with villagers of Konoha who had eagerly awaited this moment. The fall of a hero always seems to carry a certain allure. As Su-Ming was brought forth at Danzo's signal, he was led to the foot of the cross. However, upon reaching the cross, Su-Ming was not restrained upon it. Instead, the Umbu guarding him released him from his bindings, bowing respectfully before stepping aside. Danzo, witnessing this, exclaimed in fury, "What are you doing?" Yet, none paid him heed. The Umbu stood silently beside Su-Ming, and gradually, their attire began to be removed. The Uchiha clan insignia was unveiled before the eyes of the crowd. Instantly, astonishment swept over everyone present. Su-Ming glanced at the two and smiled. The interrogation, indeed, was set to commence, but it was not he who would be interrogated. Sarutobi, I extend my gratitude for your diligence. Chapter 70. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this how you handle things? Chapter 3. Uchiha. Su-Ming, how dare you conspire with the Uchiha clan? Danzo exclaimed in fury. All right. Let us put it another way, Su-Ming interjected, waving his hand dismissively. You have all labeled me a rogue ninja. What of it if I collude with the Uchiha? As a rogue, I shall certainly engage in the deeds befitting one. Following his declaration, he clapped his hands twice sharply. In the wake of his applause, several villagers abruptly rose, tearing off their outer garments to reveal attire emblazoned with the Uchiha crest. They then bowed deeply towards Su-Ming, exclaiming, Lord Su-Ming. The uproar echoed through the air, darkening the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura. Notably, Mito Kamen and Temari Kamachi also wore grim visages. The former had suffered at Su-Ming's hands in the past and was eager for retribution now that Su-Ming was in peril. However, they were taken aback by the unexpected upheaval in a place Hiruzen had vowed would remain unscathed. Sarutobi, you had better provide us with an explanation, they demanded. Wasn't it you who ordered the extermination of the Uchiha clan? How could they still be here? Just then, gasps echoed throughout the crowd. What? The Uchiha clan was indeed ordered to be exterminated by the third Hokage? Wasn't it said that Itachi killed his clan out of dissatisfaction with them? How could the third Hokage commit such an act? It cannot be true. Fool. How could the words of the Hokage's advisor be false? The crowd erupted into heated discussions. Meanwhile, the color of Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened to a deep shade of red as he glared at the two who had spoken. The truth regarding the Uchiha's annihilation must remain concealed from the villagers. This was a secret Hiruzen had desperately tried to hide, even from his own son, fearing uncontrollable consequences. Unexpectedly, the secret he had worked so hard to protect was now laid bare in public view. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to silence those two. Among the Uchiha who had appeared, he also recognized Fugaku and Itachi. How could he not realize that this was all part of the Uchiha scheme? Sarutobi Hiruzen had been utterly defeated. Third Hokage, we require an explanation regarding the Uchiha, Fugaku spoke up. An explanation? Temari Kamachi scoffed. What explanation do you seek? If you reside in Konoha, you must adhere to its rules. That is the only explanation you will receive. At that moment, Temari's words ignited Hiruzen's fury, and he could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and struck Temari across the face. Glaring at him, Temari retorted, How dare you lay a hand on me, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Furious, Hiruzen bellowed, Silence yourself. Allow me to add a statement. I shall eliminate you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly overwhelmed by fury. Tsunade Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura, though lacking in prowess, managed to secure positions as advisors to the Hokage due to their connections with the second Hokage. Typically, Sarutobi turned a blind eye to their antics. But at this critical juncture, not only did they refuse to assist, but they also conspired against him. Truly, they were the epitome of incompetent allies. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his fury, displayed a side that Tsunade Koharu had never witnessed before. Upon witnessing his rage, she fell silent. It was precisely because he had never unleashed such wrath that its manifestation now was all the more terrifying. Sarutobi cast a glance at Danzo, who understood the unspoken cue. The Root and Umbu ninja swiftly allied themselves. Danzo sneered, What of the Uchiha clan still being alive? This is Konoha. Do not presume you can stir up any turmoil. Sarutobi declared, Konoha shall always be my Konoha. Following the unification of Root and Umbu, it seemed the situation had tilted in their favor. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming clapped his hands twice and proclaimed, "Hyuga clan leader, it is your time to shine." As he spoke, a figure emerged instantaneously. It was Hyuga Hisashi, who had been confined by Sarutobi and others. Now, upon his arrival, he raised his arm, and a multitude of Hyuga clan members stood behind him. Hisashi bellowed, "Follow Master Su Ming." In an instant, the tide shifted once more. The alliance between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, two esteemed families known for their ocular jutsu, had only been seen during the Warring States period, and that was due to Hashirama. No, it was due to Su Ming. The expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo turned grim. The Hyuga clan, once loyal to Konoha, now stood in opposition. Sarutobi, with a darkened countenance, addressed Hisashi. "I require an explanation." Hisashi smirked. "The explanation you seek, Third Hokage, was given the moment Hayashi perished. From that moment forth, my clan has been guiltless towards Konoha. However, what has Konoha bestowed upon us? Glory? Pride? No, not at all. Konoha has demanded that the Hyuga clan bear the brunt of warfare, even going so far as to threaten my daughters and Niji. When the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki went missing, Konoha did not investigate. Instead, they imprisoned me and even my kin. This is what Konoha has given us. The Hyuga clan stands guiltless before Konoha. Yet today, we are utterly disillusioned with this village." In this moment, Hisashi spoke the truth from his heart. When Hayashi died, he still held hope for Konoha, believing it was the last time. However, he was mistaken. This was merely the beginning. Konoha sought to obliterate the Hyuga clan entirely. How could he acquiesce to such fate? As Hisashi's words resonated, Sarutobi fell into silence. The villagers too were hushed, confronted with a darkness they had never known, a tragic history of a great clan. The Hinata clan appears resplendent on the surface. Yet beneath lies a burden borne for Konoha. Ultimately, what has the village offered them? Distrust and animosity, nothing more. They are utterly disillusioned and weary. Indeed, I have not managed your affairs adequately, but please believe me, I shall rectify this and restore justice to you, Sarutobi earnestly declared. However, in that moment, Su Ming scoffed. "You expect me to trust your words? You wish for time to address this?" He cast a glance at the assembled crowd. "Do you know my identity? I am the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, do you realize that I am merely an adopted son? The fourth Hokage has a biological son. That true son is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, whom you deride as the Fox Demon. Naruto Uzumaki is the descendant of the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself to protect the village." Su Ming glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Tell me, is this how you choose to handle the situation?" Chapter 71 The Appearance of Orochimaru, Part 1. At the moment Su Ming's voice resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The villagers of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and even the Umbu operatives fell into profound silence. In their minds, a fragile silhouette of a young boy emerged, a figure imbued with helplessness. Despite his tender age, he bore the scorn of the villagers and endured suffering that even adults would struggle to withstand. His name was Uzumaki Naruto. Could he truly be the son of the fourth Hokage? In an instant, upon hearing this revelation, the expressions on the faces of the crowd became inscrutable, a veritable tapestry of complexities. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh, his demeanor one of desolation. "The actions I took were not without their own burdens." Su Ming offered a cold laugh, his silence indicating his discontent with the response. Meanwhile, Danzo bellowed, "Su Ming, is this your attitude toward the Hokage? You are committing an act of insubordination." Amidst the fury of his voice, Su Ming's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and a glint of cold light flashed as Danzo's arm was severed with a swift motion. The previously severed limb had already been reattached. Clang! The sword was sheathed. Danzo clutched his severed arm, his gaze fierce as it bore into Su Ming. "Do not regard me with such eyes. They will not earn you mercy. I am one who cherishes peace, therefore." With a sneer, the cold light surged again. The nearest root ninja, seeking to ambush, fell lifeless to the ground. Unfazed, Su Ming continued, "The most effective means to maintain peace is to eradicate one's adversaries." He grinned. "Do not fret, Lord Danzo. Your head shall remain upon your shoulders for now, but I shall claim it shortly." though his smile radiated warmth akin to the sun. Those surrounding him, be they from Root or the Umbu, instinctively recoiled a step back, gazing at Su Ming as if he were a demon incarnate. Turning his gaze back to Hiruzen, he offered an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize. My sword seems rather unruly. You may continue your deception now. Hiruzen stammered. Continue to deceive? Are you suggesting that regardless of what I say next, even if I could resurrect the fourth Hokage with my words, it would all be a lie? Instantly, Hiruzen lost the desire to continue. All he could muster was, the matter is not as simple as you perceive. Su Ming remained silent, merely glancing at the sword in his hand, which trembled slightly. He raised his gaze, as if the sword were voicing its disbelief. Hiruzen, bewildered, exclaimed, "A sword does not believe? Are you jesting with me?" Hiruzen felt a wave of frustration rising within him, yet the Konoha villagers looked on, awaiting his response. Reluctantly, Hiruzen pressed on. The reason Naruto's identity was concealed was due to the multitude of enemies the fourth Hokage made during the Third Great Ninja War. Hiding Naruto's identity was a measure taken to ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, the villagers momentarily paused before nodding in understanding. If that is the case, then it makes perfect sense. After all, during the last Shinobi World War, the fourth Hokage was of utmost importance, and there were certainly numerous individuals who harbored resentment towards him. Following the fourth Hokage's passing, if it were to be revealed that his offspring still lived, they would undoubtedly become targets, even to the point of assassination. Many villagers nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging Sarutobi's assertion. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression visibly brightened. At least there were those who listened. However, Su Ming let out a cold laugh. May I inquire, Lord Third, which holds greater allure, the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or that of the fourth Hokage's son? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance instantly stiffened. Su Ming continued, surely. When compared to the identity of the Jinchuriki, the title of Hokage's son pales in significance. Indeed, the importance of the tailed beast far surpasses that of the Hokage's lineage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous remarks now appeared utterly untenable. After contemplating, the villagers' gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen began to shift. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. This time, he refrained from retorting and instead turned to Su Ming, his gaze becoming more composed. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? He inquired. Although Su Ming had unwittingly garnered the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, many other factions remained within Konoha, including the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Ino-Shikacho clans. These were all intricately tied to Konoha and to Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. In other words, even if Su Ming wished to instigate conflict, Konoha was not necessarily destined for defeat. Furthermore, Konoha possessed reserves of strength for wartime, all of which were within the Hokage's purview. Given the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a position of advantage. After assessing the strength of both parties, his confidence gradually grew, prompting him to pose the question, what do you truly desire? Su Ming smiled, casually glancing at the nearby crucifix. Today, Lord Third has come here to interrogate me. I wonder what charges you intend to bring against me. Just as Sarutobi was about to speak, Su Ming interjected, failure to complete a mission? He clapped his hands, and from the crowd, a figure emerged, walking purposefully towards the elevated platform, approaching the crucifix to bind themselves. It was Orochimaru. Teacher Sarutobi, long time no see. Orochimaru exclaimed, licking his lips with excitement. Su Ming remarked, this is the task I undertook, to capture an elite Chunin. His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficiently clear for all to hear. Upon Orochimaru's ascent, many failed to recognize him due to his change in appearance. Thus, Su Ming kindly inquired, may I ask, Mr. Orochimaru, to what extent has your power ascended? Orochimaru smirked slyly, asserting that his prowess would easily suffice to eliminate several Jonin. And even the esteemed Sarutobi sensei might not prove a formidable adversary against him. Indeed, Orochimaru spoke the truth. Should he invoke the reanimation jutsu to summon the first and second Hokage, even a handful of Jonin would stand little chance. Su Ming continued to smile, declaring, this is the mission I undertook, to capture the elite Chunin, Orochimaru. I have accomplished it. He emphasized the word elite with particular fervor, and the gathered crowd grasped his implication. Orochimaru's strength was well known. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a disciple of the third Hokage, his power was undeniably formidable. Not only was he designated as an elite Chunin during missions, but he was also assigned to Su Ming. The question lingered, just how elite was this so-called elite? If one were to consider this, it could be inferred that even the Hokage might merely be regarded as an elite jonin at best. In that moment, the crowd erupted into animated discourse, discussing the higher echelons of Konoha and the legendary Sarutobi. Chapter 72. I desire the flames of Konoha to envelop the entire ninja world. Part 2. Indeed, the moment Orochimaru made his appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an ominous premonition. As anticipated, events began to unfold in a disconcerting manner. However, even at this juncture, Sarutobi could hardly fathom why Orochimaru would heed Su Ming's words and act on his behalf. He was acutely aware of his disciple's temperament, his rebellious nature, and it was astonishing that such a defiant individual would now obediently follow Su Ming's directives. Minato, how on earth did you come to have such an extraordinary son? If Asuma possessed even half of that talent, things would not have reached this point. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, had endured many trials. Thus, he promptly stated, the task was issued by Danzo, and I am not privy to its specific details. The incredulity was palpable on Danzo's face as his eyes widened in disbelief at Sarutobi's words. The implication was clear. Was he, Danzo, to bear the brunt of the blame once more? It appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to present himself as a paragon, devoid of any blemish. All the responsibility was to rest squarely on his shoulders. Anger surged within Danzo, and he resolved that he could not accept the blame this time. However, just as he opened his mouth to protest, Sarutobi turned to him, his gaze as frigid as ice. The meaning behind his eyes was unmistakable to Danzo. Should he refuse to acknowledge the truth, Sarutobi would unveil all of his misdeeds. At that point, what awaited him would be far worse than mere interrogation. It could very well mean death. Curse be it. Danzo clenched his fists tightly, only to release them moments later, lowering his head in resignation. The mission was indeed assigned by me, he conceded. Sarutobi Hiruzen then addressed Su Ming, stating emphatically that he had no knowledge of the particulars, and had he been aware, he would have never permitted such actions. After all, as Hokage, he bore the responsibility for every ninja within the village. His words were delivered with fervor, embodying the essence of a Hokage. Despite the myriad events that had transpired, a voice in the crowd called out in support. Subsequently, the supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen began to rally together, their voices rising in unison. Ultimately, the people of Konoha remained steadfast in their faith in their Hokage, a sentiment deeply ingrained in their hearts. Su Ming, however, did not rely solely on these words to sway Sarutobi. Otherwise, his decades of leadership would be rendered utterly ineffectual. What he had prepared lay ahead. Possessing an abundance of patience, Su Ming understood that as a hunter, such a quality was indispensable. Without it, one could never capture their prey. Moreover, Su Ming sought not merely to ensnare his quarry, but to plunge them into profound despair. To let them experience the depths of darkness. Fear not, I place my trust in Lord Third. Su Ming smiled, a smile that appeared convincingly reassuring. It was a deceptive grin, one that would undoubtedly yield high success if employed to charm a young lady. Sarutobi nodded, seemingly convinced by Su Ming's words. The two exchanged knowing smiles, akin to a battle of wits between two cunning foxes. The contest of schemes, at times, could be as chilling as a confrontation wrought with bloodshed. In this instance, it is evident that Su Ming holds the advantage. While their relationship appears to have softened, the reality is that it is irreparably strained. The two have nearly reached an impasse, and even if one party wished to withdraw, it is no longer feasible. Sarutobi averted his gaze from Su Ming and turned it toward Orochimaru, his former disciple turned rogue ninja. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha were his pride. After cultivating these three formidable ninjas, Sarutobi took great pride in his educational prowess. However, following their departures from the village, his expression grew complex. Orochimaru sensed Sarutobi's scrutiny. Do you understand why I have come here today, sensei? His voice was barely audible to the villagers, but not to Sarutobi, who raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Su Ming is an exceedingly ambitious individual. He embodies the very wind I have come to admire. I am aware that I lack the ability to steer the windmill. Yet I can wait for the winds to rise. Should the flames in Konoha escalate, I trust you know the consequences, don't you, sensei? Is the wind sufficient? Sarutobi remained silent, fully aware of the impending calamity. The wind would indeed fuel the flames, growing into an inferno that consumes all. I believe Konoha merely serves as kindling for this fire, and you, sensei, are a substantial piece of that kindling. Regrettably, you have aged. As he spoke, Orochimaru exhibited a hint of regret, which Sarutobi perceived as mockery. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru harbors profound sentiments toward Konoha and Sarutobi. The latter is not only his mentor and guide, but also the one who led him into the abyss. The defeat in the Third Shinobi World War and the death of Rope Tree shattered his ambitions of becoming Hokage and belonging to the village. Yet, he has come to see the truth. Konoha is not his true home. He has spent years searching for belonging, and now he knows it lies in waiting for the winds to rise. If he cannot become the wind, he shall quietly bide his time, awaiting the gust that will turn the wheel of destiny. Su-Ming represents that wind. He possesses the power to set the windmill in motion, altering the fates of others. This was starkly evident in Itachi and Shursui of the Uchiha clan. Previously, Orochimaru had placed his faith solely in science, only to discover that there are limits to its reach. He can unravel the mysteries of the universe given sufficient data, yet he cannot fathom the essence of life itself. Sarutobi remained contemplative. He recognized his own aging. He was no longer the formidable shinobi he once was. He was certain that had he been younger, Konoha would not face such a crisis. Yet, there are no what-ifs. Matters must reach a resolution. Thus, he turned to Su-Ming once more and asked, "What do you intend to do?" This time, his inquiry was earnest and formal, devoid of humility, but imbued with determination. Su-Ming responded earnestly, declaring his desire for the flames of Konoha to engulf the entire ninja world. The debts of the past must be repaid, Naruto's vengeance, as well as the grievances of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his arm, causing the Umbu and Root ninjas, along with his other followers, to tremble in unison, their grips tightening around their kunai. The atmosphere was charged with the imminent threat of battle. Yet, Sarutobi's hand remained suspended in the air. For at that moment, he beheld a figure, a silhouette both familiar and foreign, clad in new attire, with pristine hair, modern goggles, and the unmistakable golden locks. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, advanced through the crowd, steadily ascending to this elevated battleground. The third Hokage observed the now taller Naruto, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Just as he prepared to speak, he was abruptly rendered silent. For in the next instant, he sensed an overwhelming surge of Nine-Tails chakra emanating from within Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 73. Since you call me a demon fox, how can I refrain from acting as one? Chapter 3. A dense surge of Nine-Tails chakra erupted from Naruto's being, and upon sensing it, Sarutobi was engulfed in astonishment. He instinctively feared that the Nine-Tails was on the verge of breaking its seal. The very entity that once wreaked havoc upon the village, threatening to obliterate everything in its path, was poised to re-emerge. Yet, as Sarutobi observed closely, he noticed that Naruto still retained his consciousness. Moreover, his elder brother, Sume, exhibited no signs of concern. Even Orochimaru appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated such an event all along. Realization dawned upon him, and in sheer disbelief, Sarutobi gazed at Naruto and inquired, "You have mastered the power of the Nine-Tails?" Among the tailed beasts, they are referred to by the number of tails they possess, which also signifies their strength. The Nine-Tails undoubtedly stands as the most formidable tailed beast known to date. Throughout history, the mastery of such power has been the aspiration of all Jinchuriki. However, even with lesser-tailed beasts, achieving such mastery is exceedingly rare. To control the might of the strongest, the Nine-Tails, seemed almost impossible. And now, Naruto had indeed harnessed the power of the Nine-Tails? At such a tender age? The magnitude of Sarutobi's astonishment was beyond comprehension. Concurrently, he contemplated the implications of this newfound strength. With the Nine-Tails on the opposing side, his faction would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. In an instant, Sarutobi's countenance darkened. How could they possibly engage in combat? While his ninjas hurled shurikens, Their adversary could simply retaliate with a tailed beast bomb. What chance would they have? In that fleeting moment, Saratobi's mind raced with myriad thoughts, coupled with a deep sense of regret. If only he had treated Naruto with more kindness in the past, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Yet, even now, a flicker of hope lingered within him. After all, he had been relatively benevolent towards Naruto in later times. Thus, he donned his characteristic amiable demeanor. "Naruto, where have you been all this time? I was quite worried about you." The emotional appeal was palpable. Sume chuckled softly beside him, aware that it was too late for such sentiments. Had Saratobi treated Naruto with genuine care from the outset, regarding him as a beloved apprentice, then Sume would not have minded. The future of Konoha would have been bright, and upon Naruto's maturation, not only would Konoha retain its title as the foremost ninja village, but it would also command respect throughout the entire shinobi world. However, Saratobi squandered his opportunity, playing a hand of cards poorly. Now, attempting to invoke emotional ties with Naruto proved futile. He was no longer a mere child. "Thank you for your kindness, Third Hokage," Naruto spoke with courtesy. Politeness, however, signified a growing distance. "I have come here to escort my brother home." Naruto turned to Saratobi, his voice steady. "Is there anything you wish to convey, Third Hokage?" As he spoke, the vestiges of the tailed beast manifested around him, and an aura of malevolence and dread enveloped the atmosphere. Saratobi's heart raced in terror. At the moment this power manifested, the villagers erupted into chaos. This is the power of the Ninetales. The demon fox, it truly is the demon fox. The demon fox has emerged. Isn't he the son of the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage sealed the demon fox away. How could it have returned? What of the fourth Hokage's son? He is now nothing but a demon fox, the very same that once laid waste to our village. Its return surely heralds another calamity. What shall we do? The fourth Hokage is no longer here. Who can subdue this demon fox now? Panic-stricken, the villagers wore expressions of terror. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, the third Hokage is here. Yes, surely the third Hokage will know how to pacify this demon fox." In unison, the villagers turned their hopeful gazes towards Saratobi Hiruzen, beseeching him. "Third Hokage, we implore you to save us. Swiftly capture this demon fox." "Indeed, Third Hokage. If you fail to apprehend it, it will undoubtedly bring ruin upon our village once more. For the safety of our home, please vanquish this fiend. Such a monstrosity has no place among us. It must be eradicated." In that moment of collective outrage, they completely overlooked the fact that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. They forgot that the fourth Hokage was once the hero who saved the village. And Naruto, too, existed to protect the village, having the Ninetales sealed within him, thereby indirectly continuing the fourth Hokage's legacy of safeguarding Konoha. Yet, none of this was visible to their eyes. All they could perceive was the threat to their own lives, a mere possibility at that. Throughout, Naruto had never harbored any intention of harming them. Even just moments ago, he had deliberately steered clear of the villagers. In this tense moment, as the villagers looked towards Saratobi Hiruzen with hope, Hiruzen wore a bitter smile. Eradicate the Ninetales? Such words were spoken so lightly. If only it were that simple. Even if he wished to, he was entirely incapable of doing so. The Jinchuriki who fully harnesses the power of a tailed beast is still no match for the formidable Ninetales. To eradicate, it would require the resurrection of the first Hokage. What right had Saratobi Hiruzen to confront a perfect Jinchuriki? He would need at least 8 lives to face such a challenge. Thus, when the villagers spoke up, Hiruzen had no intention of responding. As for taking action against Naruto, that was a ludicrous notion. Even speaking harshly to Naruto at this moment was beyond his courage. Just as the villagers' pleas grew louder, the Ninetales chakra emanating from Naruto intensified and became palpable. Under the influence of the Ninetales chakra, Naruto's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Finally, he bellowed, "Silence." This thunderous command resonated like a clap of thunder, shaking the very heavens. The once raucous villagers of Konoha fell silent, staring at Naruto in stunned terror. "The demon fox," someone stuttered in fear. At the very moment his words fell, Naruto's figure vanished instantaneously. When he reappeared, he stood before the man, raising his arm to grasp his throat firmly, lifting him off the ground. "What did you just say?" His voice was devoid of emotion, icy and indifferent. I. I. Gazing into Naruto's eyes felt akin to encountering an ancient, ferocious beast, cold and imbued with a murderous intent. Those were the eyes of the Ninetales. As Naruto held the man aloft, an unpleasant odor suddenly assailed his senses. The man had lost control of his bodily functions. With a disdainful snort, Naruto cast him aside effortlessly. He then turned to face the gathered villagers. "Do you wish to die?" The villagers fell silent, struck by fear. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth to speak. "Naruto, do not frighten them, they." But Naruto turned back. His eyes, characteristic of the Ninetales, narrowed dangerously at Sarutobi, followed by his cold, unyielding voice. "Did I permit you to speak?" Chapter 74. The True Man, Danzo. Chapter 1. Naruto's actions, his outburst, everything he did, fell within Su Ming's expectations. Even at this moment, had Naruto chosen to act differently and completely dismantle his original plan, Su Ming would not have furrowed a single brow. Suppression, when prolonged, inevitably culminates in an explosion. No one undergoes a drastic transformation without reason. If one can bask in the sunlight, none would willingly turn towards the shadows. When a person resolutely embraces darkness, it signifies that they have relinquished even the last vestiges of their yearning for light. At such a point, light transforms from a beacon of hope into a lethal poison. In the throes of an avalanche, not a single snowflake remains innocent. Even the nine-tailed beasts, when first separated, did not harbor the profound hatred for humanity that they possess now. Everything is bound by cause and effect, much like Naruto's current actions. This is the eruption following suppression. Su Ming would not intervene, and indeed, should Naruto continue to suppress himself, Su Ming would actively encourage his explosion. Konoha, indeed. He yearned to savor the process of its destruction. Yet, the entirety of Konoha pales in comparison to Naruto's significance. Su Ming possesses the discernment to distinguish between what is trivial and what is paramount. At this moment, gazing at Naruto's frigid expression, Hiruzen met his gaze for a brief moment before lowering his head, unable to bear the intensity of those eyes. The gaze of the Ninetales was indeed fearsome. Yet for Hiruzen, it was not wholly so. He perceived not only the terrifying pupils, but also the childhood of Naruto, marred by despair and darkness. Upon witnessing Hiruzen bow his head, Naruto turned to face the assembly of villagers. He remained silent, yet the chakra emanating from him grew increasingly dense. Hiruzen felt a chill of apprehension. This seemed to signal the potential unleashing of a tailed beast ball. Should such a thing occur here, half of Konoha would surely be obliterated by its might. The destructive power of a tailed beast ball was well known to every ninja village. It was akin to weaponry of nuclear proportions. Therefore, even amidst the tumult of war, it was rare for any village to permit a Jinchuriki to employ such devastating tactics, for they were far too terrifying. Before resorting to such means, there remained a possibility for negotiation. However, once unleashed, it would lead to an irrevocable state of conflict. For it would no longer be war, it would be a massacre. Hiruzen's fixation on the Ninetales was not solely for the sake of controlling its formidable power, but also as a deterrent against other villages. With such power in existence, any village contemplating an assault would surely weigh their own strength carefully. Yet now, this power was directed at the village itself. Hiruzen's countenance shifted, and unable to maintain his silence any longer, he bellowed, "All ninjas, protect the village." At Hiruzen's command, whether from the Yambu or the Root ninjas, they all placed themselves in front of the villagers, including Inuzuka, Nara, and other clans. Even those who had been merely observing were compelled to join the fray. For if the tailed beast ball were to be unleashed, the entire village would find itself engulfed in catastrophe. In an instant, they all sprang into action. As fate would have it, a seasoned shinobi stealthily approached. His intention was to strike Naruto before he could unleash the tailed beast bomb. Indeed, the release of the tailed beast bomb necessitated a considerable amount of time, especially given the formidable power that Naruto was currently gathering. However, just as the shinobi drew near, Su Ming made his move. With his hand poised on the hilt of his sword, a glimmer of cold light flashed. A head was severed and sent soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc, accompanied by a splatter of crimson blood. Thud! The lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Su Ming positioned himself in front of Naruto, his long sword aimed defiantly, a smile gracing his lips. "Should you wish to make a move, you ought to consult me first." Su Ming, what is your true intent? Do you truly wish to annihilate Konoha? This is the village that nurtured you. One of the shinobi exclaimed urgently. Nonetheless, Su Ming's response was to draw his sword. Swoosh. Yet another shinobi attempting to approach Naruto fell lifelessly to the ground. Since the last great ninja war, the number of elite shinobi remaining in Konoha had been scarce. And now Su Ming had claimed the lives of two. In an instant, the eyes of others turned bloodshot with rage. To obliterate Konoha is but a mere spectacle to me. If it pleases Naruto, I might consider it. With a flick of his sword, he cast off the remaining droplets of blood and raised his voice in a commanding shout. Come forth in battle. At this moment, under the protection of the Umbu, the villagers of Konoha seemed emboldened, chanting fervently, slay them. Vanquish the demon fox. They must not survive. Lord Third, they cannot be allowed to live. If they do, they will bring ruin upon our village. Only by their extermination can Konoha be saved. Lord Third, your original decisions were indeed correct. The demon fox is, after all, merely a demon fox. He was born to destroy the village. Even if he is the son of the fourth Hokage, he remains a demon fox. Indeed, had the fourth Hokage still been alive, he would have personally vanquished this demon fox to protect us. The crowd seethed with indignation. The ninjas guarding them frowned as these words were excessive. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, aware that hesitation was not an option at this juncture. Yet he hesitated. At that moment of indecision, Danzo stepped forward with a chilling smile. Previously, when the second Hokage had chosen to leave a rear guard, he had hesitated, allowing Hiruzen to seize the opportunity, and thus the position of Hokage was bestowed upon him. That incident had long been a source of deep regret for Danzo. But now, he recognized that the moment had arrived. He boldly stepped forth, raising his hand to unravel the bandages that bound his arm. In an instant, the Sharingan embedded within his arm was fully revealed. The multitude of Sharingan eyes, terrifying and grotesque, were now exposed. Danzo faced Naruto with righteous determination. Demon Fox, if you have business, direct it towards me. Konoha has not only the Hokage, but I, Shimura Danzo, shall protect it. Konoha will be safeguarded by me, Shimura Danzo. Tuan Zhang's resounding roar exuded an air of righteousness. Listening to his words, the villagers of Konoha could not help but cheer. At that moment, Tuan Zhang's prestige among the villagers soared ever higher. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, contemplating that after this incident, he might indeed contend for the position of Hokage against Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he remained oblivious to the faint smirk that graced the corner of Hiruzen's mouth. How could he not recognize that this was an opportune moment to garner acclaim? Yet, why did he not step forward? The answer was simple. There could only be one outcome. Indeed, Tuan Zhang's voice captured Naruto's attention. The terrifying gaze of the Nine Tails was instantaneously imprinted in Tuan Zhang's mind. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through Tuan Zhang's body, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. Yet, it was already too late. Chapter 75. Would another tailed beast ball be acceptable? Part 2. Even Su Ming did not anticipate that at this critical juncture, Danzo would emerge. Furthermore, he unveiled his most profound secret, the arm brimming with Sharingan. However, Su Ming began to comprehend that Danzo's sudden appearance was merely an attempt to assert his presence. After all, he had remained in obscurity for far too long. If left unchallenged, Sarutobi might very well continue in the role of Hokage indefinitely. Danzo sought to compete, seizing this moment to make his move. Additionally, Su Ming recalled that after Danzo had concealed a multitude of Sharingan, he possessed the forbidden technique Izanaji. By recalling a previous state with the Sharingan and at the cost of destroying one of the eyes, one could resurrect to the condition memorized by the eye. Now, as Danzo revealed the Sharingan adorning his arm, an icy dread gripped the hearts of all Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha had historically safeguarded their Sharingan with utmost diligence. Even in the event of a clan member's demise, measures were taken to prevent the loss of these precious eyes. Yet now, they discovered an alarming number of Sharingan belonging to Danzo, all transplanted onto a single arm. Such a limb transcended mere representation of power. It was tantamount to a declaration of war against the Uchiha clan. Consequently, Fujitaka, the clan leader, stepped forward. However, Su Ming intervened, assuring him that there was no need for haste. Danzo was there to challenge Naruto, and it was best left to Naruto to handle the situation. Su Ming chose to place his faith in his brother. Izanagi was indeed formidable, yet what he faced was not an ordinary attack, but rather a tailed beast ball. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Fujitaka nodded, relinquishing the urge to pursue further. He too had faith in Naruto, for Naruto, having completely mastered the power of the Nine Tails, was exceedingly formidable. Fujitaka and Su Ming positioned themselves beside Naruto, eliminating all who dared approach him, leaving only Danzo. Kaibai, unleash whatever techniques you possess. If I, Danzo, were to so much as furrow my brow, I would cease to be a man. Upon the conclusion of his proclamation, Naruto let out a cold chuckle. His chakra swiftly coalesced, transforming into the tangible form of the Nine Tails. He then ingested the amassed chakra, only to expel it with tremendous force. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, altering the countenance of all present, including Sarutobi. Form a barrier, quickly. We must hold our ground. With Sarutobi's desperate cries echoing, all the ninjas of Konoha sprang into action. Centered around Sarutobi, several clans, the Umbu, and the root members fervently gathered their chakra, channeling it into a single Umbu ninja. Would release, four-pillar prison. With a resounding boom, a colossal wooden cage materialized around Naruto and Danzo, encasing them within. However, the moment the cage appeared, it began to morph instantaneously. The chakra of the Nine Tails possesses an overwhelming destructive force, unleashing a deadly impact the moment the cage is formed. Quick, channel the chakra. Do not falter, Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed. With the collective efforts of the Leaf Ninjas, the cage barely maintained its shape, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Yamato, who was controlling the jutsu, had turned pale, on the verge of fainting. On one hand, the chakra being channeled from behind was excessively vast. On the other, the destructive power of the tailed beast bomb was truly terrifying, capable of obliterating everything in an instant without leaving a trace. Interestingly, as the Leaf Ninjas exerted themselves, members of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and others like Su Ming stood silently aside, exchanging cold glances. The diligent efforts of the Leaf. The desperate endeavors of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How intriguing indeed. Of course, the one suffering the most in this cage was undoubtedly Danzo. In fact, the moment he realized he was ensnared by the would-release jutsu, he could no longer contain himself and unleashed a torrent of curses, all directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's kin. He had merely desired to play the hero and elevate his status within the Leaf, yet Sarutobi's maneuver had sealed off all his escape routes. Damn that Sarutobi, Danzo fumed. However, his curses and emotions were soon drowned out by the overwhelming force of the tailed beast bomb. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted instantaneously, followed by a series of detonations within the confines of the small cage. At such a moment, even with Izanagi at his disposal and the entirety of Danzo's Sharingan, it was insufficient to spare him from demise. The chaos persisted for but a brief moment before the cage was thoroughly breached. The explosive force then surged outward, though it had been somewhat mitigated by the cage's resistance, not to mention the would-release jutsu's unique ability to suppress the tailed beast's power. Thus, by this juncture, the might of the tailed beast bomb had been significantly diminished. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, the barrier was released. Although explosions continued, their intensity had greatly waned. The barrier was now sufficiently robust to withstand the remaining force. Witnessing this scene, many villagers exhaled in relief, their worries alleviated. Some even scoffed. I thought the Nine Tails was formidable, but is this all it can do? It's hardly impressive, as long as we in the Leaf stand united. Even the Nine Tails is not so daunting. Eradicate the Nine Tails. Eradicate the Nine Tails. The villagers shouted in unison. At that moment, the explosion subsided, and as the dust settled, a figure emerged, Naruto. His attire appeared pristine, his hair immaculate, and even his goggles bore no signs of damage. At this moment, Naruto's expression remained icy, revealing only his presence. As for Danzo, he was likely reduced to nothing more than ash in the wake of the explosion. Upon the appearance of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were utterly astonished. In such a confined space, the successive explosions should have inevitably harmed even the Nine Tails itself. Yet, Naruto appeared completely unscathed. This was due to the bestowed upon him by Su Ming earlier, which rendered him impervious to harm. Thus, Su Ming remained entirely unperturbed. Eliminate the demon fox. The shouts of the villagers of Konoha grew increasingly fervent, and at that moment, a cold, sharp smile crept across Naruto's lips. He slightly raised his arm, palm facing upward, and opened his hand. At its center, a tailed beast ball began to coalesce once more. Instantly, the faces of all Konoha's ninjas shifted dramatically. Good heavens! The effort required for one tailed beast ball was already immense, if another were to follow. The outcome was all too predictable. Meanwhile, the villagers' cries continued to resonate. At last, a ninja could no longer contain his frustration and turned around, bellowing, "Shut up, all of you, or I swear I will end you." The villagers fell silent, while a group of ninjas glared fiercely. Chapter 76. The Meaning of Your Existence is a Grand Firework, Part 3. The power of the Nine Tails is exceptionally formidable among the tailed beasts. While other tailed beasts may require an extensive preparation period to utilize their tailed beast balls, the Nine Tails, in ordinary times, the Nine Tails often boasted to Su Ming about its strength, and it was no idle boast. It was genuinely powerful. At this moment, when Naruto once again manifested the tailed beast ball in his hand, the expressions of all the Leaf Village ninjas shifted dramatically. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched uncontrollably. How can we contend with this? He recalled Danzo, but alas, Danzo had been reduced to mere ashes, dissipating into the ether. Sarutobi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he implored, "Naruto, remain calm. You must stay composed." At this juncture, they were thoroughly terrified, fearing what Naruto might do next. Even Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi were gripped by trepidation. In their minds, a single thought prevailed. Thank goodness. I chose the right side. Otherwise, how could one possibly defend against such a monstrous capability? Would one use their head as a shield? Not even one's life could withstand it. As Hizashi recalled the humiliation of the past, he looked upon the distressed Sarutobi and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was as if the pain endured by the Hyuga clan had been entirely resurrected. Fugaku shared a similar sentiment, though he felt a twinge of envy towards Hizashi. He cast a glance at Su Ming and mused, wouldn't it be wonderful to have a daughter? Even if I cannot win over Su Ming, there is still Naruto. Yet, he was left with only 2 sons. Alas, such a slight disappointment lingered. Faced with Sarutobi's pleas for mercy, Naruto maintained a cold demeanor. Naruto, this is the Leaf Village that raised you. You grew up here. Would you truly wish to bring destruction upon it? Sarutobi recognized that playing the emotional card was his final chance. If it were just Naruto, merely the Nine Tails, there might have been a way to handle it. However, alongside the Nine Tails, there were Su Ming, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan, not to mention the villagers of the Leaf who would greatly constrain their abilities. This was a battle that was simply unwinnable. Thus, the emotional appeal was their only hope. Even a child, despite wielding immense power, could be swayed if the emotional card was played effectively. This was Sarutobi's line of thought. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Naruto shook his head. Instantly, Sarutobi's expression brightened, and he hurriedly said, "You wouldn't want to annihilate the Leaf Village, would you? I know the village has wronged you in the past and committed many mistakes. Rest assured, we will make amends. We will repent. You wish to become Hokage, don't you? I can guarantee your position as the next Hokage's successor, if you agree. I can declare it right now." After Sarutobi finished speaking, both Fugaku and Hizashi exchanged cold smiles, internally cursing the shameless old man. A mere empty title. Aiming to tether the Jinchuriki to Konoha, what a cunning scheme indeed. The next successor to the Hokage, would it not still be you? Your authority remains unassailable. And Konoha could possess a flawless Jinchuriki, significantly enhancing its military prowess. Sarutobi, truly an ingenious plan. Yet, Naruto shook his head, not in response to Sarutobi's words. He stated, "You are mistaken. My sentiments towards Konoha are non-existent. This is the land that birthed and nurtured me. But it is also the place that inflicted pain and suffering upon me." Slowly, Naruto continued, "All that I have endured, all that I have borne, has been wrought by Konoha." His expression remained impassive. My feelings for Konoha amount to the tailed beast bomb. He moved his hand, and if one was insufficient, there was always another. The tailed beast bomb grew increasingly larger. Sarutobi's countenance darkened further. However, this time, the tailed beast bomb was hurled directly into the sky. Then came the explosion. Boom. At that moment, every edifice within Konoha's upper echelons crumbled under the force of the blast. The explosion persisted for an extended duration, long enough for every villager to tremble as they gazed skyward. Previously, the explosion had transpired within the confines of a wood-release cage, lacking clarity. But now, it was vividly tangible, occurring right before their eyes. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed repeatedly. Someone murmured, "The Nine Tails, so powerful." Slap. Suddenly, the speaker was struck sharply, turning to find it was an umbu clad in a dog-headed mask. "Mind your tongue. If you wish to perish, do so alone. But do not drag us with you." The umbu vanished back to their original position. The speaker shuddered violently, realizing that all around him, everyone was glaring at him with palpable anger. He promptly sealed his lips. The explosion continued unabated. Half of Konoha lay in ruins. All of this was the result of the tailed beast bomb, or rather, it was all Naruto's doing. In that moment, the once youthful boy, labeled as the Nine Tails and subjected to relentless bullying and discrimination, was no longer underestimated. As he observed the fearful gazes of the people, Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. It turned out that even the wicked could experience fear. The wicked would indeed fear those who are stronger. If one wished to avoid being bullied, the only path was to grow stronger, to become mightier, vanquishing all who sought to oppress you. Naruto glanced at Su Ming and began to speak. "Brother, I can." Yet his words remained unfinished as Su Ming interjected. "As long as you find joy in it, anything is permissible." As he spoke these words, Su Ming smiled, a genuine and heartfelt smile. His laughter radiated warmth like the sun. Yet this sun was destined not to shine upon Konoha. To those in Konoha, this smile was more terrifying than that of a demon. Naruto too smiled, filled with joy. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "You spoke a truth. Konoha is the land that gave me life." Everyone was taken aback, gazing at Naruto in astonishment. Including Fugaku and Hinata, they all gazed at Naruto. They were puzzled, wondering if Naruto's words implied a desire to spare Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored such thoughts, a look of joy blossoming on his face. However, Naruto continued, "My birthday is approaching. On that day, I wish to set off the grandest fireworks display." He smiled and added, "Konoha is that fireworks." After speaking, he turned to Su Ming. "Brother, it's time to go home. Naruto has come to take you back." Su Ming nodded and grasped Naruto's hand. The two brothers departed step by step. Only Sarutobi and the Konoha ninjas remained, their expressions still grim. "Konoha, fear, hatred, your very existence is destined for a magnificent spectacle, for which I have prepared for a long time." Chapter 77. Darkness Will Not Persist. Chapter 1. Naruto and Su Ming departed, leaving behind an unsettling silence. However, this tranquility was destined to be unlike any before. Konoha was no longer the village it once was. Everything had transformed. In the aftermath of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen endeavored to reconstruct the village, gradually restoring the numerous edifices ravaged by the tailed beast bombs. Yet, even restored, these structures bore no resemblance to their former selves. The human heart, once altered, could not be mended. Those who had changed or perished could not return. Within the Hokage's office, a profound emptiness lingered as Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, stared vacantly into space. In times past, he would have engaged in spirited debates with Danzo, often disagreeing on various matters, which would enliven the atmosphere of the office. Heated arguments would ensue, and he would assert his authority as Hokage, relishing in the sight of Danzo's exasperation. But now, that was no more. Danzo was dead. Sighing, Sarutobi removed the pipe from his lips. He remained Hokage, but this role had changed. He gazed out the window, a rare look of confusion crossing his features. Have I truly erred? All along, was it wrong to alter my approach towards Naruto, to genuinely seek their welfare? Would Konoha be facing a different fate now? Perhaps I have grown too old. Perhaps it is time for me to step down. At that moment, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Yet, as he contemplated relinquishing his position, he found himself at a loss for a worthy successor. There were candidates once, Kakashi Hatake, Fugaku Uchiha, even Su Ming. Yet, those individuals would not return. It dawned upon him that, alas, even as Hokage, he had failed profoundly. Silence enveloped him for a long while. Eventually, a resolute expression returned to his face as he convinced himself of his purpose. Everything I have done has been for Konoha. I have not erred. He seized pen and paper, The Hokage is always right. After setting down the writing implements, Sarutobi summoned the Umbu and entrusted them with his letters, instructing, ensure these missives reach the other shinobi villages. This is the village's final opportunity. Rising, he unexpectedly bowed deeply before the Umbu. I entrust this to you all. The Umbu, taken aback by the gesture, stammered, Third Hokage, you are. The safety of the village rests in your hands. You must deliver these to the other villages. The Umbu straightened, resolutely affirming, rest assured, Third Hokage, as long as we are alive, we will deliver them. With that, the Umbu departed. The letters, destined for the other shinobi villages, extended an invitation to participate in the Chunin exams held in Konoha, ostensibly a call to join the exams. The true intent behind Sarutobi's initiative was to forge an alliance against Su Ming, whose power was overwhelmingly formidable. Do not speak of anything else. Naruto alone is already a formidable adversary. Moreover, he is not the only one to contend with. There are the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan as well. And the most challenging of all, Su Ming. Sarutobi wore a troubled expression. The Chunin exams would be his final struggle and the last opportunity to take action. The alliance of several ninja villages would come at a great cost, but, for the sake of the village, Sarutobi silently resolved that it would all be worth it. At this moment, after Naruto and Su Ming departed, they did not venture elsewhere but remained in Konoha. Within their quaint little courtyard, the family of 5 was enveloped in warmth. As for the number 5, it included the nearly identical Kankuro. Of course, Kankuro's presence diminished the status of Minato Namikaze once again. Without a doubt, Naruto and Kankuro were the two most favored in the household. Although Kushina had not spent much time with Naruto, it did not hinder her from embracing her role as a mother. At times, Su Ming even wondered if motherhood was an innate quality. Despite it being her first experience, Kushina excelled remarkably, performing splendidly. Typically carefree, she became exceedingly meticulous and caring regarding all matters concerning Naruto. Upon hearing of Naruto's tribulations, had it not been for Minato and Su Ming's intervention, Kushina would have likely stormed into Konoha with a blade in hand. That battle, indeed, Su Ming had not allowed them to participate, for it was merely the beginning. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the process of dying, where the condemned remain in a state of perpetual dread. When one realizes that no matter how hard they struggle or how much effort they exert, their endeavors crumble to dust before their adversary. That moment can drive anyone to madness. The opponent possesses the strength to deliver a fatal blow, yet they choose to slowly insert the blade, allowing one to deeply experience the process of death, to listen to the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. No one is unafraid of death. Naruto embraced Kankuro's shoulders, smiling joyfully. It was in that moment that he was no longer the cold Jinchuriki, but a mere child. It was also then that everyone regarded him as a child. In the evening, the family gathered closely. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Kankuro, Naruto, Iruka, Jiraiya, as well as the brothers Itachi and Sasuke. During dinner, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in a competition of appetite, and when Sasuke kicked Naruto for eating too quickly, Kushina slammed her hand on the table, nearly rushing to defend her son. The others hurried to restrain Kushina, especially Minato, who exerted considerable effort. This scene left even the two-tailed beasts momentarily stunned. Despite their close relationship with Naruto's family, they vowed at that moment that even if they were to beat Minato, they would never entertain the notion of bullying Naruto. Otherwise, Kushina would undoubtedly fight fiercely. An otherwise delightful dinner was abruptly concluded by a single strike from Kushina, shattering not only the table but also cracking the floor beneath. However, aside from Sasuke, no one paid it any mind. Jiraiya was utterly astonished, realizing why Tsunade held Kushina in such high esteem. It turned out that in certain respects, the two shared comparable abilities. After dinner, having indulged a bit too much, Jiraiya refrained from pulling Minato into his revelry and instead settled for drinking with Itachi. The usually composed Itachi found himself flushed and unsteady, thanks to Jiraiya's relentless encouragement. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood frozen to the side, trembling with trepidation. Had it not been for Su Ming gently patting Sasuke's head, he might have succumbed to tears, frightened by Kushina's formidable presence. Nonetheless, for a considerable time thereafter, Sasuke would flee at the sight of Naruto. Since Kushina's arrival, no one dared to bully Naruto. For everyone in that vicinity was acutely aware that his father was the fourth Hokage and that he had a mother willing to fight fiercely for her son, Uzumaki Kushina. A name that resonated with beauty. That night, Naruto clutched Kushina's hand tightly, greedily inhaling the scent that clung to her. Though Kushina had been present for a while, Naruto still gazed at her as if he were seeing her for the very first time. Every individual harbors shadows within, yet also possesses a radiant side, one that they share unreservedly with those they hold dear. In the face of such a mother, how could darkness remain so obstinate? Chapter 78, The Chunin Exams and Sarutobi's Apology. Part 2, In the Village Hidden in the Clouds. I received a letter from the Leaf Village ninja and began to read it upon tearing it open. The correspondence contained 2 letters. The first was an invitation for the village hidden in the clouds to send its younger generation to participate in the Chunin exams. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed in the letter that many ninja villages had been invited, indicating that this event was merely an opportunity to showcase the strength of each village. However, the second letter caught his attention, causing his brow to furrow with concern. What did Sarutobi mean? In his invitation to the young generation of the hidden cloud, he also extended an invitation to the village's elders. Sarutobi's intent was to foster camaraderie within the villages. While the younger generation engaged in competitions, the older ones could also enhance their relationships. I rubbed his forehead in frustration. What camaraderie could exist between their ninja villages, especially between the Cloud and the Leaf? The so-called friendship was nothing but a facade. During his last visit, he had inadvertently caused the death of the High Ga clan leader. Would another visit lead to further tragedy? Contemplating the letter, he found himself perplexed by Sarutobi's intentions. Nevertheless, he recognized this as a golden opportunity for prestige that could not be overlooked. Thus, he immediately commanded participation in the upcoming Chunin exams, summoning the village's high-ranking officials to select suitable candidates for the journey to the Leaf. This scene unfolded similarly in other ninja villages. In the village hidden in the rocks, Inoki wasted no time in agreeing to participate upon receiving news from the Leaf. Having suffered losses at the hands of the Leaf previously, his character would not allow him to be passive. This Chunin exam represented a chance for him to reclaim his lost honor and make the Leaf regret their actions. As news spread to several ninja villages, responses poured in, except for the village hidden in the mist, which remained eerily silent, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean. Even the Umbu sent by the Leaf had not encountered the Mizukage. The village hidden in the mist was shrouded in mystery. Shortly after the Umbu departed, the news reached Obito, who was controlling the 4th Mizukage. Obito frowned as he held the 2 letters sent by Sarutobi. What was Sarutobi's intention? No one knew the happenings of the Leaf better than him. Ever since Su Ming had emerged, he had become increasingly vigilant regarding news from the Leaf. Recently, he had learned that Naruto and Su Ming had teamed up to nearly obliterate the Leaf, leaving him astonished for quite some time. On one hand, he was amazed that Naruto, at such a young age, could master the tailed beast so flawlessly. On the other hand, he was taken aback by the determination they exhibited in opposing the Leaf. However, now that Uzumaki Naruto had perfectly controlled the Nine Tails, it signified that his ambitions to gather the tailed beasts would become ever more challenging. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen must surely be distressed that news from the Leaf had reached the other villages, leaving him vulnerable to their advance. However, why would he willingly release such information? What could he possibly mean? The more he pondered, the more tightly Obito's brow furrowed, struggling to comprehend Hiruzen Sarutobi's intent. Was it a case of reckless abandon? Knowing that Konoha was beyond saving, leading him to indulge before his demise? No, that was utterly implausible. Based on his understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi, this venerable leader of Konoha, even in his advanced years, retained the capacity to bear his fangs. Yet, what could he truly mean? After considerable reflection, Obito remained perplexed. Nevertheless, he recognized one crucial point. He must pay close attention to the upcoming Chunin exams. The individuals invited by Hiruzen Sarutobi included not only the younger generation, but also the elder statesmen. This implied that host Jinchuriki from other villages might also make an appearance. At that juncture, it could greatly aid their plans to collect tailed beasts. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to capture a few tailed beasts for himself. Thus, participation was imperative. This was a chance. In Konoha, at Naruto's residence, The region had fallen into silence since the previous incident. The surrounding villagers had relocated to avoid Naruto. Initially, this area was not particularly bustling. Hence, the villagers' departure had little impact. Of course, it spared them the dread of being obliterated by Kushina's formidable fist. Otherwise, had there been villagers nearby engaging with Naruto, even the emergence of the Nine Tails might not have been sufficient to restrain her. The key issue was the sheer unwillingness to intervene. Despite the calm outside, the atmosphere within the home was quite lively. However, on this day, an unexpected guest arrived at their usually tranquil abode. More specifically, an uninvited visitor. Upon learning the identity of the newcomer, Minato and Kushina utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, as they could not afford to reveal themselves prematurely. Moreover, the visitor was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Sarutobi's figure. Inside, Su-Ming and the others were present. Su-Ming cast a chilling glance at Sarutobi. His voice icy. "What brings you here?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a face full of regret, replied, "I have come to apologize. The past transgressions were indeed my fault. As Hokage, I have overlooked far too much, causing significant distress for both you and Naruto. This incident has deepened my understanding of the responsibilities of the Hokage, and I realize I have much to rectify." With a sigh, he continued, "I am now contemplating resignation, but for the time being, that is not feasible. I have committed numerous wrongs, and I must personally atone for them." Su-Ming listened to his words, his expression still frosty. Sarutobi, undeterred, went on, "I do not expect you to forgive me. I am here merely to deliver this." As he spoke, he opened his hand, revealing two Konoha ninja headbands. "I hope you can accept these as a token of my apology and Konoha's remorse." Noticing Su-Ming's reluctance to accept, Sarutobi added, "In fact, in the near future, the village will be hosting the Chunin exams, and I hope you will consider participating." He gazed at Naruto, who, being still so young, deserved recognition. Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, leaving behind two Genin forehead protectors. To be candid, when Sarutobi Hiruzen requested their participation in the Chunin exams, Su-Ming was momentarily taken aback. Given the current prowess of himself and Naruto, they could easily contend with shadow-level ninjas, yet attending the Chunin exams felt somewhat unfair. Moreover, what exactly did Sarutobi Hiruzen mean by this? It was only after Orochimaru conveyed the news regarding Konoha's deployment that Su-Ming comprehended the underlying motives. He finally grasped why Hiruzen was so insistent on delivering the forehead protectors and urging them to partake in the Chunin exams. Chapter 79. The Role of the First Hokage. Chapter 3. Upon receiving the message from Orochimaru, Su-Ming became aware that Hiruzen Sarutobi had similarly extended invitations to other villages. Not only did he invite the younger generation, but he also included the elders, which led Su-Ming to fully comprehend Sarutobi's intentions. He sought to wield their influence as weapons, borrowing not just these two blades, but also the swords of other ninja villages. By utilizing the opportunity presented by the Chunin exams, he aimed to incite conflict between the factions. If managed adeptly, it could result in mutual devastation, allowing Konoha to resolve its internal strife while simultaneously eliminating external threats. At that juncture, Konoha, still possessing considerable strength, and with Danzo deceased, would command both the Root and Umbu forces, bolstered further by supporting clans. It would be then that Konoha could genuinely ascend to its rightful status as the foremost ninja village, rather than merely in name. What a cunning strategy! It is no wonder that Sarutobi personally visited, adopting such a humble demeanor and even offering apologies. It all becomes clear. Throughout this process, Sarutobi would not need to exert much effort or possess overwhelming power. He merely had to ensure that both sides were aware of one another and forget about his involvement. He could then retreat to the sidelines and reap the benefits of their conflict. However, it was precisely because Su-Ming discerned Sarutobi's plan that he felt increasingly compelled to participate. This would be the final barrier to shatter his hopes. Nothing could be more despairing than this. Thus, Su-Ming consented. Both Minato and Kushina were aware of this development, and Su-Ming sought their counsel. Minato instinctively glanced at Kushina, who, with an air of confidence, waved her hand dismissively. "This is a trivial matter. You may decide on your own. However, I have one request." Kushina turned to Su-Ming, speaking with utmost seriousness. "This time, I must attend." I wish to see which fool dares to bully my son. If anyone does. With that, she slammed her fist against the nearby wall, causing it to shatter. Crack. Minato instinctively shuddered, quickly checking himself for any injuries, and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding no missing parts. How terrifying. If given a choice between facing an enraged Kushina or the rampaging Ninetales, Minato would undoubtedly charge towards the beast without hesitation. Compared to Kushina, the Ninetales seemed exceedingly gentle. Observing Kushina's reaction, Su-Ming could only shake his head in exasperation. This was yet another instance necessitating repairs to the house. He turned to Orochimaru, who nodded in response. Orochimaru then formed a hand seal, invoking the technique of Edo Tensei. A flash of light enveloped the area, and the figure of the first Hokage materialized before them. Seeing this, Minato felt somewhat awkward and sheepishly remarked, "Lord First Hokage, we must trouble you once again." Orochimaru interjected, "Minato, at this moment, his consciousness has been erased by me. He cannot hear your words." Minato grew even more embarrassed. Then, Orochimaru manipulated the first Hokage, and before long, the areas that Kushina had ravaged were restored. Naturally, this time Orochimaru had reinforced the structures somewhat, as Kushina's destructive capability was on the rise. In just a few days, he had summoned the first Hokage more times than he had meals. The main issue lay in the costly offerings required. Sighing, after the repairs were completed, Orochimaru promptly departed. He was not fond of the prevailing atmosphere, and Kushina posed a significant headache for him. The last time he had merely glanced at Naruto, Kushina had sent him flying over 200 meters with a single punch. This was even more unreasonable than Tsunade. At least Tsunade only took her frustrations out on Jiraiya, but Kushina, after restoring the house, Orochimaru hurried away, not daring to spare even a fleeting glance at Naruto. Not long after Orochimaru's departure, Kushina also left to prepare lunch. During this time, under Kushina's meticulous care, Naruto had nearly rounded out. His once handsome face now appeared chubby, making Sasuke look as if he had been starved. This was also due to Naruto's previous frailness. Minato went to assist Kushina, while Naruto dragged Kinshiki off to play, leaving Su-Ming alone, still furrowing his brow. He suddenly realized that if this news had spread to all the ninja villages, then the Mist Village must also be aware. If the Mist Village knew, then Obito undoubtedly had learned of it as well. In such a significant matter, the Akatsuki organization, which sought to collect tailed beasts, would likely intervene. After all, the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it was for them to gather the beasts. At this time, the Mist Village was still entrenched in the era of the Blood Mist, serving as a faction under Obito's command. If left unchecked, it could pose a variable after the Chunin exams. After contemplating this, Su-Ming resolved to address the issues surrounding the Mist Village. Thus, he headed to the Uchiha clan to find Itachi. Upon seeing Su-Ming, Itachi expressed a measure of delight, disregarding Izumi's slightly resentful gaze, and rushed over. However, Izumi understood that Su-Ming's presence indicated an important matter. Always perceptive, she turned to return home to brew tea for the two of them. Soon, 2 steaming cups of tea were brought forth. Su-Ming accepted them with thanks, and Itachi smiled at Izumi, sharing a knowing glance filled with unspoken sentiments. Observing this, Su-Ming jested, "By the looks of it, life is treating you well?" "Not at all," Itachi quickly denied, yet the flush on his cheeks betrayed him. Su-Ming chuckled, choosing not to press the matter further. "Not at all? If that were the case, why would Sasuke keep coming to my house day after day, following Naruto around? It's clear he knows you and your wife are together and is feeling neglected. Setting aside other matters, I'm here to discuss something important," Su-Ming said earnestly. Itachi inquired, "What is it? Is it related to Konoha?" Su-Ming shook his head, sort of. "This matter primarily concerns the Mist Village." Itachi's expression revealed his intrigue. Su-Ming elucidated that the hidden Mist Village, under the control of its 4th-generation Mizukage, Yagura, had long been manipulated by unseen forces, which led to the implementation of a series of brutal policies, including the infamous Blood Mist. However, there existed a deeper reason that Su-Ming chose not to disclose. The plight of the hidden Mist Village could be traced back to a woman named Lin. Su-Ming continued, stating that this time the Leaf Village was hosting the Nin exams and had invited other ninja villages to participate, with the hidden Mist Village being the sole variable in this equation. I must make a visit there, he declared. Itachi inquired, what can I do? Rising to his feet. Su-Ming affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair, replying, just accompany me. Chapter 80. What right do you have to choose light for others? Chapter 1. Regarding the matters in the hidden mist village, Su-Ming intended to venture forth with Itachi. However, just as they were about to depart, Jiraiya arrived. He sought out Su-Ming, having learned of the events transpiring in Konoha, though he had refrained from intervening. Upon realizing the extent of Su-Ming's power, Jiraiya understood that any forcible action on his part would only bring greater suffering to Konoha. At that time, the village would face true despair. Thus, refraining from action was the wisest course. Yet, deeply concerned for Konoha, he still came, undeterred by the risks involved. May we converse? Jiraiya inquired, gazing at Su-Ming. Su-Ming nodded and, bidding farewell to Itachi, stepped outside. Once outside, Jiraiya hesitated, while Su-Ming, with a smile, remarked, given our relationship, which is not insignificant, feel free to speak your mind without hesitation. With a sigh, Jiraiya ultimately voiced his request. For the sake of Konoha, I implore you to show mercy and spare them. Su-Ming did not rush to refuse. He understood Jiraiya's character. Although his time in the village was not particularly long, he harbored profound feelings for Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have ventured alone into the Rain Village for information on pain, nor would he have met his solitary demise. He was not the prophesied child, but rather the seeker of that child. He held his own contemplations regarding peace in the village, remaining steadfast in his convictions. Su-Ming regarded Jiraiya, asking, what is your rationale? On what grounds should I spare Konoha? After a moment of silence, Jiraiya responded, I acknowledge that Konoha owes you and Naruto a debt. However, hatred cannot resolve issues. It perpetuates itself and never concludes. As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze deepened, suggesting untold stories. Yet, Su-Ming shook his head. Hatred can indeed come to an end. Jiraiya looked up, bewildered. The reason hatred persists is due to excessive compassion. Su-Ming asserted, if I eradicate all potential sources of hatred, then hatred itself will cease to exist. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, struggling to fathom the notion. If hatred continues, then why not eliminate everyone? Su-Ming chuckled, eradicate all possibilities of hatred from being transmitted. If this hatred were to extend throughout the world, then annihilating the world would suffice. One day, hatred will vanish completely. Jiraiya remained silent. Su-Ming continued, you have not experienced Naruto's anguish, nor do you comprehend the trials he endured. Even if you strive to imagine and immerse yourself in his plight, it remains ultimately fictitious. Without having known despair, what right do you possess to choose light for others? With that, Su-Ming shook his head and took his leave, leaving behind a kunai for Jiraiya, the specially crafted kunai of the Flying Thunder God. This is a gift for you from my father. In times of difficulty, infuse your chakra into it, and it shall save your life. Remember my words today, and hold them close. Su-Ming took his leave. As for Naruto's matters, he will make his own choices. I shall not intervene. If he chooses to spare, then he shall spare. If he chooses destruction, even if Hashirama and Madara were to rise again, Konoha will still face ruin. With that, Su-Ming departed, leaving Jiraiya enveloped in silence. At that moment, he murmured the words left by Su-Ming. Those who have never experienced despair hold no right to choose light for another. Do you understand him? No, you do not. You merely possess knowledge. You know of his misfortunes and the events that transpired in his life, yet you mistakenly believe you comprehend all his thoughts. However, each person is unique. What right does anyone have to command another to forgive, based on the sufferings endured by others? Jiraiya remained silent, the stillness stretching on. He grasped the specially crafted kunai and, after a moment, secured it away. He understood that he could no longer intervene in Konoha's affairs. Yet, there was still one thing he could do. Pain. That enigmatic organization, capable of profoundly influencing the peace of the ninja world. In the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, what he could do was to strive, to the best of his ability, to uncover the truth behind these matters. Jiraiya also departed, unlike before, carrying the kunai gifted by Su-Ming. Beneath the ancient tree, leaves danced in the breeze. Itachi stood quietly, awaiting. Moments later, Su-Ming's figure materialized. Upon seeing Su-Ming, a flicker of excitement shone in Itachi's eyes. Ming-san. Itachi waved from a distance. Su Ming approached with a smile. Did Lord Jiraiya seek you for something? Su Ming recalled Jiraiya's expression and shook his head. Perhaps he merely sought to comfort himself. Jiraiya understood that a few words would not suffice to alleviate the burdens carried by Su Ming and the others. Moreover, even if they chose to let go, Konoha might not readily acquiesce. Many matters cannot simply be resolved by the desire of one side to conclude them. What Jiraiya could do was to strive earnestly for these issues, ensuring he held no regrets. Huh? Itachi expressed his confusion. Su Ming did not elaborate further. The situation was complex. He simply stated, "Let us go to the Hidden Mist Village." Itachi nodded without further inquiry, and the two set off. After the night of the Uchiha's demise, Itachi had returned to his true self, regaining his original essence. His parents were still alive, his brother was safe. And Shursui had not perished. Everything he cherished remained intact. Most importantly, the heavy burden upon his shoulders had lifted. He no longer labored for the revival of the Uchiha clan, nor did he strain his mind over it. Within the clan, he could even indulge in a carefree lifestyle. Sipping tea and admiring the scenery, they engage in games meant for two, all the while avoiding Sasuke, for leading astray the young is undoubtedly unwise. Ultimately, the world is splendid, and Itachi finds joy in it. Habitually accepting the dumpling from Su Ming's hand, Itachi feels a flicker of curiosity, despite the devastation of Konoha. The whereabouts of the dumpling shop remain a mystery, leaving him to wonder how Ming found these delicacies. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Itachi has gradually ceased to inquire, choosing instead to relish the moment and the comforting sensation of companionship. Of course, Su Ming kept it a secret from Itachi. Both the Chiraka ramen and the dumpling shop had been discreetly relocated by Orochimaru, who generously compensated the proprietors. Naturally, they were pleased to avoid conflict, which was a welcome outcome. Furthermore, Su Ming did not disclose that upon acquiring these two establishments, he gifted them to the respective friends, Ichiraka to Naruto and the dumpling shop to Itachi. Itachi simply remained unaware of this gesture. Chapter 81. The Impetuous Itachi. Part 2. On the journey to the Hidden Mist Village, Itachi turned to Su Ming and inquired, "Is it truly acceptable for just the two of us to venture into the Hidden Mist Village?" Su Ming nodded affirmatively, reassuring him, "Indeed. You are a man who has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. You must have faith in your own prowess. When the time comes for battle, you shall take the lead. And should you find yourself overwhelmed, I will step in." Su Ming jested. Without hesitation, Itachi responded, "Absolutely. I shall ensure that I protect you, Ming-san." Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. Presently, the Hidden Mist was in a state of disarray, following the implementation of the Blood Mist policy. Many factions within the village had either perished or defected, leaving only a diminished remnant of power. Thus, there was little cause for concern. Moreover, their combined strength was more than sufficient. Before long, they arrived in the Land of Water, nestled deep within the mountains. The Hidden Mist Village was perpetually veiled in thick fog, isolated from other nations. After a brief period of travel, they reached their destination. Gazing at the gradually clarifying visage of the Hidden Mist Village, Itachi asked, "Shall we simply enter?" Su Ming shook his head, "Certainly not. As civilized beings, we must adopt a civilized approach." Just as Itachi pondered what constituted a civilized method, Su Ming advanced and delivered a forceful kick to the nearest building. With a resounding crash, the structure collapsed instantaneously. Su Ming tilted his head back, calling out, "We have guests." Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly how civilized individuals greeted one another? Quite an unconventional method, indeed. Su Ming turned to Itachi with a grin and suddenly asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" After a brief pause, Itachi, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of excitement and nodded. Without awaiting further instruction from Su Ming, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to another building. Crack! Half of the wall crumbled as the upper levels of the structure collapsed. Upon completing this act, Itachi's eyes widened in exhilaration. When Su Ming turned around, he noticed a glimmer of insatiable excitement in Itachi's gaze. He smacked his forehead, realizing he had underestimated Itachi's inherent propensity for destruction. This was a miscalculation. Such detrimental habits must not be cultivated. Otherwise, should Itachi's impulses arise in the future, it would be Su Ming who would suffer the consequences. Fortunately, the commotion they had caused did not go unnoticed, and soon Several ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village arrived on the scene. The main event has arrived. Su Ming smiled, promptly curtailing Itachi's inclination to continue wreaking havoc. These few are yours to handle. He gestured toward Itachi. Nodding, Itachi stepped forward. The approaching ninjas numbered merely 5, a challenge well within Itachi's capabilities. In an instant, his form vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already before the 5. With a swift thrust of a shuriken, he pierced one ninja's chest with a sharp hiss. Lowering his gaze, he deftly evaded the attacks from the remaining adversaries. In an instant, Itachi's Sharingan manifested, swiftly evolving into the Mangekyou Sharingan. Suddenly, the other 4 stood motionless, ceasing all actions. Itachi then approached them with deliberate steps, effortlessly dispatching each one. After neutralizing the 5 adversaries, he turned back, casting a glance at Su Ming that bore a hint of pride, as though seeking acknowledgement for his prowess. Su Ming smiled and gently tapped Itachi on the head, advising him, in the future, refrain from utilizing the Mangekyou Sharingan unless absolutely necessary. Itachi, cheeks flushed, nodded in understanding. After all, the Mangekyou Sharingan could lead to a deterioration of one's vision. Su Ming certainly could not procure spectacles for Itachi, as useful as they might be, for they did not seem particularly fitting for him. However, Su Ming recalled that the system shop offered eye drops that could alleviate the after effects of using the Mangekyou Sharingan, and he resolved to exchange for some later. With the 5 foes dealt with, the path through the hidden mist was clear. The other ninjas along the way had been entrusted to Itachi for practice, and thus, the duo leisurely made their way into the office of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Upon entering, Itachi observed the fearful expressions of the Hidden Mist villagers and, perplexed, remarked, "Ming-san, are these individuals perhaps a bit weak?" The ninjas they had encountered previously seemed to be dispatched with remarkable ease, leading Itachi to question the overall strength of the Hidden Mist. In response, Su Ming rolled his eyes, exasperated by Itachi's naivety. There was no need to elaborate on the formidable prowess of the Uchiha clan, particularly when compared to the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, who indeed paled in comparison. Under the influence of the Mangekyou Sharingan, even the Nine-Tails could be swayed, let alone these minor adversaries. Nonetheless, there remained a notable adversary, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, the very architect of the Blood Mist policy in the Hidden Mist, and, of course, under the control of Obito. Su Ming was acutely aware that from the moment he entered the Hidden Mist, Obito would have been informed of his presence. Thus he felt no urgency. He was curious to witness what Obito could still orchestrate, as their fates were inevitably intertwined and certain grievances were inescapable. It remained true that while Obito had endured much suffering, it did not absolve him of the heinous act of murdering the 4th Mizukage and his wife. He had no grounds to forgive his adversaries on behalf of others, and likewise, others held no right to forgive his enemies. Turning his gaze towards Yagura, Su Ming inquired, "Are you prepared to accept your demise?" Yagura furrowed his brow in response. Beside him, several bodyguards of the Mizukage immediately shifted their expressions, shouting in indignation, "Who are you to intrude upon the Hidden Mist without cause? Do you seek war?" Such futile declarations elicited a mere shake of Su Ming's head, dismissing their outrage. Enraged by Su Ming's demeanor, they charged forward, but he remained unmoved as Itachi stepped in front of him. With a resolute advance, Itachi activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, ready to confront the impending conflict. With a focused gaze, a conflagration of black flames erupted upon several of the water shadow guards. "Ah, what is this? It hurts. What kind of fire is this? Ugh." Amidst the cacophony of exclamations, a few were reduced to ashes by Amaterasu's relentless blaze. In the face of the adversary, Itachi exhibited no mercy. However, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Itachi. How incredibly volatile! He had never noticed such a fierce temperament in Itachi before. Of course, Su Ming would never concede that he was the one to provoke it. Soon, the world fell into an eerie silence. Within the expansive office, only 3.5 individuals remained: Su Ming, Itachi, and Yagura. Naturally, the half-individual was Obito. For although he was aware of the situation here, his physical absence rendered him merely a half-presence. Chapter 82. The Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark. Part 3. Yagura furrowed his brow and gazed at the 2 individuals before him. "Who are you? What brings you to the Hidden Mist Village?" Su Ming, feeling somewhat exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose. It seemed that since Yagura had fallen under Obito's control, his mental faculties had deteriorated. After the massacre of so many in the Hidden Mist Village, he displayed little to no reaction. However, this could very well align with Obito's intentions. Obito harbored deep resentment towards the Hidden Mist. Shaking his head, Su Ming addressed Yagura, saying, "We are ninjas from Konoha, here on the orders of Lord Hokage to take control of the Hidden Mist Village." Upon hearing this, Itachi visibly froze, his Sharingan momentarily stagnant. Before he turned to glance at Su Ming shot him a glare, thinking, "How foolish of you, lacking even the ability to act." Fortunately, given Yagura's disposition, the need for theatrical performance was moot. He would not discern the difference. It was also fortunate that Yagura still exhibited anger. Otherwise, the situation would require considerable effort to progress. With a sense of urgency, Su Ming patted Itachi on the shoulder, yawning slightly. "Let us finish this." He then withdrew, taking a seat nearby. Itachi, however, wore a serious expression, intently fixated on Yagura. Su Ming had informed him of Yagura's identity on the journey. He was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, one of the few perfect Jinchuriki. Acknowledging Naruto's strength, Itachi was naturally cautious. With a fierce glare, he summoned the Crimson Susanoo. Wielding the Tensigen sword in his right hand and the Yada mirror in his left, directly as depicted in the original work. The ability to summon Susanoo indicated Itachi's high regard for Yagura. This was Su Ming's first encounter with the Uchiha clan Susanoo. Its overwhelming power was palpable even at the periphery. With a resounding crash, as Susanoo manifested, Yagura unleashed his full transformation into a tailed beast. He underwent complete tailed beast transformation, embodying the full form of the Three Tails. However, as a perfect Jinchuriki, he retained his consciousness even in this form. The emergence of the Three Tails and Susanoo led to the complete collapse of the once pristine Mizuki's office. Su Ming, who had just found a suitable spot, emerged from the rubble with a grim expression, suspecting Itachi's actions were intentional. Now, Itachi and Yagura were engaged in combat. It must be said that the strength of a perfect Jinchuriki was formidable, yet it still paled in comparison to Itachi. Initially, the two appeared evenly matched. But it was not long before Yagura began to falter. Before long, however, another unexpected guest appeared in the Hidden Mist Village. His appearance was unmistakable: deep blue hair, a shark-like visage, golden pupils, and sharp teeth. It was the dry persimmon ghost shark. Su Ming had anticipated that Obito would send someone, but he had not expected it would be him. Known for wielding the great sword Samahata, the dry persimmon ghost shark was also referred to as the tail beast without a tail. According to the original Naruto storyline, he was paired with Itachi. After the appearance of the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, Su Ming suddenly altered his course of action. He approached Itachi and instructed, "Itachi, confront this new adversary. I shall handle Yagura." Itachi nodded and turned to face Kisame, while Su Ming confronted Yagura. To be candid, the Three Tails Jinchuriki posed little challenge for him. However, to expedite the resolution of the battle, Su Ming activated the third template, Immortal Demon Body. With the awakening of this template's power, an immense force surged within Su Ming. At that moment, Yagura seemed to sense the terrifying might emanating from Su Ming. Without hesitation, he formed a tailed beast ball, consumed it, and unleashed it forth. Boom! The explosive energy surged towards Su Ming. In response, Su Ming remained remarkably composed. The power of the demon body infused his sword in an instant. He swung the sword, cleaving through the erupting tailed beast ball, which was unexpectedly sliced in two. Crack! The ball split apart instantaneously. This spectacle left Kisame, who had just arrived, utterly astonished, gazing at Su Ming in disbelief. A sword cleaved through a tailed beast ball. Before coming here, Obito informed me that I would be facing merely two formidable ninjas. Yet he failed to mention such a monstrous being. Faced with such a creature, Kisame's confidence began to falter. Just then, as he turned, he was struck across the face by Itachi Susanoo, sending him hurtling away. After being propelled back, Kisame no longer hesitated. He fled without a word. Remaining in the presence of such an aberration would surely spell his doom. Thus, he departed without a second thought, leaving only Yagura behind. "What shall we do next, Ming-san?" Itachi inquired, looking towards Su Ming. Su Ming replied, "Extract the Three Tails." Drawing his sword, he aimed it at the Three Tails under Yagura's control. The creature struggled fiercely. Yet all its efforts were in vain against Su Ming's overwhelming might. With a swift strike, the Three Tails sustained injury. Itachi then commanded Susanoo to restrain the Three Tails. "Ming-san," Itachi called to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and stepped forward, swinging his sword to cleave open Yagura's abdomen. He reached inside, forcibly grasping the Three Tails and pulling it out with great effort. Su Ming's body was infused with the unique power of the demon body, which possessed a peculiar affinity for tailed beasts. Thus, he was able to extract the beast with force. Of course, it was evident that Yagura would perish in the process. However, this was of no concern to Su Ming. Even after being forcibly extracted, the massive Three Tails remained fierce and restless. Although it had subdued somewhat after being thoroughly beaten by Itachi's Susanoo, it could be said to be remarkably quiet now. It may also be related to Itachi's excessive force during their altercation. However, in Su Ming's perspective, it should not be deemed as excessive force, but rather as indulging in the moment. In any case, Itachi wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. Su Ming cast a glance at the somewhat misguided Sanwei and suddenly proposed to Itachi, "How about we gift Sanwei to you as a pet?" Upon hearing this, Sanwei's enormous body quivered violently, akin to a small mountain trembling in its entirety. Then he quickly turned his head, looking at Su Ming with a pitiful gaze, as if pleading for mercy. Su Ming slapped his forehead, realizing just how terrified Sanwei was of Itachi. Chapter 83, A Gentleman, Perhaps Just Like Me. Chapter 1. Itachi remained unaware of the extent of the Three Tails' fear towards him. He was still curious as to why the Three Tails had suddenly become so quiet. Even at this moment, Susanoo had yet to dissipate, and excitement still sparkled in Itachi's eyes. However, the Three Tails wilted, shrinking down to reveal an adorably diminutive form. Su Ming cast a glance at Itachi, who, somewhat dejectedly, retracted Susanoo and cast a lingering look at the Three Tails, causing it to hurriedly hide behind Su Ming. Ignoring Itachi's embarrassment, Su Ming directly exchanged for a vial of eye drops from the system store and tossed it to Itachi. "This goes in your eyes," he instructed. Itachi caught it and opened the vial, preparing to apply the drops. This scene caused Su Ming to wince. "Aren't you going to ask what its purpose is?" "What is its purpose?" Itachi inquired. "This vial of eye drops can eliminate the side effects of using the Meijiki Sharingan." Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had only recently learned that the Meijiki Sharingan had side effects. As he used it more frequently, his vision began to deteriorate, though not drastically, it was still evident. Moreover, he recalled that the remedy required the transplantation of a blood relative's Meijiki to restore his sight and prevent him from descending into darkness. Beyond that, he could not recall any other methods within the Uchiha clan. Yet now, Ming-san had presented a solution so straightforward. Truly, Ming-san was remarkable. Seeing Itachi's gaze, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters were trivial. The system store held a plethora of such items. There was nothing he could not procure if one had the imagination. There was even a power drill available, though Su Ming had yet to conceive of a use for it. Perhaps to drill into the outer path golem? That was a decent idea, yet difficult to execute. Having resolved the issues with Yagura and the Three Tails, control over Kirigakure was essentially within grasp. What was now required was a person capable of wielding that power. Terumi Mei. Her image flashed in Su Ming's mind. Yes, with her beauty and stature, she would suffice. Subsequently, Su Ming summoned all the high-ranking officials of the Mist Village that he could find, Terumi Mei included. With her emerald green eyes and cascading chestnut curls, complemented by her characteristically slightly revealing attire, Su Ming had a clear view of the scenery within. Of course, he did not actively seek to gaze. It was simply too dazzling, and he was momentarily blinded. Since his eyes had been momentarily dazzled, he felt compelled to look a few more times to compensate. Not bad at all. At this moment, Terumi Mei was in her early 20s, at the prime age of maturity, ripe for the picking. Not only was she alluring, but her chestnut curls conveniently obscured her right eye, adding an intriguing flavor to her charm. After stealing a few more glances, Su Ming shook his head, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Ah, spring has arrived. However, before Su Ming could make any further moves, a ninja from the Mist Village angrily exclaimed, "What are you Leaf Ninja planning? Do you seek to incite conflict between the two villages?" The voice was laden with fury, yet regrettably, the one who shouted lacked any real power. To instigate a battle? Suming scoffed. Do you believe you are worthy? Anger flared among a few, who instinctively grasped their weapons, poised to strike. However, their movements were far too sluggish. With a swift motion, Suming drew his sword. In an instant, several heads soared through the air, accompanied by a spray of blood that splattered in all directions. The suddenness of the scene startled the remaining Mist Village ninjas, causing them to tremble. Beside them, Terumi Mei's eyes widened in fear as she found herself splattered with blood from a short distance away. In that moment, facing Suming, she lacked even the courage to wipe it away. The blood was thick and sticky, a most uncomfortable sensation when it clung to one's skin. Thus, Suming turned to Itachi, asking, "Do you have any paper?" Taken aback, Itachi handed him some paper. After accepting it, Suming approached Terumi Mei, crouching down to gently dab away the blood from her body, starting at her shoulder and moving downward. The paper was quite small, and as he wiped, his fingers inadvertently grazed her skin, leaving faint red marks trailing down. Quite soft, he remarked. Terumi Mei's face flushed crimson, yet she remained utterly still. Once he had cleaned away all the blood, Suming offered her a gentlemanly smile. No need to thank me. He rose and directed his gaze toward the remaining Mist Village ninjas. Do you wish to live? After a brief silence, no one responded. Suming furrowed his brow and swiftly unsheathed his sword. With a series of soft sounds, heads were sent flying once more, blood erupting anew. Once again, blood splattered onto Terumi Mei. Turning around, Suming found Itachi extending more paper toward him, having deliberately torn off a piece, his expression unwavering as he stated, "This is all I have." Suming smiled appreciatively. Well done. Terumi Mei's blush deepened. After finishing the task, Suming couldn't help but reflect. A gentleman, perhaps, who is much like him. This damned charm. Despite Suming's actions, Terumi Mei felt a flicker of resistance. Yet the image of Suming cleaving the tailed beast orb remained vividly in her mind, and each time she thought to resist, that sword slicing through the sky replayed in her thoughts, along with Suming's resolute and handsome visage. With that thought, she ceased to fight back. Itachi, observing the unfolding scene, found himself increasingly admiring Suming. Such elegance in his demeanor, he truly embodied the essence of a true man. After witnessing this, Itachi felt inspired to learn from him. The saying goes, one should learn as long as one lives, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood he must remain humble and strive for knowledge. Suddenly, a vision of Izumi flickered in his mind, and the scene shifted. Suming stood up. At this moment, the remaining high-ranking members of the Mist Village were dwindling in number. I do not wish to repeat myself, he stated firmly. Instantly, the remaining few hastily declared, We want to live. We want to live. Clever, Suming commended. In that case, she shall be the fifth Mizukage, he declared, pointing at Terumi Mei. The others gasped in surprise, yet none dared to protest, despite the rather unsatisfactory manner in which the position of the Mizukage was confirmed. It is fortunate that this role has indeed fallen within the realm of the hidden Mist Village. Terumi Mei, after all, is a resident of this village. She stood there, momentarily dazed. Originally, she had thought she would merely endure a humiliation, but to her astonishment, the title of Mizukage had been bestowed upon her. It felt almost like a surreal dream. Suming approached Terumi Mei, crouching down to whisper in her ear, From this moment forth, you shall be mine, my Mizukage. With those words, he flashed a mischievous smile before standing up and departing with Itachi. However, before leaving, Suming left behind a specially crafted Flying Thunder God technique, along with several Flying Thunder God marks. If time permits, I shall come to visit you. Await my return. As he departed, Terumi Mei remained, her face flushed and her mind a whirl of confusion. Her impressions of Suming were scarce, but if one stood out, it was his overwhelming dominance. That assertiveness was indelibly etched into her heart, a memory that would linger for a long time to come. Chapter 84, Creating an Absolutely Safe World. Chapter 2, Amigakure. A village perpetually shrouded in rain. The original ruler was Hanzo of the Salamander. During the Second Shinobi World War, Amigakure declared war on the three powers of the Iron Country, Konohagakure, and Sunagakure. However, the outcomes of these confrontations were rather unsatisfactory. Yet, Amigakure held significant influence over Jiraiya. As figures such as Nagato emerged from this village, he once entertained the notion that the fabled child of prophecy was indeed Nagato. Nevertheless, upon hearing of the trio's demise during battle, he abandoned this belief. Unbeknownst to him, the trio had not perished. Instead, they established the Akatsuki organization. Tragically, Yahiko fell victim to treachery, leaving Nagato to assume leadership. Amigakure became their stronghold. At this moment within Amigakure, Conan gazed at Nagato, who stood elevated, his hands clasped behind him, surveying below with a sigh. Was he reminiscing about Yahiko? Nagato turned his head, his Rinnegan betraying no emotion. Yet, Conan understood the depth of his feelings for Yahiko. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato had undergone a profound transformation, becoming a shadow of his former self. The Eye of the Moon plan was now poised to commence. Nagato did not respond to Conan's inquiry, but instead spoke of another matter. Conan nodded, stating that she had already dispatched someone to the location of the tailed beast in Sunagakure. However, she mentioned that Kisame had just returned, indicating that unforeseen complications had arisen in the Land of Water. Nagato narrowed his eyes, pondering what kind of complications could emerge. He had heard that Su Ming and Itachi from Konoha had ventured to the Land of Water. Nagato nodded, the image of Su Ming's sword surfacing in his mind. It was an immensely powerful weapon, capable of cleaving through anything. It was no surprise that Kisame could not defeat him. Seemingly perceiving the confusion in Conan's eyes, Nagato remarked, "That man is formidable, exceedingly so." He gazed outward, seemingly lost in memories. After a prolonged silence, he added, "Perhaps he could rival Uchiha Madara." Conan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard Nagato speak so highly of someone. She was taken aback. Just how strong was he? At that moment, she suddenly moved, turning her gaze toward Nagato. Someone is approaching. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. "You handle it." Understood. With that, Conan vanished from sight. After departing from the Land of Water, Itachi's gaze towards Su Ming had been somewhat peculiar. Su Ming, however, paid it little mind. He had always been forthright, much like the color of his hair. His true nature was clear from the moment one beheld his hair, leaving no room for speculation. Being true to oneself required no disguise. In truth, Itachi was more envious, for he could not embody the same openness as Su Ming. Although Izumi was usually exceptionally gentle, in matters such as these, she was simply like Aunt Kushina. Sighing, Itachi shook his head, casting an envious glance at Su Ming. Truly, Mei was impressive. The three tails perched upon Su Ming's shoulder. Initially, Su Ming contemplated keeping the three tails to assist Mei Terumi in safeguarding the Hidden Mist Village. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the Akatsuki would soon begin their pursuit of the tailed beasts. If the three tails remained in the Hidden Mist, it might inadvertently complicate matters for Mei. After some consideration, he decided it would be best to keep the creature by his side. Once shrunk, the three tails appeared quite adorable, a charming companion that could easily win over the hearts of young ladies. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, the two parted ways. Itachi hurriedly bid farewell to Su Ming, presumably rushing off to find Izumi, though the purpose of his visit remained a mystery. Su Ming glanced upward at the sky. It was broad daylight, and perhaps Itachi was moving a bit too hastily. The youth of today, shaking his head, he spotted Minato approaching, arms laden with groceries. Their eyes met, and an awkward expression crossed Minato's face. "Good morning," Su Ming greeted, glancing at the sun, which was beginning its descent. The atmosphere felt somewhat strained. After a brief silence, Minato broke the quietude. "I need to deliver these to your mother," he stated before hastily departing. Su Ming sighed. Was this the transformation that accompanied marriage? As he pondered this, Su Ming felt a twinge of concern. He seemed to have quite a few connections with young women, and the prospect of marriage could indeed be complicated. Marrying one would inevitably lead to feelings of inequity and favoritism, which contradicted Su Ming's principles of love. Before long, Minato returned. In the absence of Kushina, he reverted to his usual sunny and handsome demeanor as the fourth Hokage. He turned to Su Ming and asked, "Shall we chat?" Su Ming nodded, and they strolled to a nearby tree. Minato began, "You are not so young anymore. If there is a suitable girl." But before he could finish, Su Ming interrupted him. "You didn't come to discuss married life with me, did you?" Minato's face flushed with embarrassment. "Once you deal with my mother, then perhaps you can lecture me." Minato appeared increasingly uncomfortable. "After all, I am your father. Is this really appropriate?" Can't you extend me some courtesy? He lamented, feeling somewhat wronged. Meanwhile, Kurama expressed mild discomfort at the banter, nearly laughing himself silly within Minato. Serves you right. You flaunt. And now you face the consequences. Minato's face was lined with exasperation as he looked up. I understand your feelings for my mother, but I am different. I refuse to be bound by anything. I yearn for freedom. My life is destined to drift like the wind, touching every flower along the way. And I shall choose the most vibrant bloom. Beautiful flowers beckon, and should I refrain from plucking them, I would face dire consequences, Su Ming declared with a smile. Hearing this, Minato grew even more despondent. How could I be so devoted, yet beget a son so fickle? Fickle yet armed with such reasoning. Thank goodness you are not my biological child. Otherwise, my reputation would be utterly tarnished. The matters concerning the village seem to have exhausted all possible solutions. I shall refrain from intervening in your ideas. However, Watergate, what are your plans following this? Watergate gazed at Su Ming. I inquire about your intentions post the destruction of the village. Su Ming's gaze became profound. This world is not as secure as one might presume. Do you understand the origin of chakra? It is said to have been bestowed upon us by the sage of six paths. After a moment of contemplation, Watergate replied. Su Ming nodded. That is indeed one aspect, yet there exists a more profound reason. Images of the towering divine tree and the immensely destructive tintails flooded Su Ming's mind. Alongside the resurrection of the Otsutsuki, this world is not as placid as it appears. Numerous dangers lurk in the shadows. Their aim is to gather the tailed beasts, including the nine tails within Naruto. I aspire to create a realm of absolute safety, a world impervious to harm. Su Ming stated. Naruto still requires protection. Chapter 85, Jiraiya and Pain. Part 3. Outside the Hidden Rain village, a relentless downpour enveloped the entire area. Jiraiya's figure emerged as he approached this place. Surprisingly, entry proved to be quite simple. However, what lay ahead remained uncertain. The Rinnegan. At this moment, his mind was wholly consumed by the visage of the Rinnegan. The fabled eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The abilities conferred by the Rinnegan, as well as Pain's powers, eluded him. Yet, he sensed an impending monumental impact on the future of the ninja world, perhaps even affecting the village itself. Contemplating Konoha, Jiraiya felt a twinge of discomfort. He had witnessed Konoha's rise to prominence gradually devolve into decline. Despite the considerable efforts of the third Hokage, he inadvertently contributed to Konoha's downfall. The Konoha of yore. The village that once thrived was no more. Jiraiya sighed. He had come here for another reason as well. Did Pain truly have a connection to Yahiko? What of Nagato and Konan? Had they not perished in the throes of war? How could they possibly resurface? With these myriad questions swirling in his mind, Jiraiya ventured into the Hidden Rain village. What shall we do? Nagato did not turn around but spoke nonetheless. Konan's form materialized, her voice barely above a whisper. It's Jiraiya. As she uttered his name, her tone bore little emotion, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Nagato remarked, he won't ally with us, will he? Then let us eliminate him. There is nothing of value to preserve. As he spoke, Nagato's gaze remained averted, his hair shrouding half his face, obscuring his eyes and the emotions within. This body was summoned solely for the purpose of eliminating the intruder. Lead the way. Konan nodded, her gaze finally reflecting a hint of change. Before you kill him, allow me to confront him first. As you wish, provided you can ensure his demise. With that, Nagato departed. Paper fluttered in the air as Konan gradually faded from view. Boom. Following the explosion, Konan's form solidified once more. She regarded Jiraiya with an impassive expression. The toad-flat shadow manipulation technique, is it? To bait Pain. I never expected the bait to ensnare you instead. Jiraiya mused, somewhat touched. Your technique has matured, and you have blossomed into a remarkable woman, Konan. Gazing at her, he noted her light lavender hair, soft orange-hued eyes, a delicate purple paper flower adorning the right side of her head, violet eyeshadow, and a lip ring gracing her lower lip. Jiraiya felt momentarily disoriented, as if the memories of days spent with Konan and her companions were but yesterday. Yet, they were now relics of the past. If Konan had reappeared, then what of the others? I had thought you were dead. Instead, you have transformed into mere fragments of paper, Jiraiya pondered. Lord God. A Hidden Rain ninja beside Jiraiya spoke with great respect. Have you truly become a divine messenger, the herald of this so-called deity? Xiaonan remained silent, merely gazing at the rain-hidden village ninja, urging him to keep his distance. The ninja complied and departed. Jiraiya turned his attention to Xiaonan, suspecting some truths, yet still inquired, "Who is Pain?" Xiaonan's form began to ascend gradually, her expression icy. "It has nothing to do with you, teacher." Behind her, paper fragments swirled, gradually adhering to her back, forming pristine white wings. Is this how one becomes an angel? What is your purpose in presenting yourself in such a manner? The intent of the divine is to eliminate you. With those words, blades of light shot forth from the wings, aimed at Jiraiya. Observing this, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, stepping back before unleashing a torrent of flames. The paper was gradually incinerated. However, just as the flames were about to reach Xiaonan, Jiraiya halted. Toad oil bomb. Oil splattered onto Xiaonan, while Jiraiya's white hair extended, binding her. Once tainted with oil, escape was impossible. You, who delight in origami, are the gentlest among those children. And the other two? Nagato and Yahiko, one of them must be Pain, correct? Gazing at the silent Xiaonan, Jiraiya silently acknowledged his assumptions. Xiaonan slightly lifted her head. Now you choose to reveal yourself before us. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Her tone bore a hint of resentment for Yahiko. I wish to do nothing, if you are not Akatsuki. I believed you were all dead, never anticipating you would transform into this. At that time, if only I had heeded Orochimaru's words. You think like that, do you not? Xiaonan remarked. Back then, Orochimaru intended to eliminate them. Such notions never crossed my mind. What saddens me is that I taught you the way to survive. Undeniably, you are my disciples. Regardless of how arduous the world becomes, to be attacked without warning is profoundly disheartening. Subsequently, I occasionally heard about you, but the teacher does not truly understand us. That is indeed the case. Jiraiya did not deny it, yet this did not justify Akatsuki's existence. Akatsuki was erroneous. This conclusion was reached after much contemplation. Teacher Jiraiya. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Jiraiya turned to see Pain approaching. Though much had changed, those eyes Nagato. Jiraiya deduced. Was it you that day? Yes. Pain affirmed without hesitation. It seems you have not matured correctly. What has transpired? This is not something you need to know, Teacher Jiraiya. After all, you are merely an outsider. What exactly happened? Jiraiya squinted. At that instant, he sensed the flow of chakra from Pain, a precursor to impending conflict. It is nothing. Merely pain. It has facilitated my growth. An ignorant and foolish child, upon experiencing suffering, will mature into an adult. An adult who forsakes friends? Jiraiya inquired. Pain responded, Teacher, you are merely a human, but I have emerged from suffering as a true being, a god. What is unseen by man, a god perceives. Likewise, what is unattainable by man, a god can achieve. Jiraiya frowned. What exactly do you intend to do? To draw a definitive line for this war-torn world. With Pain's proclamation, a three-headed dog materialized. It seems we must engage in battle. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and readied himself for combat. The events of today have indeed taken him by surprise. Pain is, in fact, Nagato, his former disciple. Since their paths have diverged, as a teacher, it is his responsibility to correct them, even if it costs him his life. Chapter 86, The Rescue of Jiraiya, Part 1. With a thunderous explosion, Jiraiya vanished, seeking refuge in a secluded corner amidst the swirling smoke. There, he gasped for breath. The formidable strength of Pain far exceeding his expectations. The power of the Rinnegan was astonishing. Was that peculiar summoning technique one of its abilities? Pensive, Jiraiya reached into his robe, his fingers brushing against a specially crafted kunai, a parting gift from Su Ming. Had he anticipated this moment? Doubts crept in. He had indeed contemplated relaying a message to Su Ming, yet the time was not ripe. He still retained his combat prowess. Moreover, he yearned to witness the extent of the Rinnegan's evolution, as well as Pain, or Nagato, and the maturity they had attained. The wayward path of his disciples was, ultimately, a reflection of his own shortcomings as their mentor. Thus, he bore the responsibility to guide them back. With this thought, Jiraiya's gaze sharpened as he formed the necessary hand seals, exclaiming, Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, Fukasaku appeared. Fukasaku, I need you to hold them off for a while. I must enter sage mode, and until then, My hands cannot part. Fukasaku nodded. I shall do my utmost. At that moment, Pain located their position and launched an assault. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, his disciple, Hashirama, found Su Ming, appearing rather enigmatic. Leaning languidly against a great tree, Su Ming was accompanied by Hanabi, who clung to him in deep slumber. As he adjusted his hold on her, Hanabi stirred slightly, emitting a soft sound. Su Ming felt a wave of nostalgia. Over the years, Hanabi had matured splendidly. Though her eyes remained closed, her cheeks flushed, indicating she was indeed awake. With a gentle smile, Su Ming turned to Hashirama. What is it? Hashirama replied, Master, could you teach me some powerful ninjutsu? Naruto has learned some, but I am yet to acquire any. His tone carried a hint of grievance. Throughout their recent encounters, Hashirama had found himself consistently outmatched by Naruto, resulting in a reluctance to confront him again. Thus, he sought Su Ming's guidance for formidable techniques. As for why he hadn't approached his brother, the answer was simple. His brother had taken his sister-in-law into the house and had yet to emerge. Odd noises emanated from within, suggesting some playful mischief was afoot, which irked Hashirama. How could he bully my sister-in-law? Brother, you've changed. Upon hearing this, Su Ming pondered for a moment before recalling a technique. This particular skill was inherently Hashirama's and would be fitting to teach him, albeit a bit belatedly. It was called Ride the Lin. Gently lifting Hanabi, he positioned her comfortably against the tree. Rising to his feet, he turned his attention to Sasuke. Remember well the technique I am about to impart to you. Su Ming chuckled. He possesses a formidable technique. The name of this technique is Qilin. Qilin? Su Ming shook his head. No, it is Qilin. Qilin? Who is Lin? Sasuke was taken aback. This child always had a knack for seizing on the crucial points. Thus, Su Ming commenced his instruction. Sasuke absorbed the knowledge of this technique with remarkable speed. However, unbeknownst to him, not far away, a small head was peeking out. Heiju. Su Ming was well aware of his presence, and it was precisely for this reason that he chose to teach Sasuke this technique. He knew that the events of the day would inevitably reach Obito's ears. Recently, Obito had been monitoring this area with increasing frequency. Nevertheless, Su Ming chose to disregard it. The scene of little Heiju seeking his mother was, after all, somewhat amusing. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters. After imparting the ninjutsu to Sasuke, Su Ming turned his attention elsewhere, seeking Hanabi. At this moment, Hanabi still kept her eyes tightly shut, appearing somewhat shy. She had long awakened but was merely pretending to be asleep. In truth, she had already developed feelings for Su Ming, though being a girl. She felt a little bashful and had yet to express them. However, she believed that receiving such treatment indicated that Su Ming held some regard for her. This thought brought a sweetness to her heart. Even with her eyes closed, she could still sense Su Ming's presence, intensifying her shyness, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. She even began to imagine what might transpire next. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Just then, Su Ming suddenly sensed a change in the specially crafted kunai he had left for Jiraiya. This indicated that something had gone awry with Jiraiya, and he must have been engaged in battle with Pain for some time. Otherwise, given Jiraiya's nature, he would not resort to using that kunai unless in dire circumstances. Boom. In an instant, Su Ming vanished, departing so swiftly that he left no explanation behind. After a while, Hanabi mustered the courage to open her eyes, only to find the breeze blowing through, and the figure was gone. Not far away, Sasuke, clad in clan attire, was struggling in a peculiar posture. Upon seeing this, Hanabi's mind wandered, and her face flushed even deeper. She spat in Sasuke's direction, exclaiming, "Humph, rogue," before storming away in a huff. Sasuke was left bewildered, shaking his head, pondering the peculiarities of women. He turned back to continue his training. Qilin, a strange name. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was swiftly retreating across the water's surface, having activated Sage Mode. At the same time, the 6 paths of pain charged towards him. Jiraiya's gaze flickered. Was even Sage Mode insufficient? The Rinnegan was indeed formidable. After battling for a considerable time, Jiraiya still lacked clarity on Pain's weaknesses. During this period, he had opportunities to escape, yet he chose to remain. As he gazed at Pain charging towards him, Jiraiya's resolve gradually solidified. He hoped to endure until Su Ming arrived, to relay the truth about Pain. All I can do is this. He tilted his head back, his white hair suddenly lengthening and spiraling towards Pain. I, Jiraiya, am renowned as a hero. I must uncover the flaw, even if it means a mutual demise. Boom. A colossal rock plummeted. As the assault pierced through Jiraiya's body, he instantaneously comprehended Pain's secret. They are all ninjas whom I have encountered before. He narrowed his eyes. Yet, despite his newfound knowledge of Pain's secret, he found himself encircled. 6 Pains. There was no escape. However, a faint smile graced his lips. He had long been prepared. The message would undoubtedly be conveyed. With unwavering determination, Jiraiya focused his gaze. Pain, let us battle. Boom. As the attack surged forth. Just as Pain's strike was about to land on Jiraiya, a sudden flash of cold light erupted. An overwhelming surge of chakra sent the surrounding Pains flying. Simultaneously, Su Ming's languid voice resonated. Old man, do not be so pessimistic. Chapter 87. Perhaps it is this world that is wrong. Part 2. Do not be so pessimistic. Old man. As Su Ming's voice resonated, Jiraiya was abruptly roused from his reverie. He gazed, bewildered, at Su Ming, who had suddenly appeared, beaming at him. Have you forgotten me after only a few days? Su Ming smiled. Upon witnessing Su Ming's cheerful expression, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile back, his heart swelling with joy. He understood that as long as Su Ming had arrived, it meant he was safe. Jiraiya had unwavering trust in Su Ming's capabilities. A relaxed demeanor washed over him. At that moment, the previously launched Pain halted upon the water's surface, the 6 bodies converging to encircle Su Ming and Jiraiya. Su Ming turned. It has been a while. Pain. Their last encounter had been at Orochimaru's hideout, where they had merely exchanged tentative blows without truly engaging in battle. However, this time was different. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, a serious expression overtaking his features. Despite his profound faith in Su Ming's prowess, he was acutely aware that his opponent wielded the Rinnegan. Be extremely cautious, those 6 bodies. Before Jiraiya could finish his warning, Su Ming raised a hand to interrupt him. No need for concern. With that, he stepped forward, his sword suddenly raised. There was no necessity for hesitation. In the next instant, Su Ming vanished, charging directly at Pain. Summoning technique. Pain, unhesitatingly, unleashed his own jutsu as Su Ming approached. Yet, Su Ming's speed was astonishing. In a fleeting moment, a flash of cold light appeared, severing not only the incomplete summoning technique, but also one of Pain's intact bodies. With a swift motion, it was split in 2. Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock, silently acknowledging Su Ming's formidable strength. As Su Ming descended, he lightly touched the surface of the water with his toes, his white hair cascading elegantly over his shoulders, swaying in the breeze. An overwhelming, terrifying power emanated from Su Ming. At that moment, Jiraiya murmured to himself, This power is extraordinary. What kind of strength is this? I do not know, replied the sage from Myaboka Mountain, but it seems to surpass even sage mode. Could this be a new form? The 2 sages observed Su Ming's silhouette in awe, utterly captivated by the sheer intensity of the power they had never before witnessed. The unknown is invariably shrouded in terror. Fortunately, this power was not hostile. Immortal Demon Body. Su Ming had activated this ability when he had struck, allowing that single sword to wield such tremendous might, cleaving through the summoning technique in one of Pain's bodies. Now, with one of the 6 bodies eliminated, though it would soon revive, the psychological impact on Pain was already substantial. Su Ming's gaze shifted, landing upon one of the bodies. And he spoke, You must know that I can annihilate one in an instant. Thus, destroying your other forms is hardly a challenge. Pain remained silent, his eyes still as cold as ice. With a dismissive scoff, Su Ming's form vanished once more. When he reappeared, it was before another of Pain's bodies, and he swiftly swung his sword, cleaving it in 2. I am not making a request, nor am I seeking your counsel. I am stating a fact. Su Ming slightly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the tallest structure in the Rain Village. Suddenly, he inquired, Is it there? Nagato. This time, he was no longer addressing Pain but rather Nagato. The remaining 5 bodies trembled slightly, a flicker of astonishment coursing through them. Though subtle, it was unmistakable. Su Ming's words implied he had uncovered their secret. But how? How did he come to know? What do you desire? At last, Pain spoke. Su Ming smiled. His words signified a concession. He had initially assumed Pain would not be intimidated, yet it appeared he was mistaken. I wish to protect him. Su Ming pointed towards Jiraiya. His temporary intention was to escort him away from this place. Temporary? Pain furrowed his brow. If it's temporary, that implies there will be more to come. Indeed. Su Ming affirmed with a nod. For now, I merely wish to take this old man away, preventing him from being slain by his disobedient disciple. As for the future, that depends on my whims. Perhaps one day, should I take an interest in the Rinnegan, I might seek you out. As he spoke, Su Ming wore a genuine smile. If one overlooked the implications of his words, they might perceive him as a rather amiable individual, even someone worthy of deep friendship due to his sincerity. Well, I have finished my words. He turned to Jiraiya. It is time to depart, old man. Can you still walk? Jiraiya nodded. Su Ming prepared to lead Jiraiya away, while Pain had no intention of obstructing them, even as the 6 bodies regrouped. However, he remained uncertain, especially in the face of this terrifying and disquieting power. Even he felt a tinge of hesitation. The unknown force is always fearsome. Su Ming left, taking Jiraiya with him, but not before leaving a parting remark. We shall meet again, though it will not be so simple then. With a hum, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself within the Uchiha clan's territory. After releasing the immortal body technique, Su Ming's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. This was a residual effect. His mastery over the third template's power was not yet fully refined. Such formidable strength placed a tremendous strain on his body. Even now, he could not endure for long. Thus, his earlier actions had been so forceful, leaving Pain no room for contemplation. Due to him, there simply wasn't enough time. Naturally, these after effects will gradually diminish as proficiency with the template increases, until he has completely mastered this template, at which point he will truly command the indomitable body and significantly extend its duration of use. However, this requires time. Mastering formidable power is never a simple endeavor. The Nine Tails exemplifies this, and the Sage mode is no different. Upon returning here, those 2 sages from Myobo-Kuzan departed. Nevertheless, Jiraiya appeared somewhat disheartened. I had presumed they had perished long ago. I never anticipated they would survive until now, evolving into their current state. Su Ming gently patted Jiraiya's shoulder and offered words of solace. It is not your fault. They are not to blame either. Perhaps the true fault lies with this world. Chapter 88. Youth, Embrace Physical Activity. Chapter 3. Su Ming's daily life is, in essence, quite simple. Training, charming ladies, dining, charming ladies again, and finally, resting. Of course, amidst these activities, he finds time to accompany Naruto and occasionally observe the training progress of Sasuke. However, recently, Naruto has become quite attached to Kushina, which allows Su Ming to enjoy a more leisurely pace. Life flows in a relaxed and delightful manner. Jiraiya has gradually acclimatized to this environment, often guiding Naruto in his training. Undoubtedly, Jiraiya's pedagogical prowess far surpasses that of Minato. After several days of practice, Su Ming's proficiency with his templates deepens, particularly with the third template, which grants him an almost otherworldly strength. As this power intensifies, the might he wields becomes increasingly formidable. Upon activating the immortal demon body, his physical prowess can even overpower the Nine Tails. Once Naruto attains the status of a perfect Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails can emerge. And indeed, the Nine Tails has made several appearances. Once free, it shows no inclination to return, for the outside world is far more enticing than the dreary confines of its sealed space. Upon emerging, the Nine Tails, accompanied by the Three Tails, indulges in the local delicacies, savoring every bite. Surprisingly, it has developed a fondness for dango, akin to Itachi's preference. However, it harbors a strong aversion to Naruto's beloved ramen, and under duress from Naruto, the Nine Tails even decided to run away from home, departing from Naruto's side to seek refuge with Su Ming. Su Ming, indifferent to the situation, finds the now diminutive Nine Tails endearingly charming. Each visit draws the attention of nearby ladies, and the shrunken Nine Tails is not only adored by them, but also by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans ninjas. Remarkably, the Nine Tails is the sole entity that dines free of charge, with even takeout being generously provided. Each time Su Ming contemplates this, Naruto is filled with envy. The level of admiration for the Ninetales surpasses Su Ming's expectations, particularly when he discovers that Kushina adores it most. At times, she even insists on cuddling the creature while they sleep. The Ninetales' departure can largely be attributed to Kushina, whose affection weighs heavily, at times causing a headache. Observing the Ninetales lounging beside him, blissfully munching on dango, Su Ming smirks. Is this what it takes to break you? If it were Tsunade, would she not crush that petite form of yours? After all, Tsunade is quite formidable. As this thought crosses his mind, Su Ming feels an itch in his hands, but alas, they are empty. Springtime. As he shakes his head slightly, Jiraiya walks in. Upon seeing the lazy and content Ninetales sprawled next to Su Ming, along with the obedient Three Tails, he pauses in surprise. Is there something amiss? Extending his hand, Su Ming grasped at the air a couple of times, feeling a tinge of boredom. He then turned his gaze towards Jiraiya and inquired, has someone from Konoha arrived? Indeed, Jiraiya replied. Su Ming was taken aback. What is their purpose? Jiraiya explained, it is said that the third Hokage summoned them to guide your training. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Ming found the situation increasingly intriguing. He was well aware of their abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew their strengths. It appeared that the third Hokage genuinely wanted them to participate in the Chunin exams. Were they to bully children? Su Ming's mind conjured the image of a certain boy with a gourd on his back. Gaara. Only love for his own Shura? An amusing name indeed. And the person himself was equally fascinating. Su Ming recalled that Gaara was one of Naruto's closer friends in the original Naruto series. Who is coming? Su Ming's interest piqued. You should be familiar with them, Jiraiya replied. Kakashi and Might Guy. Su Ming nodded, rising to meet them. He was certainly acquainted with their names. Yet he was curious about the reason behind Hiruzen's decision to send them here. Although the strength of Su Ming and his companions had been laid bare, it was precisely for this reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not act rashly. After all, Konoha had not yet made a move against their formidable power, and it was likely that the Hokage was aware of Su Ming's true intentions. He was determined to bring ruin to Konoha. So, what was the purpose of sending these two? Outside, Might Guy's face radiated enthusiasm. Kakashi, is that person truly as formidable as you claim? Kakashi nodded. He is undoubtedly the strongest individual I have ever encountered. As an afterthought, he added, stronger than my father. For Guy, the only person deserving of such praise from Kakashi, apart from himself, could be no one else. Yet, he had not yet gained Kakashi's recognition, only to see it bestowed upon another. This would not do. He resolved to challenge him. However, he suddenly turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, let us have a contest. A battle between men. With a beaming smile, Guy was brimming with energy. Yet, Kakashi merely cast him a sidelong glance and muttered, idiot. With that, he stepped away, ignoring him. Hey, Kakashi, are you afraid of me? This time, let us race. I will not be defeated by you again. Idiot. Kakashi sighed in exasperation. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Ming appeared. His presence provided Kakashi the opportunity to escape Guy's incessant banter. Upon seeing Su Ming, Guy immediately shifted his focus. But when he laid eyes on Su Ming, he was momentarily stunned. He turned to Kakashi. Is this the strong individual you spoke of? What? He asked, merely a child. Indeed. Su Ming was considerably younger than Kakashi and Guy. Given the age difference, he had the right to voice such an opinion. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Su Ming, who, despite his youth, possessed immense strength. Su Ming regarded Might Guy before him, with a watermelon-shaped head, thick eyebrows, and a signature green bodysuit. Kai left Su Ming momentarily stunned upon their first encounter. Those eyebrows were indeed quite robust. Could such a child truly comprehend the essence of youth? Kai felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, just as his words faded, Su Ming's figure materialized behind him. He gently patted Kai's shoulder and flashed a slight smile. Hello there. The sudden appearance startled Kai, causing him to leap back exaggeratedly, taking several steps away as he stared at Su Ming. When did you get behind me? With a swift motion, Kakashi slapped his forehead and rolled his eyes, feeling embarrassed. He averted his gaze, pretending not to know this person. In the next moment, Kai turned to Su Ming. It seems you possess some skills as well. How about we have a little competition? Perhaps 1,000 side jumps? I'm the proud Azure Beast of Konoha. After all, true to his spirited nature, Kai's enthusiasm was palpable. Su Ming chuckled. 1,000? Is that all the legendary might guy can muster? Let us raise the stakes and do 3 sets of 10,000 jumps, shall we? Seeing the astonishment on Kai's face only made Su Ming smile wider. It was merely a workout, after all, with his stamina bolstered by his special supplements. He had nothing to fear. Chapter 89. Have I opened all 8 gates? A challenge from Su Mingjun? Even Kai, who is renowned for his relentless training, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Su's words. He instinctively swallowed hard as he gazed at Su. What, are you afraid? Su chuckled. Who is afraid? Hearing this, Kai's face flushed crimson, and he replied, if it's a challenge, then so be it. I, the illustrious beast of Konoha, fear no one. With that, the two began their contest. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, could only shake his head in exasperation. 2 fools, he muttered. Yet, despite his complaints, his focus remained on the outcome. He knew Kai all too well. Despite his simple-mindedness, no one trained harder than he did. Therefore, Kakashi felt the victor was already determined. However, after the first round, Kai's face was beet red, clearly straining, while Su appeared unfazed, showing no signs of exhaustion. From this alone, the outcome was evident. Kakashi shook his head in resignation, surprised by the result. As expected, Kai was defeated quite decisively. Su clapped his hands, his face slightly flushed, but unlike Kai, he wasn't gasping for breath. How was that? Su inquired with a smile. Meanwhile, Kai was still panting, lacking even the strength to speak. Su had a good understanding of Kai. After all, he was the man who nearly kicked his way to the grand finale, albeit at a great cost. Yet, to earn praise from someone as proud as Madara was no small feat. Not wishing to provoke Kai further, Su turned his attention to Kakashi. What brings you here? Kakashi sighed, glancing at Kai. He wanted to come, he admitted. Oh? Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Kakashi continued. He has recently gained insights into the 8 gates and wishes to find someone to spar with. I found him troublesome, so I recommended you. Su looked at Kai. Which gate have you opened? Kai stretched out his arm, displaying his thumb with a grin. The 8th gate. Su's expression shifted as he regarded Kakashi with scrutiny. Kakashi. Be honest, are you trying to set me up for failure? Kakashi was taken aback, his face turning awkward. Su genuinely suspected that Kakashi might have brought Kai over out of spite. A contest. You've opened the death gate? What kind of contest is that? If you unleash it, will I be sent packing? If I go, what will happen to all those girls? I can't bear the thought of being a widower. Come on, let's have a match. At that moment, Kai caught his breath and flashed another smile. Su shot him a glance, feeling murderous intent brewing. All right, your teeth are indeed white, he conceded. But my mastery of the 8 gates is formidable, Kai declared. I know, Su replied. So, shall we compete? Kai asked once more. Su Ming could no longer contain himself. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Kai. Then, with a resounding slap, he struck him on the head. What nonsense is this? You wish for death, while I still wish to live. Su Ming erupted in expletives, fully aware of the devastating power that could be unleashed if the death gate were opened. If Kai were to truly activate it, the consequences would be dire. The force of Su Ming's slap left Kai momentarily dazed. Given Su Ming's exhibited speed, it was indeed remarkable, igniting Kai's interest even further. Come spar with me, Su Ming. A man must sweat under the sun, Kai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, Su Ming dismissed him entirely and began to walk away. Before departing, he left a parting remark. If there's nothing else, you all may leave. Of course, if you wish to visit, you are welcome, but do adhere to the rules. As Su Ming exited, it was evident that he held a deep admiration for Kai. After all, he was a man who had nearly faced 2 climactic endings, one from the original Naruto and the other in the present. Yet, for Su Ming, his admiration for Kai was overshadowed by his own prowess, the 8 gates technique. While formidable, could not be recklessly activated. It was merely a sparring session, and Kai was not foolish enough to take it lightly. After Su Ming's departure, only Kai and Kakashi remained. Kakashi, what shall we do next? Kai inquired. Kakashi, looking at Kai with a hint of exasperation, responded, Are you suggesting we simply return? That is out of the question, Kai insisted. The two had sneaked out as the atmosphere in Konoha had become stifling. From the Hokage to the common citizens, a sense of oppression lingered. The third Hokage, though well-intentioned, was powerless tirelessly arranging matters for the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, the ordinary populace had gradually lost faith in the Hokage. So much had transpired in the village recently. The third Hokage had changed, no longer the revered leader, but rather a hypocrite unmasked. Kakashi had longed to escape, but lacked a valid reason. Then he encountered Kai, who sought a training partner, and thus they departed the village together. Hence, they would not turn back. Instead, they followed the path Su Ming had taken, gradually advancing forward. During this time, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had collaborated to develop the area remarkably well. Its vibrancy was comparable to that of Konoha. The duo soon spotted a ramen shop and a dumpling store. Upon seeing these establishments, Kai's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. Kakashi was equally astonished. As noon approached, their stomachs began to growl. After a moment's consideration, they decided to enter. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, the ambience remained authentic. Upon entering, they immediately heard Naruto's voice. "Try some Kurama. This ramen is absolutely delicious." "No way. I refuse to eat such things." The scene that greeted them was quite the spectacle. A youth, a plump fox, a table, and ramen. In the ramen shop, how could there be a pig? Upon witnessing this scene, Kai instinctively uttered a remark. This statement instantly incensed the QB. "Who are you calling a pig?" As he spoke, his body twisted around, and due to indulging in too much food recently, he had become slightly rotund. Unfortunately, he lost his balance and rolled over like a round ball. Kai exclaimed, "Why does this pig have so many tails?" The QB, seething with rage, retorted, "How dare you call me a pig? I shall end you today." Suddenly, the QB's form enlarged dramatically. Then, with a thunderous crash, the ramen shop was obliterated. The bowl of ramen that had yet to be finished exploded, sending noodles soaring and drenching Kakashi. The noodles cascaded down like a woman's flowing hair. At that moment, Naruto turned his head and cautiously inquired, "Kakashi, Auntie?" Chapter 90, The Vigilance of Yunin Village. Part 2-9, Tails. As the nine tails expanded in size, its true form was immediately recognized by Kai. At that moment, the Kaibai felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that my reputation remains quite formidable, as this young lad has instantly identified me. However, in the next instant, Kai remarked, "But why is the Ninetails so plump?" The current appearance of the Kaibai was indeed at least a size larger than during the last disturbance. It is no wonder Kai harbored such confusion. Yet, the Kaibai despised any insinuation regarding its weight. Thus, upon hearing Kai's comment, it lost its temper. "Dare to mock me? Today, I shall show you my true prowess." With a tilt of its head, the tailed beast ball began to coalesce. Witnessing this, Kai's eyelids twitched, instinctively preparing to unleash the 8 gates. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Ming intervened. "Kaibai, what on earth are you doing?" Su Ming expressed his exasperation. Over time, the Kaibai had engaged in such antics frequently, taking advantage of its favored status and behaving recklessly. Its mischievousness surpassed even Naruto's, which was quite vexing. Upon seeing Su Ming arrive, the Kaibai recognized that a confrontation was unlikely, yet it still felt unsettled. It turned its head away, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Su Ming while huffing in disdain. Su Ming, feeling helpless, then restrained Kai. "Do you intend to demolish this place?" Kai felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, at that moment, he noticed the diminutive version of Aisabu beside Su Ming, his gaze momentarily frozen before he extended his hand. 1, 2, 3. 3 tails. While he could comprehend the presence of the 9 tails, he was utterly astonished to discover that Aisabu had also appeared. Kai was utterly astounded. 2-tailed beasts were present here. Ignoring Kai's astonished expression, Su Ming turned his attention to Kakashi, complimenting him. "Nice hairstyle. But it lacks a skirt." The ramen that had previously adorned Kakashi's head now resembled long hair. Kakashi in women's clothing? Quite amusing. His gaze shifted to Naruto, who grinned and sweetly called out, "Big brother." Su Ming playfully tapped Naruto on the head, questioning whether he intended to stir up trouble again. "Hiki, you caught me, brother." But he pointed at Kai, exclaiming, "This excessively bushy-browed uncle has gone too far, claiming the Ninetails is as fat as a pig." Meanwhile, the Ninetails crossed its arms, nodding with an air of pride. Its expression conveyed that if today's matter was not resolved satisfactorily, there would be consequences. Su Ming glanced at Kai, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Why would you comment on a fox? Are you not aware that foxes can be rather petty? And a fox with 9 tails is even more intolerably so? Apologize. I'm sorry, Kai replied. Kai was not a fool, quickly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Of course, he was not merely yielding due to the menacing presence of Isabu and the tailed beast ball already formed in the 9 tails grasp. No, he was simply, a person of integrity. Humph. The 9 tails emitted a soft grunt, diminishing in size before departing with his subordinate, the 3 tails. Observing this, Guy exhaled a sigh of relief. Kakashi, too, removed the ramen from his head, revealing his true appearance. Can we stay here for a while? Kakashi inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Ming. Of course, you cannot leave now, Su Ming replied, gesturing towards the owner of the Ichiraka ramen shop beside him. Even if you wish to depart, he would not permit it. We must repair the ramen shop first. Guy and Kakashi turned around to find the Ichiraki owner wearing an expression of fury. Guy felt a twinge of injustice, exclaiming, this was clearly not our doing. Su Ming, uninterested, retorted, if you can summon the 9 tails back to fix it, then you may proceed as you wish. The 2 men fell silent, realizing the absurdity of calling the 9 tails back. Just avoiding further destruction was already a blessing. Kakashi sighed once more, lamenting their unfortunate encounters. As the sun began to set, beneath a grand tree, 2 blushing young ladies shyly nestled in Su Ming's embrace. Su Ming, with a contented expression, observed the bustling activities of Kakashi and Guy, while savoring the grapes that Hanabi fed him, reflecting, ah, youth. In the hidden cloud village, several individuals hurriedly set about repairing the walls of the Raikage's office, expressing their gratitude that the Raikage often took unconventional routes, else they might have found themselves without work. Truly, the Raikage is considerate. His actions to assist the villagers must be why he frequently collides with walls, they mused. Meanwhile, within the Raikage's office, A pondered the message he had just received. According to intelligence gathered by his subordinates, a significant incident had occurred in Konohagakure. The host of the 9 tails had severed ties with the village and left, causing considerable destruction and claiming the lives of several leaf ninjas in his wake. Yet, A found himself hesitating. Was this indeed true? Or was it a deliberate ploy by Konoha to lure them into a trap? After all, the previous incident had led to the death of the Hyuga clan leader, which surely left Konoha harboring resentment. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen might not possess the audacity to act recklessly, the safety of his village necessitated vigilance. As the Raikage and a decision-maker, I knew he had to contemplate these matters deeply. With the Chunin exams approaching, if Konoha were to proceed with them amid such turmoil, it would appear exceedingly suspicious. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not be so foolish. This uncertainty only deepened A's reservations. Was there a hidden conspiracy at play? A's intellect, sharpened by his position, allowed him to navigate such complexities, even if he preferred to avoid entanglements. However, caution was imperative, especially concerning Konoha. After a lengthy deliberation, A remained unable to ascertain the truth. Thus, he resolved to send someone to investigate further, ultimately selecting Samui. Samui was level-headed and meticulous in her work, possessing commendable strength, making her an ideal candidate for reconnaissance. Shortly thereafter, Samui made her appearance in the Raikage's office. Avoiding the tumultuous waves, AI's gaze settled upon Samui's face. I have a mission to entrust to you. It is of utmost importance, concerning the safety of our village. Upon hearing this, Samui's expression grew grave. Lord Raikage, please speak. I shall not refuse my duty. AI nodded. You should be aware that Konoha is holding the Chunin exams, inviting various ninja villages to participate. Samui acknowledged with a nod. However, I have just received news of a significant upheaval in Konoha, one that could alter the very fabric of Konoha and even our own Kumogakure. I need you to ascertain the veracity of this information. It is crucial for our village. Understood. Meeting AI's serious gaze, Samui nodded in affirmation while accepting the address provided by AI. The location that required investigation was not far from the Land of Fire. As Samui perused the documents, he was taken aback. One individual captured his attention, Esme, the elder brother of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 91. You are the Prophesied One. Part 3. Konoha. Hokage's Office. In recent days, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been exceedingly busy, so preoccupied that he remains oblivious to the fact that Kakashi and Might Guy have already slipped away unnoticed. Following Danzo's demise, he has taken control of Root, disassembling and integrating it into the Umbu, thereby consolidating power over both factions. Due to his overwhelming responsibilities, he has reluctantly reinstated the roles of the two Hokage advisors, Mido Kazumi and Tino Kamachi, which alleviates some of his burdens. At this moment, within the Hokage's office, three individuals engage in conversation. Sarutobi inquires, "How are the preparations for the Chunin exams progressing?" Mido Kazumi replies, "The invited ninja villages have mostly agreed to participate. And there is one small ninja village that wishes to join as well." "A small ninja village?" Sarutobi pauses, taken aback. "What is its name?" Mido responds, "The Village of Sound, which may have been established only recently." Sarutobi muses, "A small village poses no threat, after all. The main participants in this Chunin exam are not them." Both Mido and Tino nod in agreement, though concern lingers in their expressions. With so many ninja villages attending, is our village truly prepared given our current situation? Sarutobi shakes his head and gazes out the window, his eyes reflecting a distant contemplation. "This is our final opportunity, the last chance. Perhaps, after this, Konoha will endure. But it may not be Konoha under my leadership." As he peruses the dossier in hand, featuring a photograph of Su Ming, Samui feels a tinge of confusion. A ninja devoid of any bloodline limit, not even a Jinchuriki. Yet his danger rating surpasses that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Why is this so? Gazing at the photograph of the charming, smiling face, she concedes, "Well, he is quite handsome." Yet, Samui remains perplexed. She turns to A, who merely shakes his head. "I am uncertain, but one thing is clear, Samui. This mission requires utmost caution. If captured, the consequences could be fatal." A's demeanor is grave. Samui's expression sharpens in seriousness. "Rest assured, Lord Raikage, I will not disappoint you." A nods, and Samui departs. Upon leaving the Raikage's office, Samui immediately begins her preparations. This time, she chooses not to bring any subordinates and refrains from disclosing the mission to anyone. Not even her brother. After all, there is always a possibility of failure in missions. Before embarking, Samui steels herself for potential setbacks. "Su Ming." She whispers the name, her eyes still clouded with uncertainty. The dossier clearly indicates that Uzumaki Naruto is suspected of wielding the power of the Nine-Tails. Reflecting on the tailed beasts, she recalls the strength and prowess of the Bijou. Thus, Uzumaki Naruto, who has mastered the power of the Nine-Tails, must be formidable indeed. Yet, Su Ming poses an even greater danger. What exactly is the source of this peril? Contemplating the golden locks, Samui sets forth on her journey. In recent days, Jiraiya has exhibited peculiar behavior, particularly when gazing at Su Ming. Indeed, wherever Su Ming went, Jiraiya seemed to follow, even accompanying him to the restroom. The thought of Jiraiya's peculiar habits sent a shiver down Su Ming's spine. Though he might consider himself rather handsome, he found the situation unsettling. Thus, upon encountering Jiraiya once more, Su Ming halted in his tracks. Next to him, Itachi spoke earnestly. "Mr. Jiraiya, I must make one thing abundantly clear." Jiraiya turned his gaze towards him. Itachi continued, "You and Ming-san are simply not meant to be." Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. This child's thoughts were a jumbled mess, and yet he spoke with such solemnity. The sincerity in his eyes nearly led Su Ming to believe that there was indeed something between him and Jiraiya. Thankfully, he maintained his innocence. At that moment, Jiraiya ceased to conceal his intentions and directly addressed Su Ming, proclaiming, "I believe you might be the child of prophecy." Prophecy. Su Ming scoffed. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya followed him for such a fantastical reason. Such an outrageous notion was beyond his belief. Moreover, the child of prophecy was Naruto, not him. Consequently, he promptly shook his head in denial. "I am not." Just then, Kurama, having run away from home, found Su Ming and clambered onto his shoulder with his rotund body. In the past, Kurama could leap up effortlessly, but now, if he attempted to jump, Su Ming feared his slender frame would not withstand the weight. Kurama had gained weight rather rapidly. After a considerable struggle to settle on Su Ming's shoulder, the latter shifted slightly, causing Kurama to tumble off with a resounding thud. Infuriated, Kurama exclaimed, "Be more careful, you fool," and climbed back onto Su Ming's shoulder. Meanwhile, the three tails observed Kurama's ascent and quietly tugged on Su Ming's pant leg, gazing up at him with endearing eyes, indicating, I want to go up too. Su Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. I truly have no way to deal with you. For a tailed beast, their attempts at adorableness seemed rather shameful. Bending down, he lifted the three tails and placed it on his shoulder as well. This scene illuminated Jiraiya's eyes with excitement. And you still claim you are not the child of prophecy? If you were not, how could the tailed beasts be so affectionate towards you? Glancing at the two adorable creatures perched on his shoulders, Su Ming felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed as though there was now tangible evidence to support Jiraiya's claim. How could he possibly explain that he was not the so-called child of prophecy? You must indeed be the child of prophecy, Jiraiya asserted with unwavering confidence. Su Ming continued to shake his head. I am not. However, Jiraiya remained unconvinced. The primary evidence lay in the fact that after a hearty meal, both Kurama and the Three Tails quickly fell asleep on Su Ming's shoulders. Such rapid slumber could only occur with profound trust. Moreover, whenever they retired for the night, they would specifically seek out Su Ming. It seems as if one could not cleanse themselves even by plunging into the Yellow River, does it not? Are you perhaps the prophesied child? Accompany me to my Boku Mountain, and the truth shall be revealed. Once the Toad Sage has scrutinized you, it will become evident whether Su Ming is indeed the prophesied one. However, without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming firmly declined. His rationale was refreshingly straightforward. I hold no fondness for toads. Jiraiya was left utterly dismayed, for this was the most unreasonable and hurtful excuse he had ever encountered. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Should he attempt to forcibly take Su Ming along, not only would he face the challenge of overpowering him, but even the two mascots perched upon his shoulders posed a dilemma. At present, they resembled mascots in every sense. However, apart from Su Ming, no one dared to truly regard them as such. Observing Su Ming's receding figure, Jiraiya mused to himself, claiming you are not the prophesied child? I am not blind. Chapter 92. Su Ming's Thoughts Part 1. Tasks are invariably accompanied by peril, especially those undertaken by Samui, which pertain directly to Su Ming. At this moment, both Kai and Kakashi have grown considerably quieter. Ever since encountering the Nine Tails and the Three Tails, he has ceased his boisterous challenges. This is not merely because Su Ming would allow the Nine Tails and the Three Tails to engage at Kai's behest. Rather, it is a reflection of his pacifistic nature, his aversion to conflict. With a smile, Su Ming nodded, remarking that even in the absence of peace, one could resort to nuclear means. However, the nuclear he referred to was in relation to nuclear weapons. At this moment, not far away, Samui's figure gradually materialized. Her gaze was serene as she meticulously observed her surroundings from a perceived safe vantage point, yet she discerned nothing particularly unusual. If there was anything remarkable, it was that this place resembled an exceedingly prosperous village. Samui instinctively questioned whether she had mistakenly arrived in Konoha. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she appeared, she had already been detected. The one who discovered her was none other than the Nine Tails. By the riverside, the Nine Tails devoured a grilled fish, feeling unsatisfied, and casually snatched the one beside the Three Tails. The Three Tails wore a resentful expression but dared not voice his grievances. Once the Nine Tails finished eating, he patted his belly and turned to Su Ming. Kid, a plump girl has arrived. Huh? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Plump girl? What does that mean? He looked at the Nine Tails, bewildered. The Nine Tails extended his paw, spreading it wide. This plump. After a brief moment of realization, Su Ming understood. Oh, you mean the kind of plump girl you like. The Nine Tails chuckled lewdly. The Three Tails, witnessing this, also let out a couple of laughs, only to be met with a sharp slap from the Nine Tails. What are you laughing at? Don't imitate me. The Three Tails cast a pitiful glance at Su Ming. But Su Ming was preoccupied. He turned his attention back to the Nine Tails. Where is she? The Nine Tails remained silent, merely lifting his paw and gesturing the number 3. This indicated 3 grilled fish. 1. The Nine Tails then turned away, moving without a backward glance. Stupid fox, all you think about is food. Just look at how fat you become. The critical issue arose when the Nine Tails halted midway, facing away from Su Ming, paws clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of expectation. It was clear he had made up his mind. If Su Ming wanted information, it would cost him grilled fish. 2. Su Ming sighed in resignation. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the Nine Tails disregarded him completely and continued forward. Damn it. Fine, 3. The Ninetales turned around, but merely shook his head, this time using both paws. 4. Are you actually negotiating? All right, I concede. The Ninetales wore a smug expression while the Three Tails looked on in admiration. Meanwhile, Su-Ming quietly retrieved 4 grilled fish from behind him. This had long been prepared. Fearing that the two-tailed beasts might not have enough to eat, I had intentionally roasted a few extra. Initially, I reserved 10 pieces for Kurama, but now, since you desire 4, I shall grant you 4. Both parties are satisfied, as Kurama took the grilled fish and Su-Ming departed from that place. At this moment, Samui remained motionless, patiently waiting and observing. Without concrete information, she dared not act recklessly. She had already discerned that this seemingly prosperous and tranquil place harbored immense peril. However, she was utterly unprepared for the greater danger that lurked nearby. Su-Ming had arrived. Upon seeing the woman before him, Su-Ming recognized her at a mere glance. With her short yellow hair and fair complexion, despite her somewhat loose attire, she still appeared somewhat constricted. Samui. However, when Su-Ming made his entrance, Samui had not yet noticed him. Therefore, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. Instantly alert, Samui turned around. In that fleeting moment, she thrust her short blade towards him without hesitation. Yet, how could the well-prepared Su-Ming fall prey to such a tactic? He swiftly grasped her wrist, exerting force to seize the knife from her hand. After observing for so long, was it not somewhat impolite to remain silent? Su-Ming chuckled at the sight of him. Samui trembled, recognizing his identity. She had believed that her strength would allow her to confront even formidable foes. Yet now, she realized she had overestimated herself. With a fierce shout, Samui lunged at Su-Ming, relying on her expertise in physical combat. As a hostile ninja, surrender was not an option. Even when faced with a powerful adversary, should she refuse to yield, she could only fight. Even in death, she would take a piece of her enemy with her. That was the spirit of the hidden cloud. However, she had greatly overestimated her own capabilities. With a resounding thud, Samui was sent flying. In midair, her body traced a graceful arc, albeit one that was slightly distorted due to an unseen protrusion. Gazing at the scene, Su-Ming could not help but marvel at the view. Yet, with another thud, Samui crashed to the ground. Despite the pleasant scenery, Su-Ming did not hold back. He was indeed compassionate, nurturing a protective instinct toward every woman. Yet, this one before him was an adversary. Samui struggled to rise, but as Su-Ming approached, a single strike sent her crashing down once more. Ultimately, Samui lost her fighting spirit, collapsing onto the ground. From his elevated position, Su-Ming looked down at her and mused, how remarkable. At that moment, having finished his grilled fish, Kurama appeared and, upon seeing Samui lying on the ground, muttered, I didn't expect her to be so plump. The Three Tails nodded in agreement. So plump, who knows how much grilled fish she has consumed, Kurama whispered. To this, Su-Ming offered no comment. He turned his gaze to Kurama. Kurama, take her back. Why should I? I refuse to perform menial labor. 1 grilled fish. Humph. Kurama turned away. 2. Humph. 3. No more than 3, or it's off. Deal. Then, the Ninetales swished its paw, and Samui scampered away, dragged along. Turning back, the Ninetales extended its paw towards Su-Ming. Su-Ming, the glutton. Although Su-Ming found Samui rather agreeable, she served another purpose. From the hidden Cloud Village, this elite ninja must have been dispatched here on the orders of Reikich A. This indicates that the Cloud Village has taken notice of the affairs of the Leaf Village. Otherwise, they would not have sent someone to investigate. The current situation is precarious. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. AS' decision to send someone suggests he harbors intentions against the Leaf. However, this is not sufficient. A spark is still needed. And Samui shall be that spark. Chapter 93. The Celestial Being. Chapter 2. Upon returning with Samui, the reactions of those present to this unexpectedly appearing individual were distinctly varied. Minato Namikaze was taken aback for a moment, then found himself at a loss. The implication was clear. How could it be that so little time had passed before yet another one appeared? Kushina, however, was far more enthusiastic. She even patted Su-Ming on the shoulder, exuding an air of approval, akin to a mother who finally sees her pig successfully rooting for vegetables. Little did she know. Not only had he rooted, but he had also laid waste to an entire garden. Yet, even if she were aware, given Kushina's temperament, she would likely remain unconcerned. If she were to intervene, her response would be, "You better bring her home with you." Naruto, on the other hand, wore a perplexed expression. "Brother, this sister is quite plump." This remark turned Samui's face crimson. Captured like a prisoner of war, the fate of those who were taken was often grim, especially for female captives. In that moment, Samui even contemplated self-destruction, though she found herself unable to follow through. Hearing Naruto's words now only deepened her sense of humiliation. Suming gently ruffled Naruto's hair and chuckled. "All right, this sister is already aware. You may step out for a moment. Your brother has something to discuss with her." Naruto nodded obediently and exited the room. Minato and Kushina had long since departed, leaving only Su-Ming and Samui in the space. As they left, Kurama cast a knowing glance at Su-Ming before playfully smacking the head of the Three Tails. "Fool, why are you lingering here? Recording a little video, perhaps?" Su-Ming thought. What is he even imagining? What video? Do I seem like that kind of person? With the two-tailed beasts gone, only Su-Ming and Samui remained. Samui's expression was icy. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Su-Ming slowly approached, casting a rather nonchalant gaze over Samui. "What do you think?" Instantly, an ember of fury ignited within Samui. She was keenly aware of the dismal fate that befell female ninjas after defeat, particularly those like her, who were somewhat prominent. She had prepared numerous means of self-destruction for the eventuality of her defeat. However, in the presence of Su-Ming, she found herself unable to act on those thoughts. The sheer terror he instilled was overwhelming. "What do you truly want?" Samui's anger intensified. Observing Samui's face contort with rage, Su-Ming felt a twinge of disinterest. In terms of appearance, Samui was hardly remarkable. Her endowments in certain areas merely amplified her score. Yet, her personality detracted from it significantly. Moreover, as a captive, she exhibited none of the expected submissiveness. Shaking his head slightly, he mused, "What a fool. Such a captive elicits no sympathy from me whatsoever." Thus, with utmost decisiveness, Su-Ming extended his hand. Samui barely had time to register the movement before she felt a sharp pain coursing through her. The agony was so intense that even her clenched teeth could not mask her suffering. She glared at Su-Ming in indignation. "Do not look at me like that." Su-Ming smiled faintly, savoring the lingering warmth in his palm. Moments ago, he had roughly measured the size, which was truly ineffable. Unfortunately, he had never encountered Tsunade, making comparison impossible. However, he speculated that the dimensions were likely similar. Of course, for the sake of this grand notion, he ought to seize the opportunity to test it. The searing pain was progressively blurring Samui's senses. Yet, at this moment, her body remained immobile. Su-Ming smiled slightly. He had initially intended to negotiate amicably, but it appeared that more forceful measures would be prudent. "When you were dispatched by AI, you must have foreseen this predicament." Su-Ming gazed into her eyes, enunciating each word. "Tell me, if AI were to learn of your current situation, and I were to use you as leverage against him, how do you think he would react?" "Despicable," Samui retorted furiously. "Thank you," Su-Ming replied, extending his hand to measure once more. Before him lay a tumultuous sea, and he shook his head slightly. It seemed that to crush this, considerable effort would be required. The resistance was indeed substantial. He shook his head, abandoning that notion. "Stay here quietly. When I need you, I shall return." With that, Su-Ming departed, leaving Samui alone, her face a mask of fury. She was exceedingly enraged, to the point of physical discomfort. Of course, there could be other reasons for her distress, but the pain was undeniably real. If she lowered her head slightly, she would see 2 crimson handprints emblazoned upon her skin. Her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, particularly at the memory of Su-Ming's flippant, indifferent gaze as he left, as if she were merely a cow in his eyes. After parting from Samui, Su-Ming sought out Itachi. After a brief wait, Itachi, who appeared to have just finished donning his attire, stood before him. "Brother Ming, you called for me?" "I hope I'm not a bother," he said. "Not at all." Su-Ming replied with keen interest. "Is the deity still with you?" Itachi nodded. After Shui lost his eyes, he chose not to reclaim them. Even when Itachi voluntarily returned them, Shui had declined. He stated that he would no longer involve himself in any conflicts, thus he bequeathed his eyes to Itachi, hoping they would assist when matters threatening the Uchiha arose. "I intend to use them." "Very well." Without hesitation, Itachi handed over Shui S to Su Ming. Actually, Brother Ming, you could transplant it, no need. Su Ming shook his head. While the powers of the Sharingan were indeed formidable, he did not require them. For him, the strength derived from external sources paled in comparison to the authenticity of his own capabilities. Such powers, unearned, would hinder his ability to truly grasp the essence of strength. Thus, he chose to decline. After taking Shui's Mangeki, Su Ming departed. Itachi stood silently for a moment before turning and re-entering the room. In the solitary confines of the room, only Suin remained. The dormant Sharingan possessed an unparalleled illusion known as the Kodo Amatsukami. Regarding Samui, Su Ming held little impression beyond her stature. His recent actions were merely a momentary impulse, a fleeting desire to gauge. To measure with one's hand was, after all, a commendable notion worth pursuing. And then there was Tsunade. Shaking his head slightly, Su Ming stepped into the chamber. Before Samui could articulate a word, he invoked the Dormant Eye. The second template, Shadow Blade, Lanling King, was unleashed. In her brief days, the Kodo Amatsukami was set into motion. Su Ming swiftly altered her will, transforming her most loyal companion into himself. Naturally, within this new will, all that belonged to her was now under Su Ming's dominion, including the essence of malevolence. Samui would become a pivotal asset for Su Ming in his dealings with the Hidden Cloud Village.